No, I think it's
Okay,
a good
so
point. Why
hold
do
on.
you care?
Okay, you got a good
Is it like
point.
a
Let me answer
psyop?
your. Let me sidetrack from what we was talking about and answer your question. Okay, you're
Mhm.
saying why is there if you're going to ask what is the difference if the Earth is flat or a sphere? That is the
Mm.
same thing as saying why does the truth matter?
Yeah, why does it matter?
So the truth don't matter to you?
I mean, not really, unless you force
The
it to
truth?
matter.
No, no, no. Just even outside of the realm of what the Earth is, does the truth matter to you?
It comes to me. I
So
don't
the
need to
truth
know
don't
if the
matter?
Earth is round or flat. It doesn't really matter from my
Oh,
perspective,
for
does it?
fuck's sake.
Well, the only thing that matters is the truth, girl. Do you want it? Do you want a husband or a boyfriend that cheats on you?
How's that relevant?
Well, the truth matters, right?
Okay, but in humanity, there's no truth.
Yeah, the truth is the only thing
It's just
that does
semantics at
matter.
this point.
Okay, then I'll digress from our conversation. If the truth don't matter to you, then you can be filled with lies all you want. My bad. It don't matter to you if your family lies to you. If your loved ones lie to you,
I
that
mean,
don't
they do
matter.
regardless, right?
Yeah, but according to you, it don't matter.
So
So
why should
flat
it
Earth
matter to
is
you if that?
truth.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
The truth is the only thing that matters, girl. If the earth is a sphere or if the earth is flat, it does matter. And
Okay.
it matters more than your typical lie because you get your worldview from the world you believe you're in. So
But
if the
how does
earth is flat, you're gonna have different beliefs than if it was a sphere.
so what major
It
worldview
all stems
changes
from the
because
word
the Earth is flat?
it all stems from the world you believe you're in.
Right, but does like my rent get like what worldview changes? Right? Like everything is a lie because the world is flat and everybody is believing a lie, or what's the worldview?
Okay, so if your wife lies to you, you still have to go to work, right?
Yeah, I gotta pay
Okay,
bills.
so if she
Bills
cheats
don't
on you,
change.
she cheats on you, it's okay. You'll still stay with her because you
Mm,
still got to go to work, right?
I'd probably go to work. Yeah,
Yeah, but you'll stay with her though, even though she's cheating on you.
yeah, it depends.
You still got to go to work, so why would that change anything?
Why did he get muted?
Well, the truth matters. It's the only thing that does matter.
Okay, but you can't have truth if you mute opposition.
Well, you don't know what a lie is if you don't know what the truth is.
So you're saying he's lying and that's why he's muted?
Okay,
I
we're just
didn't.
going to talk about mutes.
Yeah, we're just going off on a tangent that has nothing to do with the curvature.
I think you were brought on and they were put aside so that we could talk to somebody new, not somebody who just kind of stalks the chat 24 hours, some new content. So, what do you have to say about the Earth?
The best take I ever heard from Flat Earther is wait, let me check it. It was like okay, so it's called a super deep borehole, but it doesn't really prove flat Earth. But it proves
No,
it
no,
proves
it
the
doesn't.
fact that we don't know what's inside the Earth.
Yeah, we've never directly examined it, that's for sure. Yeah, that's true. But no, it's not a flat Earth proof or anything. It's more just along the lines of, okay, they're making claims all the way down to 4 miles deep, or sorry, 4,000 miles deep, right?
Huh.
Whereas they've only dug 8. So, I mean, all that stuff, right down to the core of the globe, 3,959 miles down, it's just extrapolations and conjecture and stuff.
Hypotheticals.
Yeah. And based on the pre-assumption of a globe itself. Yep. What else?
Oh, that's it. I was just listening.
Okay. So, I mean, we gotta let one of these regulars back. Well, we've got
Yep.
Great Angelo. He's fairly regular, but
I'm just listening tonight. I'm busy.
Well, we got JFS. I've never seen him before. Come on, give him a show. Somebody, do something. Say something.
No.
Well, that's a start, at least.
This is anarchy, Clint Eastwood. You muted them. Now they're muted on purpose.
I didn't mute them. That wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
I think whoever did was just like, oh, somebody new speaking, then let's just put like the regulars aside.
What is it you want to talk about?
Well, we've got this channel topic here. See, it says 24/7 flat Earth. I was just thinking something to do with that.
24/7. That means 24 out of 7 days a week.
You
24
betcha.
hours, 7 days a week.
Yeah.
The Earth is flat, or you want to talk about whether it is or isn't flat?
Yeah, that. Anything encompassing, or encompassed by flat Earth, yeah. So I mean,
Well, what evidence do you have that it's flat?
Yeah, that would fall under the umbrella of the topic.
What testable evidence do you have that it's flat?
Well, can you test water to see if its surface lays flat at rest?
No, that doesn't demonstrate that the Earth is a globe or flat. That just demonstrates water finding its level within a container.
But you agree that it finds its level within a container?
No, not at all. I don't believe it at all, because if you have a big enough container, you will also have curvature of the water.
Well, are you able to demonstrate that?
Yeah, you can, and I've tried demonstrating it, or at least telling you how it's demonstrated. Just make a trough a half a mile long, and make that trough perfectly perpendicular to at its center point to the ground. In other words, basically parallel to the ground. And that means it'll be perfectly level, and make sure at both ends, no matter how big of a stick you have to keep it level. Once you fill that trough up with water, you will notice that the water at the edges will be shallower than the water in the center. And that's due to the gravity pulling on that water towards the center of the Earth equally along that straight line, which is trying to avoid curvature, but unfortunately gravity demonstrates that there is curvature, and the water will be curved ever so slightly.
It's going to be shallower, you said.
Shallower at both ends and thicker in the middle.
So you're going to have a hump.
Bending, yeah. You won't be able to. You won't be able to see.
This one thing you do though is once you start. This is the problem. This is the problem with you, is that you never finish. Though once you start talking, nobody can address anything you say. It's like a runaway
That's not
train.
true. You just walked on me. You talked over me. Well, I guess the conversation's over.
Some of the stuff you said.
Conversation's over.
Yeah, because you don't let there be a conversation. As soon as anybody responds,
no, you asked a question and I gave you an answer.
Yeah, so you got a hump though, so not a drop.
No, I didn't say that. I said it's shallower at the ends, and you cannot visually see the hump with your eyes, but you can measure that if it's shallower at the ends and thicker. No, you have a curvature. So you guys say water is level, and therefore the Earth is flat, but it's not.
It's ramping up out in front of you, then it gets to a point where it peaks, a sagitta, and then it declines. It
doesn't.
Down from there.
It peaks smoothly like a... No, it's actually a circle. It's
supposed to be an 8 inches per mile squared drop.
What part of a circle do you call a hump?
Well, that's what you described as a hump. It's shallower at both edges.
No, I did not describe a hump. I described the curvature of the Earth is demonstrated by the water.
So that'd be a hump out in front of the observer.
Let me rephrase it then, since you want to put words in my mouth. Let me rephrase it then.
What you said.
Okay, talk over me. Fuck you. I'm not going to talk anymore.
That's what you do. I mean, I'm not going to get a word in if I don't talk over you, because you'll just keep going. You already said enough things that need to be addressed. There was another thing, too, I needed to address, which is half a mile. So now you're talking about 2 inches of curvature drop, allegedly. You're going to measure that over a half a mile? 2 inches of curvature drop?
No, it's not 2 inches.
You described a hump. So, dude, you've got... Yeah, everything you said is all fucked up.
You're asking fucking questions and you won't shut up.
Crazy.
2 inches of drop. You've described a hump, and how are you going to measure the 2 inches anyway?
Okay, would you like that answered? Are you going to shut up long enough so I can answer?
Yeah, how are you going to measure the 2 inches?
Okay, what you do is you take
Don't
that
get the
trough.
wrong 2-inch measurement.
Whoa! Let him finish.
Hey, you talked right on top of me again, and that's the reason why I don't come here that often, because that's what happened.
Oh, well,
Now, is he going to be quiet?
Yeah, I've said what I needed to say for now. I'll interject again when I need to say more. Go ahead, answer my questions.
Why don't you mute your mic, and that way I know you're not going to talk over me.
No, just go for it. Cook.
Nope, I ain't going to do it. Sorry.
Okay, I'll just keep cooking then. Well, I think he's cooked. He doesn't want to talk anymore.
Cooking
He's
by
looking for
burning
an
the
easy
kitchen
out.
gotcha copy.
Yeah, he's just hitting the eject button. He's out.
No, what I'm telling you is I'm polite and I don't
he's
talk
talking
over
now,
you.
and I didn't even mute my mic. Those weren't the terms. Shut up.
Shut up, you little kid. What a moron.
Well, I mean, everything you said
You're a
was stupid.
child.
I already explained why.
How does it feel to be talked over?
Well, I mean...
Yeah, that's exactly what you're going to get. Now, can I finish what I have to say? Good. Be quiet and let's finish. So you have this trough. Shut up. You have this trough. It's a half a mile long. You measure the water in the trough as long as it's perfectly, parallel to the ground at its middle. Okay, that means it's going to be perfectly level at its middle and going out to the edges because it's a perfect trough. You fill it up. I promise you this, the water's going to be shallower at both ends. And the reason why it's shallower, because it's been measured that way.
You promise me?
Okay. Well, now you're being a fucking idiot again.
Well,
you guys really like this guy? I'm really happy that you guys are pleased to have a child in here.
Hang on, parallel to the globe?
But I'm wondering if you could actually demonstrate.
Parallel to the surface that you're standing on at the point that you make the measurement.
I got your
you know what? I'll just keep talking because obviously he doesn't want to, let me have anything,
Dude, can you post the measurement actually being done?
Probably because I'm pulling on his nuts so hard that he's just
Flat Earth always proven and we have to claim everything? That's weird.
Yeah, no. If I was worried about it, I would have muted you. I couldn't give a shit. I think you're spiraling. But I'm just wondering if you could post the measurement actually being done. Like, I mean, a great Angelo promise, that's worth a lot. I have a lot of respect for that, obviously. But it'd be cool to actually see it being done.
Wait, but he's muted. How can he...
I don't know. I didn't mute him. Another mod did. I don't really want to mod my own conversation, so I'll just leave it up to whoever did that. Or if somebody else wants to speak. If somebody else wants to maybe try to break down the conversation that just happened, give your thoughts, opinions, concerns, questions, comments. What do you think of Great Angelo's performance there? You think he had a good take? Was that a good glow proof? What do you think?
I missed it. What was his glow proof?
Well, he said that he promised me that if we have a trough a half a mile long, that the water is going to be shallower at both edges than it will be in the middle. So you've got this bulge or a hump, right? And that's a hump, right? What he's describing there?
Yeah, it's hump.
It's a hump, yeah. And then he's like, that's bullshit. You're a little child. That's not a hump. I never said hump. But I was like, well, dude, that's what you described. I just, for brevity, I just called it what it is in one word, right?
You like listening to yourself, don't you? No, that's not what I said. Well, and if he'd shut up long enough, I'll tell you what he said.
Paraphrasing. I can't remember everything you said word for word.
Yeah, well, stop paraphrasing and close your mouth long enough so I can give out what I want to say.
Yeah, and he promised, and then he's lying in the chat and calling you.
I didn't promise at all. Nothing.
He said I didn't even get through telling him what you said. So you promised me.
So again, you're going to make it a promise when I make a statement.
At the shorelines, right, than it is in the middle. You promised me, and then I asked you, well, could you follow up that promise with any actual, evidence? And here we are.
So are you going to be quiet now so I can talk?
Well, clearly there's an opening, so take it, or else,
Thank you.
lose it.
All right. So basically, what I was describing was a half mile long, because you can do this from a half a mile and beyond. You'll get some kind of measurement. Before shallower or shorter than a half a mile, it'll be very difficult with the instruments that we have to show that it's shallower at both ends. But a half a mile or longer, a trough that's perfectly level from the point you're standing at, or the middle point of the trough, and in other words, parallel to the ground. It will go out in both directions. Now, the terrain or the topography might go up or down, so you have to adjust the legs at both ends to make sure that you keep that level at the center. Once you've done that, you fill the trough up with water and measure the trough at both ends and in the center.
What?
And you will get not level water, but you will get curved water.
That's awesome.
And that's all there is to it. It was done at the time when they were laying out this is one of the ways they measured out how level the laser interferometer that they were building. I forget where the name of the place was. That's where that experiment was done, and that demonstrated curvature rather clearly. And that's something that you could do. Hang on, Kit. It's something you could do.
Okay,
you honestly could do that.
Yeah, you got your 10,000 words in. Would you be able to cite such a measurement? I got your promise.
Kid, I'm sorry that I talked so long. I apologize for talking so long. But you know what? When you're 67 years old and it's a little harder for you to converse with a 4-year-old, I have to dumb it down and explain longer.
So while you're apologizing
for talking
Thanks,
guys. I've already explained what I wanted. If you
if you were so sorry, you just wouldn't do it. But you're doing it literally as you're apologizing for it. So I don't think you're very sorry. But anyway, I was just wondering if you could post such a measurement for us. You've promised me that if I go do it, it'll work out. Maybe you've done it then, because maybe you've experienced this for yourself. Would you be able to post your own measurement? Not that's
good.
What
I'm not muted anymore.
Please, don't get me
I wanted to sign off, if you don't mind. And I'd like to say thanks for the opportunity to
get
talk.
out of here.
And I'm sorry I had to talk to a...
Yeah. All right, next.
Okay, so Remilene wants to ask you something, but he's muted. I don't know why he's muting himself.
Well, the moderator got sick of him, so that's it for him.
Come on, Remilene, speak. Are you scared?
He's
okay,
British.
never mind.
He's not
British.
Finnish.
Yeah, he's
we
British.
talk to him all the time. He's another.
He speaks like a Brit. Okay,
another
yeah.
piece of furniture around here.
Never mind. He's a fake one. Fake Aryan.
He meant to spell finished. Isn't the silence nice after listening to that twerp?
Yes.
It sure is. Very serene indeed.
Well, I mean, he promised you guys if you go out to a trough, first of all, dig a trough a half a mile long, fill it up with water, and do all this, and then measure it. He never explained exactly how you would do the actual measurement part, but he promises that you will find there's a hump there.
Yeah. He also said it was parallel to the globe. So,
yeah, that doesn't really work.
Yeah, it doesn't. Basic geometry seems to elude a lot of people. It's a shame.
That is true.
Maybe you could say you have concentric circles or something like that, but yeah. He also said level and parallel and a bunch of stuff like that. I think he was confused.
Yeah. It's a shame. But he's 67, so you have to forgive him, right?
And I never said parallel to the globe. I never said dig. You guys just making shit up now. That's interesting. No, I didn't. I did not say dig a trough. I said make a trough. Make sure it's parallel to the surface you're standing on.
My mistake.
Yeah, it is your mistake. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's get back to what I was actually saying.
Make a trough. Don't dig one.
You make a trough that's a half a mile long. That's if you really were listening, at the center point, you have something holding it up so that it's parallel to the ground that you're standing on at that point. In other words, just like you have a point at the bottom of your leg and a point at the top where the trough is attached, there's a 90-degree angle at the bottom and a 90-degree angle at the top. Now you have it parallel.
Yeah, because that's what the term parallel is used to describe.
At a half a mile long, it's parallel to that surface.
Definitely not lines, but points.
There's a line down at the bottom also. You can make one very easily. Anytime you have a point, you have a z-axis, a y-axis, and an x-axis. And the y and x-axis makes a plane. Even though you don't see it, it's there. So now that you know basic geometry, you got a plane at the bottom, you got a plane at the top where your level is or where your trough is, and your trough is perfectly level. That's all I care about. Fill that trough up with water. Your water is going to curve inside that trough at a half a mile.
How much?
I don't know the exact numbers. I have to go back to the Lucerne experiment and pull those up for you. But they're there.
You promised I would find this curvature.
I never used the word promise at all.
Yeah, you did.
Go look at the live stream. Go check the live stream out.
You did.
Just out of curiosity, if you've got this dirty, great, big, long trough that's a mile or half a mile long or whatever you do it at, now, if you're at one end, isn't level going to be one thing different to the other end because you're on a ball tard? How are you getting level on a ball?
You're not getting level on a ball. You're using the center point.
So you've just made it level. So we're not on a ball. Congratulations.
Okay, you're making up. You're making a statement again. You're still making a statement.
Just level across the entire thing. If you're on a ball tard, if you go to different spots, it ain't level. So, you've either got level, in which case we're on a plane and most of the flat earthers are happy, or you've not got level, so you're not leveling it. Pick one.
Are you done?
You will burn a minute. I thought you were going somewhere, old man. Be on your way.
Well, obviously you didn't hear what I said. I said you measured the level at the center point.
Have you done
you
this?
don't
Yes
measure
or no?
it at
Let's
the
cut the bullshit.
I didn't do the experiment. The experiment.
Excellent. So if you haven't done it, why are you giving us these awesome hypotheticals that no one gives two fucks about?
You're not very good at keeping promises. You said you were signing off and you're still here. Promise this, you promised that.
Heretic something too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he took back his promise. He lied. He said, I never promised anything. So that's what a promise from Great Angelo is worth.
Yep. Worthless.
I didn't want to mute you, but, I mean, the other mods did because, I mean, there's no other choice, really. You just ramble through everybody.
I'm happy to let him off if anyone wants to talk to him.
Well, you know that you're going to have to do it again because he will not shut his mouth once it opens. Nobody will be able to respond to anything. It's just going to be a runaway train of just non-stop blather.
Yeah, I'm going to let him off.
Well, we got this new girl, like, have you listened to Great Angelo? Do you think that, like, what he provided was, like, a valid globe measurement, or?
Sorry, I'm bad at maths.
Sorry, what?
I'm bad at maths.
Yeah, but, like, did you hear what he actually said? Like, what did that sound like to you?
No, I didn't listen.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, he said, I promise you, you are going to find that it's shallower at the edges. So he's got a bulge or a hump. Should be a drop, but he's got a hump. And he doesn't know how much of one, but he promises that we'll find it. And he said you could do it yourself. I would think if he had done it himself, like he says I can, he would know exactly how much of this hump or drop or whatever the fuck it is he's supposed to find that he found. I don't know. It's not adding up, Angelo. I think that's why you're talking so much. You're like a nervous talker. You just got to talk through the questions that you get asked when you start saying stupid shit. What do you have to say for yourself?
He's an anarchist. He won't talk now.
Yeah, he says that, but we'll bait him. He'll speak easily. He's probably already triggered. He's just about there. Just about triggered enough to pipe up again, I bet.
No, I had to finish typing. Sorry, I'm typing with one finger.
Yeah, it's all output, no input, eh? You don't listen.
Wait, why one finger?
So, would you like me to respond, or are you going to talk over me?
We're listening.
Thank you. I didn't promise anything. As much as you like to say, I make a statement that I'll try to find the data or I'll go get the data. That's not a promise. That's just me telling you what I'm going to do. It doesn't mean that I'm going to be successful at doing it. It doesn't mean that I'm going to be unsuccessful at doing it. It just means I'm going to try.
Yeah, I couldn't give a shit about this. You literally said
I know that. You're a child. You don't understand that.
Yeah, and this isn't even, this really doesn't even touch on the point that we're discussing.
Probably, I'd say you're under 20 years old.
Yeah, great. Yeah. Nice estimation. That's great. Really useful. Let's go with that. I just got 20 years back. Thank you.
Oh, you're 40 and you're acting like a 5-year-old. Good job. He promised me.
Well, I mean, that's literally what you said. It was a promise. And I was actually making fun of you. Yeah, because you offered me a promise instead of a direct measurement. Like, why didn't you just refer to the measurement instead of just give the great Angelo promise, Like, what do I need that for?
Because when I came in here, I didn't have the data in front of me.
You don't have it at all. So, of course you don't have it.
No, you're just basically calling me a liar that this particular hypothesis that was tested in Lucerne didn't happen.
Well, your story doesn't add up. None of it does. Didn't you hear everything I said? No, because you're busy typing and talking all the time.
Busy typing? I've typed 3 times.
Yeah, but when you're not talking, you're typing. So you're just busy, like, just running your mouth off all the time. So you don't know what's actually being said. You don't know what to respond to. What, am I supposed to say it all again? Is that why you've gone quiet suddenly? Well,
no, I'm scrolling up through the chat, you impatient little bastard.
You promised me that this measurement would work.
Are you still crying about this?
Oh, yeah, I'm crying. I'm real upset. I'm going to have a breakdown about it, even. Anyway, I think we pretty much took care of that last one. Could you start something else? Like another cope? Like, say, some other ridiculous thing? Beside, like, the bulging hump of water that I can make? Not build, not dig, right? I'm not going to dig a trough.
Got out of your house and did the experiment, you might actually know.
How is it an experiment? I thought it was
an experiment. You're trying to demonstrate that water can curve. And so to do that, you build something, give it a variable, the amount of water you're putting in it, and measurements at both ends. Wow, surprise. That's an experiment. Come to the conclusion that the water curves, therefore the Earth is obviously curved, or a gravitational pull is going to the center of the Earth across that plane.
Yeah.
What a surprise.
According to Great Angelo's promises, that is, at least. We haven't actually seen this done.
That's okay.
I didn't ask for an experiment, just a measurement. So why give me a so-called experiment?
But don't lie about promises. When a hypothesis is given, it's not a promise.
Yeah, you promised. Yeah, but why you give me an experiment? I just needed a measurement. It's not an experiment, but why are you trying to?
The measurement would be the conclusion after the experiment. So you'd still want to know about the experiment, or I could just say, oh, gee whiz. At each end, without describing what it is, there was actually shallower water than in the center. Surprise.
Yeah, says you. Do you have a dependent and independent variable? Yeah, that's what I thought. Can you just move to some other stupid talking point? Because this one's kind of beaten to death now. Yeah, promise, Earther. He promised.
He's still crying about the promise.
I was literally laughing.
Yeah, that's the second part of acceptance, I think, isn't it?
But do you think that I'm going through the stages of grief here to deal with you missing something?
You're going through it because you guys are basically Flat Earth is dead, especially after last Christmas.
Why is it dead?
How the hell do you work that out?
Oh, the final experiment that pretty much shut up most of you guys.
Okay. Do you have a logical syllogism?
Except for all the religitards that basically will hang on to this no matter what.
Yeah, can you offer us a logical syllogism from the 24-hour sun that proves the Earth is not flat or is a globe?
I'm going fishing.
I'll take that as a no. Well, that's another easy win for me. Thank you.
You seem to be an expert at gratification. You must really love it.
Well, I mean, I asked if you actually had a logical proof from the 24-hour sun for anything, and you said you were going to fuck off fishing. So, yeah, I'll take that as a win. I think that's fair.
So a non-response makes you a winner. How nice.
Well, you don't have a proof for anything. You said this should have shut us up, but it's not a proof of anything. So
the observation of a 24-hour sun in a place where you guys claim it could never happen is a proof.
I never claimed that. I didn't claim. So that's a straw man.
There's no proofs in science anyway. You should know better than that, Mister. I know the.
Boltard believer.
You have no proof of anything, then.
If you're going to come in here and tell us we've made claims, at least point the finger and say that it was myself or Heretic or Indio or somebody made claim X. Don't just put us all in.
Yeah, I know. You can hide. I understand that. You're right. I shouldn't really do that.
Go fishing, old man.
Yeah, I never said that.
The only claim I made is I don't care if the sun's up for 5 minutes, 5 hours, or 5 days. It's still not going to change the shape of the ground. And hey, look at that. Fucking Matrix was right. The ground's still flat.
In the time I've been out here, I don't think I have ever said that there can't be a 24-hour southern sun. I don't think I've never really said anything about that at all until you guys brought it up as a constant conversation piece lately. Never argued anything to do with it, ever. Never cared. The sun's path over the earth, yeah, that was never an arguing point for the flat earth.
Yeah, of course not, because you sit there and seem to think that it's all about the globe. It's not about the flat earth. But it's a flat earth channel. What a surprise.
Well, water's flat and level. I can provide about 5 citations for that right now, versus your promise that it's not. So, since water's flat and level, it therefore follows that the Earth itself must be flat and level, or at least as flat and level as that water is. So a plane, or just, to put it simply, flat Earth.
Are you claiming a flat Earth?
Well, of course, because water itself seeks its level. I mean, you promised me it doesn't.
But you just told me that you didn't know whether the Earth was flat or not. You're just making a
No, I never said that. No, I never said that.
So you do claim the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, it deductively follows from the nature of water.
Okay, for your deduction, right, exactly. Yeah. The nature of water that I just showed you a way to demonstrate that it wasn't.
No, you promised. You didn't show me anything. You just made a promise, an empty one at that, too, that you took back.
No, I made a hypothesis, and you know what? You can go out and test that. The problem is that the hypothesis I gave, you can test. The hypothesis you gave,
did you test it? Did you test it, Angela? Yeah, did you test it?
A yes or no will suffice.
Did you test it? I'll take that as a no. So
you mean personally? Did I do that? Did I personally do that particular experiment? No.
No. Okay.
But you know what?
You know what we're gonna find then. It's not an experiment, but
we're looking for it.
Yeah, I'll let you botch these terms for now. It's not even an experiment. But you haven't done it, so you don't even know what we're going to find, even though you promised that I would find a certain thing. Anyway, water's still flat and level, despite the great Angelo empty promises that have been made here.
So let me ask you this. If you jumped off a building, would you actually fall and hit the ground?
No, I'd fly away because I'm Superman.
Oh, so you've never really tested that, right?
I mean, I can drop something that doesn't have to be me, bro.
Oh, no, it has to be you. I want to know if you would fall and hit the ground.
That's stupid.
Just as stupid as your remarks have been. Thank you.
How so? Which ones, specifically?
On whether I tested something about an experiment that I read about.
Yeah, but the difference
Well, you should have.
Heretic's not claiming that if he jumps off a building, XYZ is going to happen. This is some bullshit analogy you think is some I fucking one moment. So try again, Angelo.
You should have tested it though, because that was your whole standard. You said you don't have to rely on anyone for this. You can go out and do it and prove it to yourself, and yet you haven't even done that with your own so-called experiment. Not an experiment, but so how do you even fucking know?
Because that experiment has been repeated now 4 times from what I can look at. No, I'm sorry, 14 times.
You haven't posted a single example?
And yet you've
I'm
posted
working on
nothing.
You're working on making one post, even though there's 14.
Oh, no, I'm going to be posting a lot. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know. You're going to post a bunch of crap you haven't read that doesn't prove anything that you claimed.
Sounds like a flat earther to me.
That sounds like Great Angelo to me. Or basically any of the guys who say any of the stuff that you're saying to me. I'm ready for it. It's just going to be a bunch of elephant hurling of stuff you haven't read. I'm going to ask you, okay, where does it specifically say this thing that you claimed? And you're going to be like, go read it! And I'll be like, well, why didn't you? It's your link, it's your claim. And you'll be like, I don't have to do your homework. And I'm like, bro, this is your homework. That's pretty much what's going to happen. Just calling it now. I mean, it's not my first rodeo. He's got 14 at the ready, right there. Why didn't he post any of them? He's still skimming them to find out if they say anything that he said. Just post the Toe Tanks one. That one's fun. I like that one. Anyway, I'm going to post my citations. Yeah, see, we don't have to just dismantle the ball. We can also argue for the flat earth. You can do whatever you want. It's up to you. Alright, so there's 4 citations right there for water finding its level. It must follow, by deduction, that if these citations, if what they're saying is correct, then the earth itself is flat. Has to be.
That's unacceptable, Heretic. You put that up.
Nobody's denying you that water finds its level.
Okay, well, we're both flat earthers then. Cheers.
No, you're just making a jump or a huge leap from a small container containing water finding its level to trying to demonstrate the same thing over a much larger container. Oh, what a surprise. You won't go to a container as big as the one I proposed.
Where does it say small container in any of those citations, Great Angelo?
Yeah, it doesn't limit the scale of the body or water. It just says, period, it finds its level. That's it, the end.
And you make the jump from there to the whole earth is flat. Good job.
Yeah, if that's the physics of water, then yes.
No, that is not the physics of water. Again, you're demonstrating something in a small area. And again, I'm going to ask you, try to make that same demonstration.
No, Angelo, yeah, you're not engaging with my citations because they don't specify a small body of water.
I agreed with your.
Say that water, period, finds its level.
Exactly, because they don't expect someone.
They didn't limit it to a scale. They just said that it finds its level. If that's true, it deductively must follow that the Earth itself
is just as level as that water. If you were free falling off of a building and you had a glass of water with you, that water wouldn't be finding its level, would it?
And nobody cares about the building. You did that once already.
It wouldn't be finding its level in the glass anymore, would it?
No, it's not at rest. It's finding its level means that it equilibrates to level. Not that it's always sitting there level. I mean, of course.
So you're having water at rest in a container again, right? And of course, that's what the document talks about. Did you read that one, by the way? Understanding Physics, Motion and Sound and Heat, Light and Magnetism?
Isaac Asimov? No, I didn't read the whole book. I just pulled that citation out of it. Let me know if you found anything that he said in there where he's going, hey, I got to caveat this with, it's only going to do this in a cup or a glass or a bathtub or a pool, but beyond that scale, it's going to conform to the curvature of this ball that we live on. Just pull that part out and then I'll concede that one and I'll stop citing it.
Okay, by the way, in the one that you mentioned with the Libre text or whatever it is, again, small containers. You want to give me an example where it's not? I'm looking at it. It's just follow that link.
Post it. Go ahead and post it.
The pipe. You posted it. It's already there.
Quote your quotation from it. Post in the chat.
No, I'm looking at it right now. The one where it says water seeks its own level in capital letters. Directly under it is a link. Click on it. Click on it and tell me what kind of example do they have in the picture.
Doesn't say anything about a picture. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about a small container in that citation at all. Nothing. They use a small container
as an example. Thank you.
No, in a visualization of what they're talking about.
Give me one where they talk about water finding its level across the entire ocean.
Hey guys, this only applies at small scales. It starts to conform to the radius of the stupid ball that we live on when we get out to the larger scale. Doesn't say anything like that.
That's pretty much that. Yeah, you got it in one. Well done.
It doesn't say that.
No, you just said that. It doesn't need to.
But it doesn't say that, and he's saying that is what it says, and it doesn't say that. So, garbage in, garbage out. Okay, Angelo, this isn't a measurement as such, but more of an observation per se. We're observing the water flat and level as can be out to beyond 9 miles when it should have been no longer visible past 1 mile because the curvature drop should have caused us not to be able to see the surface of any of this water anymore. Beyond 1 mile, let alone further than 9. What's going on? It sounds like the citations are correct and true, that water seeks and finds its level, because that's what I feel like I'm looking at here. Explain. Yeah, I didn't mute you, geek. Somebody else did. Someone got you. You're stupid. And you're also triggered because I've had you banned for so long, and it shows. Like, just go cry some more.
Were you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Geeks. He's got a lot of emotion still that he needs to get rid of. Angela, I was talking to you when I posted my observation, though. See, we see a body of water, the surface of it beyond 9 miles, when if it were curving, as you claimed it could be measured to be, we shouldn't have seen the surface of that water past 1 mile. So it looks like...
Past 1 mile? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, it's the black swan.
How far off the ground is the observer?
1 foot.
So it should be 3 miles.
No, that's 6 foot. So learn your own religion.
Okay, fine. This is only 1 foot. I see it down there. Never mind. You're right. 1 foot is only about a mile. But are you sure that observation? It doesn't look like that observer is 1 foot off the ground. The water's not close enough to him.
Yeah, it is. You've seen this before.
What is it?
Black Swan video? You must have seen that. Yeah, it is. He gets right down, right up next to the waves. He's right at the shoreline. You can see it's 1 foot.
Where's the camera reference? In other words, the information from when the photo was taken, telling us.
You've seen this video, haven't you? After all this time,
I've seen the Black Swan video, and it's a bunch of bullshit. So
why is it bullshit?
I'm not going to go and rehash every debunker that came in here.
He's been in this conversation.
Let's be realistic. Don't make me
fucking seen it.
Fine, I don't care, and I'm telling you why I'm not going to rehash it, because it's already been rehashed, and you guys have already gone ahead and tried to debunk the debunkers who came in here, and you guys end up butting heads and lying to each other.
Right, Angela.
I'm not going to do that.
No, let's reset back to what I was actually talking about, which is that this, as far as we can tell, is a body of water conforming to exactly what my citation said about water.
And again, the appearance on a short scale like that, even though you only see about a mile of that water, you cannot visibly see the fact that that water is actually curving. You don't see it at that close of a distance.
Yeah, but you should.
I'm not quite done yet. Almost finished. Thank you. You have to expand your view from beyond that short, small amount of space that you're looking at. Water will appear to be finding its level. Technically, because of, and if whatever you want to call it, gravity or just plain old, density that causes the water to stay on the ground and spread out to its level, whatever you call that effect, you're going to find that if you get further and further out, you'll either see curvature, or if you measure it in a proper level container that's large enough where you can measure the depth of the water at both ends, you're going to find that the water does curve within that container.
Yeah, that didn't address my point whatsoever. You completely talked past what I actually said. 100%.
You can make that claim that I did, but demonstrate where I can elaborate. Wrong.
Yeah,
show me you going up high enough and see curvature.
I can elaborate. You're starting to appeal to the scale and how high off the ground we need to be. I mean, we've taken the geometry that you've claimed into consideration here. It's 1 foot, so that should give us a horizon distance of 1 mile. Shouldn't be seeing the surface of that water beyond that. You didn't address that point at all. You just said that we're not looking at enough distance. We're looking at plenty more distance.
Well, now I'm looking at the video that you guys showed. And you're not 1 foot off the ground.
What are you talking about? The camera's right
at the
there.
Very beginning, at the very beginning of the video.
You can see the waves coming into the shore, dude.
Right. And that's got to be at least 4 to 5 feet.
So it's right down near to the ground.
They should actually show. They should tilt the camera down to where the base is. Show the base. Show that you're a foot off the ground, and show the so-called black swan.
Yeah. Okay. So you want 4 feet?
4 or 8 feet doesn't matter.
I'll give you 4. No
problem. You're gonna get refraction either way.
I'll give you 4.
Especially on that day. From the looks of the haze on there, there's definitely refraction too.
He's going to his other cop-out.
And again, I'm not gonna. Okay. Kid,
why are you dodging to another cop-out?
I'm not going to go into the debate like you guys did before. It doesn't matter.
I was going to give it to you.
Right. Now you're giving me stuff because you don't know for sure it's 1 foot off the ground.
Why'd you use the first excuse if you got to run away from it?
The point is that now that you showed this video, the actual video itself, I now know that you weren't at least a foot off the ground. You weren't.
Yeah, it's a foot. You can see the cameras looking right at the waves.
Not a foot. It's a claim a foot, but no demonstration that it's actually a foot.
It's looking at the waves coming into the shore, dude. It's right down near the ground.
You can see the waves, and I can give you a 6 foot or 8 foot camera that will show you the same thing.
Okay, I gotta shut his mouth. You can see more of the the camera being placed on the tripod right low to the ground if you watch the original video it came from. I know you have. I'm not going to waste my time anymore than I already have posting stuff that you've looked at probably thousands of times in the past 5 years. You already know. Anyhow.
So now I said I wouldn't talk about the black swan.
Shut your whining mouth. I'm just going to give you the 4. I'm just going to give you the 4 feet. That's not even 3 miles.
You unmuted me so I could talk, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to give you the 4 feet.
I'm not going to address the black swan. I told you that earlier.
It's not even 3 miles.
You're trying to lure me in. I'm not going to do it. I don't care. I'm not addressing it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to try to set the table here. So I'm going to give you the 4 feet. That's not even 3 miles. So the point that I made stands. We're still looking at way too much water out in the distance for what you said is happening to actually be happening. Go ahead. He doesn't want to talk if he can't be constantly filibustering.
I mean, we have other black swans if he doesn't like this one for some reason.
He says he's not addressing the black swan.
Well, which I told you that
none of the black swans at all.
2 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, whatever it was. I don't want to address that. I want to get on with what I was originally
of the black swans. Is that
because again, we're dealing with a closed-in area. Even at 6 and 9 miles, you're not going to see curvature, and or demonstrate curvature. The only curvature you're going to see is things disappearing over the horizon.
Your math of the globe says otherwise. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's
I don't want to address the black swan.
What are you talking about?
Okay, I gotta shut his mic off because he's taking up too much airtime now just to talk shit. So, yeah, we are gonna see it. That was the entire point of posting the observation. we're supposed to have a horizon at 1 mile. Or if you want 4 feet, it should be somewhere less than 3 miles. We're going to have that horizon. We're seeing the horizon further than 9, so that seems to comport with all those citations I gave you about the physics of water, which say that it finds its level. That looks like what's happening here. It's not finding some kind of a curve where you should only be able to see a mile out in front of you before it drops off out of sight. So, dude, try to actually, stick to the points here.
So again, I'm not going to address the black swan. Can we get back to demonstrating curvature?
Yeah. Well, can you address what I said? How about that? Just address what I said. I'm not giving you the Modus Tollens QE black swan right now. I'm doing something else. Address that.
I didn't hear what you just said.
Okay, well, I'm putting you on mute then, because you're just filling the airwaves up with complete crap because you're not even listening to what you're supposed to be replying to. That's enough of that. I've had enough.
There's so many times you can hear him say "nuh-uh, nuh-uh" before it starts getting boring.
He's scared. Yeah, he's scared of the black swan, man.
Well, he's going all NPC on me. He says he's not going to address the black swan. I think in his head he's thinking of the traditional black swan argument. That's not even what I was doing with that. So
that was a cop out.
Yeah.
Well, as you would say, heretic. Next.
Yeah, let's take the next one. How about Tenza?
I'm Spartacus.
I'm Spartacus.
He's just exhausting because he never shuts up and he doesn't really address anything, and most of what it is whining, and I don't know. Does anybody else want to take a crack at him? Because I'm fucking sick of it.
Doesn't seem to be here for the honest conversation. He just wants to that's not a foot off the ground. That's not what you said. That's not that. I can't deal with that.
But you notice how, that's not a foot off the ground. It must be about 4 feet. I was like, I'll give you 4 then. Fine. I don't even want to split hairs about this point. It totally doesn't matter because the same conclusion stands even if it's 4 feet. It's not, but we could just say that, and the same conclusion would stand. Everything would be the same. The horizon's still too far. And he didn't want to engage with that. He went, oh, well, then refraction. He pivoted to another excuse. He's got them all lined up. So, it's just showing that no matter what you give him, it's going to be excuse after excuse, and he gets one excuse knocked down, and he's just going to pop up with another one. Right, Mr. Angelo? Just got all your excuses.
Didn't find any Globers to talk for you guys? I'm sorry.
No, just you.
He's scared of the black swan.
You're taking up all the airspace.
Damn, Angela, you're shaking your boots about the black swan. Damn.
To be fair, it is pretty scary, though, how we're not able to detect any drop-over distance in that image. I'd be scared if I was a Glober as well.
Yeah. So, that's...
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, really well with those citations of water that it gave you. You said there's supposed to be this curvature drop and all that, and the maths of that work out to a 1 mile distant horizon, and we don't see that. It just looks like the water's finding its level the same way that those citations I gave you all said it does. So, if that's the physics of water, it necessarily follows you're on a flat Earth, Mr. Angelo. No globe. Globe busted. Sorry.
That wasn't real footage. That wasn't a real day.
Yeah, whatever excuse you can come up with, whatever you can do to deny, the nature of things around you. If that is truly what water is doing, which, by all accounts, obviously it is, you're on a flat Earth. Sorry. There can be no other conclusion. It's proof. It's deductive. I didn't run to the black swan.
It's empirical.
It's an observation. I didn't give you the modus tollens that some of them do. I didn't do that. I'm just using this as a corroborating piece of evidence for the citations I gave you, which you tried to nuh-uh. And you said, oh, they're talking specifically about small scales. No, they're not. They didn't limit it to a small scale. They just said water does this, period. You're looking for any way out.
Yeah, and I agreed that water does do that. You didn't hear me that hard, did
Game
you?
over. Rest in peace.
No, you jumped again from water finds its level to Earth flat. Period. Game over.
Necessarily, because most of the Earth is covered in water. So if water is seeking its level, then the Earth itself is just as level as that water.
And you don't see any curvature at all in that, do you?
Well,
water always seeks its level. Yeah, you just said water's always seeking its level.
And from your point of view, you don't see the curvature. I agree.
You got topography, but you don't have continuous surface curvature as you would have on a sphere. Just topography and just elevation.
Oh, so the water changes in elevation as you go across the ocean?
Well, I mean, you got mean sea level, which is an average because there's high tide and low tide and stuff.
So there is no water finds its level. What's causing the tides, by the way?
No, don't say there is no water finds its level. Can we go back to what we previously both agreed, that water is always seeking its level? Always seeking its level. Okay?
As long as it's not in free fall and in a container.
No, it's seeking its level then, too. It just isn't resting, so...
Yeah, stop getting confused about that. It's like you want to keep getting confused about that. That is
a sphere.
That is something you can't change. And if, like Heretic said, most of this world, realm, whatever you want to call it, is water. So how can you justify water curving all the way around a sphere when all we are seeing is water seek its level to a mean sea level across the whole world? So where did the curvature come from?
Yep.
And you're acting like we're saying the crazy things. You're the one who gets confused about this every 3.5 seconds.
Crazy.
You are. You're saying water doesn't seek its level.
Yeah,
I was making a sarcastic remark about your observation when you're looking at a flat Earth because of your perspective, being on the ground or anywhere within 100 miles of the surface of the Earth. You're not 100 miles. I'd say anywhere about 50,000 feet of the surface of the Earth. You're going to be very hard for you to discern with your own eyeballs any curvature. However, as you gain altitude, you definitely start seeing curvature.
We already should have seen it at 1 foot at 1 mile. That should have been the cutoff. We saw further than that, so no curvature detected. We don't need to go any further. GG.
You're also assuming you're seeing curvature. No, but you're also assuming you're seeing curvature, and that's a gross misinterpretation.
Yeah, the cutoff.
How are you confirming we're seeing curvature in the first place? You can't just make that claim and say, oh, when we go up high, we see curvature. No, you're seeing a circle of your vision. And as you get higher, that circle becomes more of a 360 perfect circle around you. What's that got to do with physical drop and curvature? You're just making assumptions.
Nothing. He's just running away from the point. The curvature that he's saying that we'll see is the same curvature that should have given us a horizon at 1 mile in that picture. It's not there. Obviously.
No, you're not going to get a horizon at 1 mile in any picture or 3 miles in any picture that's exactly the mileage that you want because, again, you're not taking into account the fact that the Earth has an atmosphere. If Earth didn't have an atmosphere, yeah, you could be precise on your horizon. Well, but you wouldn't be able to do it with the surface water in there and, without an atmosphere, the water would begin to start creating an atmosphere because it would start to vaporize.
Yeah.
So where do we have a problem here? We have a problem with the surface of water with an atmosphere, and you're trying to make an accurate measurement of when the obstruction of the curvature of the Earth gets in the way of things that you see that are beyond that curvature, which can be estimated to be at 6 feet, around 3 miles.
That's a problem. That's also a problem.
And it's an estimate.
How can you have an atmosphere on a globe when it's an open system, open to a vacuum?
Again, when you don't believe in gravity as making it a container, then, too bad. That's not my problem. That's a you problem.
Is that a belief?
Yeah, you're denying gravity exists.
Yeah, a belief. So it's not something that can be empirically demonstrated. It's just a belief.
Gravity has been demonstrated in a lot of different ways.
Okay.
But if you want to demonstrate, if you want to go down that argument, I'm not going to argue with you about whether you believe it or not and whether there's been proof for gravity. There's been plenty of proof that gravity has an effect on things.
What's gravity?
Okay.
We need to gravity containing gas.
Well, just talk over.
Yeah, we need proof for gravity-containing gas. Otherwise, you can't have an atmosphere that you just appealed to.
Sure, the curvature of space-time causes the Earth to literally be wrapped in gases that are basically falling towards the center of the Earth, all the way around the globe.
That's just your claim. You can't ask for proof of it.
Again, you don't want to demonstrate the proof. The proof is go out in space and take a look at it. You can see it happening. You'll know you'll be out in the vacuum of space.
Oh, just go space. Just go space, guys, and prove it. Yeah.
Hey, there are private companies doing that
Angelo,
now.
did you do that?
There are private companies doing
Angelo,
that
did you
now.
do that? Did you do that?
Me personally, no. I took the trust and advice of.
So you haven't met the criteria of proof of what you believe in, you yourself. Your own criteria for what would actually prove what you already believe, you haven't even met that yourself. What do you guys think of that?
What do you think of that?
Yeah, dude, this is your belief, and you're pushing your belief through faith. But you have no verification of any of this, and you're talking to us. Let me finish. You're not chopping me off.
All right.
You are claiming, you are talking to us like this is knowledge. You don't know this. You believe this because you believe the story you've been told. The only evidence you've brought up is you think when you go high enough that the horizon becomes the physical curve of the Earth. But Heretic has been demonstrating to you, you have no geometric horizon that can be demonstrated. You're just saying these things because you believe it.
I've also demonstrated that water is level, which therefore necessarily follows from that the Earth is flat.
Okay, so the demonstration for gravity has been done in colleges all around the country every year on Cavendish.
I know you're going to give us Cavendish. Okay, look, I need something specific.
So you're going to walk all over me, and you asked me to answer, and now you walk all over
Angelo,
me.
Listen,
great, thanks a lot. Ruth, you might want to complain about Heretic being an idiot.
Listen, you made a claim of gravity-containing gas. We need your demonstration to be specific to gas.
Matter and mass itself attracts other mass.
Okay,
does gas have mass?
Yeah, you can't do it.
Question, does gas have mass?
No, you're trying to leap a logic here is what you're going to do.
No, I'm giving you a question based like you do to me because you won't demonstrate whether gas has mass or not, will you?
You can't actually demonstrate what you claim.
What is the mass of hydrogen?
Listen, you can't... Sorry.
What is the mass of carbon dioxide?
I got to mute him. You can't demonstrate what you're claiming specific to gas. So you're going to go to some other state of matter and then try to conflate them all together even though they don't have the same properties. So the very fact that you can't actually use the gas that you're making the claim about in the demonstration is enough for me to conclude that you don't have such a demonstration or any of the evidence for what you claim with gas. Thanks.
I do have a demonstration. Here's your demonstration for gas. Carbon dioxide.
Space can hold down gas, but
when you have.
Hold on, who's hot micing? I think it's Casey.
Can you hear me?
Casey, do you mind muting up a bit, mate? Thank you.
Okay. Carbon dioxide. Okay. Hang on. Frozen carbon dioxide, when it evaporates, it turns into a gas. That gas doesn't go evenly distributed everywhere. It actually rolls off of the carbon dioxide and falls to the ground.
Yeah.
Now that's an example of gravity acting on mass, a gas.
That's an assertion.
Can see it.
Bare assertion.
Okay, so first of all, you asked for it, so there you go.
Wrong. Second of all, you just made a bare assertion. You didn't actually demonstrate the cause of the phenomenon that you also didn't demonstrate. You just made an assertion about it.
You've never seen carbon dioxide, literally rolling out of a box and falling.
You know that the atmosphere is mostly homogeneous, right?
As it warms up,
it's homogeneous. It's a homogeneous mixture of gas.
No, it's not actually. As you go further up in the atmosphere, you have less oxygen, so you don't have a homogeneous mix.
Yeah, you have less of everything, but still a homogeneous mix. You just have less.
It's not. No, the quantity of the percentage of oxygen in that section, say at the top of Everest, in the percentage is less than the percentage that you find down at. I think the surface is like 14%.
Okay, provide citation. Go ahead. Go ahead, cite it. Because I've read thousands of times.
Gee whiz, kid, can you cite that you didn't?
You're going to have to cite it.
Yes, I can.
You need to cite it because you're wrong on this one, dude. You need to provide something to show otherwise. Otherwise, just move past it and stop saying things that you can't back up, right? Otherwise, it's just going to get messy if you keep making claims you don't back up.
I would also like a citation for that, honestly.
I just want to get to the bit where he understands that the globe is a belief and it's fine to have a belief. You know, we just want to get to that bit, though, that you understand that the direct evidence for the curvature or motion of the Earth isn't there. The only thing you have is a model, and that requires faith, and that's fine. You may decide this is the best model you've ever seen for anything ever. That's fine. You can believe it and worship it, but it is a faith and it is a belief, and that's the bit we need to get to. Otherwise, we're just going to go back and forth until you realise that. Or you can provide some direct evidence of curvature or motion, which clearly you're not doing.
If what he says turns out to be true, is that the problem for flat Earth, you'd say? If oxygen's less present, like in percentage, as altitude increases?
Explain why that would be a problem.
That's what I'm asking. What would it be?
Well, he's trying to make a gravity claim, right? He's trying to say that the denser gases are pulled down by gravity. He doesn't have the observed phenomenon. I mean, yes, the gas will settle at the bottom of a container for a little while, when you first pour it out. But, it doesn't really settle. It's always trying to equilibrate. And it does eventually just become homogeneous with the surrounding air.
Okay, so explain to me what your position is. Does gas, does all gas weigh, don't they have mass? Is that what your position is?
Who cares about that? That's a Glober thing. Not saying anything about mass.
Hey, Fry, I got something for you to think about. This is one that used to be a famous anti-flat earther called Kosho. And this question caused him to reconsider the globe. So if gas has mass and weight, therefore weight, and you let out like a huge rip, just bust ass, does your body weight go up or down?
I mean, let me think about it. Okay, so I think it would go down, but it would go down by a small amount.
Yeah, it should, right? That's what they should. If globe, and you say your whole digestive system was completely packed with gas, couldn't get one more molecule of gas in there, and you rip it all out, your weight should go down.
Yes.
It goes up. Your weight goes up.
Does it?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Because the buoyant force of the
making
gas,
it more buoyant or what?
Yeah, the digestive gases are buoyant. They lift you up, almost like a balloon.
Oh, that's crazy. That's pretty crazy.
He was dumbfounded. Kosho went all in. He was 100%. I'm like, yeah, don't. The conversation was amazing. He's like, yeah.
I'm impressed. That's measurable. I did not think that would be measurable. So your fart basically rises to the top.
Yeah, it's not measurable in the sense, mathematically. It turned out the one of the sources was some people. This was like a fad at some point for that. Where you ask people questions and then the experts answer, and then they lock their answers behind paywalls. I'm trying to think what the website's called right now.
Uh-huh.
So that it was kind of a fad question for a while, and each expert trying to cram in as much math as possible. And finally, people just kept coming up mathematically, your weight will go up.
It's pretty funny. That makes sense.
Well, that's interesting because they like to bring up how if you fill up a container with gas, it's going to weigh more than it did without it. But that would be, I mean,
It does.
the gas is pressing out in all directions, though, and weight has a directional bias, right? It's supposed to be down, but the gas is just pressing, should be pretty much equally in all directions, right? So, I mean, I could see how the container would weigh a bit more with the gas pressing down, but it's also pressing outward and upward and everywhere else too, right?
So, Heretic, why does a helium balloon go up?
So you're saying gas
It's a-
doesn't have a mass?
That's
Doesn't
You
have
put it
weight.
inside a container?
If weight is a directional bias, then by definition it doesn't have that.
So why is
So
it when
why
you fill
does
an
a
oxygen
helium balloon
tank, it
go-
weighs a little bit more than when you have an empty oxygen tank?
Well, you heard what Crit just said. It's not that simple.
Yeah,
sometimes
Crit, I
something
think you
with
know me.
sometimes
Go ahead and answer that.
Sometimes you don't have gas, or you remove the gas from something and it weighs less.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Without gas in an oxygen tank,
Oh,
it
sorry.
weighs slightly less than with
That's right,
when it's
misspoke.
filled
It
with
weighs
gas.
more. It weighs more, is what he said.
It weighs more when you take the gas out?
Yes, that's what he said.
Yes, due to buoyancy. Yes.
Yeah, because there's more
Okay,
buoyant
wait,
gas with
hang
gas.
on.
What kind of gas are you putting in there?
There's a difference between mass and weight, first of all.
Yes.
Your weight goes changes, but like your mass definitely decreases.
Okay, because there's less material. Well, that depends how you want to define mass. Because there's less material.
Yeah, that's one way to look. Yep, that's pretty much what it is.
But then there's also less buoyant force. So you're going to go down harder. So more weight.
That's what you need
So
to
this is
create the
what-
gas pressure for the fart, Fry. That's what you need.
That's why-
Necessary antecedent is to make the fart container, right?
Globalists
Yeah,
have
this is going to come down to I need a container to have gas pressure.
the globalists have a hard time wrapping their head around the concept that forces work in twos. They only see the world in one force, a downward force caused by gravity, but which is also the effect. So they've got this like Star Trek, Star Wars, whatever idea of dark and light forces that have massacred the universe by the power of Grayskull. And you're trying to get them out of that like very sophomoric grade school level understanding of how the world works. And they just can't do it. They just can't. They just really just can't do it. It's like this endless cope where they just keep slapping that gravity button until they finally get a ball.
I reckon they all get together, they sit down and they go, what else can we use gravity for? We've got it for mass attracting mass, we've got it for downward bias, we've got it for orbits, we've got it for entropy reduction. What else can we use gravity for?
Jump off a building.
Tell you, that's a great
Mic
experiment.
drop,
You ought to
mic
try it
drop.
there.
Mic drop, fellas.
Heretic, one of these days you and I are actually going to get along.
We already do. This has been great. I'm having a ball.
Oh shit, he said it.
He did. Welcome
Having
to
a
the
ball.
baller.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Are you that
damn.
desperate? Are you that desperate for a globe win that you're going to welcome me to the
We
globe?
got you, Heretic.
Well, you did that with the flat Earth when
We
you
won.
immediately said, water finds its level. Oh, got a flat Earth. Thank you.
Well, yeah, that's a deductive
So
conclusion.
you and and it's a deductive conclusion that once you
It's
see what you said
live
wrong,
streamed as well. I'm gonna clip it now. Hang on, give me a minute.
yeah, please
Okay,
do
it's
that.
all over. Yeah, I obviously admitted that the Earth is a globe because of that. Yeah, I said I made a stupid pun. It's all
Way to
over.
go. Congratulations.
Yeah.
The pun
Everybody
fell-
light up your cigars. The Earth's a globe. Thanks to Heretic.
Yeah, shut down the VC that I spent the last 2 years on. Go away with my tail between my legs because I made a stupid pun. It's all over.
The pun
I
fell
don't think your
flat.
head was between your legs.
It fell flat.
Damn.
Gravity's an effect and there is no cause. You can't prove what causes the downward bias.
Well, if weight has a downward bias, then gas doesn't have weight, does it?
Interesting. What does our Glober friend think of that? Is it great, Angelo?
Yeah, that's me. What's up?
So if gas has mass, and you've been banging on about that, yeah, and mass attracts mass, you've been saying that.
Yep.
Why does gas go up? Away from the Earth?
It depends on which gas we're talking about. Some of the lighter gases don't have enough mass, and they are so active that they don't need to hit the 17,000 miles per hour that's required in order to leave the atmosphere. And
we don't even need to talk about that high yet. Let's talk about how 99% of all gases are created at ground level, where the mass of the Earth and the gravity should be stronger. Okay?
And
then this mass defies gravity and starts going up into the atmosphere. How's that possible if mass is attracting mass as a fundamental force?
Well, again, I'm going to refer to my description of what happens with dry ice, same with oxygen and anything else. Once it's made, it's going to have a specific temperature. And as it warms up in the atmosphere, oxygen will start distributing itself equally in all directions. So will carbon dioxide and all the gases. That's how gases behave within gas law. But gravity itself will keep it on the Earth. Oxygen doesn't free flow all the way up to the upper atmosphere and leave the Earth's, the Earth's gravitational influence. You'll find molecules of oxygen spread out in space, but so few molecules out there that you won't be, obviously you're not going to, anything's going to breathe in it. It's just like a random molecule here, a random molecule there, a random atom here, a random atom there.
So that was some really cool. That was some really cool space law, really interesting. I enjoyed that story there. But which bits of that can you confirm? Because the only thing we can confirm about gas is that you need a container in order for the gas to press on. So I like that story, but which bit comports with actual laws of nature and science that we understand, and which bit's demonstratable of your story?
Okay, well, you're requiring a container, and your demonstration is that it requires a container. I gave you our basic gravitational theory, which is, the warping of space-time that causes gravitational effects to keep the gases on the Earth. You, on the other hand,
okay, hold on. Let's just clarify that
container on why the gases are staying here.
That's fine. I'll do that after. But your claim is that gravity, the warping and bending of space and time, which I would love you to explain what and how that happens to two concepts, because space and time are concepts. But anyway, the warping and bending of space and time is creating what? An entropy reduction or a physical containment barrier? Which one?
All right. Well, first I took us out of classical physics and went into basically quantum physics or Einsteinian physics when we talk about the curvature of space-time. But you can use also classical physics to demonstrate what quantum physics is doing. And that classical physics demonstration is the mass attracting mass. Hence, gas having mass and the Earth having mass, the Earth being a large body having mass, is what's causing the gas to stay on the Earth.
So you now want to throw out your warping and bending of two concepts.
I just don't want to use that.
And you want to replace, but you can't replace Newtonian. You can't replace Einsteinian math with Newtonian math. It's a different cause. It's a different force. You cannot. They don't comport with each other, my friend. It doesn't work like that. You can't just swap one out for the other.
We know the mass of, you can look it up on the periodic table, the mass for each one of the elements and all the gases, including the combination of different elements to make compounds like water vapor and carbon dioxide and so forth. All of that mass is known. And since you know the mass of the Earth, you know what the gravitational attraction of that mass is going to be on those gases and what will be required for those gases to leave the Earth. And they are too heavy to be able to leave the Earth. They are not active enough and mobile enough to do that. Now, that's the description within classical Newtonian physics. The only reason why I mentioned Einsteinian physics is that's just the container overall being described. And there are equations involved for that also on the curvature of space-time. The curvature of space-time on a single atom of, say, carbon, for instance, gaseous carbon, not in its solid state, it's going to fall to the Earth. It's too heavy. So that's the reason why. And technically it has a pull on the Earth itself, but you can't measure it. We don't have the instruments for that. But that's the description of what gravity is. I don't care whether you believe it or not. I just know there's volumes of textbooks and volumes of physics books that describe this phenomenon and all the math that's involved with it.
Was there a proof for gravity containing gas found in any of this conversation?
You must have missed it.
Or it wasn't there. I heard some claims, for sure. So, okay, well, thus we conclude then that no atmosphere is possible on a globe since it's an open system, open to the vacuum of outer space. Therefore, no refraction. If we're not seeing the geometry of the globe, I think that's it. It's over. I mean, it's also over if we're even breathing, I guess, but...
You know what it is over? The fact that you guys can't tell me what's under or the other side of the Earth. Crazy, right?
Side of the Earth, dude. Yeah, take another bong hoot, you loser.
I don't know, he makes a valid point. Tell me what's under the Earth.
He doesn't make a valid point. He has a stupid question. What was his point?
All this technology that we have, and you can't find a way to get to the other side?
No, it's a contained
Or
system.
demonstrate that there's actually a dome?
I think...
Oh my God. All this technology that you guys have, and you can't find friggin' curvature over 10 miles. You can't find 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles.
Have
you
found
claim to have robots on the Mars. Bro, you have not found that. You can't present any empirical evidence of a geometric horizon or drop over distance. We know this for a fact. That's why you're not going to put anything in the side chat to back your claim.
Yeah. Shadow on the moon doesn't count. The fact I can bounce a laser
You're not
off
going
the
to provide
moon
any
showing that we've
evidence
been there.
Bro, that is not empirical evidence of Earth curvature or a geometric horizon. You're pointing at an object in the sky and making assumptions.
No, someone
Absolute
goes
hypocrites.
to the moon, leaves a
Hypocrites.
mirror on the moon,
Pathetic.
allowing me to bounce a laser off of it, and you're telling me that didn't happen.
When you say allowing me to bounce a laser off it, I'm just curious here. Allowing me, that suggests to you personally, to bounce a laser off of this mirror on the moon. Have you ever done that?
What I've done is actually bounce radio signals off the moon.
Which proves what?
What I asked for.
That the moon's an object that can you can bounce radio signals off of it, and the timing.
Notice how I said
indicated that they were.
Notice how I made a specific point.
280,000 miles away.
Hold on for a second. Notice how I made a specific request, and I said you're not going to post anything that validates it in the side chat. Instantly, you just diverted away to looking at the sky and started talking about bouncing a laser off the moon. Because you know that you don't have what I asked for. You have to divert. You have to try to reverse it. Reverse the burden or shift the goalpost because you don't have empirical evidence or any practical demonstrations to show Earth curvature, drop over distance, geometric horizon, don't have it. We can back all our claims up with practical demonstrations on a smaller scale, on the Earth. Right? We have countless amounts of evidence. You guys can't present anything that doesn't require a whole bunch of assumptions or pseudoscience nonsense.
These guys can't even think straight, though. I mean, he's asking us, what's below the Earth? What's outside of the system that we keep telling you is closed? It's closed. I can't get out of it. Matter can't escape it because it's closed. That's consistent with my position. So why would you ask me a question where I would have to break from my position in order to even be able to answer it?
By the way, I posted what you asked for. And I did it off a layman's news channel to make it easier for you to understand.
What you've... That's not what I asked for. I asked for validation of Earth's geometric horizon or drop over distance on the Earth, right? You're looking. This is the moon.
Also, he said he did it himself, and now he's given us a citation or a source, at least, from CNRS News. Chardsy, get in the chat, or I'm just getting rid of you. He's not.
I never asked for it. Oh, he left?
Oh, no. Never mind. The guy responding, right? Just the chat skank. Never mind.
Okay, no. What's this? Great Angelo. Great Angelo, that's not what I asked for.
As far as I can see, his best evidence so far is making up experiments that he never actually did.
And trust me, bro.
Got that going for him. Experiments which aren't even experiments that he made up.
Trust me, bro. A promise. And then refuse to textbooks in the topic. Yeah.
You heard that, Crit? He promised. Did you hear that part?
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. But he said he never promised shit. That's what his promise is worth, obviously. Ned wants to speak. He's new. Go ahead, Ned. We'd like to hear from new people.
Oh, I'm not new, bro.
I don't know what the fuck that guy just said.
He said he's not new, and then rah. He added a brah at the end.
We're all family in here.
Yeah, you know, we just have some issues to work out.
Every family has issues.
Is that it?
Well, you asked a valid question.
Well, 310 almost spoke. Maybe we could get 310.
No, bro. I'm just trying to figure out how to server mute myself. What the hell?
God damn it. Well, I have to server mute you. But I won't do it.
Thanks.
I'll ask Ned's question for you. If you have a perfectly flat Earth, or you have an Earth that's presumably flat, why can't we make accurate maps of the continents and their relationships with each other and distances?
Well, I'm not a cartographer, so I'll just ask you, do we have accurate maps?
All the maps that we seem to have seem to represent a globe.
He answered with a question. That's outstanding.
Yeah,
so I want a flat Earth map.
Well, there's 3 of them.
Just tell me, do we have accurate maps of the Earth?
There's 3 flat Earth maps posted that you can't deny. And if you deny them, you have to ask why they would lie. If you don't know why they would lie, then welcome to flat Earth.
Do we have accurate maps, though?
Where's your 3 maps posted?
Why can't you tell me if we have accurate maps or not?
You don't? Well, I haven't seen your maps yet, so I'm waiting for your maps. Then I'll tell you whether they're accurate or not.
I'm just asking you if we, the royal we, have them. Okay, he knows he's be walking into a trap to answer either way, so he doesn't know what to do.
No, I'm just sitting here trying to figure out what the hell you're asking.
Well, Crit, maybe you could just use the same words that I did, and maybe he'll hear them if it's you saying them. I don't know.
If we're talking about you as a group here in this chat room, no, I haven't seen any of you produce a map.
Okay, are there accurate maps of the Earth?
Yes, there are.
Okay, and what is the Earth?
These maps are projection maps of a globe.
I'm asking what the Earth is.
Hey, my first original question, which requires an answer by you guys that I haven't gotten, which is, do you have any accurate maps based on the fact that you claim the Earth being flat and level? It should be easy to draw a map out.
Well, if you can accurately map the Earth, and the Earth is...
That's not my question. It's you I'm talking to.
Deductively flat, well, then there you go. There's your accurate flat Earth map.
I don't have a map. I haven't seen a single one that you guys have made, or anybody in your community, or for that matter, anyone at all who's made a map based on not considering the curvature of the Earth, just strictly flat, and having all the continents on that map, in proportion based on their distances apart and everything.
Oh yeah, you went around and surveyed the Earth and looked at exactly how
it has been surveyed already.
Yeah, you went around and you checked the relationships between the lands.
I'm not the one making the claim.
No, well, I mean,
again, no flat Earth map equals no flat Earth.
There you go. Yeah, no, that's a reification.
Same jump that you said, that water finds its level. Oh, flat Earth.
No, that doesn't really fly.
That's the same one.
Yeah, that doesn't fly.
May not fly with you. It's why it didn't fly with me when you first did it.
What does a map prove?
If your Earth is truly flat, you would be able to make a map. It would prove that the Earth was flat.
Why don't you ever answer anything? What does a map
prove? It would prove the Earth that the Earth was flat because your measurements would line up with a flat plane. A 2D map.
Expose the problem with your thinking. That's a reification fallacy to say that the map.
No, it's not. It's very easy to demonstrate with mathematics.
Look, that is the dictionary example of a reification fallacy, dude.
No, let me demonstrate it this way. Before you jump all over me about which debate fallacy I'm using, let's give you a real answer here. You want, okay? You want a flat Earth. You've got a flat Earth map. How to make that flat Earth map is a 2D plane that you're working off of, which is the expanse of the Earth being flat, which means you only have to deal with coordinates that are on the Y and X axis, not on the Z. So therefore, the Y and X axis should be able to you should be able to put dots on points on that plane and lay out where that map is. And that's all been done. Every state, every coastline, they've all been mapped out. Unfortunately, the surveyors have noticed something funny when they were doing their mapping, that there's curvature for some reason. They took into account for curvature, and the map works really well on a globe. I've yet to see a flat earther using the same survey equipment, make the same measurements.
Right, can I respond? It's been going on for a minute. Yeah, so do these maps have latitude and longitude?
The ones that have latitude and longitude are based on a globe. That's spherical geometry.
No, they're not. No, they're not. That's incorrect.
Okay, show me your flat Earth map with latitude and longitude that isn't a projection of a globe.
So lat and long is based on angle measurements to stars. So you could say that it's based on a celestial.
No, it's not. It's based on this point at the North Pole.
Where did you get latitude? Okay, how was latitude derived then? Explain.
Based circular lines from the North Pole going out are lines of latitude. Horizontal lines going out from that central point at the North Pole, longitude, not the stars.
How did you get the latitudes initially? Where do those come from? How are they derived? What methodology was used to derive latitude?
You find where the North Pole is, the north rotational pole of the Earth. Because all you have to do is watch where the sun is.
What methodology? Oh, the sun.
It's simple. On the equinox, when the sun is at the equator, you can use the sun for that. You don't have to use all the stars and everything else. You can use the sun and find where due north is. Travel north, wait for the next equinox, okay? You're going to see the sun at the point of the horizon. You'll know you're at that point. That's the only place on Earth where you'll see the sun right at the horizon on the equinox.
So we're going to be using measurements to celestial bodies then to derive latitude and longitude.
No, that's just to find that point, that starting point. At that point, you can measure in degrees in distance from the equator to the.
What's the equator? What's the equator?
And without a sphere on a flat surface, hold on.
What is the
equator? Again, on a flat sphere, okay, on a flat surface, not a sphere.
No, look, I like to keep it pretty concise and bullet form and back and forth, and you talk way too much, and it's a filibustering tactic. I also don't like to mod my own conversations, but I can't take any more of this. What's the equator?
Am I muted? I don't know, because I don't have the...
What's the equator? I'm just going to go back and forth and get concise answers to the questions I'm asking, because I'm not going to listen to you ramble for 5 minutes per every one-sentence answer that I'm asking for.
The equator is found on the day that when every observer that's between the Tropic of or north of the Tropic of Cancer and north and south of Capricorn, I think I got it the right way. I think I've got it backwards. Anyway, where the sun rises in the east for every observer on that one particular day.
Got it.
Wherever the sun is traveling at that point gives you the equator.
Good. Got it. So that's the path of the sun. So all of this stuff is to do with the celestial sphere, not a terrestrial
one. It's a sphere. It's a sphere, though. That's the point.
Yeah,
and you have to be on a sphere.
A celestial one. And what you're doing is making the mistake of transposing that into a terrestrial sphere, conflating it with one.
You've got a big problem. When you go in the southern...
Yeah, I know, you kept blabbing. Dude, it's giving me a headache. You never shut the fuck up. That's why I'm finally resorting to the mute. It's been over an hour. I haven't really done it, so I've done it right. But yeah, the point is that latitude and longitude are derived from the stars, angle measurements to stars, the sun, etc. So what you're doing is you're conflating a celestial sphere with a terrestrial one, saying that the ground must be a ball because you have the spherical heavens, or the apparently at least spherical heavens, that you're getting all these coordinates from, the reference points for navigation and such, the latitude and longitude system, and then imposing that onto the ground. That's what you're doing. I can't stand this guy any longer because he rambles too much, so if somebody wants to jump in and talk to him, that'd be cool.
Well, Heretic, you actually proved Flerf's law, which is basically given a a flat earther will eventually make a statement that will prove that the Earth's a globe. And what you just did is made that statement by saying, using the celestial sphere to create the coordinates of latitude and longitude creates a serious problem once you pass the equator and go into the southern hemisphere, because the stars are now rotating in the opposite direction. Your latitude and longitude measurements are based on a celestial, basically a celestial point in the south, the celestial point of rotation, and that only happens on a sphere.
So, okay, that's an assertion, but the stars are rotating the opposite direction. What do you mean by that? They're not going east to west?
Are they going the opposite direction? Okay, are they going clockwise or counterclockwise in the south?
Well, that would be relative to a point.
They're counterclockwise.
Yeah. So
you have a problem. How are you demonstrating that on a flat Earth?
Are you saying that you passed the equator and then now everything in the sky is suddenly going clockwise?
Everything to the south of you is going counterclockwise.
So that means you face south and you observe clockwise star motion.
Okay, it's counterclockwise in the north and clockwise in the south.
So I'm in the north and I can't face south and see the stars apparently go clockwise?
No, you won't be able to see the southern stars doing that.
Yeah, but I would be. Yeah, I would. What are you talking about?
Have you verified this for yourself? Any of it?
Yeah, I mean, let's say I'm at 40 degrees latitude north. I'm facing south. What, the stars aren't going to be going apparently clockwise?
They're going to go east and west, east to west.
It's going to be apparently clockwise, though, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's not really a problem.
Right, which means it's a sphere.
Why?
Yeah, thank you.
Why?
Because when you turn north, which way are the stars going?
Counterclockwise. It's a relative
Exactly.
direction. Exactly.
And when you're in the south, when you're in the deep south, okay, and you're looking north, which way are they going?
Counterclockwise.
And when you're looking south, which way are they going?
East to west.
Clockwise, and it doesn't matter where you are. You just turned around.
But you're not seeing that on a flat Earth, are you?
Why not? Clockwise and counterclockwise are relative to a point, right? An axis.
Right, and that's why, and so therefore you shouldn't have a 24-hour sun out on the edges because of that same rotation that you're talking about, yet you do.
Not. You're strawmanning.
But you have a 24-hour, we have a 24-hour sun in the south.
Angela,
I'm telling you a fact.
Yeah, no, why don't you listen to what my position is before you tell me what it is?
Your celestial observation is proving a globe. Thank you.
My celestial what's that? What's my celestial observation? That's apparently clockwise when I face south, apparently counterclockwise when I face north, and it don't matter where I am.
Yeah, that's another big problem, because when you're looking south out of Australia and you're looking south in Peru, as I have done, I see that same rotation of those same stars that the person in Australia does.
Dude, you just talk too much. Anyway, to get to the point, there's two apparent points of rotation in the sky. Why is that a problem over a flat surface exactly? Because that's all that's happening.
Again, same reason. If your best example would be southern Africa and southern Argentina. Both of them are going to see the celestial pole, basically the rotation of the stars in the same direction, due directly south, which is impossible on a flat Earth because they're pointing off in different directions.
Can you show me the flat Earth that you're visualizing this on? Just post it in the chat.
Again, I've been asking you for your map, so I can't go. I can only go by what I assume is your map.
Why did you make a claim?
Because every Gleason map that you guys have used, every Gleason map that you guys have used is a flat Earth. Well, describe to me how the continents are laid out. This is the question that.
You are a mess, dude. Okay, you just said that the way that you guys have the continents configured, you're going to see all this stuff at the same time that you shouldn't be able to see. Then you went into Gleason's map, which is a globe. You wouldn't let me say that. You tried to talk over me. And then you said we don't even have a map. You've got a whole bunch of different stuff going on there. Just pick a lane, please, so I know what to argue with.
Well, you don't have a map, and that's the problem. Because if you have...
Okay, I don't have a map, so don't tell me what we're going to see based on the Flat Earth map now that you have basically stated that your position is that we don't have a map. Go ahead.
Yeah, that'll be fine. I've got... Okay. I'll take your word for it. You don't have a map, and I can't make that claim. No, I can make a claim on any flat Earth. On any flat Earth, 2 points on that flat Earth looking south, not north, because north would obviously have to be at the center, or else you wouldn't have an accurate
going back to the AE map. You're going right back to the AE map saying that.
No, I'm not going to the AE map.
Yes,
I'm just
you are.
declaring we're going to use the North Pole.
North doesn't have to be the center of anything. That's not my claim. So don't, argue that against me, please.
All right, fine. Any point on your map that you pick as the center.
You just say I don't have one, dude.
You make a map, any map.
I just said I don't
care what
have
you
a
got.
map, dude.
Any point on any flat plane. Forget about a map. Let's just put an island out in the middle of an ocean somewhere, and we'll call that point the center of the flat map. Okay? In that direction, from that point, any direction in any way you go, it's got to be south, right? The problem is your celestial sky that has latitude and longitude has placed continents somewhere on that flat surface.
And I would like to know an equidistant projection of a ball centered around various points.
No, I'm talking about your equator.
Exactly. No, you're not. You keep
so you don't have an equator. Now you're leaving the Earth, whatever map that was made before you, and saying, I don't have a map, I have no idea where the continents are, I can't demonstrate where south is or north is without a map at all.
Okay, yeah, you just keep strawmanning relentlessly.
That's what you're doing. You're saying that.
Latitude and longitude are derived from celestial observations. It's not something on the ground. You don't walk around tripping on latitude lines. Something that you derive from observing the heavens.
Correct. Now, let's go here. Can you walk to underneath the Polaris, the North Star? Can you actually get there?
No, I think.
Can you get close to it?
No, I think it's water and it's also guarded. I can't go there.
How about Barrow, Alaska? Can you go there?
Probably. Never heard of it.
Yeah. Do you know how far that is from the North Pole?
No.
I think it's only about 400 miles.
Sweet. Well, book a ticket.
That should get you pretty darn close to underneath that point, correct?
Yeah, so then what?
So you should then know where the center of your map is if you wanted to make that map.
I'm not going to base a map, a north-centered fucking Gleason's AE map.
Would you agree that looking...
Why would I do that? Okay. Why would I center...
Forget the map. Forget the map. You're right.
What do you mean forget? Dude, you're a mess. A minute ago you said I don't have a map. Now you're trying to push me into making a map, which is another north-centered AE projection, which I've already told you is a projection from a ball. I'm not going around going, oh, let's pick this point. Yeah, that's the center of our flat Earth. Now let's project it azimuthally from there and come up with the same map that I'm telling you already won't work to accurately describe the layout of the continents. Why do you keep pushing this straw man?
Okay, heretic. Forget the map, the global map or anything. You're at Point Barrow, you find the North Star, you can see it. You're over in northern Russia, up in Siberia, about the same distance away from the North Pole. Again, seeing the same North Star. But you're looking at the same direction as the guy in Point Barrow. And you go to Greenland, and you go to Northern Europe and Norway, and you see the same North Star. At night, in fact, if you do it in the wintertime and you're north of the Arctic Circle, all of you see the same North Star at the same time. Now, if you go to southern Africa and southern Argentina,
now you're going to say there's an equal opposite phenomenon. Can we cut ahead? You're going to say there's an equal opposite phenomenon, right?
Hold on. Those two people see the same star. Those two people see the same star through a short time, through a very short time during the month of June, and that's when all of that area is dark enough for both of those two continents to be dark enough to see the same southern stars or same southern celestial rotation. How is that possible on a flat Earth?
Okay, you have 2 points of rotation to the sky. Why is that a problem with the horizontal plane?
Because anybody who's looking from Africa would not be looking straight south if the guy in Argentina on a flat Earth was looking straight south.
Okay, now you're going back to AE maps. Yeah, you're going back to AE
I'm not.
maps.
No, that's not AE map.
Yes,
That's
you are,
just
because you need to have some sort of concept of how these land masses are configured relative to one another.
Good.
And where are you getting that if not from an AE map?
Thank you. That's what I want to show you.
Well,
You have the ability
that you're making, dude.
You have the ability on a flat Earth.
How these lands lay out relative to one another.
Exactly.
Where is that concept coming from?
No, not my concept. I want your concept.
Yes, it is your concept because this is your claim and your premise.
No. I'm making this claim on what we observed. That's just what they observe, okay? Now I want you to tell me, how is that observation possible on a flat Earth with a flat map? So that's your burden now.
Flat map. We don't need a flat map to prove the terrain because that would be a reification fallacy.
No, you do. You need one. Because otherwise you're not going to be able to demonstrate how a person in Africa sees the same thing as a person in Argentina.
Terrain, dude. So I've been asking you over and over again. Your point essentially is that there's 2 points of rotation apparently to the sky, right?
No, I'm saying that there are 2 people in 2 different locations that see the identical same thing.
You went off of what you've been talking about onto something else now.
We both agreed there was a rotation in the sky. You and I both agreed to that.
Yeah, I've been asking you what the problem is with having 2 apparent
points. The problem is that 2 people...
I've been asking you what the problem is with having 2 apparent points of rotation to the sky over a horizontal plane. You've never answered. Now you've gone off to this claim that 2 people from 2 different locations can't see what they see. It's not addressing the actual conversation that we're having. You just changed it.
And I want you to...
You just talked all the way through your mute. You're not addressing what we actually started out talking about. You've now changed the topic, so you've red herringed away from the actual point that was being discussed at first, which is just the 2 apparent points of rotation. I was asking you why that's a problem for a flat Earth. I never got an answer. Now you're telling me that these 2 people on these 2 land masses can't see what the fuck ever. So you're making me jump.
I demonstrated the problem.
You're making me jump all over the place, chasing all sorts of different claims that you will never come to any kind of conclusive sort of proof for whatsoever. So it's just I can never chase you down, basically, as long as you just keep jumping and bouncing around from thing to thing to thing. It's like,
okay, it's a globey tactic, heretic.
Yeah. So before you go on to this crap, right, that you're on right now, and I'll get to it, I want to conclude the first thing. What is the problem with 2 apparent points of rotation to the sky over a horizontal plane? I'm not letting you bounce around. I'm not going to let you even speak if you're just going to come up with something that you're going to blab about, not accept any rebuttal to, and then just try to red herring away from, because that means we'll never find a conclusion to any topic you bring up, and you're worthless to this forum then. So tell me what the problem is.
I absolutely agree. There are 2 points of rotation in the north and the south. And you said, what is the problem? Well, the problem is, I demonstrated in the north that multiple locations can see the southern or the northern rotation.
Tell me what the problem is with 2 apparent points of celestial rotation.
Keep muting me so I don't give...
Yeah, again, you're not addressing. I'm going to just mute you.
Put it in
every time you don't address it. I've let you speak a lot, dude. You've been in here for over an hour. I didn't mute you at all for about the first hour, but I'm sick of the tactics. I just want an answer to the question. What is the issue with 2 apparent points of rotation?
Put it in a logical argument or synergism.
The issue is the southern rotation cannot be observed in more than one location at the same time if the Earth were truly flat.
How so?
What?
If you have a northern rotation that seems to be going in such a direction that every time you look south, the opposite rotation is occurring. Eventually, when you get far enough south, you should see more of that rotation. If you are on a flat Earth, you don't.
Okay. So you're conceptual. I get it. So what you're envisioning here is concentric rings of latitude, circles of latitude around the North Pole, right? All the way out, and they're getting wider and wider out towards the south, right?
Yes, they don't get smaller.
So like I said 10 minutes ago, AE map, that's a globe projection, not my claim. Got it now? You're beating
I'm not talking about those concentric circles either. Again,
This is why I'm muting you. I told you 10 minutes ago, that right there is not my claim. I've been telling you for 10 minutes now that you've been beating up a Gleason's or AE map. I've been telling you that's not my claim. Do you want to listen to my claim and then try to respond to that instead of this other dog shit that you've claimed for me?
Your claim doesn't work because you don't have a map to demonstrate.
Okay, you haven't listened to my claim, you jackass. Do you want to hear it or not?
You keep muting me before I...
Yes, because you're telling me what my fucking claim is over and over again. I'll speak. Listen, if you're going to open your mouth to tell me what my claim is, I will shut your mouth so that I can make my claim myself. I don't need you to make it for me. You've got no clue what it is. Fair enough?
Nathan Oakley Clome, how do my balls taste?
I never said that, so that's another desperate reach.
That's a SA threat. That's a TOS violation.
Yeah, I think he's done, guys. I think that's it.
You've just over and over again. Look, great, Angelo. You've got a shitty argument, dude. It's based on your concept of an AE map, flat Earth. Okay, the AE map is a globe map. All right. If there's flat Earthers out there who have claimed it, which there have been, obviously, you should have corrected them and told them that's a globe projection, bro. Why would the Earth be a globe projection if you think it's flat? That's what you should have said. That's what I'm saying. So don't try to beat me over the head with the AE map I'm not claiming. How about that?
Oh, I'm not muted. What a miracle. So
did you not hear what he said? No, he just said to you, can you have this conversation without being tied to this model that you're insisting we have when we have told you multiple times we don't have a model?
No, I didn't
Flat Earth
say
is not about models.
I didn't say the model at all. Listen carefully to what I'm saying. I'm about to repeat it. Can I please?
We've already done this. We've got the AE map in your head. I'm saying get it out. I'm not claiming AE map. I've told you why.
I think the one who has an AE map in their head.
You say northern. Okay, you say a north-centered projection. You've got lines of latitude concentric to the north, all the way out, getting wider and wider. That is an AE map. Not claiming it. Okay? Can we go ahead from there, please?
Unfortunately, you're the one who said that, not me. I asked you. I said, where do you find the North Star? And how did you get these lines of latitudes on your flat Earth? And you said by celestial observations. So I took you to the North Star. How is that not following your direction?
Okay. Can you see Polaris from south of what you would call the equator?
You cannot see it from, south of the equator, no.
So you're going to need to use some other means to derive latitude down there, so you can't pigeonhole me into a north-centered fucking AE, north-concentric thing for the entire realm.
Right, you're right. And what you do, you look south, and what do you find?
Something equal opposite to what you find in the north?
Something opposite, not exactly equal, because the constellations are entirely different. You know, the star. There's even a small constellation called the Southern Cross. It's right near where the celestial.
Yeah, but you find another apparent point of rotation that everything seems
correct.
to be
Correct. Yeah, exactly. And so you make lines of latitudes from that, right?
Yeah, you're going to have to do something else. You're going to have to use
excellent.
So
we're making this observation. Now, what I'm asking you to do now is demonstrate on that flat Earth that you have how you can accurately measure where the continents are and where they are without having them all stretched out in all different ways. Forget the Gleason map. Just give me a map.
Okay, there are always going to be distortions. All projections.
No, it's not a flat projection. It's impossible for a flat projection to have
that. Because of, like I've told you 1,000 times, to argue that a map is the terrain would be a reification fallacy. So that's not how we argue.
Exactly. Wait, Heretic, was that your argument?
No, that's what he wants me to do. He's trying to require a map of the flat Earth for us in order to prove it, and I've told him to argue from a map would be reification.
Oh, I see. But that's not your argument.
Of course not.
Is it? Yeah.
No, because originally
I don't see why he's demanding it then.
He explained it twice.
Like if he has some sort of concept about that having a relationship to the geometry of the surface, then he should go ahead and make it, right?
Yeah, you go ahead and make it if that's your criteria. Live by your own standard.
At least try to.
Yeah, it's not my standard. I mean, it's already deductively proven flat if the water itself is seeking a flat, even surface level.
So you're running away from my request for a map?
I'm not running away.
The problem you got there is that you've debunked your own map using your own epistemology.
How did I debunk my map?
Look at this AE projection. You slap a flat Earth sticker on it and say it's debunked. You just shot yourself in the foot. You should never.
I don't use an AE projection for a map. I use a globe for a map.
You should have.
No, I use a globe for a map. Why would I bother with the AE projection? I don't need to anymore.
Well,
there are plenty of accurate globes.
That's a globe map.
Yeah, it's a globe projection, but we don't need to use that because on a regular globe, you can actually see Antarctica in the southern hemisphere, and you know how to get there, where it is in conjunction to South America, Australia, and so forth.
Dude, you're projecting the celestial sphere as a terrestrial one again. That's a mistake you keep making. The navigation system is built on using the stars as reference points, essentially. And the heavens appear, apparently as a sphere.
This is what it breaks down to. The globe side doesn't have a map or a model, and rather than face up to it and be honest about their position, they decided to say, well, Flat Earth doesn't have one either.
How do we not have a model? If I give you a globe, and I can actually put around that globe a celestial sphere, I can map out a celestial sphere where all the stars are and have that globe inside that sphere, and it'll demonstrate perfectly how those stars move.
Does that prove a globe?
Again, when we're talking about proofs, it gives you a consensus and a conclusion that's a lot more accurate than a flat earther can with no map and no model.
So no, it doesn't prove a globe.
It's just a pre-assumption.
Jump to whatever conclusion you'd like. I don't care. You're running away from it.
Basically, this is your best argument, I would guess, since, this is what you've been rolling with here. So you can't prove a globe, but I can claim proof of a flat Earth.
Back to water, the physics of water.
There is one day, you guys know, there is one day in the year that demonstrates visually in the sky you have a serious problem when you're dealing with whether or not we're on a sphere or if the Earth were flat.
What day is that?
So things in the sky dictate the ground.
No, this is something that happens.
Times as you interrupt me halfway through my sentence.
I'm going to let him finish the sentence first. He's not done yet. Okay.
What day is that?
On that day, the equinox, everybody in the northern hemisphere watches the sun rise due east, arc up across the sky, and then set due west. And everybody in the southern hemisphere sees the sunrise due east and set due west as it arcs up and across. At the equator, At the equator, the sun rises east and sets in the west and travels directly over your head, not in an arc. The only way for that to happen, if you were on a flat Earth, the sun would actually not be coming up due east on a flat Earth. It would be coming up to your northeast, moving towards you, and then across the sky and moving away from you.
Can you post
in the southern hemisphere?
Okay, anyway, so you said solstice. I figured out while you were talking you actually meant equinox. So could you just post the flat Earth that you're thinking of when you say this stuff, where you go, here's what would happen. Just post that flat Earth, because I don't think we're on the same page.
He has a misconception of flat Earth, obviously.
Well, check the live screen. I didn't say solstice. I always said equinox.
No, you didn't. He said solstice.
Go check the live screen.
Did everybody else hear him say solstice?
I'm not sure, but he
was explaining the north and the south when he said solstice, and he said equinox, explaining the equator rotation.
Yeah, what I got from what he was describing was equinox, but he said solstice. But anyway, we got past that. That doesn't matter. Whatever, misspeak. That's fine. We'll keep going. But now post the flat Earth that you're talking about, where this wouldn't happen. Just post that.
Well, describe to me how you're going to observe something on a flat Earth.
Wow.
And how the sun would behave.
Avoided that very direct.
Celestial sphere, bro.
It's your flat Earth, not mine.
It's just the Earth. It's not mine or yours. It's just a celestial sphere.
I came with 2 proofs now, and you've ignored them. The third proof about...
Well, what's the proof? Okay, start with 1 proof. What's the logical syllogism for number 1? Go ahead.
Which is a whole bunch.
No, don't give me a third proof, because I haven't heard 1 or 2. So now I'm going to cut you off before you go ahead and do that. I'm not going to be as charitable as I was an hour ago, because you're taking a lot more leeway than you're being given. So what's proof number 1? Give me the logical syllogism.
Sorry, I've already given to charity today, so...
What? Dude.
The fuck, man?
Yeah, you got it all backwards. What is the logical syllogism for proof number 1? And why are you offering proof anyway, since you already said within your worldview there isn't any? I'll digress from that for now and ask for the logical syllogism for proof 1.
We'll call them consensuses and conclusions. The Earth's a globe based on the observations we've made. Is that good enough? Not saying proof?
That's
now,
not
you give me some evidence. You give me some evidence that will convince me.
Not a logical. Start over. What is proof number 1?
The observations of multiple locations in the south that see the same celestial rotation in the same location.
Okay. Give me the logical syllogism. Give me the logical syllogism.
That was 1. That's...
No, if it's a proof, logically speaking, then it must have a logical syllogism. What is it?
No, it has a logical...
Yeah, this is going to be a deductive statement, a premise, conclusion, where it must necessarily follow that your conclusion is fact. Now, what is it? What's the syllogism?
I am not going to argue debating analogies with an idiot.
Okay, that's number 1 down. What was claimed proof number 2? Give me the syllogism for that one. You couldn't defend number 1. We'll just move on. What's number 2?
This is not going well.
Number 1.
No, you couldn't defend number 1. So move to number 2. What's number 2? Did you forget?
It sounded like he was ready to insult and not answer the very direct question.
Well, he says there is no proof in his paradigm. Number 1, science doesn't prove things. He chanted that a bunch of times. Then he turns around and claims proof, and then he doesn't know what proof is because he can't actually offer it in a logical format. You're going to have to formalize it, bro.
He's just sick, man.
You're going to have to formalize it with logic if it is a proof. You know that, right?
Again, I gave you the answer that it's a conclusion, and if you have any evidence to convince me otherwise, I'll change my conclusion, but you have no evidence.
Well, you gave a conclusion. You didn't give a premise from which that conclusion would
necessarily... Again, the observations in multiple locations of the same phenomena happening in the southern sky, and you're telling me that works on a flat Earth. I'd like to know how.
Okay, what's premise 1?
Again, observing the observation.
It's going to start with the word if. It's going to start with the word if. Try again.
If we see the same observation in the southern sky in several locations at the same time from different parts of the globe, therefore the globe must be a globe because it cannot be flat.
Begging the question, you have globe in your premise and globe is your conclusion. Try again.
If globe, then globe. If globe, if globe.
No, okay. If you're observing from 3 different locations on an Earth, not deciding whether it's flat or curved, but these 3 locations observe the same rotation in the same part of the sky. They're not looking at each other or at an angle from each other, but they're all looking in the same direction and seeing the same thing. You must be on a sphere, not on a flat Earth.
That's garbage.
That's your if then.
That was garbage. How many premises do you need?
You asked for the first one. So tell me where's the flat Earth explanation for that same phenomenon?
Dude, you just spewed a bunch of garbage, so now I'm going to...
No, I said 3 locations.
Which ones? Which 3? Go ahead.
Okay. In June, Southern Africa, Western Australia, and Southeast Brazil they're all in darkness and all can see the Southern Cross and the celestial rotation all directly due south. How is that possible?
Oh, because what, celestial south?
Celestial south. Due south.
Okay.
And by the way, they find if you want real south, due south.
Right, yeah, okay. Stop talking. You asked for an answer, and then you just keep blathering past the answer. It's almost like you're scared to get it. Anyway. Yeah, so what? They're looking at the celestial South Pole? Yeah, okay. I mean, if you can even validate your premise that is actually happening, which I haven't asked you to do yet, but what you've described is they're all looking at the same position in the sky, celestial South Pole, something nobody here disputes. I don't think. I don't know why they would. What's the problem? Well, all you've described is you've got three. Yeah. All you've described is you've got three people in different places looking at the same position in the sky. So?
I know that they're looking directly south because in the midday.
Yeah, because it's a celestial South Pole and you still got this AE map garbage in your head where south is every direction away from north and the latitudes just get longer and longer the further out from there. Yeah, no, again, you got to get this out of your head because you're not going to be able to argue with us until you do.
So you're going to lie about where south is on any... If you were at a compass...
You just described three people looking at the South Celestial Pole, so why shouldn't
You're not going to let him explain because you're afraid of his answer.
That's right, he's afraid of my answer.
Looked him forever. What he's described is three people looking at the South Celestial Pole.
You haven't let him explain yet. You're afraid of his answer.
Okay. Here's a troll. I've let him explain for over an hour.
All right, now I'd like to explain why I'm using south from the North Pole. Because every time you talk about direction, you seem to be doing the same thing. Talking about latitude and longitude, where are those longitudinal lines coming from? They're coming from the North Pole. So, in that case, wait until noon on that day. Put your back to the sun on solar noon, and you will have south right in front of you. Mark it on the ground so that evening when you come out, you'll be looking directly south when it gets dark. And in all three of those locations, and this has actually been done thousands of times.
Post it. Post one example of it being done. I've already rebutted like the actual logic, like just disregarding whether or not the observation is even real. Now post the observation, please.
You're telling, so you're
yeah, post the observation. You said thousands of times. Post one example.
So you're telling me again. I'm going to answer this.
Now post one example. That's what you can do if you want to keep going. Post one example of the thousands you just claimed.
Again, I'll give you this example. If you just tell me and let me finish saying what I got to say before you go off and mute me again. You pretentious little shit. What I have to say is, when you have everyone in Australia who looks at nighttime, and the ones in Western Australia in particular, look at nighttime and see the celestial pole directly south, and it just happens that people in South Africa who are in the dark are seeing that.
Hey, you say too many things. What's directly south defined by? Would that be where the celestial South Pole is?
No, directly south is defined by the solar noon, putting your back to the solar noon to find south, and then waiting for the observation that evening. And what happens that evening? You see the celestial rotation of the celestial pole.
So everybody's facing the South Celestial Pole?
Everybody in those three locations is facing south and seeing the same thing.
And they're looking right at the South Celestial Pole?
And they're seeing the South Celestial Pole, yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so they're all looking at the same position in the sky, so they see the same thing. That's the logic, at least. Now, this is just a respawn on the same thing I already addressed, which is why you're muted again, because I wanted to get to the next part where you actually show us one of these thousands of observations of this phenomenon that have taken place. Go to that part, please, because I don't want to say the same thing over and over for an hour.
You haven't explained why it works on a flat Earth.
Because they're looking at the point in the sky, you goofball. Now show us that it even does happen with those land masses involved that you claimed. Go ahead.
As soon as we get here, we keep hitting a brick wall because he refuses to answer the very very obvious logic.
He's stuck. He's using rhetoric, and most of his claims are based on Professor Dave, like AE map, straw manning type arguments and stuff, right? He doesn't know what to do. He's picture. I mean, I've heard this 1,000 times, and I've seen the Professor Dave video where they got the 3 guys on the Gleason's or the AE map, which is a globe projection. I know exactly what you're imagining when you're saying this stuff. It's why the argument's falling short, because we're not actually claiming that. Why would we? That is, again, for like the 50th time, a flattened out, stretched out globe. That's not what we're saying flat Earth is, so we don't have a problem. And now I want to ask you for evidence that your observation has even taken place, even one time out of the thousands you claimed. Post it. Post one example. Yeah, you can't. You've got nothing but rhetoric. Empty bullshit. You haven't even like brushed up on your rhetoric. This is probably the stuff that you started out saying when you dipped your toes into flat Earth like 7 years ago. You watched a Professor Dave video and you've just been rolling with the same rhetoric all this time. You can't adapt to what's been going on out here where the conversation's gone. You just keep respawning on these same tired arguments, beating the same dead horse. Told you about 17 times, not claiming an AE map, and then every single argument, so-called, that you come at me with is based on exactly that, an AE map. It's fucking stupid, dude. Update. Stop trying to win arguments where you really can't hold your ground, and maybe try to listen. You know, study your opposition a little bit.
Do a lot of talking and not waiting for these answers. They're coming.
I don't need any more answers, because that's just you trying to explain your way out of the corner that you painted yourself into. What I need is the observation at this point. Like you said, it's been documented, done thousands of times. Give me one example of that. Yeah, this is why I'm filling the airwaves, is because when I ask you for what I'm actually looking for, you just clam up and you don't speak. You only seem to speak when you can filibuster. So since it's gone quiet, I'm just talking. But I prefer if you would talk by responding.
I'm busy getting your evidence.
Okay, that's fine.
So
Fair
shut
enough.
the hell up.
Yeah, sounds good.
Extremely typical behavior from these people.
Yeah, I know. It's going to keep going too. Unless by some miracle he actually comes with some evidence for something.
Model affliction is one hell of a drug.
Especially when you're afflicted with what you think is somebody else's model. Especially when you're afflicted with thinking that the person you're arguing with has no model while you continue to try to defeat their model.
That's what I was going to say. It's quite the broken worldview. Hey, flat earther, you don't have a model. Here's your model. What?
Yeah. You don't have a model. Your model doesn't work. Which one is it? It's a lot easier to argue if you like tell the truth, because then everything lines up and it's all kind of consistent, you know?
Precisely.
You don't really have to worry about knowing everything, because whatever you do say, it'll all kind of align. Whereas a lie will have to be backed by another lie, and then eventually the house of cards falls down.
Like they'll tell you, oh, look at Nathan Oakley is vulgar, rude, and disrespectful, and then quote Nathan Oakley.
Yep.
Like, well, even if you could, like, okay, even if you proved it, let's just say, well, inside your worldview, if you believe what he said was over the top, rude, disgusting, inside his own worldview, he just confessed to being over the top, rude, and disgusting. He didn't have to prove it. You don't have to prove it at all. Like, if I think saying donkey is the most horrible insult ever, and then I say, hey, you donkey, you know, at least internally, I was trying to be rude and insulting. But the thing is that they refuse to hold themselves to their own worldview. They see themselves as some sort of divine creature that can do no right, that can do no wrong. Is just the perfect being that humanity has ever seen. You're like, wow, dude. What the fuck happened to you?
It's broken. Too triggered. Can't think straight.
Yeah, the spiral. The out of control spiraling and triggering over disagreeing with something that they can't even tell you what it is.
It's just the proposition of a flat earth that bricked them. They stopped thinking right there and they just started reacting, and that's all they've done. That's why they can't debate or argue coherently or say anything logical, because they're just reacting. DeVito, welcome. How's it going?
Bro, I was just detained for 48 hours, bro. I just got free, bro. I just got free.
Well,
first day out. Hey, I'm put on the T Grizzly song. I'm about to put on the T Grizzly song. First day out.
Don't put any copyrighted music on.
No, I'm putting on my headset, bro.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I was in the pen for way too long, man. What year is it?
You talking about like politics jail or like?
Yeah, politics jail, bro. On some. Man, it's these Europeans. Nah, I'm just kidding.
No, sometimes I check to see who's in jail, but yeah, they used to have the channel we could see you guys typing in, but they stopped. They stopped doing that.
Man, I'm just glad to be free, man. I'm a free man. I'm a free man. I'm a free man.
The best we see now is you just got a role that's called detained.
Oh, really? I still have it?
No, not you. I meant the person. A person who's detained. The only thing.
Yeah, I had it.
Yeah, that's all we see. It used to be cooler because you'd see people like completely have a meltdown. Why am I detained? I ain't do nothing.
Yeah. Now we're innocent. Free me. Well, I'm glad. I did not think I was gonna get out, but you know, I sweet talked the police, man.
It's a free man.
I'm a free man. I've been born again Christian. Just kidding. That's not Christianity. What's the conversation in here?
Flat Earth.
Oh, nice. I just joined the first one I saw. Glad to be here. I'm gonna join my Catholic brothers up top. I encourage anybody to join. Jesus is so good. He's so loving. He loves all of you guys. You just have to love him back.
I guess some of them get in here like that, eh? Like they just click on whatever like looks like the most happen in chat. The most people in it.
Yeah, even if there are all bots.
Well, we have two. I don't think we have any other bots though. We've got the two streaming bots. Well, we've got you. You might be a bot. I don't know who else though.
It might be like the Matrix. You know, like I'm a Android or something. Brandon Avat.
That could be it. So you could be a walking like bot, a human bot.
You know, like an NPC sort of guy. Like you walk up to me, you press A, I give you like a prompt, and I just repeat the prompt over and over again.
Well, Great Angela could be a bot that's just programmed to like just spam endless like gish galloping point after point that never concludes and like just filibuster everything nonstop.
Sorry, I'm not Lemon Bird.
Well, I mean, if what I just described is Lemon Bird, then yeah, you are.
But that is a good reference.
Yeah,
He's a flat earther.
He's not, dude.
This guy's back because he has someone to hold his hand, I see.
Well, maybe he's still flat earth, but he's like ether cosmology.
I haven't heard from Lemonbird in years, man.
They scarred him. Lemonbird scarred them big time.
They're still bringing him up, and he hasn't even been out here for at least 2 years.
Rumor has it he had an accident because he keeps driving without his seatbelt on.
There's a death
Every time he's in Discord, you always hear his seatbelt buzzer going off.
Yeah. I've been that guy.
Yeah, look, if he could ignore the seatbelt buzzer, something as annoying as that, well, of course he can annoy or ignore you.
Well, he's a nice guy, though.
Yeah, but think about that. As annoying as a seatbelt buzzer is, and Lemon can just ignore it, like it's not, you can't even hear it. What do you think, what chance do you have to just make random noises to annoy him?
You'll never win. Like, I'm much more vulnerable to annoyance.
I'll second that.
I gotta take notes. I'll practice with my seatbelt buzzer.
It's good, yeah. I mean, because the seatbelt buzzer offers a little bit more, intellect than these globalists do.
Yeah, it makes more points. It's more coherent.
Indeed.
It's also flat.
Doesn't contradict itself. Just has one claim you should put on your seatbelt. And sticks to it. Doesn't go off the script. Doesn't deviate. Doesn't have to double down. Doesn't have to tell a lie to cover another lie. I think it makes a lot more sense than you, Great Angelo.
When you're done with it, it returns back to its home. Go ahead.
Yes,
I'm not here to make sense.
Buzz's better at debating than you are. I noticed that you're never posting any of those thousands of demonstrations that you claimed. We can just wrap it up on that.
Did you look at what I post?
Let's see. Okay. So far, I'm reading just a claim. I don't see any proof that they actually did it. But it also says this shared visibility is due to the celestial sphere concept. So the celestial sphere concept actually has the observer on a plane cutting through the center of the sphere so that to the observer, the sphere is observed as a hemisphere or a dome. I don't see the problem for a flat Earth since the observer is literally on a flat plane when they're looking at this, in that concept.
Good. If you don't see a problem, demonstrate it for me. Will you show me a map that can show how that's possible?
They said due to the celestial sphere concept, and I just explained that.
That's the celestial sphere concept is the concept of the observer's point of view of what he sees when he looks at the sky. He sees a celestial sphere above him. That's what the concept means. It has nothing to do with whether the Earth is a flat surface or the globe. It just is the position of the observer and what they observe based on their perspective.
As the heavens is appearing as a ball and concentric to the observer.
Correct. And we agreed to that earlier, remember?
Yeah, so what's the problem?
The problem is having it seen in multiple places at the same time, the same celestial sphere in the same orientation.
Okay, so this
when
is
you're at three different locations.
Yeah, this is
all of these people in the South. He said it multiple times. Why can't you? What? They're all in the South, observing the South. he said it multiple times.
But they're not in the same line of latitude. They're in the same line. I'm sorry, the same line of longitude. They're in a different line of longitude.
Professor Dave.
Not the AE map. You're based on your celestial observation.
That argument is based on the AE straw man of the flat Earth.
No, it's not. It's not at all. I'm just asking you, how is it possible on any flat Earth? You create anyone you want. How any three different people can see a celestial rotation in the same place.
That's how. The apparent surface of the heavens appearing as the surface of a sphere, and you've got the south celestial pole, that's one point in the sky, that you've got multiple observers all looking at that one.
Are you claiming a personal sphere? Are you claiming a personal sphere?
So they see the same thing. Now, that's conceptually how it would work. We haven't actually got to the point yet where you prove that that even happens, which is what I was asking for with this. This was just a repetition of your claim where your source said, indeed, we can see this, but they didn't give any verified examples.
So again, are you claiming each one of these individuals in these three different locations are seeing their own personal sphere?
Which individuals?
The one in Africa, the one in Western Australia, and the one in Western...
What's his name? What's his name?
What's that?
What's his name?
No, I'm saying any observer in those three places.
Well, this observer must have had a name, right?
Shut up. Let me rephrase it.
The observer must have had a name.
We don't have this problem of you trying to nitpick because that's your only bail. Your only parachute is nitpicking what I say.
No, Dumb, listen. He's asking you how you validated the information you presented as evidence.
I posted it.
He's asking you how you validated the information you presented as evidence. That's what he's asking. That's all he's asking right now.
Yeah, who did it? The guy in South Africa, what was his name? Yeah, that's what I thought. You're making shit up. The guy in Australia, what was his name? The guy in Argentina or Chile or whatever, what was his name?
I don't know. What was the name of the guy who did the Black Swan? Where was his camera at? Thank you.
You don't know. I know his name is BMLSB. I don't know his real life name.
Your answer's in the chat.
Yeah, it's a ChatGPT response. You didn't come up with that yourself.
No, I didn't have time to type it, but the same idea is there. The concept is there. All of it. It doesn't matter. The point is that you're avoiding the concept and the possible explanation. Hold on. Let's do this scientifically.
Celestial
possible
sphere,
explanation of the hypothesis. The question
was the same point on the celestial sphere.
You had an if-then. I gave it to you. I said, if three different people on three different continents on the same night, all in darkness, observe the same celestial phenomena at the same direction at the same time, explain how that is possible on either a globe or a flat surface.
It's not a logical syllogism. Your syllogism should not include explain. It should not
I'm sorry. If then.
Yeah.
If they do this observation, and then they see these all happening in the same place, how is it then possible on either one of those two examples that we're asking about?
The word explain with how is.
That's what an explanation is. That's what a conclusion is. When you do the if-then on an experiment. Yes.
You don't need anybody to explain anything.
The conclusion is
the premise conclusion.
The globe conclusion is it works very well. Unfortunately, I'm waiting to hear the flat Earth response on that very same question.
Okay, shut up. You said if then. That's what a syllogism is going to contain. You're on the right track with that. And then you flipped it into explain after you laid out a bunch of bullshit. So no.
If we have three people in three different continents, if we have three people in three different continents,
from whatever premise you have, that some conclusion must be the case. Okay.
Their if-then is that's actually incorrect. Not when you're basing this on a scientific observation. You're asking three people on three different. I'm not finished yet.
Shut up, dude. Give me the if-then formal statement logically for your proof. Go ahead.
No, you're running from it now because I'm now going to demonstrate how your if-then argument.
No, I'm running into it. I haven't gotten it yet. Every single time I ask you for your formal logical statement for this proof, you just turn around and ask me a question. That's not what you do with a logical syllogism. I'm trying to get it. I'm going, like directly after it. Okay, I'm not running away. I'm going into it. What is it?
If we have, all right, here's your if then. If we have 3 people in 3 different locations making the same observation in the southern sky from the same direction, then the Earth is obviously a globe. Thank you. There's your if then.
Doesn't follow.
I'm sorry, but that's what you asked for.
Yeah, it's valid, but not sound.
And it is very valid, and it's also sound because it's backed up by the post that I gave you.
Yeah, you can put that into a modus ponens.
You can demonstrate that on any globe.
Shut up. You could put that into a modus ponens, which would be valid logically, which means that the format is fine, but it doesn't mean that the points actually follow, that the premise actually follows to the conclusion. So it's not sound. It's not logically sound, so it's not a proof then. Has to be logically sound. The premises have to be true, right? What you said is 3 people standing in 3 different places looking at something couldn't see it. Or you said if they're looking at something simultaneously, then the Earth is a globe. No, doesn't follow. It's like saying if I put ketchup on my sandwich, then the sky can't be blue. Like there's no, I could put that into a valid syllogism, but it wouldn't follow.
Yeah, but unfortunately, my last statement was a valid syllogism, and not only that, it was also cited with a proof, or cited with evidence, I should say. And you can also take that same hypothesis that we now.
Yeah, you said valid. Yeah, the problem was never that it wasn't valid; is that it's not.
Yeah,
sound.
you never linked the 2 together.
Hold on a second.
Declared it. You just declared it to be the case. Dude, you just declared it to be the case.
And I'm telling you, it's an experimental.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'll rebut you right now. So I've got 3 different people in different places around my, let's see. There's a soccer field. It's flat. And they're all looking at the same rugby goalpost. That's what it is, yeah. So it's a rugby field, let's say. I don't know. I suck at sports. Yeah, they're looking at the same goalpost. Yeah. Okay, therefore it must be a ball.
Boy, did you just move the goalpost, because I talked about large distances for celestial objects, not something.
Yeah, we got 3 people. They're in different positions around the same field, which I thought was flat, but they're all looking at the same, let's see, set of bleachers. Yeah, that's what they're looking at. Looking at the same bleachers. Therefore, it must be a globe that they're standing on. Yeah, it doesn't follow. 3 people in 3 different spots looking at the same thing does not necessitate that they're all standing on a ball, obviously.
Well, here's the problem. On your flat soccer field, those 3 people that are looking at the bleachers are not all facing the same direction then.
Yeah, they are. They're looking at the same thing.
No, they're not. If they're looking straight ahead in one direction, and all of them are standing, we can even put them right next to each other, like maybe 5 feet apart. They're going to focus on one spot on that bleacher.
So you have
each one of them has to tilt their head.
What that means to look in one direction. You have a preconceived notion about what it means to look in one direction.
Exactly, which is why I particularly pointed out at the beginning.
Yeah, and I'm bored. I'm muting you because I've done this 1,000 times. I'm fucking bored of it, dude. I've heard this whole spiel. All right, so they're looking at the same thing is my point. That's how you determine the direction anyway. That's why I clarified what, celestial South Pole? And you said yes, they're looking at that thing, that position in the sky, celestial South Pole. Okay, if that's the case, that they see the same thing simultaneously, which you haven't established, but if that is the case, then that's why. They're looking at the same thing. I suck at sports, so my sports analogy was bad, but you get what I mean.
No, that's where you're wrong, because originally you and I agreed that we found where celestial south was and where true south was by using the solar high noon in order to have everybody facing in the same direction in the middle of the afternoon. Come back that night, little mark on the ground pointing where south is, look into the sky, and suddenly all 3 of them see the same thing, which is, I guess, something that you're going to tell me can be done on a flat surface.
T-Dub, do you want to just tell them? I've told them like 6 ways from Sunday.
He can't, and he knows it, and you can't either.
Yes,
Show me
it is
a
quite
map where
possible
it's
for three
demonstrated.
people in different locations to look at the same thing on a flat surface. It's most definitely possible.
If they're looking in the same direction, if they're let's say on a regular grid, an XY grid, they're standing along.
Okay, Jackass, how do you determine the direction that they're looking in? What reference point was used?
I smell a dead flat Earth.
Yeah, because you're dodging a question. That's bad news for us. Yeah, cool projection. How did you determine what direction they were looking in? What was the reference point?
How did I do it?
How did anybody do it? Start with John from South Africa, who you couldn't give the name for, by the way.
Anybody can do it based on, again.
How did the guy from South Africa do it? What was his name, and what reference did he use to determine which way he was looking? How did he determine what was south?
Solar noon, turn your back to the sun, mark on the ground the direction that you're facing, come back at night, look in that same direction, see the same celestial stars, and the same place as a person in South America and Western Australia.
Great. Your ChatGPT example, then. Is that what the nameless observers that your ChatGPT example actually did from like their method? They turned away from the sun at solar noon, established direction that way. Is that the south that way? Is that what they did?
No, actually, they expected smarter people to know which way was south wherever they were living anyway.
Okay, so they didn't use the method that you just gave. They just relied on somebody else's claim of what south is. Whoever these nameless people are that you got from ChatGPT.
No, Bill Clinton is period. It's just.
Okay, so start with the observer in South Africa. What was his name? Let's just get as basic as we have to.
Keep running away from this. Why are you doing this?
I'm running head on into it. What was the guy from South Africa's name?
Elon.
You're running away from it.
What was the guy from South Africa's name? I'm running into it. What was his name? I know more about what you have to say.
Elon.
You idiot. Did you read what I wrote? It tells you.
Yeah, it didn't name any observers, didn't name any methodology for how they established any reference point. All it said is that they were looking at the same position on the same position on the celestial sphere. That's all it said. So what? So that just means then that they're looking at the same thing. You added this crap of turning away from the sun at solar noon, then coming back with the marker in the ground. None of your citations said any of that. Why
don't we get Will Duffy to go ahead and finance you, me, and 2 other flat earthers and 2 other globers to go to the 3 different locations and see what we see when we look south. And then you can shut the hell up.
Okay, set that up and then get back to us.
So future-proof, yes.
Can they do something like that with like the final experiment, though?
Yep, and they found out that the Earth...
Yeah, you don't have a logical syllogism for that. I'm going to mute you permanently if you don't. Do you have a logical syllogism for globe or against flat Earth from the 24-hour sun?
If we send individuals to Antarctica...
Okay, you started with a if premise. Yeah, I'm just going to take that as a no.
You said a logical syllogism, which starts with an if-then, you idiot. That's what you wanted.
All right. Go ahead. Yeah, try again. Take 2. I'm used to you filibustering.
You're in a hurry.
You're right. I jumped the gun on that. I'm used to you filibustering. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do remember somebody here who used to do that a lot too. Anyway, all right. If we send a bunch of people to Antarctica, flat earthers and globers, and they observe in December a sun that doesn't set and rotates around them 360 degrees, then they are obviously on a globe.
Doesn't follow.
Well, give me an if-then sorry, the language is a little tough for me. If-then statement demonstrating how it would work on a flat Earth.
Don't need to. I'm not using it as a proof for anything. So
obviously,
what you said doesn't follow.
But it's accurate, isn't it? It's exactly what was the conclusion drawn by everybody up to this point, except for flat earthers, correct?
No. I don't know what you're talking about.
Who non-flat earther has said that is
okay,
not?
All right, you're doing this. This is why I'm trigger happy with you, and I instantly get the knee-jerk reaction to just shut down what you say. Is because you filibuster. So you made an illogical statement. Sure, it was valid. You could call it a modus ponens. So the format could work, but the statement wasn't sound. Okay? This is what I've been trying to address, and this is your little tactic that you use, is you spit something out, and then you say like 10 more things so that we can't address the initial thing you said. It's not sound because it doesn't necessarily follow that you saw something in the sky go around you, therefore you're on a ball. Does it?
The only problem is they were in Antarctica. And that makes a problem for you because previous to this, every flat earther, including Flat Earth Dave,
his observation,
Nathan Oakley, all demonstrated
flat Earth off of his belief that we believe in the AE map. So he debunked himself.
It doesn't matter. I'm not talking about the AE map.
I'm about to mute you again, dude. I fucking don't want to. But the thing is you're again.
Sorry, Nathan Oakley.
You're doing it again. You're going over, we're just bored of you, dude. You're once again beating up a straw man AE map. You're going, well, all the flat earthers before said it looked like this. Okay, fine. If somebody calling themselves flat earther was putting forth a globe maps claiming that this is reality or something, it's a reification fallacy anyway, if they were doing that, you should have told them, sir, that's a globe map. Are you stupid? So what you're doing is beating up a globe map.
Yeah, and you debunked it. That's the best part. You had, Flat Earth might have 99 problems. A mega church super pastor who tried to debunk Flat Earth and ended up debunking the globe is not one of them. That's not a problem. That's a problem Globe has now.
How did I debunk the globe? But anyway, getting back to...
McDuffie did it.
How did I debunk the globe? Don't answer my question. I'm going to talk some more.
You guys attached yourself at the hip to this McDuffie final experiment. You should have told him from the very beginning that thing you have over there that you put a flat Earth sticker on, that's a globe. That's a globe projection using math. You haven't got to flat Earth yet. You need to demonstrate the flat Earth to compare the two.
Excellent, Crit. That's exactly what I've been asking for all night long, is some kind of demonstration of what the flat Earth is. And since I don't know doesn't qualify...
Heretic tried to. Heretic tried to. You wouldn't listen. You didn't
got that with water. He demonstrated with water.
Okay,
it was like
but
45
one example,
minutes.
I know that.
Promise me, jump off a building.
I understand that.
One deflection, run away. The physics of water, you're not going to.
What my understanding on the flat Earth claim is there are two big claims that they'd like to make. You see too far, the Earth appears to be flat and unmovable. And then the other claim is water always finds its level. I don't know of any other claims out there that they can demonstrate in any way, shape, or form scientifically that supports a flat Earth.
Nothing new under the sun.
My syllogism is sound, though. If water's flat, then the Earth is flat and level like the water is. Period.
Very sound. You're absolutely right. However, observations have proven otherwise, that your syllogism is too narrow in scope. It looks at water in, like I said, a confined area, a small area. You start moving away from that water further and further away, or examine water on a large scale and see if there's differences in level, obviously on the one I was demonstrating, you're going to run into problems. And that's why your syllogism falls apart, whereas the globe syllogism doesn't.
So you're saying that my syllogism isn't sound because water isn't actually level. Okay, now just prove that.
Okay, again, here's my syllogism, all right? If I see a ship going over the horizon or going past the horizon, and instead of getting smaller and smaller, it actually disappears from the bottom up, even when I use a P900 and a P1000 to zoom back in and get closer to it, it still is disappearing from the bottom up. The only way that can be happening is something's getting in the way.
Stop. Are you saying that a boat doesn't get smaller with distance?
No, it does. It does get smaller.
It does.
Yes,
it does. Okay, right.
But not to the point where you don't see it anymore. That's the problem, because it actually vanishes from the bottom up every single time, especially the big ships. You can really clearly see that. They disappear.
So it does the same thing on my flat floor.
So
if I'm very close to the floor with a fucking penny in my fucking hand and someone has the penny, moves with the penny away from me, the same thing happens. So, and I know this floor is flat. So what's your point?
Well, again, where is your perspective coming from? Your own eyeball and your own camera?
There's a resolution. It shrinks in the distance. Doesn't that happen?
Yeah, but does it disappear completely?
Yeah, if you get far enough.
No. If you get far enough on your floor. Okay, hold on.
In this very small room on this very flat floor, yes, it does disappear.
Thranger, again, I don't want to point out something the Heretic would say, but you really haven't demonstrated it yet. The point I'm getting at is all these other demonstratable ones, your Black Swan, all of the other.
Now, in real time, you wouldn't even do that, but you're going to take someone else's claim that you haven't validated, and you're just going to hand wave my example that you can very well do with your flat floor and a penny and your spouse if you have one.
With my eyesight, it would probably disappear after 5 feet.
Penny would disappear. I assure you, it would happen. And this very practical example that you and your spouse, if you have one, can do. But
with my eyesight, yes. And also, that's resolution for a very small object. And again, what I'm seeing, though, is not seeing
the same thing.
The boat is not
bottom up, and then it vanishes completely, like you were saying.
No. Hold on a second. It does not shrink and vanish. And just like the sun doesn't shrink and vanish, both.
Say it doesn't, but have you even tried? You're just saying.
Go to the beach at night. Watch the sunset.
I live on
disappears from the bottom up. And how many times have you seen the sun just turn into a little dot and disappear?
Yeah. I live on the beach. I see this happen all the time. And just like you can do like I did in my example with the penny and your spouse on the floor, it vanishes once you reach a certain distance. Once you get far away, it happens on my very flat floor, which I can validate as flat using Pebble. Yeah, so what's your point?
Okay, my point is, when you're on that beach, use a camera with a solar filter and get the angular size of the sun as it's setting. It doesn't change in size. It just disappears from the bottom up.
The boat. Yeah, it does change in size.
It doesn't change in size at all. From 5 minutes before sunset through sunset.
Have you done this for yourself?
Yeah, no, a lot of people have done this.
So you haven't done this for yourself? Well,
would you like an experiment?
Well, I have done this with a solar filter, and it does change.
Really? Where's your paper? Where's your paper that you published on this? This is groundbreaking.
I haven't published a paper, but people have posted examples of the sun changing size, and there's videos of it. I mean, if you
in most cases, the sun appears larger, doesn't it?
I'm still talking. If you've actually looked into the claims you're making, you sound dumb because you obviously haven't looked into these claims that you're making.
I don't know. It looks pretty. What I normally see at night.
And as someone who has done these things, you're obviously full of shit.
By the way, I also live on the beach. Okay, I'm in Long Beach, so that's pretty close to the beach. I look out my window, I see the ships going out to sea, and
I posted it. I'm on video every day at the beach. So what are you saying?
I'm looking southwest, so I got to wait until summer before I see it.
Have you posted anything like you? That was your standard for me. Have you posted any papers? Have you published anything?
Not on this topic, no.
All right, cool. So,
what topic would you like me to demonstrate?
The sun hasn't changed angular size. You haven't validated this for yourself. You're taking someone else's claim.
Oh yeah, nobody has taken the angular size of the sun at sunset. No one has done that, right?
One sec, guys.
God,
angular size aside. Angular size aside, I want to know. Great answer. Do you think that you see the actual sun go behind the actual physical geometric horizon?
T-Dub, fix your mic. You're cutting off a lot. You're from this.
Yeah. Okay.
We're missing halfway.
So, Great Angelo.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that you see the actual sun go below and behind the actual geometric Earth curvature horizon?
No, I actually think that I move far enough away through the rotation of the Earth that the sun disappears behind the actual horizon from the bottom.
The actual sun? Is it the actual sun going behind the actual horizon?
What other sun would it be?
Oh, it's not like it hasn't already set and you're seeing some sort of...
Oh, through refraction, yeah, sure, absolutely. Through refraction, you could... you won't use refraction in the Black Swan, but you'll use it here, won't you?
So when you watch a sunset, you don't think you're actually seeing it set. You're seeing an illusion of it, right?
No, it's definitely setting.
The actual sun or the refracted one?
Here's the funny part, because if you go and and of course you don't believe this actually happened, but if you're on the moon at the time when the Earth rises...
Yeah, he's avoiding that. What's setting?
I'm not avoiding it.
Is it the actual sun or is it the refracted sun that's setting?
It depends on the humidity.
Oh, it depends on the humidity.
Yeah,
Dude,
if it's a
you
very
guys
dry
claim
desert...
there is always atmospheric refraction, especially near the horizon.
Slightly.
Not ever so slightly. Quite dramatic.
So what?
Refractive effects.
And so it's hiding your little sun going far away.
You don't want to hear the rhetoric of your own paradigm because it makes you sound fucking stupid, doesn't it? Yeah, this is the story that you're told, right? That atmospheric refraction is quite significant, especially near the horizon, especially when viewing celestial objects. And the claim is, when you are seeing a sunset, you're not seeing the actual sun. It's already set. It's below the curvature of the Earth already, and you're seeing some optical illusion, refraction hologram of it.
It's funny. He conceded, then he shifted the goalpost after that.
Right, and plus your horizon is never in its actual position, so you're not even seeing the actual sun or the refracted sun go behind the actual horizon. It's also a refracted version. So your whole fucking event of a sunset is a mirage, is an illusion. It's not even happening at that time that you think you're seeing it.
Or he just doesn't know the globe claim.
Well, you have one problem with that little refraction problem, because as you go up in altitude at, say, 70,000 feet in an SR-71, and you watch the sun rise or you watch the sun set, as long as you keep your speed below the rotation of the Earth, you actually see the sun disappearing with very nil refraction up at that atmosphere. So you got a problem there.
What we're talking about on the ground, like your example that
I'm sorry, it's still the sun setting behind the horizon.
Everyone, as soon as they say a couple of words, you have to interrupt them. That's so rude.
Well, no, it's just countering we're doing it from the ground. We won't go in an SR-71 or a high-flying private jet at 45,000 feet.
I'm talking through you and it's very rude. You could just wait until I complete my sentence and then you can start talking.
So I agree. Refraction at ground level makes it very hard to determine whether you're actually seeing the moment that it passes behind. The point that I'm giving at, though, is that it always passes behind the horizon in the same way. It never just gets smaller and smaller and disappears. It just disappears from the ground up, bottom up.
So what?
And as a result of that, even at altitude, at 45,000 feet or even 70,000 feet, you see the same thing and much clearer without any refraction.
So what?
I'm not the one running away from this argument.
Yeah, the horizon is still flat at 70,000 feet and 121,000 feet. So what?
It's not.
You don't have an argument. You're just telling us something. So what? What's your point?
My point is if an object is disappearing from the bottom up, something is coming between the object and the observer, which is the curvature
Does it look
or the
that
horizon.
way, or is it actually that way?
And on a flat Earth, it both looks that way, and it is actually that way, demonstrated by the SR-71, the same one, throwing its afterburners and chasing after the sun, and it rises again.
This is why I mute you, because you just go on and on way past the point. What's coming between the observer and the sun?
The curvature of the Earth.
And what's doing on the flat floor with any example? What's doing it then?
So I'm sorry, say that again, Thuringer.
Well, first a geometric horizon, and then Ranger, go. You can say your thing.
Okay, the definition for
He
horizon
said penny.
has nothing
He
to
said
do with
penny.
geometry. Definition of horizon is any object, and it could be any shape for that matter, that blocks your view
You're
of something behind
filibustering.
it. The edge
Shut
of that object is your horizon.
Shut your mouth. You know what I was talking about. Geometric horizon is a term used to basically describe the leading edge of the sphere that, is in question here.
No, geometric horizon is used for celestial navigation.
Shut your mouth. We're talking about the leading edge of the sphere. So that's what's getting in the way, is the leading edge of the sphere is coming between you and the sun.
That is correct.
Okay, so that would be at 1.2 miles times square of the observer height in feet.
We're at 70,000 feet. You want to talk about miles or you want to talk about refraction? I'm getting away from the refraction to demonstrate that the sun appears...
So we'll be at 1.2 miles. You can't have refraction on a globe. So it'll be at 1.2 miles times the square of the observer height in feet.
Did you just say you can't have...
Yeah, we'll get to that after we deal with your horse shit first. So 1.2 miles times the square of the observer height in feet, that's the maximum distance over the surface you're going to see before that physical obstruction of the curve starts to block everything beyond it. That's where your sun's going to start disappearing from the bottom up, right?
I won't do a thing until I get you clarifying this refraction on a globe shit that you say it can't happen on a globe.
So you're tapping out on your geometric horizon argument.
Yeah, he's trying to
what tap out? I already proved my geometric horizon argument. Sun definitely does disappear from the bottom up.
You're doing the same thing that you do every single time. You bring up a point, it goes to no conclusion, you run away from it while you accuse us of running away from it while we try to get some clarification on it. Then you move to something else. Rinse and repeat. You never make a point that lands. Ever. So, if you want me to talk about the refraction thing I said, I'll do that, but I'm going to take that as your concession on what you just said about the sun getting blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Sound good to you?
No, the sun the sun's refraction is irrelevant because there's not a single video of the sun disappearing in angular size off into nothingness. It always disappears from the bottom up at the same angular size.
Yeah, you're responding. Why? Why does it do that?
Because it's obviously on a curve. You want to why?
Okay, so 1.2 miles times the square of the observer height in feet then will be the furthest extent over the surface I'm going to see before that curve blocks it, right?
Again, it wouldn't matter the distance because all you...
Well, it will matter because there are constraints. There's geometry to this. It's a ball of a certain size, certain set of dimensions. So there's only going to be a certain distance over it I can see before I can't see any more of that surface. Then everything gets obstructed, right? So they do matter. So 1.2?
But if the Earth were flat, it would still be seen as it got smaller and smaller and smaller, and it doesn't do that.
No, don't straw man what flat Earth would do. You've made the positive claim. Curved surface, geometric horizon. That's 1.2 miles times square of the observer height in feet. That's what your horizon is, yeah?
No, my horizon is when the horizon obstructs the object and causes it to disappear from the bottom up, regardless of refraction or distance.
So it's not a globe horizon. So it can be any distance. So it's not the globe horizon then.
So consistently, every time the sun sets,
globe horizon can't be any distance. It's geometric. There's geometric proportions and constraints to it. It's got to be 1.2. The number I keep giving you.
No, it doesn't. Again, with refraction.
Yeah, no. Well, you can't have refraction on a globe.
Prove it. If you can't have refraction, demonstrate why you can't.
The globe has it's an open system. It's open to the vacuum.
So you're going to claim there's no atmosphere?
Yeah, you asked for an answer and you can shut your mouth. Yeah, there wouldn't be an atmosphere. There's no containment for the gas for any light to refract through. So yeah, you can't have refraction on a globe. Sorry, that doesn't work.
Give me a syllogism for that works.
He literally just did. Literally.
Tap yourself out of that. Welcome to the globe Earth.
I
can do that for you if you want.
Just gave you a logical syllogism. He literally.
No, he didn't.
Not hear him? Were you not listening?
Yeah, so I'll give you one. If there's a globe, then there's no atmosphere. There is an atmosphere, therefore there's no globe.
Based on what?
At
least my logical syllogism.
Yeah, it's a modus tollens basically. So then it would be an open system where the gas would just disperse and fill the the adjacent void of outer space, right? There'd be nothing holding the gas here, no containment for the gas, right? Yeah.
Does he
now do a syllogism denying gravity. Keep denying all the scientific facts.
Okay, I won't deny it. Just show me some scientific evidence then. You said scientific fact. Okay, show me the scientific, well, start with the hypothesis at least for gravity-containing gas. Go ahead. I won't deny it. Give it to me. Just give it to me.
All gases have mass. All mass attracts because of gravity. Thank you. There's your syllogism. If all gas has mass, then it will be attracted to any mass out there, including solid mass such as the Earth.
Okay, that's your claim. Can you demonstrate it? Can you back it empirically?
You can observe it by just standing on the globe.
That's begging the question. Circular logic. That's the very thing in question. You can't use it as proof of the thing in question.
Congratulations on your 3 credits of debate that you took. I didn't take that.
Yeah, don't bother wasting your breath talking about me. I just need your hypothesis at this point for gravity-containing gas. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I'm not going to sit here and go around in circles with you. We were on a topic.
Okay, we thus conclude then that you have no containment mechanism for gas on your globe, therefore refraction on it is not possible, and the geometric distance to it must be adhered to. Any final words?
Wrong. Yeah, I do have a final word. The final word is you're wrong. I gave you the container a long time ago, but you forgot about it. Do you remember what that container was?
Gravity?
I didn't use the word gravity.
What's the container?
Down to the...
No, I went into the quantum realm and I said the curvature of space-time is the real container.
Oh, boy. Did he just say quantum realm and then he went to Einstein?
Gravity. Yeah.
He did. Which is what I said in the beginning. Can we fast track to the bit where you demonstrate to us that this is your belief? And we got there. Good
That's
job, Harry.
embarrassing, Angelo.
No, I didn't mean the word quantum like in...
Yeah, I know. You just said quantum realm and then you leapt to Einstein, which is irreconcilable with the quantum scale.
That way, the relativistic realm, let's put it that way, since you want to be nitpicky on words. That's the realm we dove into. That's what your container is. You don't believe in it? That's fine. I don't care. But I do have a classical physics explanation.
Yeah, so you made a complete numpty of yourself by conflating quantum mechanics with relativity. Complete, total stupid fucking bullshit. But anyway, you just basically used different words for gravity. Okay, so you're back to proving
I made a mistake. You're absolutely correct. Hey, if you want to call me a numpty for making a verbal mistake,
I really don't want to listen to you talk about anything other than your proof that gravity contains gas. Like I don't want to hear anything else out of your mouth. Go ahead.
The next time you make a fact.
Yeah, I really will not leave your mic open if you use it to say anything other than your proof for gravity containing gas. I'm so sick of it, dude.
Okay, curvature of space-time. There's your gravity-containing gas. Thank you.
Okay, that's just the claim again. Curvature of space-time is gravity in your paradigm. Okay, so you're just saying, gravity! Okay, therefore gravity contains gas. That's retarded. Try again.
If you see a sphere that has gas around it, and it is in a vacuum, and for some reason...
I've never seen that. Never seen that, ever.
Start with the fucking sphere, even. Where do you see that?
You want your if then or not?
Not at 100.
Because you haven't done that. You've done the same thing, and I said, I can't.
Where do you see the sphere? Why don't you ever answer any questions? You're a shitty liar, dude. Where do you see the sphere?
So the images of the Earth you don't believe, right?
Okay, so now you're appealing to what I believe, so we'll throw that out. Next.
Would you like the Apollo 17 photo of the Earth? That one is not composite, by the way. The negative is sitting at the Manned Space Flight Center in, not the Manned Space Flight Center, but what's call it?
Are you seeing a sphere in front of you?
Kennedy Space Center, not their museum.
Be real then.
Yeah, of course it's
whatever
real.
You want and then validate it. Just do that.
Look, I want to ask, since you're seeing a sphere right in front of you, have you thought of checking your eyes for cataracts?
Yeah, you're right. That would be a problem if I saw one right now.
You don't see one.
But you're saying,
okay, so you don't see any sphere.
So you don't see one.
Okay,
go
what
ahead.
You're doing.
Can I ask this? I want to ask this dude a question real quick. Now, could that photograph be a photograph of a painting?
Nope.
Why not?
because chain of custody on where that negative came from demonstrates
Chain of
the negative. Yeah, the negative that was basically
they have
put
a chain
into.
of custody.
Well, they did back then. They don't have it today because it's in a museum now. The point is, it went to the moon. That whole roll of film. It was exposed on the way back because the people who testified that took the pictures said it.
Testified. What for? I want to read the transcript.
You know, fine. We're going to have a trial on whether we went to the moon or
You're
not.
the one who
That's
said
an
they
entirely different
testified.
subject. You wanted
You're the one that said they testified.
Okay, fine. Guys, I'm not going
Did
to
they
sit
testify
here.
or not?
The
Did
Earth's a
anybody
globe.
testify
The
or not?
gas is attached to the globe based on the curvature of space. Fine.
Chant. It's round. It's round. It's round.
Nice try.
Chant.
No, globe, not round. Round is your pizza flat Earth, you moron.
So, who testified? Hey, let me ask you this question. Has anybody ever testified in court or before Congress or in any formal government body that they've been to space, even once?
I do believe that Apollo 17 in a news conference after their flight talked about that particular photo.
No, under the penalty of perjury.
Oh, no, there was no such thing as penalty of perjury back then because guess what? They didn't have a bunch of flatties running around with this insane idea that the Earth's flat.
They invented the penalty of perjury after the 1970s. You're an utter fucking retard. You're an utter fucking
in the
retard.
16th century, you idiot.
Yeah. Dude, you just contradicted what you just said.
Perjury is in the 16th century.
I'm well aware of that. It's before the 16th.
So they went to the moon in the 1500s? What the fuck, man?
It wasn't flat earthers who called out the Apollo program.
English court systems, perjury's penalty was instituted in the 1600s. Before that, you just simply got your hand cut off.
Who testified under the penalty of any punishment whatsoever, ever, that they went to outer space? One person, dude.
Nobody.
Okay, then. It doesn't mean anything.
What? Christians testify about God all the time, not under the penalty of perjury either. Those are called testimonials. And that's the testimonial of that astronaut who took the picture. So if you don't like it, too bad.
Okay, so perjury is just that if I lie, I'll be punished. You have to have that understanding.
Yeah, but nobody's asking him if he lied or not. You want to tell him that he lied? Prove he lied.
No, no. Dude, are you
You're the one making the claim he didn't take the picture. I didn't make that claim.
No. Are you dense? Do you not understand the words I'm saying or something? Or are you not listening? Okay, when it comes to people saying things, sacrifice is the measure of credibility. Now, if you aren't sacrificing anything with your words, as in you won't be punished for what you say if you say lies, then your words don't mean anything. Okay, so who testified? They went to space, took a picture, anything. Nobody.
They should be put before that.
Now, give me one good reason why I should believe it.
The atheists tried to get them into court. Like the 1960s and 70s, the American Atheist Foundation or whatever association, they over and over tried to get them in court to say, prove that shit, prove it. And they played a lot of legal trickery. It's like one of the things that you can study when you go look up, like the legal process. How the courts, how NASA was able to constantly get the Apollo program to go to different courts, to delay it, to all kinds of crazy shit. And then the woman who's in charge of it gets deleted. And her family. You're like, wow.
Oh, that's shit, really?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Yeah, look, Madeleine O'Hara, yeah,
O'Hara was an atheist from the 70s, yes.
Yeah, she was pissed because, like Nixon said, God picked America to win the space race. They broke bread on the moon. They put a Bible on the moon, Apollo 14. She was incensed by this level of...
Oh, yeah, I remember seeing something about that. That's fucking brought back memories, yeah.
Yeah, and then right before she's almost going to get her day in court, suddenly her and her family disappear, and they turned out they're all killed by some...
Dude, what happens if Jesus comes back and you're on the moon? You fucking miss out? Are you stuck there while everyone goes to fucking New Jerusalem? Are you just like, fuck, I was on the moon. Messiah came back.
It's like, bummer, dude. Well, maybe because last year, one of the astronauts wrote a book about finding space Jesus. Maybe Jesus has been on the moon the whole time, or just in outer space for.
Crit.
Well, I want to know if Great Angelo, like if these people told him that his wife cheated, would he just instantly divorce her on their word without any question?
Yeah, especially they said we got a chain of custody. We got the negative down at fucking
Crit. I'd like
Ames,
to address your
Ames
claim
fucking
about
research
Apollo
center.
14. It's true. They did put a Bible on the moon in microfilm. And do you know who put that Bible there? A group of Christians who worked for NASA, along with a bunch of other Christians who worked for the rest of the research industry that was developing the rockets and so forth. I forget what the project was called, but that was a project, and they did leave a Bible on the moon. So if all these Christians believe they went to the moon, why is it you Christians here that are ones that are, touting the flat Earth? Why aren't you believing
Because we're not heretics.
Oh, they're heretics because they actually.
They're goddamn right. They're heretics.
Okay, but the Bible's still up there.
Edgar
King
Mitchell.
James version, by the way.
Edgar
Sure
Mitchell.
it is. And they golfed up there, and they had a fucking Grand Prix up there, and they played all sorts of fun and games up there. There's still a cameraman up there. Where's the cameraman? Where's the cameraman that filmed takeoff, dude? Where's he?
Yeah, the main point is you don't need flat Earth logic to debunk the Apollo program. Atheist logic does it all on its own. I am unconvinced of state-sponsored religion's claims of supernatural divine intervention because their God prefers capitalism over communism. Show your God. Let's see it. Show me this God that prefers capitalism, because that's not my read of Christianity. And Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14.
God believes in a free market economy.
Fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's why he went into the temple and just overturned all the tables.
It was a fucking sarcastic joke, dude. Great Angelo, dude, take the stick out of your ass.
I'll try.
Yet you're not going to get to. I mean, if you got some atheist version of the globe, present when ready.
Grit, is that directed to me?
Anyone who's anyone who says that, Christianity is dumb. Show your atheist moon mission. See what that looks like.
Well, we might get one actually next year. The Chinese are claiming they're going to be on the moon.
In 20 years, we're going to have an asteroid made out of diamonds and everyone's going to be rich. In 50,000 years, we're going to have a hotel. In 1,000 years, we're going to have a Mars base. In 100,000 years, shut the fuck
So
up.
desperate, you realize that the Chinese government's going to do?
It's Buddha.
Would you believe North Korea?
An asteroid full of diamonds would cause diamond prices to go way down.
Okay.
Would
you believe North Korea if they said they did it?
No, I wouldn't believe North Korea.
Well, that's North Korea is your atheist space program.
They don't have the funding for such a thing, but the Chinese do.
And they're Buddhist. They're not atheists.
They're not Buddhists. You telling me?
What if China said they funded North Korea, and then North Korea claimed they did it? Would you believe it then?
I'm sure if there were video and film, of course.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But again, you said Chinese are funding them, and for some reason they diverted all of their attention to do that.
I want to ask you a question.
Did you see the recent moon? Did you see the recent moon mission? Did that look real to you from China?
Which one are we talking about? The one on the backside of the moon? They're over already on
the most recent one. The most recent one.
I haven't
where they had the video and it looked like Galaga. That looked real to you?
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, so you haven't seen it. Okay.
Let's try to figure something out about Great Angel, because you said you saw a video and film of, North Korea going to the moon. He'd believe it. What do you do to evaluate? Well, let's just
if the general consensus of the scientific community said,
how will you know what that is?
Well, there's a lot of ways to confirm it. You can confirm
No,
it
how
through
will you
radio
know what
telemetry.
how will you know what the general consensus is? You gonna take a survey?
All right, let's say they announce they're going to go to the moon tomorrow. Here's what I would do.
Oh,
okay?
so the general consensus. I'm trying to get to how you do. I'm trying to figure out.
You want the answer or not?
No, I'm trying to figure out how you determine what's true or not.
Well, there's.
And I asked you. You said the consensus, and then I said, so you're going to take a survey. Then you said, well, if it's reported. So basically, what it means is whatever they show on TV or in the news is the truth. If the TV news says scientists believe, you believe that there's a general consensus among scientists that X fact is true. That's how you decide what's true or not. Someone tells you what's true or not.
No.
Okay, so how do you evaluate?
I'll be quiet here. Here's how I'm going to evaluate it. First, I'd question whether or not they're actually going there. And there's one quick way to know. The same way I followed the Apollo missions. My father and I had a ham radio set, and we were listening to the conversations of the astronauts with the Earth and heard and timed the delays.
Sure, you're a
going to
liar.
Call me a liar. If you're going to call me a liar,
you're goddamn right. I'll call you a liar. Right?
Then
I would call you right to your face.
You Christian
Dude, you're
piece
a liar.
of shit. God forgive you for the bullshit you're doing.
What was it? What was the size of the antenna, dude?
May you what?
Yeah, that's right, dude. You don't even know.
It was a Moonraker antenna with both horizontal and vertical. You want to go any further with that? It was a Tempo 1 with an external VFR, you fuckhead. Yeah, I am a ham operator.
Look at the devil coming out of him.
WD0, ISX. You want the other one? You want the rest of them? You want all my
what frequency did you turn in on?
31 meters. You want to keep going?
Yeah.
Asshole.
So where'd you point it?
Towards the moon, you moron.
Towards the moon. You know that they don't aim at the fucking moon, right?
No,
they have to
not during the early parts of the flight. We were tracing the flight, yes, but it was on. By the way, the antenna.
So they aimed at the moon in the beginning.
The antenna not only had 360-degree rotation, it also had an up-down of 15 degrees. No, sorry, 45 degrees. So I could tilt it up 45 degrees and find wherever the moon is at or any object, as long as it wasn't vertical, directly above.
How long have you been telling this story, Great Angelo? How long have you been telling this lie?
Indio, I swear to God. Okay.
How long have you been telling this lie?
On your Bible, testifying in a court of law, photographs of the Temple 1 we used. Do you want a picture of it?
Dude, I don't care about your picture. I want to know how long you've been telling this lie. Because
this is 1969 through 72, and you're telling me we're not doing it.
Yeah, you're full of crap because I'm a ham radio operator too.
You didn't do it.
Good.
So
what's wrong with my testimony, Eric Amish?
I'm telling you right now what's wrong with it.
Come on, Mr. Ham Radio Operator.
Okay, are you done talking over me? I'm going to tell you right now.
You remember the Amateur Radio League or not?
Yeah, you don't want me to say it, do you? So they had to aim the spacecraft where the moon was going to be, not where it is. So you couldn't talk to them by aiming at the moon because they weren't on that line.
I'd like to talk to the ham operator who spoke up.
Yeah, so why don't you just what I just said?
He won't speak up because I know he'll verify
that their trajectory couldn't have been towards the moon. They have to go to where the moon's going, not to where it is.
They
weren't on a line of sight to the fucking moon, dude. So you're a liar, and I wonder how long you've been telling this story.
You didn't think that one through, Angelo.
Meanwhile, it just rolled off his tongue. And no, I'm not going to dox myself with my FRN number, call sign, or anything, you moron.
That's what the
one thing. You're not going to dox yourself, but you know damn well that's exactly what ham radio operators, including myself and my father, did in the 1960s when the moon missions were launched. That we
I know
were
your claims are
to the
BS.
Conversations. Horseshit.
Yeah, it's BS, dude. Because I remember that story too, and they said why it's so dangerous because they compared it to, hey, imagine playing a game of darts, but you have to throw a bullseye and the dartboard is moving, so you have to throw it to where it's gonna be. And you're like, oh no, hold my beer, just point the antenna at the, dude, what the fuck's wrong with you? You think that bullshit's gonna fly in here?
He's been trying it for the last hour. He's a dumbass.
They said, like, hey, little kids, you know what's going on right now? Not really, Mrs. Adams. If they miss the moon, they'll continue on space forever, and no one is in any position to save them. Wow, that's really scary. Yeah, they really have to know what they're doing. Any small mistake, and it could be disaster. But God bless America. We got Jesus is with
We
them.
can actually calculate like how many degrees off they'd have to be, because the moon. So it took them 3 days, right? So it would be like how far the moon rises after 3 days, how many degrees that is, like what the time delay is, and you can figure out where they have to be, like where they'll actually be on the moon, right? That line of sight, that's what they're going to be in. The line of sight to the moon.
Rotation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, then there's that problem, right?
Yeah, rotation, huh?
Yeah, it was a big fish story that you got called on because you're normally just into like echo chambers where everyone just kind of claps like a buffoon. You didn't think it was going to fat check.
I've been wowing people with that story for 30 fucking years.
Yeah.
Hey, and then when they come back, they got to aim for where the Earth is going to be.
Yeah, because you got the Berry Center, it's kind of wobbling, so it ain't like, even though the wobble might be slow, I don't know. I haven't checked that part out.
What about atmospheric refraction too? Huh?
Like they really had time.
I take that into account. You should take refraction. That's why I get it wrong, man. I didn't take refraction into account. Yeah, you do aim at the moon.
It's like they had time to stop what they're doing to answer some little snot-nosed punk in his fish-telling dad story. Probably what it was, like another Santa Claus story. Hey, little Angelo, let's go out here and we're going to talk to Santa Claus. Some other ham radio operator already set up. It's like, hey, this is Buzz. How you doing?
Good. Alex Jones, he went on InfoWars for that shit, and Alex Jones is like, I knew the Earth was a globe because me and my dad ran out and got a six-pack and saw the moons of Jupiter. fucking drunk ass Alex Jones, man. Like these anecdotes, right? The personal anecdotes. Those are the ones that kill me, man. Because 99% of the time they're just bullshit. It's really easy to tell when the personal anecdote actually happened.
The Earth is flat, for real, for real.
Yeah, duh. No shit, dude. It's obvious.
You woo, LOL.
No, I've actually been in a helicopter, planes that have been thousands, hundreds of thousands of miles off of the ground. There's no curvature of the Earth whatsoever. Who agrees?
Thousands of miles.
Are we going to talk to this clown again?
Bro?
No one remembers this guy.
Yeah, but
no one remembers this
talk
guy.
to this motherfucking clown that's never been in this VC, never been in this goddamn Discord at all whatsoever. What you got?
Sounds like you're saying you went to the moon in a helicopter. It's pretty stupid.
Sounds like he's drinking at 6:30 in the morning.
The second guy got it.
Give him 2. He'll be muted and banned in a few seconds.
He might not have stopped. Just gotten home.
Oh yeah, my bad. What was I thinking?
The second guy got it completely. The third guy almost got it. The first guy was completely off. Good luck, everybody.
It's like miss.
Yeah, I remember everyone who's that guy who should not be here, who should be banned, who's very disrespectful.
No, disrespectful is okay. It's not. We're more concerned. We're more concerned about this TOS. If somebody wants to come in here and act like a complete ass clown and be disrespectful, just let me know. Just show me who you are, so I know never to give a shit what you have to say.
Yeah, that was that guy. That was the N-word guy.
Yeah, that's TOS.
Yeah, I'm taking one out of your playbook. I'm using that one. Why get mad? Just get even.
It's like you think you know someone, and they prove you right.
Indeed.
It's like, wow, that dude sounds like a bigoted asshole. Damn, he was. What a coincidence.
Every time.
So did y'all get to say hi to Becky? I'm putting you on the spot, Becky.
Hey, everyone.
Welcome back. It's been a while.
Thanks. Yeah, it's just been over 2 years. Everyone's gone silent. Yeah, I was just listening to everyone. I was totally entertained, to be quite honest. I'm literally laughing out loud. I forgot how entertaining it was to listen to everybody get into an argument on the internet.
Yeah, even Grizzly's in here. Grizzly was gone for a while too. He's back, man. You want to laugh, dude? Listen to him talk to somebody. That's hilarious.
I recognize a lot of the voices. Anyway, I'll let you all get back to it. It's great to be here, and I'm thoroughly entertained.
Right.
Yeah, that's why Flat Earth always wins. They'll come here and they'll tell you, I'm only here for entertainment purposes. And I'm like, so your globe doesn't have anything to offer you? You got Star Lord, Star Captain, Star Trek, Star Man, none of that. Not a nan thing in any of this globe model can provide even the slightest bit of entertainment. You gotta come here and get your entertainment, huh? Well, that's good. Well, now you know.
We're better than
as long as they believe flat Earth. As long as they believe all flat earthers are stupid, yeah, that's their belief. They believe that already when they come in here.
No, and even if they think stupidity is entertaining, I mean, shit, you got Florida Man, you got Netherlands Man. I mean, you got enough stupid in the globe that you don't need flat Earth either. And even if you did, and even if stupid was entertaining for you, haven't you seen this episode already?
Make some flat Earth movies with ray guns. Maybe that'll entertain them.
Get some robots and space lasers and power swords and whatever. Burn the heretic and the alien.
Freaking lightsabers. Hey, Jedi.
Dog's Clown just spent like the last 5 minutes typing out that cope that he just posted.
The dogs are gods.
Hi, Heretic. How are you today? You doing good?
He's back again. He's got more derogatory comments loaded.
You doing good, Heretic?
Even the way you asked that just sounds smug.
It sounds gross,
it's easy to be
dude.
smug when you've dropped a globe argument and the comeback is, you sound mean.
Yeah, you just sound like a douche, dude. That's all I'm pointing out.
It takes one to know one.
Good one.
Yeah, I mean, you did ban me the other day and then someone had to beg you to unban me.
I didn't ban you.
Pretty rude. Yeah, you did. You admitted to it and I have screenshots, so why are you lying?
Oh, okay, cool story. You keep tracking me more than I do of you. Thanks, stalker.
How am I a stalker? I got banned while I was talking to you, so I took a screenshot.
Living rent free.
And then someone said, hey, you should unban dogs, so you unban dogs. And then you brought it up to me the other day that, you brought it up to me just now that I'm rude somehow, but you're the one that's, banning people even though it's been very cordial.
Wow.
So I don't know what your fucking problem is, buddy.
How dare he ban people in his own channel?
All of that stuff. I don't remember.
No, it's not how dare. It's just you're a hypocrite. That's all I wanted to point out.
Yeah, thanks, Superfan, for keeping detailed notes on all these things that go on between
How
us.
does that make me a super fan?
Well, I mean, because you're keeping track. I'm not.
Why does that mean I'm a super fan?
I'm living rent free in your head.
How?
Just how you.
It's been, 3 days since I talked to you? Right?
Come back whining about it.
I just had a screenshot the moment it happened, and I have a good memory. So,
since you,
Heretic, how am I a super fan? You're the one that actually started talking about me just before, right?
No, you're the one who posted something in the chat, and I saw it, and I was like, "There he is again."
Oh, did I tag you in that? And then you responded with dogs just spent 5 minutes typing out that
Guys,
globe code.
no
Who's
reason.
fucking obsessed with who, buddy? Who decided they had to talk to who?
Yeah,
It was you.
I'm obsessed.
Yeah, you're a hypocrite, right?
Yeah, cut the meta.
He's here.
Okay, if you don't want to do the meta, how about you deal with my argument? Do you want to deal with my argument?
It's a question. It's not an
What's the
argument.
syllogism?
Okay, so two people just did something that wasn't dealing with what I posted, the argument. I ended it as a question so you guys could respond. That's a polite thing to do.
You've asked a question, he said. Is that true? You posted a question in the chat?
So I ended it in the form of a question, but it's an argument. Then question.
So it's a question or an argument? Because if it's an argument, you don't.
Are you unaware of this?
Yeah, if it's an
Are
argument,
you aware that you can do an argument and a question?
Yeah, you can make an argument.
So you don't know how to do the English language, heretic? Is that what you're saying to me?
Oh my god, this guy's insufferable. So do you have an argument or a question that you want us to
I
address?
can't listen to this fucking idiot, dude.
Yeah, it's retarded.
Yeah, it's basically what he's saying here. The sun did something, so therefore the earth must be a curved. You're like, huh?
I like that
He
one.
said it goes. He says it goes below your eye level. That's fucking disputable.
Not just that, without dropping in elevation, he says. It doesn't drop in elevation, but it goes below your eye level.
You actually can't see it set. It actually looks like it comes down and just goes straight. But whatever. It's not like he's not worth engaging with because he's just a fucking sped. Ringing all the time.
Yeah, I know. He just comes in perma-triggered.
Dude, he's still trying to get revenge for fucking getting cooked 2 years ago, dude. Like,
Yeah, he's just always mad. As soon as he comes in, he's just like ready to fight. He's a fucking goofball.
It's called Argument from Butthurt.
yeah, that's a good one, man.
Yeah, I think it should be a part of the list of logical fallacies.
The first time I cooked him, he was really angry that all flat earthers were homophobic. And I'm like, where'd you get that from? Like,
I'm not scared.
Yeah, I'm like, where is that? Where do you see that? He's like, oh, because they're all Christians. And I'm like, okay, where's that coming from? And then finally, I'm like, here is the post, multiple sources. There are no LGBTQ astronauts. They said that even if there is, they're completely closeted because it's known as a career killer. And he said all of it was fake news. All of it. None of that's true. And I'm like, I'm not sure what to do, dogs. I really don't. I mean, like, if you're really upset by the world being a bigoted, hateful place, go do that. Okay? There's plenty of bigotry and hatred out there. Okay, laser focusing on some small group of people that you think don't matter anyway and aren't in any positions of power or control to affect their bigotry, even if they were bigoted. Why would you care? Why would you care what a flat earther thinks or does? You got actual bigoted people in positions of power. Go talk to them. Last time he was here, he got upset about a reference point. It's actually a reference line. You're like, come on, dude. Come on, man. Your reference point is not a point. And he's like, yeah, that's a reference line. Okay, what's a reference line?
I mean, I gave him that because mean sea level, it's a reference point, right?
Yeah, I was telling him that he should use the core of the Earth as his reference point.
Yeah, but he was saying mean sea level follows the curve. I was like, well, how does a reference point follow a curve?
It's amazing he's quiet through this. Is he muted up or what?
Somebody kicked him out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will say, like, I'm stunned. I am stunned that he wouldn't be, like, barking the whole time.
Good riddance. Good riddance.
I mean, I guess I can think of ways that they could rationalize it, but I won't say it. I don't want to give anything away. I'll let him scramble.
Well, he also said that a point is the only thing that can be horizontal.
I know, a single point. He just says anything.
Here's one of it. Here's logic of dogs. If you message me again, you admit you're a schizo. And I'm like, huh? What does that mean? Okay, you admitted you're a schizo. Huh. Okay.
Dogs, he's still kicking around, huh?
Yeah, he was just here a minute ago. You missed him.
No, I think I think I'm fine with that.
He stalks this channel and calls us crazy.
He stalks my Glober server and calls us fucking crazy. You guys are a loser.
Yeah, I mean, he remembers exactly what happened 2 days ago. Exactly our interaction. I'm just like, what? I don't remember any of this. And then he flips the
because we live rent free in his head.
That's what I said to him, and then he had some bullshit rationalization about how I'm living rent free, or other way around. He's living rent free in my head.
I told him I was a ham radio operator too, and he made it personal.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was the other guy. Yeah. That was Great Angelo, wasn't it?
Yeah, he said that.
Eric, I sent you a message.
Come on, you just aim at the moon and just smash into it, man. You just aim right at it.
Damn, what a
I'm a
day in a
flatty.
24/7
Don't forget it.
Discord.
Yeah, aim. If you want to talk to the Apollo astronauts, just aim it at the moon, and
You
somehow
don't
it'll
talk
work.
to him. You can
Yeah,
only listen.
Well, they wouldn't be on the line of sight to the fucking moon, that's for sure.
No, and I never said that either.
You said you aimed at the moon.
When they were on the moon talking, that's when we were aiming at the moon.
Fuck, dude, NASA needed a fucking 30-foot dish. Yeah, Honeysuckle Creek.
Not
That big
everybody
ass
heard
dish?
him every single day.
Did it with
There
your
were a lot
rabbit
of days we didn't even
antenna?
get them.
What the fuck, man?
Did it was car antenna.
A long time ago. I don't have all the details right, but
Come
I
out here,
know
son.
we did it.
Get in the Chevy.
Here's another one with dogs. So I said, okay, dogs, if somebody can't do X, why would you ask them to do it? He said, to prove they can't do it. I go, but didn't you already prove that they can't do it? He's like, yes. So why would you ask them to do it? Like, you're a schizo. Okay, great rebuttal. You cannot deadlift 300 pounds. Okay, did lift it. Let's see it. Dude, I didn't claim I could. What the hell are you talking about? Okay, schizo. Here's another one. I invite you to EA to talk to me. Dogs, I'm banned from EA. Ha, you won't join, just like I thought. It's like, dude, nothing sinks in. It's like nothing. How do I get you? How do you get this guy to anything? To just, it's like it goes in one ear and just right out the other.
He likes being a bully. Honestly, even if you get him, you prove the point that he's trying to make wrong. He'll squirm out of it. He just wants to be an asshole. I've never really had any good conversations ever with him about fucking anything.
guys had some pretty cool talks over on Spaces. That guy was really reaching with the gas pressure thing, wasn't he? It was fun. So,
Is it still going?
I don't think so. I think they've all headed back here because yeah. Oh, Jedi was there. Yeah, India was there. HA Matrix. Flatsy.
Well, here's a good one. I just go down the screenshots with dogs. One time he said, "You're obsessed with me." Okay, why? Well, how am I? Okay, dogs. How am I obsessed with you? Because you're a dumb bitch who always runs away from conversations. Okay, so if I'm always running away from you, how am I obsessed with you?
Classic.
Wouldn't someone be obsessed when they run towards you if they're obsessed with you?
Yeah, like an obsessed fan.
Yeah.
Running after the rock star.
He knows I'm obsessed with them because I'm a dumb bitch that runs away from them.
Oh, okay. Are you obsessed with running away from him? Is that it?
Apparently, yeah.
Looks like him and Starlife are having a circle jerk in the ban appeal channel. Well, Dogs is typing.
Oh, did you see
I can't believe people actually use that. Like, that's crazy, man.
Did you see Starlife change his username?
Yeah, he's obsessed.
Yeah, that's obsessed right there.
What did it change it to?
Crit's worst nightmare.
Damn, he must love you, man.
He didn't even use the possessive form of crit. He made it plural. Just, there's a bunch of crits. There's not just one, there's a bunch.
Tell him to join the fan club. But has anyone actually heard him speak? I've never heard him speak.
Nah, it's got to be a sock puppet. Never heard any voice out of that account.
It's probably geeks in disguise.
Now that wouldn't surprise me.
Dogs was typing. He stopped. Oh well. But the entertainment was going to continue.
What's funny is that channel's timed. They can't post very quick. It's like some sort of 40-second time or something like that. Something just less than a minute.
Oh,
they're just fuming. They're just.
He just had to get his last word in, which was coward.
Do you think
That's so
people
funny.
actually care?
He has screenshots of all of us.
Who's talking? We got somebody new.
Milk fan.
Yeah.
Nope.
Do you think people really care?
About what?
Yeah, they do.
No, they care
About
in.
you?
Really don't.
No, nobody cares about you, Milk fan.
They care in. What they do is they care in.
Why would you say that? I guess
Karen, man, come on.
I don't really know if you know me, but I think a few people like me.
Care about what?
Care about the whole owning them in the flat Earth discussion thing.
Oh well, yeah.
Not that it's like super relevant, but
Yeah, some of them.
it's just obnoxious to think that you piss them off so much that they would care.
They definitely care. We got people that are like perma triggered from it. It was butthurt for years.
Yeah, here, look at Milk Fan. Look at this meme right here. This is what we're dealing with.
Yeah, we get Globers trying to actually attack flat earthers' personal lives because they get so butthurt that in the debates. So yes, they do care massively.
You know, you can't make a meme and then it would make more sense if you sent a meme they made that suggested they got pissed off. Because I don't think anyone takes you guys seriously.
I guess
I've
you're
only
new to
ever
this
heard
space
people
then.
not take you seriously.
We haven't
Wait, I'm a people.
I'm definitely not new here.
I take people here seriously.
I know you do because you've been in the same channel for like a year.
Well,
So
no, I've been in other channels, but yeah, no. So what? Am I not a people?
And also, do you mean the channel that is the most visited and most popular?
So you've heard people take us seriously.
Ooh, burn.
yeah, I'm not here to say that it's not the most popular. Do you think it's the most popular for A, it's a really intriguing and interesting topic that's relevant to anyone's lives, or B, because it's the most fun to make fun of?
You guys never succeed at making fun of us. You basically just end up spiraling and coping.
Well,
with
usually when you join and you try to make fun of
Now you're
anyone, you
talking
just
over
get
top of
muted.
me. Yeah, now you're talking over top of me.
Okay.
So the copium antics are pretty entertaining, but somebody just told you a minute ago that they take this conversation seriously and they're people. So, I mean, how can
Yeah, but there's like 15 people in this channel who are always in this channel.
So there are people who take it seriously.
15 people. It's a relative metric.
Oh, was
Obviously, you take it seriously, but no one on my side takes you seriously.
Now we're up to 15. Take it serious. What will it be next?
No one on my side takes it seriously. That's what I mean.
Isn't
Who do you
my
speak
side
for?
that this isn't
Who
real?
do you speak for?
Did you ask
everyone on my side?
Who?
No, I just know because everyone shits on you guys.
Who?
Never found a single person who's like, no, those guys are really smart. It's usually these guys are either arguing
you
in bad
smart?
faith
Are you smart
or
about this
mentally
topic?
ill.
Are you smart about this topic? Show
You
us.
sound triggered, dude. Yeah, are
I
you
sound
smart?
triggered?
Yeah, you sound really triggered. You're just like, nobody takes you
guess.
seriously. You're upset.
Nobody likes you, man.
Yeah.
Why you have this channel, man? Why you still here,
precisely
man?
the subject we were talking about
I'm gonna join
before
you
this
guys.
guy
I'm
got
really
here.
upset.
Yeah, so you take us seriously, obviously, because you came in here trying to like land an insult. Everybody thinks you dumb. Okay, so do you have anything smart to say about the subject, though?
Yeah, it's like.
I mean, we've had various conversations, and I
poisoning
think
the
I've won
world.
every single one of them.
Well, what did you win on?
What did I win on? You still can't explain Polaris. You can't explain how satellite mapping isn't accurate.
Explain.
You can't explain refraction despite the fact that you bring it up so often. And it's also embarrassing because it's rudimentary.
We're not in the business of explaining this. We're explaining to you actually how the globe has no evidence. There's no proof of that.
Everything I just mentioned was things that proved it.
Well, why don't you start with one? Maybe begin with your best and present it to the panel.
I have had this conversation. I'm not even going through these things with you.
Proof number one. Take your number one proof and put it into a syllogism. Formalize it for us, and let's see how it's a proof. Go ahead.
No.
Yeah, see, I win. GG. That was easy. Really easy. God, you're pathetic.
Damn.
I guess if you
that was quick.
want to say that.
Yeah, no proof today, folks. Pack it up.
Proof. Didn't even attempt.
Why is Polaris only visible from the southern hemisphere, northern
Not an
hemisphere?
argument. That's a question.
Yeah, the argument is the question is supposed to lead you to think, oh my goodness, wait a minute, you're right. That doesn't make any sense. I don't think you're capable of visualizing things very well.
Didn't do that because you can't formalize it in a way that we can think about rationally.
Yeah,
I don't think you can think about many things rationally. So
Yeah, can
that's
you
not really a me
formalize
issue.
it?
All this guy came in here with insults and no evidence, nothing on the subject.
I know nothing on the subject.
Yeah, you don't seem to, because if you did, you would just be able to take some sort of thing, like, say, Polaris, that seems to be what you want to go with, and formalize that into some sort of a proof for a globe or a proof against a flat Earth. What do you got?
A proof
Make it
against the
make
flat
sense.
Earth.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, formalize it. Give me the syllogism.
Yeah.
If a
Don't ask
star
the
is
question.
above the flat Earth, it would be visible from every single point on the flat Earth.
Okay,
Mathematically,
stay
it
there.
would not
What's
be
that? Justify that response, please.
Why is that? Because if you stand on a flat plane, you're not going to be moving to an area that the Earth would be blocking it. So you couldn't see it. That's just not how that
The
works.
Earth is flat. How am I a circle, nigga? Make it make sense.
Just restated your claim. You didn't justify it. You just
I guess. I mean, maybe you're just confused.
Okay, so justify it. Why would I?
Maybe you're just confused because I think I just did.
So why wouldn't I be able
I think I just did.
No, you didn't.
Why the fuck do you interrupt as soon as he starts talking? Yeah, you sound like another pair of
Hey, who are you? I don't think anyone here.
Who's interrupting the interruption? What's going on here?
Interrupting me halfway through my sentence. That's very rude.
He's asking, who are you? Like he's a big guy here on the server.
Fucking nobody. This is a perfect example of exactly what we were talking about before this player Clown Shoes got here.
If you guys are going to mute me, I'm
Yeah,
justify your claim.
Polaris from everywhere.
I'm just going to keep clowning on you guys. It's not that hard.
You're not capable of clowning on us, dude.
I mean, that's obviously all you have.
Guys, I want him to justify his claim that Polaris can be seen from everywhere on the flat Earth. Go for it. Make him embarrass himself. You know, he's the best at doing it out of any of us.
Yeah, it's a flat plane. If you're standing anywhere on a flat plane and you're looking up, everything above you is still going to be above you. That's just how flat planes work.
Okay, is it always going to appear up above you?
Yeah, it's always going to appear up above you. Yes, that is what I said. Thank you for repeating it to me.
Something else. You said that it's whatever's above you is always above you. Okay. Will it necessarily always appear that way?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
There's nothing suggesting otherwise.
What do you mean?
There's nothing suggesting otherwise. This is like,
so all right.
It's just a fact. That's how it
when
works.
I move away from something, it doesn't appear to go down.
Yeah, it appears to go down, but mathematically, since it's a flat plane, you cannot go far enough for it to appear so down that it would no longer appear in the sky.
Can I interject really fast? Can we get back to the surface like the first example?
I can't understand you.
Wait, is Roots talking to us or hot micing?
And it still doesn't seem fast.
Yeah, Roots, you're hot micing.
So that's
I don't know if he's hot micing or talking to us.
I think he was listening to a YouTube.
I don't think he was.
Okay, so if that's the case, then surely you can demonstrate curvature of the Earth, which, according to you, must be the thing.
It's actually totally irrelevant to my conversation.
Oh, curvature's irrelevant?
As you mentioned, we're disproving the flat Earth right now.
Irrelevant. All right, so the globe's irrelevant.
Yeah, we are disproving the flat Earth with what I just said. If you can see that my argument is valid, then we can go on to the next one. But
so you said curvature's irrelevant? Curvature's irrelevant to what you said?
It is not irrelevant.
Oh, curvature's not irrelevant.
To the entire conversation of the flat Earth, it is not irrelevant. To the conversation we're having right now, it is irrelevant. Because we're talking about the flat Earth and stars
so it's
above it.
irrelevant to what you're claiming then, so curvature will not be the conclusion from what you've claimed. Therefore, flat's still on the table.
No, it's not curvature.
It's not curvature? Okay, so it's flat then, because that's a dichotomy.
I think you're confused.
No, I'm not confused.
I'll give you a minute to think it out.
Yeah, curve
okay,
and flat.
put that big old head to yours.
No, he's making sense, dude.
Curve and flat, that's a dichotomy, and you just said not curvature, so flat then, so we don't have a problem, I guess.
No, I think you're just running yourself through. You're making yourself so confused you think you're right. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, what was confusing about what I said?
It didn't make sense.
Okay,
Well,
what didn't make sense? The
not that
audience
it
is
doesn't
dying to
make
know.
sense to me. It is not objectively. It doesn't follow anything. It's
so
just
what did I
random
say?
words.
So what did I say before you tell me what
You are the weakest gaslighter, bro.
I'm the weakest guy. Okay.
So
what did you say?
Before you tell, yeah, what did I say?
You said that because my claim had nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, and it didn't disprove or prove the curvature of the Earth somehow, even though it does disprove that it can't have a lack of curvature, that just makes the argument totally invalid.
It can't have a lack
and
of
then you just went and then you assumed.
Therefore it must have curvature, which you just said it didn't have to.
I'm saying it's irrelevant to the conversation.
Wait a minute, but you just said your conclusion was it can't have lack of curvature, meaning it must have curvature. Now you're saying curvature is irrelevant to the conversation. You screwed up.
Well, it depends on what kind of curvature it is. Like if it was wavy, it can still follow the principle that I was saying as long as the waves aren't bigger than the height of the star.
Oh, okay. So if there's like topography and stuff like that, then that would be fine. That kind of curvature would be okay.
No, not topography.
That's wavy. And there's literal waves and stuff. That's wavy.
Well, it's not wavy in the sense that I'm discussing.
Oh, what sense are you discussing? What kind of curvature is required?
Just like normal waves. Just like think of a sinusoidal function. Just like how that works. I mean, that would still work. It's still flat, relatively enough to support my claim.
A sine wave.
Yes, sir. A flat plane that just kind of, not flat plane, but a plane that mimics that.
Plane with okay, so basically elevation. It was shaped like a sine wave. That's pretty stupid.
Like that's called undulations, and it contributes to path loss.
As long as it's flat enough to be able to see the star above you at all times, yeah, you're right. It can still have some kind of curvature.
Okay, so it can still be a flat plane with topography.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it would still be visible at all times. So you're admitting that I'm correct in that. That's my argument. You're saying, yeah, you're right. You're right. Your argument's right. That makes sense.
So even with a mountain obstructing your view of it, it would still be visible?
Of course not, but that's not the discussion we're having. If you close your eyes, it won't be visible either. But that's just because things are in the way, right?
Deviation from
Just don't go over the horizon.
Topography, and then you wouldn't see it. That's what you just said. You didn't say it had to be spherical curve.
Yeah, I didn't. You're right. So stop making that point for me.
All right, so it doesn't sound like we really disagree. It sounds like maybe you just didn't know what we meant when we said flat Earth. We still believe that there's topography.
That's not my point. Again, I think you're confused. I'll give you 10 seconds. I challenge you to think.
Okay, you're not going to give me anything. I hold court here.
Okay. I guess you hold the court. I'm really glad. Thank you.
And then regurgitating, I think you're confused, also isn't a good look for you because you've already tied yourself in knots. Okay? So you're kind of confused even attempting the claims that you've made so far, clearly. So projecting it onto me isn't really a good look for you. And just saying over and over again when you're out of other things to say, also not a good look. You look desperate.
Do you need a moment to take a breath because you seem really angry?
Yeah, I'm super angry. Actually,
I can tell.
I'm doing pretty good because
maybe a little insecure too.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, project. I'm doing pretty good because you came in here with some supposed proofs, and well, we haven't got one yet. Not against a flat Earth, at least.
Failed miserably.
Not for a globe either. Nothing.
Thank you
far.
for your commentary. You're really helpful.
Yeah, you failed miserably.
You have failed
I heard
miserably.
you the first time.
Yeah, you have failed.
Here, why don't you say it a third time?
Failed
miserably.
Good boy. I knew you'd listen to me.
So, do you have a proof now against anything? Because that first one didn't work out. I mean, you disproved that it could be a plane with absolutely no elevation change. Okay, but nobody ever claimed that, so I think we're still good here. Flat Earth, as we're describing it, still on the table.
How are you describing it?
Topographical plane, which is basically what you said.
I don't think that's how you're describing it.
Oh.
Why is he dumb? Why is this pair of clown shoes here?
Because this is as good as it gets for Globers.
He's demonstrating he doesn't care.
Yeah,
Did you just say that I had clown
flat
shoes
Earth
on?
that comports to his version of flat Earth?
Yeah, Milkfen, do you know that none of us take any of you seriously? We all think you're just all jokes. You're completely pathetic and there's no logic.
If only you had some kind of influence where it would matter, right?
Well, we're the biggest channel.
But don't worry. If we're in your channel and you have the ability to mute us, then your influence matters.
No, I don't want to mute you.
I guess you do have power. Kind of.
Why don't you go ahead? Yeah, I don't want to mute you. The longer you talk, the further you bury the globe. You see, I'm getting you to do the work of burying it for you, right? For us.
I guess.
Yeah.
You must be very smart because I didn't even realize you were making an argument.
No. As soon as you attempt to make an argument, you bury your own position with how pathetic your argument is, right? So I don't want to mute you. I want you to speak as long as possible because you're so bad at defending the globe that people will hear you and then be like, oh God, this is as stupid as that? I didn't know that.
The flat Earth is so unimportant that almost every globe video, some random YouTuber shooting himself in the sky and free falling, need to always address that the Earth is definitely curved. It's definitely always curved. I've seen the curve. Yeah, definitely. That's how unimportant flat Earth is. That they can't get around, mentioning flat Earth just always once in their weird videos.
Yeah, Claire.
That's how unimportant
it is. That's
how engagement. So, believe it or not, there's not some small corporation that controls all of the media, especially personal media. So, if someone is doing that, it is literally just
hold
to
on.
engage.
Listen, not gonna go into that topic.
Who controls them?
Yeah, you can keep that shit to yourself.
Okay.
Every video on YouTube. Every video on YouTube about globe, whatever, read the comments. We are living rent-free and people say, the fisheye, therefore see flat earthers, checkmate flurfs. Every comment, almost every comment about flat earthers.
Let's let him.
so
Yeah,
funny.
getting bullied is not living rent free in people's heads. I think you're.
I don't care.
Remember that MilkFan is the best one here for burying the globe. Nobody can do it better than he can, so let's let him talk as much as possible.
Yes, let him bury.
You can't
he's
bury
doing a
something you
great
live
job.
on.
He's doing a great job of failing miserably.
Yeah, every time he
You're
speaks,
doing a really great job at speaking your native language. Just kidding. You're actually really fucking slow.
That's 4 times.
Do you have Down syndrome?
Failed miserably. That's 5.
See that cope right
Want
there
another
where he
one?
had to attack your character instead of attack the flat earth?
No, I wasn't attacking your character. You can be a great person and be retarded.
He's talking about the person and not the subject.
Oh, this is boring, man.
Yeah, it's boring.
Yeah, if he has nothing for the argument of the topic, then just fuck off, man. Yes, you're boring, man.
You just ate like 5 big L's in a row, dude. You got nothing. GG.
Waste of airtime.
Waste of air. Time.
No, not even GG. He failed miserably.
They always want to invoke that Flat Earth is dead, it's final, it's gone. But literally, we have completely, like, in all these globers that are too mentally deranged to not understand that they don't live on a ball, we living rent-free, right? So they do a comment underneath the Globy videos and they're like, well, checkmate, Flurs, blah, 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 this is why it can't be flat. It's hilarious. That's how unimportant Flat Earth is, that they always gotta mention it, no matter what they look at on YouTube. Poor people. I'm sorry for them. Like yesterday, I forced myself to watch McToon's stream about the rocket ship that has been lost and has burned up and was destroyed in 2025. Anyways, that ship that brings them to a Mars a planet that doesn't exist. Anyways, it's not a physical thing to go to. So, what was half of his stream? Just crying about Flurf, crying about flat earthers, you know? Like, these people can't enjoy anything anymore. Nothing. Like, looking at their rocket stream where their rocket gets lost. I mean, it must be very hard to be a glober these days.
It's interesting when I talked to one who said that the final experiment ended the flat Earth. And I'm like, okay, so are you done talking about it? He said, no, you are done talking about it. I go, me? It wasn't my experiment. It was your experiment. Are you done talking about it? He said, no, I'll never be done talking about it. I'm like, okay, so your final experiment wasn't final or an experiment, and you'll never be done with it. You'll never move on. He's like, yeah, the final experiment means you are done talking about flat Earth. I go, it had nothing to do with me. It just went around and around like that until eventually he just like gave up and stopped talking about flat Earth. I'm like, there we go, we got you there. It took a while. It took about 30, 40 minutes, but eventually you did stop talking about flat Earth. But guess what? Tomorrow, you'll be right back to do it all over again. Hard reset. Just a hard, nothing new under the sun. He got there. He was able to get there. That his final experiment, he should never talk about flat Earth again. He got there, but then he'll reset, and he won't get there again. Until someone's like, okay, dude, what are you talking about? Okay, why are you talking about flat Earth?
You really gotta look at these anti-flat Earth streamers and YouTubers. Like, literally, the people are obsessed with us. Obsessed. Like, every comment is like, oh, where's the dome? And all kinds of stuff, right? But constantly, like, they can't even watch, like, the rocket ship yesterday. I've watched the whole stream, right? The rocket ship that has been lost from SpaceX. They can't even watch the stream without every minute, including the host, which is McToon, every minute just, wait, what would Flat Earth say here? What would Flat Earth say here? And blah, blah, blah. And, you know, it's hilarious. They can't enjoy themselves anymore.
Yeah, it's literally rent free, man. It's like, imagine you can't even. I've noticed that too. Launch days, the globalists are especially triggered about flat Earth. You'd think they would take the day, or at least a minute, or the second, to contemplate what sort of like how bananas it was, and yet they can't. They literally can't even take the second to think about what's being done right now. They are obsessed. Like, flat Earth is their whole world.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they talk more about Flat Earth probably on a daily basis than I do.
Yeah, I like to compare that you know, like how Southern evangelicals, like the Southern Baptist, Southern evangelical, they talk about gay sex all the time. Hurricane, gay sex, you know, like earthquake, gay sex, you know, everything that happens. You know, anything that happens in America, they blame gay sex for. It's like these Southern evangelicals talk about gay sex more than gay people actually have sex. That's like what these anti-flat earthers are. They are obsessed with flat Earth. And they talk about flat Earth more than flat earthers do. Like, if you were to add up all the content from all the flat earthers, it'd barely be a drop in the bucket compared to all the content from the globalists.
Speaking of which, we got Robert back in the Flat Earth VC.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning.
Hey, Robert. Good. I'm happy you added Utah back. That's a good compromise.
Well, on that note,
I love the scenery. I love the scenery in Utah, man. I love it.
Yeah, it's great. I thought it was a really cool username. We had Utah, born and raised. I'm like, yeah, that's cool.
Well, on that note, I'm just want to quickly say it's like people who clearly enjoy beer, right? And they come together like every now and then, and all they do like continuously is like talking or trash talking, like how there are people who are saying beer is unhealthy and whatnot, right? So they can't really enjoy themselves coming together. They just constantly talk about, well, you know, there's this people, they say like beer is very unhealthy and makes us sick. And have you seen the latest argumentation against our beer? You know, it's exactly what glurfers are. They're just obsessed constantly. That's why they come here.
Yeah, but I don't do that. I have a room on Clubhouse. It's literally called NASA Talk, and it has a subheading, and we talk about different things like his math measurements or the latest probe that's going to Venus, and that's what I talk about. But occasionally,
why
flat
are you in the
earthers,
Flat Earth channel?
Yeah, flat earthers come. Yeah, I'm going to open up my room at about 9. You know, occasionally flat earthers come in and they want to say, do you have any evidence of that? Have you been there? Blah, 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 you know. So we entertain you guys as well, you know, but we really love science. I personally love it. I do everything science, you know. Like I told you, I have a kid that's doing aerospace engineering, so.
Yeah, Utah, okay, I think you're mistaken here. People who call out NASA, they're not all flat earthers. Probably the vast majority of them have nothing to do with flat Earth whatsoever. The vast majority of people who think NASA is just more corrupt government also hate flat Earth as much as you do. So when you come in, when they say, hey, look at this bullshit NASA's doing, and you call them a flat earther, they've just dropped you in the idiot bucket. They're like, yeah, this guy's clearly an idiot.
I understand. As you know, I don't curse or call people out their names. I just simply just talk, and I get passionate, may get loud, trying to get my voice through. But I don't disrespect people, man. You guys, all your recordings, you'll never hear me actually calling somebody stupid or an idiot.
Yeah, I'm telling you, when people join your live stream and they're questioning NASA's claims, and you call them a flat earther, I'm letting you know that they are extremely insulted by that.
Oh, okay. Well, I
I'm
mean,
not.
but I thought
I'm
you
not.
guys were
I'm
flat
not
earthers.
insulted. I'm not
I thought you guys
insulted to be
were
called a
flat
flat earther.
No, I'm saying people who aren't flat earthers. Okay, you've got people.
Right.
Okay, you've got people who join your live stream who question the narrative of government. Always, they're questioning government. Basically, George Carlin had said he's got one rule that he lives by. It's never failed him. He doesn't believe anything government says, or trust government, or whatever it was. The exact words are pretty close to that. So if he were to come into your live stream and be like, I do not believe in supernatural claims made by government that they're sending things into the vacuum of space, God bless America, and you call him a flat earther, that is probably the most insulting thing you could say to him. His whole worldview is built on this sort of cosmic atheism. Flat earthers don't really give a whole lot about NASA, because I don't really care about NASA, because math alone is going to fix NASA. Their spending is out of this world. That level of spending is mathematically unsustainable.
Do you know that they actually give more money for cancer research by another $40 million a day? Just so you know, cancer research tops NASA.
Who's they?
The government.
The federal budget.
The federal budget, yeah. It basically has allotted $5.8 billion for cancer research. And a measly $5.3 billion.
No, $5.8 billion.
Yeah, for cancer.
Yeah, NASA gets $26 billion in unadjusted tax dollars.
24. Joe Biden had requested 26, and they said, nope, you're only getting 24.
Also on military installations, and all their office, their people are high grade military officers. Like they get to live rent free. Like they get Redstone Army Arsenal, where they make missiles and bombs and rockets.
Hold on.
That's
NASA doesn't make missiles and bombs.
Yeah, they do. Their headquarters is on Redstone Army Arsenal.
Yeah,
they actually have a Nike weapons system program.
No, they don't, guys. Those are military stuff. They don't.
NASA was funded initially by the Department of Defense using defense dollars.
Yes, yeah, I agree with that. Yes,
and it serves as a place for all the components of DoD to go work there.
Well, remember, NASA has a lot of inventions came out of NASA programs, right?
Holy shit, we talked about this, dude. We couldn't think of one invention that NASA came up with. We went through all of them. You tried like 5 or 6, and each one I told you who really invented it.
No, but they're part of NASA's programs. NASA has invented a lot of things, guys. Just the way how rockets work, they are the ones that invented technology, right, to make that happen, right? The trajectory that the ICBMs travel, right? All of that is NASA calculations, NASA math, right? So, the military borrows science.
Well,
The military, a lot of what the military does.
Those are individuals contracted by the military. These are individuals that came up with these things.
Yeah. Of course, there's going to be, what you call intersections, because the military wants to accomplish something, and NASA has the scientists, because all NASA does all day is science. They just want to make new discoveries and invent things.
Yeah,
so
dude,
the military.
we talked about this. No, that's not true. Remember, the whole NASA has a SWAT team.
Yes, they do. Crap? Yes, they do. They have to, because they have to protect their installations. They have to. Every government agency has their security department. Even the U.S.
This is security. This is law enforcement.
Their SWAT team.
This is it's law enforcement. That's not security.
Yes. No, it's security and enforcing their laws. Yes. What's wrong with that?
Law enforcement.
What's wrong with that?
That you make it seem like they're doing science. No, law enforcement is not science.
Listen, if you're defrauding NASA, they need their people to go and investigate you. That's simply it. I agree with that, 100%. Why you want to call the FBI all the time? You want your people to go because your people, has the background, the science, and all these sort of things, right? So every department does. The post office does.
Yeah, that's executive branch also.
Are you saying the post office is a branch of NASA?
No, it's an executive branch agency. That's why they have policing powers.
Also, you can send your mail for free if you don't want to pay, which is something that they've been hiding.
NASA's been privatized a lot because they're not getting the money.
Yeah, that's why when you go onto their website, it's got .gov on the end of it. Come on, Robert, wake up.
They aren't getting the money. They don't have a daily budget of
what? They need more. Science is expensive, guys. It costs $10,000.
No, they have to pay the security, law enforcement.
It costs $10,000 per pound to get off the ground. $10,000.
Real quick, I gotta go, but Mr. Utah Robert guy, there's your NASA Nike missile program. Posted PDF and screenshot. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you very much. Guys, just focus up.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't care.
Yeah, you find that that's how they hide everything, is that you guys just don't care.
NASA is doing science. Guys, space travel is science. It's science. Think about it.
How?
Yeah, no, okay. Robert, there's no thinking about it. It's not science.
Of course it is, guys.
Robert, I want you to think back over the last couple of days. They've explained to you the scientific method. You even agreed on it. So, space travel, not the scientific method, therefore, not science.
What are you, I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, we understand clearly. Not science.
Okay, if the moon is real, how do you get there?
Not science.
No. Let me ask you a question. If
Robert,
the moon is
no, hang on. You're hypothesizing that the moon you envision is real. That pretty gray ball that we don't see half of ever is the moon you envision. What if it's a disc and it's not even a ball?
Exactly. I mean, what if it's a disc? It doesn't matter. It could be a peach. Okay. It doesn't matter.
No, we like disc a lot.
No, it could be anything. Whatever you envision, brother.
It's what the light optics say that
I know,
it should be.
How do you get there to see what it is? How do you know? How do you get there?
Well, that's
Dude, why are you back here again?
According to
I'm having a conversation, brother. Just give me a second.
According to flat earthers, we've never been there in the first place. So.
I know. That's fine. But as scientists, we're curious. We want to get there. Do you understand?
Yeah. Well, first you got to get through the firmament. They're having an awful of a bitch time with that.
Thank you.
Right, so who's this
all of those.
Flat earther in here? Who's this fake flat earther?
What firmament? Fuck's sake.
so I get all of that. So you just said. So hold on, guys. So first off, you said we have to get through the firmament, right? Yes, we want.
No. He's not speaking. He's not speaking for this VC of flat earthers. There's no firmament.
He's muted now. He's all done for the day.
Well, what you need to demonstrate is gas pressure without a container. Then you can speak about traveling to the supposed moon in your model.
You can't get past the barrier. You can't break the gas law. The thermodynamic. Robert, nobody can go outside and take pictures of the Earth, Robert. You can't. Right. The gas law is widely accepted. You can't break that, Robert. Yes. There's a barrier, and nobody can go there.
Yeah, brother. How do you know that nobody can go there?
Because of the definition of gas law, the second law of thermodynamics. You can't break that. It's widely accepted in all academia.
Hold on. In all academia? Hold on just a second.
The second law of thermodynamics.
I know. but as scientists, right? Right, as scientists, we see something and we want to touch it. That's all we want to do.
We
That's
get
it.
that, Robert. We fully understand. You want to go and take a piss on the moon like a dog
Yes,
cocking its leg.
literally.
Guess what?
I want to
Not
take a piss on the
happening,
moon.
Robert. It is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You are not going there. Full stop.
My friend, but it is there.
Yep, yeah. But you can stutter all you like. Not going there. Not happening.
No, it's there.
You can sit and admire the moon all you like. Enjoy your time. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I understand that, but we want to go there to exist. Yes.
You can go to want all you like, but it's not happening.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. As scientists, we want to.
No, nobody does. Just you.
No. But what are you talking about?
Obviously, you're speaking on behalf of all scientists everywhere.
All scientists.
No, you don't. No, we don't all want to go.
All science in aerospace, engineering, astrophysics want to investigate that light.
So which one of those is science again?
All of them. All of them. It doesn't matter.
No. That's pseudoscience, man. Which?
No, brother, it's you. Do you see the moon? Yes or no?
Oh, so now you're jumping to another topic. So
no, it's not. The moon is there. I want to go. I want to go there.
Well, that's a lovely story. Here's 30 cents. Go and ring your mum and tell her. She might care more than we do.
I know. Yes, she does. She does care. Actually, she's like, "Hey, son, what is that moon? Do you want? I'm like, I don't know, and I want to know.
You don't know. So why the fuck do you think you can just go there?
Because I can see it.
You can see it. You can see the sun. Can you go to the sun?
We want to go there as well. It's just curious.
One-way trip to the sun. Someone buy him a ticket.
Why you keep saying we?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Mean,
you guys
who's
are
we?
the science. Buy me a ticket. Buy me a ticket.
Who's we? I don't want to go to the sun. Who's we?
I want to. I'm curious about it.
Robert.
It provides us heat.
Robert, seriously, mate. You ask anyone that lives in Australia, we get enough sunlight as it is during summertime.
No.
I'm fucked if I want to go any closer.
No, we want to investigate what it's made up of.
Well, you don't know then. Nobody knows what the sun or moon is made of.
Exactly.
So then why would you think that the lies have been made that they went there and they know what it's made of?
Hold on, that's a different subject. Just give me a second. I'm just trying to walk you through the curiosity to go there.
No, we're not going to talk about your imagination anymore.
No, big man. Again, I want to go there. As scientists, that's what we do.
So what? Who cares? Who cares that you want to go there? Who cares? People want to go to the North Pole to see Santa Claus. How come they don't go there?
I know. Okay, if you don't care, but as scientists, we do. So you're
not a scientist, and stop saying we.
As a scientist, I want to go there.
You're not a scientist.
Brother, I study science. I have credentials in physics.
You don't know what the definition of science. So there.
Oh, you really? You want to test me on what the definition of science is?
I've been testing you for a week now, and you haven't passed any test.
I passed everything that you have asked, everything, but you don't accept it. That's the difference.
Define science.
Okay, you guys don't understand
it. Define science.
This. Science is the study of the natural world.
Okay, so now, what did you do that makes you a scientist?
I have a degree in physics.
No!
And I do, brother,
yes,
a degree in physics.
You didn't even know that air pressure holds water in a cup. You told me it was gravity. That's how much of a scientist you're not.
It is gravity, brother.
Oh, what is it? Pressure, how come the water goes away?
What? I didn't hear your question.
Yeah, if I remove the air pressure, how come the water goes away?
Because there's a symbiotic relationship between air and water on Earth. That's what keeps water stable.
Symbiotic.
Yes, symbiotic. Yes, brother.
Trying to make up your own shit.
There's no makeup, brother. Air pressure keeps water stable on Earth and everywhere in the universe.
It's not gravity. Thank you.
No, stable. Not stability is different. Gravity.
Oh, I see.
Gravity has done.
What does gravity actually do then?
Gravity has done the work to pull the denser water molecules.
Water molecules. I debunked you already.
You haven't debunked anything. You're not listening. So are you debunking?
No, I already debunked you. What am I going to listen to? You tell me.
You're not listening. So you're not debunking. So denser water molecules are denser. So their gravity is pulling those down to the ground. Now, to keep water liquid and stable, it's also air is coming down above the water molecules. And therefore, water stabilizes on the ground. So gravity is pulling both of those substances, and then both of those substances interact to keep the water stable. That's all it is. That's science.
Were you able to sleep at all yesterday?
No, I got good sleep, brother. As a matter of fact, I was listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson this morning. That's what I do every morning because I'm a scientist. I love science.
He's not a scientist.
Yes, he is.
This guy. I listen to Neil deGrasse. I'm a scientist.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, he's an astrophysicist.
Okay, oh, mate.
He's an astrophysicist. That's what he is.
It's not science.
What? Okay, define science.
Astrophysics is not science.
Yes, brother. It's a study. Do you know the definition of physics?
Do they do? What experiments do they do?
Who, the astrophysicists?
Yeah.
Yes, they do many experiments. For example, he was just talking about the study of water, by the way, in clouds, right?
Oh
they're still doing research on the stability of clouds. They're still doing research on that.
Astrophysicists who look at the stars now study just clouds.
No, they don't study just clouds. He's just talking about that and the atmosphere and all this kind of thing.
Do cloud experiments.
So one other thing that he was talking about is the Parker probe. The Parker probe that is going around the sun.
No, we're not talking about imagination here.
Oh, really? You think it's imagination? That's a different. You're subjective. That's a claim.
It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
It's in no way the violation of the second law of thermodynamics. In no way.
Yeah, you can't go to a place you can't go to. So there.
Wait. How do you know it's a place you can't go to?
Because it's supposed to be a vacuum.
It's not a vacuum.
Oh, the universe is no longer a vacuum?
No. It's a very low pressure area.
What do you think a fucking vacuum? I thought you were supposed to have a degree in this.
What? It's an extremely low pressure. That means it has stuff, just not a lot of it.
So a vacuum chamber isn't a vacuum chamber?
A vacuum chamber is not a perfect void of stuff.
Shit, you dummy. You know what happened in a perfect vacuum? It would collapse in on itself.
Exactly. So therefore, that's why perfect vacuums don't exist, just like space. It's just a very low pressure area. There are areas there that has less stuff than others.
Water and air stick around a ball in a vacuum since it doesn't work in a vacuum chamber, which is not as low as the universe air pressure, according to you.
Again, space is a low pressure area. The Earth.
How come
the
space
Earth is not
special? How
the
come
Earth is not.
How come space and Earth is special? That water and air can stick around a ball in a vacuum, but if I put a wet tennis ball in a vacuum chamber, the water doesn't stick to it anymore. It just dries up, turns into gas, and leaves.
Hey, Robert, I have a question. Has somebody gone past this barrier? Yes or no?
Which barrier are you talking about, sir?
The barrier that's holding the gas pressure. Has somebody gone past?
No, the barrier is the gas.
Yeah, but you're saying that NASA went into the vacuum of space, so they went through the barrier. Yeah, if they did, there'll be a hole in the barrier. Yeah, all the gas will fill the available volume in the space of vacuum, and we all be dead. The fact that we're not dead, nobody's gone past the barrier. It's that simple.
No, it's not that simple. Gas is the barrier. Gas is physical. You know that, right?
Gas contains gas. At first, I heard of that.
Yes, the gas is the barrier that's stable because of gravity. You understand what I'm saying to you? So gas
Saying
is your
gravity
barrier.
contains gas. Well, that's just silly. How's it containing gas?
Oh, exactly. Containment, not containing. So again, I've given you guys this example 1,000
Okay,
times.
how's it restraining gas?
Because mass attracts mass, right? That's gravity.
I thought you had to be by Earth to do that.
So Earth is the dense object that is holding other less dense objects. So the higher up you go, there'll be less density, right?
So we know mass doesn't attract mass because we've tested it. So why do you keep saying it, you fucking pretend scientist?
Brother, Cavendish proved that there's an attraction between mass.
No, it
50% of the time it doesn't work, so there's no proof.
It doesn't work for you. You're not doing the experiment correctly.
I knew you were going to say that. How come when it doesn't work, the person is doing it wrong?
Yeah, he's never done it, actually. I have done Cavendish experiment. It was part of my one of my research projects.
I'd love to ask you a question about it. What did you observe specifically?
I observe that there is an attraction between mass.
For the Cavendish experiment that you did, what did you observe in that experiment?
I literally observed and measured the attraction rate of 6.6 times 10 to the minus 11.
No, that's what you calculated supposedly, but what did you see in order to arrive at the data that you needed to calculate that?
Okay, so if you time lapse your video, you have a camera that's parked on it for 24 hours.
Yeah, what am I seeing in the camera?
And in the image, as you time lapse, speed up the image, you notice that the objects are coming together.
What objects? I mean, I want you to describe the motion of these objects.
Okay, they're moving in a lateral direction towards each other, right? So, the object that is on the apparatus, because I put lead bricks, because this is what we did. We wanted to make sure that we eliminate electromagnetism and all these kind of things, right? So lead is not magnetic, right? So the ball, as you see it literally moving towards the lead brick for no reason, absolutely no reason. And as a matter of fact,
electrostatics. Hello, everything is electrostatic.
Electrostatics. How do you know it?
Not the lead.
How do you know? How do you know it's electrostatics? Did you test for electrostatics? Did you?
Did you?
Yes, we did.
Who's we?
So, Big Man, when I work on projects,
me and him, we tested it, bro.
When I work on projects, brother, we are group. Why? Because two brains are better than one.
Because you can't think for shit. Someone's got to do it for you. That's
so what we're doing. We have to mount and build the apparatus, right?
Who gives a shit about what kit that somebody gave you to unbox and put together? Anyway,
give a shit.
So what we do is,
what vacuum chamber did you do this in?
Sorry?
You heard me.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, you heard him.
No, I did not.
What vacuum chamber did you do it in?
What vacuum chamber did we do it in?
Yes.
Well, we didn't do it in a vacuum chamber.
Oh, your experiment's null and void now.
No, it's not. Because what you do is the part of the experiment is the calibration. What the ambient pressure, air pressure in your environment is measured over a period of time.
Did you hold your breath?
So what you do, you take those measurements and then you start the experiment. So once you have So once you have that ambient air that is in your lab, electrostatics measured, electromagnetism measured, you have all of this data, you see how the objects move within those ranges. Then you introduce the other mass.
It's math.
The other mass, which is the lead bricks.
Mass.
M-A-S-S. And you notice that the other mass starts to make the apparatus move closer.
Oh, you're a liar.
Yeah, Robert, this is the bit that you don't seem to get through your thick little skull. Some people it moves. Some people, it does not move. Do you acknowledge that? Yes or no?
They're not doing the experiment right.
We knew you were going to say that. How do you know that they haven't done it right? Because
they would get the same result.
You just
they
throw
would
out
get
all
the
the
result.
observations that doesn't match. You just throw out everything that doesn't match, and you only accept those observations which you think proves the globe.
You're not doing it right. You're probably trying to falsify.
Exactly. So you got to throw out everything that doesn't work.
No, if
you're not doing it
only
right, bro.
if it matches the observation that's expected.
If 100 people do it right, and then you come in and do it wrong, it's wrong.
Robert, we're not talking
How do you know
100 people doing it right and one person doing it wrong. We're talking 50-50.
Because it's like math. It's like math. If I tell you 2 + 2 = 4, you can't tell me 2 + 2 = 5 because everybody has arrived at the consensus that 2 + 2 = 4. You're gonna be the odd one out.
Consensus. It's about logic.
Yes, it is.
He's got circular logic. You got affirming the consequent. You're saying it is correct only if it matches the predicted observation.
No
reasoning.
prediction. No prediction.
No
Zero.
prediction? So you don't have a
none.
prediction? Well, you're not doing science then, retard.
No.
Science then.
No. Isaac Newton has determined through mathematics that mass attracts mass. Now, Cavendish is saying,
Robert,
really?
stop.
No prediction, you said.
Hold on.
Which is wrong, but
brother.
Wait, what the fuck is the bullshit?
No prediction and no science. This is over.
It's over, bro. It's over. Oh god.
And you said you're a laboratory PhD? Are you kidding me?
No, he probably does have a PhD.
Hold on, guys. Jedi's trying to say something. He was dropping out there. Jedi, are you breaking
Welcome,
up? Welcome,
Jedi.
Jedi. Got hammered.
Yeah, if I'm breaking up, I'll leave and rejoin.
No, you're good there. So whatever you're doing now, just keep doing that.
All right, fair enough. No, I was just agreeing with everyone else. If he hasn't got a prediction, then he doesn't have natural science because he has no hypothesis. A hypothesis is the prediction, your prediction of what causes something. So if you don't have that prediction and you don't have a hypothesis, you haven't got science. It's the whole premise of natural science and scientific method.
It's based off what do you call it? Education and like previous experience.
What the fuck are you saying, man?
Oh gosh.
Jesus Christ, you're worse than Robert, man.
I'm glad he's not a scientist.
Is that Robert's
Lord.
son?
Yeah. I mean, can you? I'd be interested in that. This is like kind of like we stand on the shoulders of giants type thing, or what are you looking at? Did he still there? All right. Bummer.
Word.
Or was that you? Was that you, Bud?
Brother Jedi, respectfully, brother. If you're going to mute, I mean, it's we can't have this conversation, right?
I didn't mute you. I unmuted.
I'd like to
have the conversation.
I'd like to continue this. Newton didn't even predict that gas and gravity would ever interact. You know that, right? Like, you can't use Newton's laws to suggest that gravity is pulling the mass of gas down. Because Newton didn't even describe that in Principia or anywhere. He said actually that you have two forms of matter, two general forms. The kind that condense, like solids and liquids, and the kinds that disperse, like gas and vapor and colloids and stuff. That's mixed in with the air and gets vaporized. You have condensing and contracting, and you've got dispersing and diffusing matter. And in order for Newton's law to work on gravitation, you're required to have a surface because there's a radius, which means there has to be a radius for both of the objects that are being attracted to each other. But gas molecules don't have a radius either.
No, you need mass.
You don't have any surface area of a molecule to attract to.
Yes, you do. You have mass. Mass.
You don't have a radius because the law of universal of gravitation requires a radius, dude.
F equals ma is mass. Mass is your word. You have to understand.
Force doesn't necessarily imply gravitational force.
Of course it does. Of course. Well, hold on.
Gravity's not a force according to Einstein. So, which is it?
Oh, you've leaped. Why you change the subject? We're talking about
I'm not. I'm rebutting what you're saying. You're full of crap, dude.
You again. F equals ma. Mass. Gas has mass. Anything with mass has a gravitational.
Doesn't mean it's subject to gravitational forces, because gravity's not even a force. But if you want to go with that, then no, because
what do
you
mean
need a radius of surface. You need a surface area.
It doesn't matter.
And Newton didn't even describe gas in the context of gravity. He avoided it.
He doesn't have to, because
that gas is anti-gravitic.
Yes, he did. Everything that has mass is in his formula. Gas has mass.
All right. How do you prove that gas has mass?
Atomic mass is different. He's still going with this substance in a space. He doesn't understand that this is all fucking conceptual.
Hold on. Are you guys on this stage saying gas molecules don't have mass?
They have atomic mass.
I'm just asking you how you've determined it does.
Right. There are many ways to determine that gas has mass.
Go ahead, Professor.
The same way you determine that a rock has mass.
Atomic mass.
Basically same methodology down to the granular. That's how you determine that gas has mass.
It's atomic mass.
It's the same thing. Mass is mass.
How do you weigh gas? How do you weigh a gas then?
Right.
How do you weigh it?
You weigh gas through using electron microscope, spectroscopy, and all these kind of things, right? You look at it, you understand it. Spectroscopy can tell you the makeup of what the molecule is, and you can determine its mass.
Spectroscopy, you retard. You got to contain gas.
But brother, you can contain gas in anything. You know that. I thought you knew that.
You got to contain it and weigh it in a vacuum. And then you got to net out the weight of the container. But the point is, you have to contain it to weigh it, dude. If you don't weigh it, it escapes because it's weightless itself.
No, it's not weightless. That's a lie.
How do you determine the mass of a weightless object?
That's not weightless. It's not weightless because guess what? You know that gas exerts pressure. You know because of the pascals.
You have to contain it to weigh it.
Right. So
pressure is not the same as weight. Pressure is actually gas. Actually, doesn't really have a force of mass that's applied to it. It's got a force of pressure.
It's a force of pressure.
Pressure is not the same as mass. Because pressure is determined by the frequency. It's determined by the frequency of the molecules hitting a surface, regardless of mass. It's independent of mass. And kinetic molecular theory, the formulas prove this out. Right? Because the total energy of a system is given by 0.5 equals mass times velocity squared.
Thank you very much. You heard the math.
Okay.
You got the math.
Well, hold on a second. The velocity of gas, if you use Maxwell-Boltzmann's equation, the velocity of gas is one over the square root of velocity of gas is 1 over the square root of mass. So if you substitute velocity in the first equation with 1 over the square root of mass cancels out, and you're left with the energy of a system is determined by 0.5, which indicates mass independence.
You're all over the place.
Of pressure. And you know what? This is proven by the law of Avogadro.
No, it's not at all.
Yeah, where you can take three different gases and put them in the same size container and at the same pressure.
All matter has
same
mass.
Temperature. They'll have the same pressure on all sides of the boxes, and they will be three different gases of three different atomic or molecular quote unquote weights. The same pressure, different weights, same temperature, same volume.
Amish, we have to mute him when you're talking so that you can. He's not listening to you.
I'm done with my point now, so he can stop over talking.
About all he got out of that, Amish, was your first section where you said mass. He went, haha, I've got mass, and he laughed. Outside of that, if he heard more than 2 words, I'd be impressed.
I did hear everything he said, but the minute he invoked mass, we have it. He's done. He's proved my point.
No, you didn't listen. I told you we cancel out mass in the equation to determine the force of the system.
You can't cancel out mass.
I described the process of using gas laws from kinetic molecular theory of gases to cancel out the mass to show that the pressure is mass independent. I just described the entire mathematical process of it including substitution and cancellation of mass as the variable. It's not needed, it's redundant. I rest my case.
Thank you very much for resting your case. The reason why you are canceling out mass is because you're going to measure pressure, right? But
thank you.
Oh, hold on, brother, you have to listen. The mass of the object still exists.
What's pressure?
Still exists.
And how do you know? How do you know? Because you don't have evidence of that anywhere, because the same ratio of gases exists near the surface as the ratio of gases exists at extremely high altitudes. If it is mass dependent, then why do you have the same amount of carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and all this other shit that's mixed in with the air we breathe? That ratio stays the same at all altitudes, and that's not predicted by gravity.
You talked over me the whole time.
You're not listening, are
Well, it's
you?
not predicted by gravity because you have a different ratio of constituent particles of gas molecules, right? They all have different quote-unquote atomic masses, but gravity doesn't give a shit. Because you have the same ratio of gases where gravity is the strongest as you do where it's the weakest.
Let the record show that you have interrupted me every time.
You're not listening.
No, he's not listening.
That's non-responsive to his point.
I am, but he won't let me.
No, you weren't responding to my point, so I had to bring you back on track.
Brother, you interrupting me. I'm only saying 2 words. Let me finish what I am saying to you.
Because you're not focusing and you're not responding to what I said.
Again, the object had to have mass first to exert the pressure. The reason why you're calculating the pressure, you need pressure. That's why they are canceling out the mass so you can get the pressure variable. But the object still started out with mass. You need
How do you determine mass? We're back to that.
You have to understand that. If it doesn't have mass, it won't exert pressure.
I understand your claim completely, and my rebuttal to you is walking us through the process of how you determine that it has mass.
It's atomic mass.
And I'm telling you have to contain the gas and weigh it in a vacuum in a container. But the pressure's equal on all sides of the box.
Right, but the point is that in order for you to get to the pressure variable, you need to eliminate the mass variable. But you have to start. But you start. I'm being interrupted
You're
again.
a little klugscheißer.
But again, you needed the mass of the object to cause the pressure. But you need to somehow isolate the pressure. That's all they're doing in this gas law. That's it in the story, but the object still has mass.
Sorry,
yeah, thanks for repeating what I said.
What does the pressure law define? What does it define? What's it giving you? The pressure law.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that.
Well, we are.
Okay, you want to change the subject now?
What's the pressure law interested in?
Okay, let's change the subject. Okay, move on to Jedi. Okay,
no, come on, come on.
Same subject.
It's the same subject.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it is pressure. You keep invoking pressure because pressure. What's pressure?
He knows.
Come on, say it. Say it.
Say it.
Say it.
Yeah.
He won't. Come on, say it.
Force exerting on an area.
There, finally. Holy shit.
Yeah. So if you don't have the area, you don't have pressure.
Okay, but anything is an area. A gas molecule is an area.
No. Volume. The container. The amount of substance in a space. PV equals nRT. Pressure. Right. We'll say every single time you say pressure, that's invoking containment.
No, it's not.
Yes, it's the necessary antecedent for pressure.
No.
If you don't have a container, the gas with atomic mass will continue to expand. That's the interesting thing about gases, that power of indefinite expansion.
Gas is an area.
Yeah.
Gas is an area. Gas molecules is an area.
Gases fill volumes. Volumes.
Gas molecule is an area because it has mass.
Volumes being defined in cubic meters or feet and surrounded by the physical barrier that's causing the pressure, denying the expansion, denying the continuation of entropy. Gases expand into space. So if you don't have a container, you don't have pressure. And if
You have
don't
containment.
have a container,
Gravity is your
gas
containment.
continues to expand.
You have gravity.
See,
Gravity
this
is
is what you
containment.
keep invoking. You've invoked mass. So the gas molecules are attracting each other. No, because they're continuing to move. No, they're continuing to move apart, increasing the distance between them.
Because of their kinetic energy. But they have but they are attracting each other still.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. Anything with mass attracts itself. Attracts each
Gases
other.
expand. That's the interesting thing about it, gases.
Because of another variable called kinetic energy. That's the other variable. But it's still attracting. If you remove that, they will come together. And by the way, why is the oxygen molecule O2? Do you know why? Because oxygen atom is unstable. It cannot be by itself. You have to separate it through processes. So other oxygen,
That's a bit of a red herring. We don't care.
other oxygen.
Yeah, no, you're not going to listen. That is a red herring. We don't care.
Where's it
I'd like to
going
ask
with
a
this? It's
technical
not even
question,
explained.
please. Can I ask a technical question, please? Robert, can you describe what the degrees of freedom are when it comes to gas molecules in the context of gases attracting each other? Degrees of freedom. Got to Google it. Degrees of freedom.
No, I don't Google when I'm on.
Molecules.
I only Google
In the
when you guys
context of gas attracting gas, what are degrees of freedom?
Okay, so we're changing the subject again. Why are we jumping around?
Subject. We're talking about gas behavior. We're talking about the laws that govern these things.
Okay.
So, we're definitely going to be talking about its degrees of freedom.
Okay. So I can't talk about the things that govern other things, but you guys.
No, we're on topic. You just brought up a red herring that definitely wasn't addressing my point. Somebody else has asked you another question, but it's most definitely what we are talking about. Now, why he and I have asked you questions because we don't get answers.
Oh yeah, you do get answers. You're not listening.
You find that these things that we're changing the subject. No, we're talking about gas behavior and the laws that govern them. You keep invoking a concept. We're doing physics here when applied to laws of
really?
nature. Yes.
You're only talking about gas. That's the only thing you're talking about.
Yes.
the other things in the world.
Yes. So Avogadro's law, Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Brownian motion, kinetic theory of gases all talk about how gases and energy behave, especially when things like heat are involved.
Yes, absolutely.
We're talking about so we're talking about its degrees of freedom. The gas molecule.
The gas molecule, no problem.
Yeah.
Right.
So how can it move?
In all directions. In all directions. But they're still attracting each other.
No. Do you want me to read this out for you from James Clerk Maxwell? You know who he is, right? I'll start
yes, I do, brother. But I don't think you understand what he did.
Start very simply at the top. Gases are distinguished from other forms of matter, not only by their power of indefinite expansion, so as to fill any volume or vessel, however large, and by their great effect heat has in dilating them. But you understand heat, right? Temperature, but by the uniformity and simplicity of the laws which regulate and these changes. So we're talking about these laws. Now, these laws, when we're talking about gas behavior, tell us without question that gases expand indefinitely to fill any volume. The consequent of being in a contained system is one, you achieve pressure, the amount of gas in that space being stopped from its indefinite expansion, right? and not increasing in entropy. When you remove the container, the gases continue to expand into the available volume. The only thing that stops them is the physical limitation of that volume. No physical limitation, indefinite expansion, infinite degrees of freedom. They go anywhere without any bias.
Yeah, unless they are contained.
It's contained. Physical containment.
No.
The necessary antecedent for gas pressure. Yes.
That's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong.
Not. PV equals NRT. Boyle's law.
You interrupted me.
Law,
You interrupted me.
You're just wrong.
Again, let me finish. It built into the law, it expands indefinitely unless contained. Contained is your factor.
Yes. The physical
gravity contains gas on Earth.
Wrong.
Everybody go and research it. Now, let me say this. Although they're expanding indefinitely because of other forces, kinetic energy, they are still attracting each other, no matter what. But the kinetic energy is greater than their attractive force. That's why it's negligible. They have mass, right? But what contains gas, they will expand indefinitely unless contained. Gravity is what contains the gases. Creating your barrier. The Earth is a closed system because of the gravitational attraction keeping gas contained.
We get the story, okay?
It's not a story. It is a fact.
I'll let you speak. It is your rhetoric that we are challenging. There's no point just saying the rhetoric over and over again, even if you do have a flowery voice. Your theory is against laws of nature and also well-defined physics. These laws that govern them. Second law of thermodynamics, how energy moves. You're invoking mass. You're actually speaking about atomic mass, which is the amount of electrons and nuclei within these gases. Oxygen, nitrogen, helium, for example, all have a different amount of atoms. But this
everything is made up of atoms.
Yeah, of course, but this is the atomic mass that is being spoken about, not the mass that you are invoking. It's a different concept. Now, this concept has been overruled and superseded. The mathematics is useful, but mass, like I told you yesterday, in physics has no meaning. You're talking about the substance in the space, and I told you that even by any counting method, that still would not equal mass.
Because mass is energy because of the E equals MC squared. We understand that.
And we're talking about the dissipation, the movement of energy within systems, within volumes. The necessary requirement for physical containment to achieve pressure, which is a physical interaction with the limitation of its environment that stops the entropy increase, the gas expansion. You're saying, oh, no. The gases will, even though they're getting further and further apart, will actually stop moving within that indefinite expansion. It's indefinite. These laws are natural laws that take place on the surface of the Earth.
Unless contained. And gravity is your containment factor.
So again, within the ideal gas law and all laws, the physical necessary antecedent for gas pressure is defined within the formula. The P and the V, pressure being solved by force over area. Area being defined in feet or meters and described as the physical boundary.
Physical
boundary.
The gas
physical.
is containment. That's like the seventh time you said it to him. I've heard it repeated 7 times.
7 times, and I understand it, but he's not understanding me. He doesn't get it. Something is causing the pressure. Something is causing.
No. I've had enough of that. Seriously, Robert, you need to get it through your head. Just because you go, nah, I don't believe you, I'm right, and then go on with your 45-minute story does not make you right. Please, start listening, mate. If he's got to tell you 7 times, you've either got a hearing problem or a mental problem or a combination of both.
I never said I didn't believe what he's saying. What I'm saying is he's missing the containment factor, and he knows.
He's talking about the containment factor.
No, he's not.
Containment. No, you're not going to do it to me. You need containment for gas pressure. Your gravity does do 1 minus the 3. Fuck all. No gravity. Gravity not affect air. Deal with it.
Yes, gravity affects air. It has mass. You see, you
So
need,
that's your borderline thing. Air has mass, therefore gravity affects it. That's it. Full stop.
Because it's a fact.
No, it's not. It's a
yes,
concept.
it is, brother.
No, it's a concept. So can you give me mass?
Can I give E equals MC squared?
No, that's an equation.
Give me a handful.
He's such an idiot.
Sorry, again, you've just demonstrated my point. As
I know
told
I
you
did.
Yesterday, in physics, hold the fuck on. So as I told you yesterday, from Nobel laureates, Maxwell, loads of these people, in physics, mass is a concept. It has no meaning other than in mathematical formula, which is conceptual. In natural science, mass isn't a thing that you can vary and manipulate.
Yes, mass you can vary and manipulate because it's physical. So you can take stuff out of something. You can hydrogen, oxygen atoms come together to form oxygen molecules. That means it's more stuff, more electrons, more protons, etc. So masses can be manipulated, right? So anything with mass is affected by gravity.
No, it's the amount of
your containment factor.
It's the amount
you
of
need to understand this. Anyone who is close to any search engine right now, they can say to you that atmospheric air pressure is because of gravity.
Yeah, I know you can read these things online, dude. That's lovely. It's just,
no. What? You want me to give you a white? I can give you a scientific paper that says atmospheric pressure is caused by gravitational attraction to the most densest thing on Earth.
Awesome.
A scientific paper or an example in reality?
No.
Reality. Come on now.
Hold on.
Reality. Come on.
Hold on. If you got an experiment.
Experiment for what? What are you talking about?
An experiment.
Experiment for gravity?
The gravitational attraction between gases. Have you got an experiment?
Okay. We have an experiment that shows gravity between mass. Because gas has mass.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you for the hypothesis. I'm going to ask you for the observed phenomena in the physical and natural world. What are you looking at and what are you studying?
$20 says he goes through Cavendish again.
Okay.
For what? For gas? You want to show that gas attracts each other? That's what you want, right?
Yes. Okay. I want the phenomena. What are you observing in the physical and natural world?
What we're observing in the natural world are objects going to the ground and coming together laterally when they have mass. That's what we observe in the natural world.
No. We observe pressure. What the fuck?
Oh, really? Are you saying rocks are putting pressure? on the ground? Is that what you're doing? Are you saying rocks are putting, if the rock, if I drop a rock, it's putting pressure?
My God, we're talking about gases, aren't we?
Yeah, but why are you eliminating other things?
Good. So we're talking about gases, and we observe the phenomenon of pressure. This is what we've been talking about. This is being your claim. The thing that causes pressure. Now, I'm going to give you the phenomenon of gas pressure. And you can carry on making your hypothesis.
No hypothesis, brother.
No science then.
No, it's a scientific theory that gravity causes pressure on Earth.
Excuse me. Scientific theories, they come after hypothesis and experiment.
I know.
They come after the scientific method has been completed. When you have demonstrated something to be true, you can then go on and build your theory about it. So we haven't got to theory yet. Understand you've got an idea. Hold on. Understand you've got an idea, right? But scientific theory, you're going to have to start. You're going to have to start with a hypothesis.
You mean start over the experiment?
I've given you the phenomena, your dependent variable. That's the question on the table. So I'm giving you the phenomena that we're all talking about of gas pressure. Now, carry on and build your prediction.
Okay. The only thing we have to measure gas pressure is a barometer.
Okay, so again, we observe gas pressure. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so you understand what natural science is and what a hypothesis is, right?
Okay. Yeah, but why is...
So I'm giving you the phenomena. So build your hypothesis. What's your prediction of cause?
Right. Atmospheric pressure is caused by gravity. So atmospheric pressure, 80% of the air is towards the ground. Why? So my hypothesis, because I asked the question, why is so much air towards the ground? That's my question. The first step. That's the first step. That's the first step in the scientific. Why you cutting me off? Why you cutting me off?
Because you're misunderstood. This isn't your question. This is our question. Stop sidestepping the question on the table. The cause of gas pressure. Not your question why there's so much fucking gas closer to the floor. Why we have pressure in the first place. You're talking about delta X. We're talking about X, the pressure. You can ask your questions about the system later, but the question is the cause of pressure.
General gas pressure, brother, is because gas is moving in those everywhere.
Yeah, we understand gas
inside of a container. So that's the only thing we care about.
Inside in a container.
Yes.
So okay,
no, on a surface, not necessarily in a container, on a surface.
So an undefined volume. What the fuck are you talking about?
What? You don't know the definition of gas pressure?
Yeah, I do. PV equals
all this time?
Force over area. The force of the gas exerted upon the walls of its container. The physical boundary given in feet or meters defined as the physical containment. The fixed volume of three-dimensional area that stops the gas expansion. Yes, this, not just one surface of an undefined volume.
You're wrong. You're wrong. Container
equals NRT. We're going to go round and round. We're going to go round and round again. I'm asking you for the experiment.
Container is not in the definition of gas.
Listen. Now, I can give you the observed phenomenon of gas pressure. I'm going to suppose the cause of gas pressure is physical containment. I'm going to take my hypothesis forward, put some gas in the container, and measure the phenomena. I'm going to change the amount of substance in that space, the gas. I'm going to apply heat to it and understand how gas behaves in an area. We're going to apply these two laws of nature, things that happen always. We're going to work alongside that with the scientific method as close as we can get to these laws of nature, things that will always happen. Now, I'm asking you for an experiment. We've given the phenomena. You're supposing something else. an alternative hypothesis to the cause of gas pressure, where you, the scientist, like Avogadro did, Boyle did, like we all have applied their supposed cause for gas pressure. So if you've got a cause for gas pressure, I want the experiment.
If we could speak freely, it would work, but it's not going to work.
You have the option to speak freely, Robert. Please provide the experiment as you
No, I
have
don't.
asked for.
No, I don't have the option to speak freely.
What are you doing now?
If you keep complaining that you don't while you do, you seem stupid.
Brother, I've been muted. You haven't been muted.
Well, while you're sulking, maybe you could read what Viking posted, right? There's a whole bunch of citations stating gas pressure works, talking about a container. You've seen the definition, right? That's been posted countless times that says a container is required.
No,
It's lying.
It's not required.
You are lying, right? And you even admitted your citation is a begging the question fallacy. You admitted that the other day.
No, the gas pressure is the amount of the pressure exerted. The pressure, the force that gas exerts on a surface. That's it. That's it. End of story. You can make that surface a container if you wish, but that is not necessary, right? It is on a surface, on an object.
Yeah, so physical boundary. Yeah, we understand.
If you have a tire, and
you're going to need something physical, because yes, you're going to need something physical. Yep, stop admitting that. Yeah, we get it. Your misunderstanding is the undefined volume, because it has to be contained. From chemistry.elmhost.edu, pressure is the force exerted by the substance per unit area on another substance. The pressure of the gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. So this is from the Department of Chemistry. Now, I've got about 20 more of these, my friend. What I don't have is what you're talking about, and what we don't have is an experiment. We've got an experiment here, the necessary antecedent for gas pressure, the thing that stops the expansion of gases, an entropy increase. You've just got words. You don't have an experiment.
I do have an experiment.
Okay, show me how you vary and manipulate your supposed cause to cause gas pressure.
You can boil water, creates gas. That gas exerts pressure on its surroundings. Right.
So
and you can measure that.
Yep.
Right.
Physical interaction.
No. On its surroundings. On its surroundings. On its surroundings.
Yep.
Right. Its surrounding is also physical. If you have a tire and you pop the tire, the air comes out and exerts pressure on its surroundings. That can be measured. That can be measured.
Higher pressure.
Right.
Higher pressure that is no longer contained within the tire will continue to expand. Entropy will increase, and the gas will fill the space.
Yes,
you're saying that you're just talking about
therefore exerting pressure on the surrounding.
Yeah, the surroundings. Yep, it's got to press to stop that entropy because it wants to fill that space, doesn't it? You take up.
So how do you measure that? So how do you measure that, Jedi?
Sorry, it's force over area.
Thank you.
Yeah, so PV equals nRT. You're going to need a container, otherwise the gas will continue to expand.
No, you didn't. No. You measured the force that the air exerted on the surroundings. You're measuring that. That had no container. There's no container there. There's no container.
No, that's your belief that there is no container.
Oh, really? Are you saying the surroundings with air has container there?
No,
really? Is that what you're saying?
You're just talking about, excuse me. You're just talking about one surface. I'll give you the trees and mountains and shit on that one surface. But that's an undefined volume. The gas is free to expand in all directions where that space isn't, into the space that's available to the gas. The gas is produced at surface level, isn't it? That's where it is, and that's where it moves away from. If there wasn't a physical barrier, the gas would fuck off, and we wouldn't have achieved pressure.
The point is measure it. Jedi, measure it. That's what I'm asking you. Measure the pressure that the gas exerts on the surroundings. Go ahead. Give me an experiment that you use to measure that pressure. Go.
What all of the experiments that went into PV equals nRT, Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, the primary theory, all based upon experiments where you put gases inside containers to achieve pressure. The fuck are you talking about?
That's like the fourth time he's heard that. So once again, you have to continually repeat yourself for him to probably get it.
Yeah, well, here, let's do something a little bit different. Let's try to switch it up. Like, Utah, what do you disagree with that? Instead of saying that it's wrong and then giving some sort of rebuttal, which part of what Jedi said do you disagree, and on what grounds?
I don't disagree with anything. That's why he's not listening. That's why he's repeating himself. I'm trying to tell him that it's the force that the gas exerts on anything around it. He just pointed out Boyle's law. He pointed out the pressure law. That is what's determining that gas exerts pressure on anything around. As it's expanding, it's exerting pressure. But what he doesn't understand is that there's a containment factor on Earth. That's what calls gravity.
In your containment, what's the volume of your containment?
Force doesn't have volume. What are you talking about? What's the volume of electromagnetism?
So you're just going to switch it around?
No, I'm not. I'm just letting you know there's a force.
You know I have a go at this. Radwood, hold on. My turn. I'm going to do this the schoolyard way. Robert, have you ever done the really basic test where you get a glass full of water, you put a piece of cardboard on it, and you turn it upside down? Have you ever done this?
Yes.
Okay, sometimes there's a little air bubble trapped in that glass. Why does the water stay in the glass?
Surface tension.
Due to the vacuum that's inside the glass.
Surface tension.
Due to the vacuum that's inside the glass, yes?
Surface tension, yes.
So
no, Robert.
The water doesn't fall out due to the pressure, yeah? So why doesn't gravity pull it out, Robert?
It will eventually.
So gravity doesn't pull it out. So at ground level, a tiny itty bitty little vacuum can hold that water in. So how come way up in the fucking sky, way up in the sky, where we're the furthest distance from your so-called gravity, the air doesn't fuck off? Where the vacuum's at its strongest. So you've just realised at ground level, where your gravity is at its strongest, a tiny itty bitty little vacuum in a glass jar can hold a cup of water. But yet, up in the sky, fuck all gravity, and the air is there. So which one is incorrect, Robert?
What do you mean by which one is incorrect?
Your silence says it all. Either your gravity's a fucking lie, or you need containment for your pressure.
Again, so remember, 80% of the gas on Earth is towards the surface. So
And he doesn't want to talk to me about anything I've just said.
Yeah,
Robert,
I am.
Robert,
You guys don't want to listen.
Robert, you're the one that doesn't fucking get it, mate. You just keep saying you don't want to listen. You don't want to listen. It's you that's not listening. And the reason I know that, every time one of these other nice people talk to you, all I'm seeing in text chat is you putting up smiley faces. So when you're typing, you're not listening. If you're not listening, you've got no chance of understanding. I know that, you know that, and every other nice person in here knows that. So, Robert, I'm borderline now deciding whether to just kick you out of here for being a nuisance or asking someone else if they really want to talk to you. Because seriously, mate, if you're not going to help yourself, why should we? You're just a believer, a zealot. That's all you are. Nothing more. All we want people to do is prove curvature. And all you've proven is nothing, and you've talked for the last 6 days, 7 days straight, and you've been told umpteen times by Jedi.
No,
I
agree with Jedi. I agree with Jedi.
So you need a container for gas pressure.
Containment for atmospheric pressure. Containment.
So
you guys are not listening.
So containment. So containment means container.
No, containment.
Robert, what was the formula that Jedi read out?
He read out many formulas.
The one to do with the pressure. PV equals nRT?
Correct.
So, what's the V?
V, volume.
Volume of what, Robert?
Volume of the space.
Of the what, Robert?
The volume
space
is the
of
space.
The what? The what?
The space of the area, right?
Which is?
It could be the container.
Oh, it could be the container. Robert,
yes.
How about you stop being a weasel and just be honest and say it is the container?
When you...
It is the container. Don't stutter. You've been backed into a corner. You have nowhere
I have
to go.
Not.
Yes, you have. I'll show you how I know that. Because you're going to shut up and listen. It needs containment, whether you like it or not. And exactly what I was talking about. Now you're typing up in text chat, and whilst you're there, you're not listening to what's going on out here.
Oh, he's just waiting to talk every time.
All right. I'm going to do this the nice way. We're going to have a vote. I want to kick him out. Who votes no?
I think no.
Yeah.
He's being
how many flat earthers he's creating. So
he's being a turd, but it's not like he's dropping the N word or calling people retarded or. I mean, he's annoying, but not quite. Like anachronism. He's useless, but not really annoying at the same time.
I agree, Chris.
Yeah. I wouldn't say he's useless. And I'm sorry, Robert, but we can make use of you because you're an idiot.
Yeah, I said that backwards. I meant he's. I stumbled over my words. I meant to say like he's annoying to have around, but not quite useless.
Yeah, I guess.
I said it backwards.
No.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this, guys. I'd like to get more into his version of entertainment.
Well, Roots, if you want to talk to it, you're more than welcome to do so, mate. I'll even unlock him for you.
Nah, mate, don't worry. I'm working in the background. I haven't got time.
You chicken shit.
I'm enjoying it, though.
I'll talk to him. I wanted to get his take on why bananas crashed in the ocean.
He's all yours, Crit.
Yeah, he muted me when I stuttered. So that's my point that I'm making. I'm not speaking freely.
Okay, here you go. Speak freely. What happened with Starship 6? Why did it crash?
Well, it crashed in the ocean because it just went awry. These things happen. Yeah, these things happen. It's like occasionally car accidents happen on the road. It's the same thing.
So you're not at all concerned that it's been like how long? Like a decade? 2000 or with 2012. So 13 years, and they can barely get it off the ground. This is supposed to be the ship that's going to go all the way to Mars.
Yeah, it is a concern. Yeah, but it just happens. Like, it's hard. You know, it's science is tough, guys. Engineering is hard.
You can hear it in his voice. He's depressed now.
No, I'm not depressed. I'm just trying to speak so that you don't get ticked off. I'm trying to speak slowly.
No, you've got okay. I'm letting you know I'm talking to you. Okay, you've got an open mic. Just let the pain out about how much anticipation you had for how great Starship was going to be.
No, brother. We as scientists, we take the hits because we understand how complex it is.
Dude, you think cooking is science? You're not a scientist.
So I am a scientist, and I
you
know
think cooking is science, bro.
None of you have not done an experiment in your life, brother, and you know
you don't even know what the proper steps to an experiment is.
I do, brother. There are 8 steps to the scientific method. First, you ask a question. Then there's a hypothesis. Then there's an experiment. There's a data analysis. Though I know all of the steps of the scientific method.
Give me an example of a question.
First step is asking a question. Is that what you said?
No, the first step is a question. Why?
No. You observe something first.
Yes,
yeah?
Yes. Of course.
Thank you.
Of course, you observe, but
so what do you observe?
But hold on. But the thing is, the observation can happen by you just opening your eyes, and you're like, "Whoa, what's that?" And you're like, "Why did that happen?" That's simply it. That's simply
Why did my steak overcook? Oh, literally, no, let me science it out.
You could be lying under a tree sleeping, right? And then you wake up, and when you open your eyes, you saw an apple fall, and you're like, hold on. Yeah. You didn't go out to observe apples falling. You didn't. That was not your goal. Your goal was to sleep under the tree. That was your goal, and therefore, you observed by chance the apple falling, and the first question. That's why it's the first step of the scientific method is you ask the question, why did the apple fall? That's it.
Yeah.
Then what caused the apple to fall?
Yeah. You observed something to happen in the physical natural world and asked what caused that phenomena to happen.
Correct. Exactly. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. What do you mean exactly? That's what we've been telling you. I mean,
no, that's what I have been telling you.
Got it now.
Are you not listening?
No, it's funny. Hold on, because you the other day told me cooking, carpentry, plumbing, and basket weaving are all science. So how would that happen?
They're all science.
Okay, so what's your naturally observed phenomenon for cooking, you donut?
The natural observed phenomena is that when you put something in a pot, something happens. Why?
Show me something being put in pots in nature if all humans didn't exist, you dummy.
Brother, hold on. Brother, you can put something in hot water on the floor that was heated by the sun and it boiled. Why?
Yeah, exactly.
And you can cook
phenomena. Yeah, we can observe phenomena in the physical natural world, and then we can go and use these things that always happen when applied to human behavior, like cooking.
Yeah. But brother,
these things happen. We're talking about the reason why things happen.
Exactly.
What causes that to happen? We understand that we can. But why are you still talking?
The cause was a man put something in an oven.
Yes, but
it's not a naturally observed phenomenon. Steaks and chickens don't just base themselves in nature, you dumb.
Of course they do. Put them out in the sun.
Chickens base themselves in nature, and they lather themselves up with butter and sprinkle thyme on themselves. Really?
They will shrivel and die and get nice and cooked up. Very good. So guess what? Yeah. Hold on. Just a second.
So you think an animal dying in the woods and then decaying is cooking?
Every step, of course, decay is indeed cooking. Heat is involved. Molecules are changing. The meat is changing. It's indeed cooking. But you won't eat it because it has bacteria. But it is cooking. Now check this out. Because remember, vultures eat it. Now check this out. Every step of the way that you are. Oh my God! You see, these things are so obvious. That we get upset about it. So every step of the way that you're doing,
but definitely not upset. You just keep telling us what we've been telling you about science. Yeah, we understand that you understand.
That's why I told you.
It's just annoying that when pressed upon matters, you've offered none.
I have offered a lot. You didn't listen.
No, you have.
You are the one not listening to me.
Excuse me. You're talking about the scientific method, right? So you've observed your phenomena, you've asked your question, you made your prediction. That would be the hypothesis. And then you go on to do an experiment where you vary and manipulate the presumed causes, if it causes the phenomena or not.
Exactly.
And then you can falsify, verify, do data collection, do whatever you want. You can even, remember, you can even, after you've done the scientific method, you can go on to theory. Awesome stuff. But like I said, when we gave you the phenomena of gas pressure and we supposed the cause of it, you couldn't provide an experiment.
I did provide an experiment.
No. You didn't provide the cause for gas pressure where you vary and manipulate the cause to cause gas pressure. You just said gas doesn't expand.
No, I did not say that.
You didn't provide a naturally observed phenomenon for the scientific method to take place anyway. I mean, this kid's seriously deranged.
I didn't say any of that.
He thinks a camel rotting in the desert is cooking?
Absolutely, it's cooking.
What a psychopath.
Brother, vultures eat it.
Vultures don't now listen, I just heard the most retarded statement in the world. Vultures eat dead camels because they're cooking in the desert.
You're darn right.
What a
How come the vultures eat the dead rabbits on my street in the middle of winter?
It's cooking
in the middle of winter.
It's breaking down. In the middle of winter, it's also still breaking down. It's still cooking in a certain way.
So when I put a lasagna in the oven and force him, like it's just rotting the lasagna?
Anything that is changing because certain things are not going on, it's a meat.
So cooking and decomposition are synonyms now.
It's being cooked. And it's being cooked for something.
Compose some eggs?
Okay, I got two things.
Decomposition is cooking for vultures.
Okay, I got two things here.
What does that mean?
It's changing. When you put the chicken in the oven, you are changing it.
Yeah.
You're doing something to it.
Do you picture the vultures wearing little white hats and aprons too, with oven mitts when they're eating a rotten animal in the desert?
This is the problem with Flat Earth.
Okay, Utah. Let me try something. I think I got two things. One's kind of a quip too, so if you bear with it. Okay, so the first thing I got is you talked about Newton and an apple hitting his head. So does cause of seeing stars could be head trauma? What if that apple just really knocked him hard in the head, and that's why he saw stars?
It could have. Yes, I agree. I got you.
If you see an apple fall from the tree, what is your question?
The question is
what are you trying to figure out?
The question is why.
Why? Yeah. The apple fell?
It's not how. It's not how.
No, that's later. Why
we're just supposed to figure out what causes the apple to fall?
Why? Brother, no, that's you. That's your experiment, your conclusion. That's not Newton's conclusion. Newton's conclusion. When Newton says when the apple left the branch, why did it go to the ground? Why? Why didn't it go up?
Because he got head trauma and he drank mercury, so he had lots of neurological issues.
Why? What if Newton's apple? What if Newton's apple tree was on fire and he saw smoke rising up into the sky as the apple fell to the ground? Then what the fuck's he gonna ask?
Why do you do that? Yes, that's the first step of the scientific method.
What was Newton's experiment?
The question as to why did the apple go to the ground? Why didn't the apple go up? Because remember, Newton doesn't know about aerodynamics and pressure change.
But he did know about science, and he didn't feign a hypothesis.
Right. He didn't know. He didn't know about aerodynamic stuff.
Yeah, but Utah, he did know.
So he says,
Utah, listen. He did know about science, and what he did say, I feign no hypothesis.
Okay, yes, there's a hypothesis.
No, there's no hypothesis.
Yes, he made one.
No, he
I heard you say there's no hypothesis and said, yeah, see, there's a hypothesis.
No,
he might have a problem. He might have some mental disability.
That was in a previous conversation. I'm talking about Newton
What was Newton's independent and dependent variable for his hypothesis?
Okay,
Utah. Okay, what did
the experimental stage?
Okay, look up Newton's hypothesis. It will be. I don't have. It says he doesn't have one.
Yeah, he did have. He did have one.
Sorry, have you read the Principia?
Read the what, sir?
Have you read the works of Newton with specific reference to the subject that we're talking about now? Because
I am the only one with a credential on the stage. I am the only one with a physics credential on the stage, brother.
Robert,
that you know of.
Right. So, Robert, what Crick gave you was a direct quote from Newton himself, that I feign no hypothesis, which means that he didn't offer a hypothesis. Everything was attributed to him afterwards. But he himself, he didn't believe that anybody else would believe, who had a reasonable and sound mind, that this magic at a distance would take place. Because we're talking about the how and the why. And you remember the other day I kept asking you how this happens? See, in natural science, these are the questions that we would ask. Right? The questions and the hypothesis and the experiment are based upon these things. But Newton himself, although he's attributed to seeing an apple fall from a tree, although he came up with these laws that governed us for a while, but don't necessarily still work within the current scientific rhetoric of the day, pre-1919 and 1915, specifically 1915, when Einstein spoke about general relativity. So there's no experiment here, and he offered no hypothesis. No experiment, definitely no hypothesis, so no science then. Because these would be the things within the scientific method that you agree upon would happen. Asking the questions about phenomena and prediction about what causes that phenomena, then the varying manipulation of your prediction to see if it causes or not. I'm glad you agree, but when we apply it to Newton and understand what he wrote, yeah, he didn't do this. He didn't want to be associated with it. Again, you should read his works.
No, that's not true. And the point is this: you have to understand.
Oh my God! So what's the independent and dependent variable in the hypothesis that?
No, that comes later in a different stage. So he made it does go look up the scientific method. So
we just have
basically. No, okay. What are the 7 steps of the scientific method? Go.
Well, we've been agreeing to this the whole time we were talking about the story of Newton.
Right. But the point is,
sorry, hold on.
No, hold on. Hold on. Let me finish.
You're asking what the steps of the scientific method are. Like, I've been telling you for the last 2 hours, and specifically over the last 4 days. Like, you think I don't know? We've just applied them. The fuck? Now I am pissy. You do not take information well.
Tell me the 8 steps of the scientific method.
First step, observation of a natural phenomena. This will be carried forth, called your dependent variable. You will make a prediction, a formulation of a hypothesis, where you will predict the cause of the phenomena. From this point onwards, this will be called your independent variable. Your hypothesis will be, if I vary and manipulate the independent variable, it will cause a change in the dependent variable. My null hypothesis, 0 change when I vary and manipulate my independent variable. I will then step forward and make my experiment where I vary and manipulated my independent variable to see what happens. One way or another, I will demonstrate something to be true. It either does cause it to happen or it doesn't cause it to happen. We can then go on to repeat and verify. We can do some administrative duties, and we can take some data and measure shit along the way.
Okay, you said something incorrectly. The independent variable is not during the hypothesis.
It's your prediction of cause. It is the cause of the phenomena.
Yes, that is the
cause. Is the independent variable.
Yeah, but that is
the phenomena is the dependent variable.
It is during the experiment.
Call them independent and dependent variable because they are the cause and the effect.
Exactly.
You are incorrect.
But that is during the experiment step. That is the experiment, not the hypothesis.
Sorry,
not the hypothesis.
Your experiment is based
during the
upon
experiment.
Excuse me.
It is.
Excuse me. Your experiment is based upon your hypothesis.
I know it is.
And your hypothesis is a prediction of cause. The cause, the independent variable, being the thing that you, the researcher, will vary and manipulate, add energy to, for example, like temperature, to see if it causes the phenomena or not. The cause is the independent variable, the dependent variable being the phenomena. Your experiment is based on your hypothesis. Are you stupid?
Yeah, no, why are you saying that?
I find it mind-boggling how you claim to be a scientist, but then...
But it's between me and Jedi. Relax for a second. Just give me a second. But Jedi, the independent variable, these things are designed and can be introduced during the experimental stage, the cause and effect, right? You understand that, correct?
Experiments based off your hypothesis. The independent and dependent variable must be included in your hypothesis.
It doesn't necessarily have to be there. You can.
Okay, then post a citation saying that then.
You can put it in the experiment.
Provide citation.
Oh, you provide your citation, what you just said.
That the independent and dependent variable are included in the hypothesis? Sure.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and do
really?
that.
I have to provide that to you, Mr. Scientist.
I have to provide it to you as well, right?
Because you're claiming that the independent and dependent variable are not part of the hypothesis. So support your claim.
But the deal is the observation is part of the question as well. The question and the observation are together. You observe something occurring and you ask a question as to why.
What's the question?
The question is why did the object
how that happened?
Why did the object go to the ground? That is what you observed. You observe it going to the ground. Why did it go to the ground? That is the question. It's the first step. You understand what I'm saying to you? You do your research, right? Right? You set up a hypothesis.
You're completely wrong.
And the hypothesis. No, I'm not. I'm not completely wrong.
It's about cause and effect, not an explanation.
No, the cause and effect is later during the experiment stage.
No, that's your question. What caused that to happen? How and why?
Why exactly? That is the experiment. You're going to run your experiment.
What caused? What caused that to happen?
During the hypothesis, you cannot just make assumptions in your entire experiment. You cannot just say, "Well, I hypothesize."
Literally, why you have a null hypothesis, dude?
You cannot just say about
presupposition
because a hypothesis is an assumption. You guys know that, right?
You just said you can't make assumptions, you dummy.
Right? But it is an assumption. What I'm just saying to you, just listen to what I'm saying to you.
Prediction in the
hypothesis is a special prediction.
A special kind of prediction,
and it can be
specifically because you're predicting how the independent variable is causing the natural phenomena that you're watching.
But the thing is this. But you have to understand. You got what you guys.
That's all understood, isn't it? There's no but to that.
I do get it. You don't get it. The point is, what you guys want to do is make the entire conclusion in the hypothesis.
No.
Why are you guys doing that?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay then. So what is the hypothesis? You say you put your independent variable because part of your research and all these kind of things, and you've made a determination, right? An hypothesis, a prediction.
So the hypothesis does include an independent variable.
Hold on, I don't understand.
Are you finished? Are you finished? Are you done? Are you wrapped up? Are you complete?
I didn't hear a full thought.
Right, but are you complete?
Look, I'm not going to tell you again. Finish your thought.
Right. Okay. So you're just like Alpha.
Yes.
Yes. Oh Lord. Guys, have a nice day, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, I'd run too.
What the fuck?
That guy's just a double speaking twat.
Why was he talking about the scientific method?
Because he said
doesn't know what the scientific method is.
Because he said Newton had the hypothesis.
Hey, good job, Jedi. You have the patience of a saint, apparently.
Yeah, sorry if I went on too long, but he bugged me. And I just hated his just general refusal of everything that I just said. Like I didn't understand. Like the last few days hadn't taken place. Like we didn't know what the fuck we were talking about. It's become annoying after a while. So I appreciate that. I was getting very impatient with him.
At least you hold your composure well. I need to practice that myself, but it gets really irritating when he claims that you don't need an independent and dependent variable, and then 2 seconds later goes on to describe how you need the independent and dependent variable. He said, "You're just a moron."
But yeah, he clearly didn't understand what science was. I mean, turning around and saying that we were off topic about laws of nature, how gas pressure is caused, and then when asked to provide an experiment for how gas pressure is caused, he couldn't do that. But he agreed with us and started to try and educate us upon the scientific method, something that we've been teaching to him for the last few days. So he should know what he's talking about, but when pressed to provide one, he just starts talking about fairy dust.
Yeah, Alpha got him good. He said that someone just telling you something is an experiment.
Just no.
No, I'm serious. I'm not even joking. I'm sure someone
he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he did, man. He's been hop skipping and jumping around everything. Been very. I don't know whether he's. I think it's an ego thing.
Is this guy Nathan Oakley? Is this like the famous guy, like the flat Earth famous retard? Can I talk to him? Can I debate him?
If Nathan's here, yeah, we welcome Nathan to the show.
Yeah, but number 3, you gotta watch your mouth. Okay,
say he's late today.
Yeah, hold on, Tree. Listen, watch your mouth. Okay, there is no swearing here. You've got an extremely potty mouth. Okay, you if you say what is true and you're a doctorate student, let's see you act professional. If you're not a doctorate student, just go on these profane laced rants and not be able to address anything at all. Russell, I think we're going to wait for a second. Nathan might be doing his intro.
Yeah, that's probably very possible.
Yeah, Mickey said Robert said it was empirical. Empirical. He said something that's empirical data.
Yeah, he doesn't know what empirical is.
The empirical part would be the experiment. He denied the fact that you have the causal influence, your prediction of why that fucking thing happened in your hypothesis. He even turned around and said, no, that doesn't apply to your experiment. Your experiment's based upon the hypothesis. He's now denying that you need a freaking cause within your hypothesis. It's ridiculous.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member. Keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you'd like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live. And there's also a Coffee, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. And we are joined by Neil, Adam, Chocolate Saiyan, Sensual Goat, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Discord server. So, welcome one and all.
Hello, Nathan.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm running slightly late, so as you were in politics.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning. I've only just started setting up, so although it might seem like this is very slick and I'm actually on time, I'm not, and I've got lots of things to do. So
You're
if
in
it's
for a
okay for you
magical
guys.
day, Nathan.
Oh, as you were.
As here for you.
And hello, G Plus as well, who I haven't said hello to anybody in either. Good to see you all.
Okay, we got
manga. Happy Friday.
Yeah, Nathan, we got a treat for you. We got Tree Man. He is a doctorate student candidate, and he's been dying to talk to you all week. He's been
Okay, no, that's not accurate. That's not accurate. This is the first time I brought this guy up, but oh well.
Shoot, go ahead.
Yes, sir. So, flat Earth is completely implausible for a number of reasons, but I'll, why don't we just stick with one? Assuming, I'm assuming you know what Eratosthenes' result is. Now, I also assume that you know that it assumes a spherical Earth and a distant sun, right? And I personally understand.
That's not right. Or is that rhetorical? That right? Seeking affirmation. Can you wait till you get it? That's not correct.
That Eratosthenes' calculation of the circumference of the Earth assumes a spherical Earth.
What did he measure?
Okay, I don't think you're tracking here. Yes, there was a measurement, right? But he calculated from that the circumference of the Earth, assuming a spherical Earth, assuming that, right? And I understand that you
can. The second time I've heard it. Stop talking. I need to hear things twice. I say, what's the measurement?
Right. So I have.
Why are you yammering through me? I've said 4 words.
Because you kind of interrupted me, right? I was in the middle of like a train of thought.
I said no, and then I asked you what the measurement was. It's now the 3rd time I've asked you.
Well, the measurement was if you look at the shadows cast by vertical obelisks or sticks. I don't know the exact object he used.
It's called an elevation angle. It's called an elevation angle, isn't it?
Yes, the angle between.
Let's define that then.
Yes. So if you picture a vertical
Let's
object,
define it. Let's define it. Are you deaf?
Yeah. So I can just describe it geometrically for you. It's the shadow cast.
It's every time I ask you for something, you're going to take 3 attempts of me asking you the same thing 3 times.
Are you going to let me? Are you going to let me describe it?
No, we're going to define an elevation angle with a wank.
This is a fucking complete waste of time.
I'm winning. I'm going to win with what elevation angle definition is. You're not going to win by talking through me.
You are a retard.
Oh, ask the moderators to shut your dumb globe-believing ass up if you can't help but define an elevation angle, that which Eratosthenes is measuring. I've heard you. I've heard your stupid ass repeat your stupid self 2 or 3 times. I understand what you're claiming. I'll tell you, Eratosthenes will be measuring Earth flat. Now, if you could tolerate defining the words you're using, that would be an angle of an obelisk, shadow on the ground. An elevation angle, you mean? Shit for brains. Yeah! So let's define that. What you can just describe it as. It's defined. And we will be measuring Earth flat when you define that angle that Eratosthenes measured. Don't give a shit what he calculated. He measured Earth flat. Are you enjoying your time with me that you've been waiting all week for? Because you just told me about a flat Earth prerequisite. A measurement by a man apparently existed. It was a flat Earth measurement, you stupid man.
He's gone, Nathan. Take a breath.
He ran away.
Of course he did, you glurf bitch. You know Earth's measured flat, and when it comes to me telling you that fact, you run. Pathetic. Get on with my pressing buttons then, shall I? Carry on with what I want to do.
Well, can you define
talk to a guy
angle for...
who couldn't even help listen to a question 3 times. How do you define an elevation angle? That's the only thing he's measuring. What he calculates in sphericity terms will come after a measurement of a flat Earth. He couldn't define it, he had to run. Pathetic, you bunch of coward glurfs.
Happy belated birthday, by the way, Nathan.
Again?
A happy belated birthday. I forgot to wish you a happy birthday.
Me? What are you talking about?
Oh, I thought it was your birthday a few days ago.
No, not me. Ever gave you that idea?
I'm not sure.
Fair enough. Why did I have to put up with a guy telling me I was interrupting him when I'm asking him about what he's measuring after saying, oh no, it presupposes a sphere Earth? Like, no, it measures a flat Earth. Why do I have to deal with that? Why did he have to run away when it came to the point where we're defining that which we're measuring, which is a flat Earth? Why did he run? Is it because I had to stop him in his tracks while he rumpus the living shit out of me getting to the point of what we're measuring, with him trying to obfuscate it, saying, oh, well, we'll calculate a globe, though. We calculate it. Well, I'm not going to tolerate that shit when we measure Earth flat. And that's exactly what Aristophanes does, but what he won't tolerate me stopping him and pointing that out. Oh, well, you're interrupting. Yeah, you're damn right I am. You're measuring a flat Earth. I'm not going to allow you to. You're not going to tell me that Earth's a sphere because I measure Earth flat and then calculate a sphere with it. Bollocks! Piss off, you pathetic coward.
What is an elevation angle?
His parents wasted money on his tuition. Huh?
Part of his example, he just didn't want to define it now, did he? He's claiming he's proving Earth's a sphere and flat Earth's not possible. Yet when it comes down to what he's actually measuring, he won't define it. I can just describe it to you. It's kind of like this. Get lost. Dickhead, we measure Earth flat. You measure Earth flat. Everyone measures Earth flat. It's been measured flat for thousands of years. According to you dickheads. We're all clear, Earth's measured flat then. What, you can calculate a sphere into that? Wow, how fantastic for you, you fundamentalist sphere-believing retard.
Well, that was a waste of tuition, right?
Yeah, I half expected more because he had been, maybe it wasn't all week, okay, but it's been multiple days. He came in here and like wanted to know how long till Nathan's in the chat. I'm like, dude, Friday. Okay, still Friday. Comes back the next day, still Friday morning. Oh, I don't know. I heard he's not going to show up. Yep, he'll be here Friday morning. And then
it's just crazy. Crazy because, conversation's all right. It's like, would you mind defining that for me right there? Elevation angle. Shit goes to shit at the point that a conclusion is supposed to be had every time. Weird.
Yeah, because we used to whistle right past it in early days. We didn't recognize it. Now we do, and now we don't let them get past it.
That's totally unreasonable. I didn't get my chance to tell him off for using flat Earth measurements after telling us that Earth couldn't be flat. I didn't get my chance to tell him off for that, did I? I just got to get annoyed with him as he rambled through me asking him to define an elevation angle 3 times. No, you're interrupting me, that's why I'm not defining. Piss off. I want to tell you off for using a flat Earth. You're not allowed to do that anymore, globe dickheads. Stop using flat Earth measurements. Claim you're on a bleeding ball. Yeah? If you do it, you're going to get told off for it.
Something tells me he'll listen to this later. He'll hear it.
Something tells me he's listening right now.
Just cheeky. It's just absolutely outrageous. Like a guy saying black people don't exist. And then blacking up. So it's just, what are you doing?
We get the sustainable by design one, just for the record. People are listening and they're new. Might not know what it's defined as.
Elevation angle. The angle of elevation is the angle between the horizontal line and the line of sight which is above the horizontal line. It's formed when an observer looks upwards. Suppose you're standing on the terrace of a building and looking upwards at the sky, or at the sun or moon. The angle thus formed between your height from the ground level and the line of sight is formed called the angle of elevation. Its formulas, definitions and examples, or the one that Neil wants. Altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Sustainable by design, definition of altitude angle. That's what he's measuring. Flat Earth.
Can we stop there for a second? I mean, if there are any globers in here, could you tell us what the horizontal plane the observer is standing on? where would that come from in the definition of an elevation angle on a globe?
You can't get an angle from a globe. A globe's a curved surface. It's two straight lines meeting at a vertex, one of which is formed with the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. It's an altitude angle. With respect to how high things are, like how high the sun is in the sky, if you're Aristophanes, that's an elevation angle, otherwise known as altitude angle. It's completely and directly connected to the ground. You describe altitude, elevation, heights, directly tied to the ground. And it's a straight line, directly tied to the ground. So it cannot connect to a sphere, just to make that clear, Chocolate.
Yeah, I wanted a glober to say that.
They
yeah,
won't.
Yeah, that's it. Well, we gotta give him a shot.
Crit,
The first guy stepped up, he took a shot, and
Crit, what we got? Like 40 something? No, we got 54 people in here. Can you go through the list and maybe ask them that question?
Yeah,
If there's any-
if there's anyone that wants to talk. I know Asmongold probably wants to talk to you.
Asmongold.
And Eli, was it Eli saying we should ask down the line what question should we ask? And was that Eli, or am I just being rude to another random black man?
No, that was Eli.
No, this is Joseph.
Eli.
Yeah. Okay. No, I want to ask what they think about Sustainable by Design's definition of elevation angle.
That one.
Yeah, I think Asmongold. You want to take that?
I find these conversations rather unproductive. I just come here for entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, can you add to it though? Like, what do you think of that definition? Like, top G or bottom G?
We'd be beating a dead horse here, right?
Dude, what do you think, motherfucker? Shit. Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Nathan.
sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It slipped out.
Hey.
You should find someone else to talk about this. I've talked about this extensively, and I just don't find them productive. I'm just here for entertainment, like watching TV.
Okay, well, Earth's measured flat with elevation angles. It's part of the definition. Horizontal plane the observer is standing on. I don't really understand what you mean if you say you're flogging a dead horse. Just measure Earth flat. I think to flog, this metaphor makes no sense to me. But fine, you can sit on mute if you don't feel the need to interject with your fundamentalist, presumably sphere belief, based on us defining what a flat Earth measurement will be, when Aristophanes is claimed to measure a ball. But he didn't. He measured Earth flat with an elevation angle, just to make that clear. I'm flogging a dead horse because I know Earth's measured flat. Whoever's off mute, fracted, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, of course it is. They know this too. This is part of their rhetoric. They know it's measured flat. I don't know why they want to argue it.
Well, anyone else on the list? I mean, if you guys are genuine, we're just wanting to talk about one definition. We don't want to curse you out. We don't want to get all hypersensitive. We're just asking you what you think about the definition. Is there anyone out there who's reasonable who wants to have a conversation?
I want to know what horse we were flogging, how long it's been dead.
Do we really have to pick people out and call you guys by name? Like, what's going on?
Yeah,
It's Friday. I'm here for the show. What's up?
Yeah, Ice Cube, he was making this same exact conversation yesterday. And you should speak up about it.
He's making that for 5 days.
Ice Cube? Like the rapper?
I knew you were going to say that. Well, if he's making it for 5 days, he's got to have it down pat by now.
Alrighty then. No brave souls, just the one guy waiting all week and no one else. Fair enough.
Well, Chocolate, for the old days, give us one already then.
Just one what?
I want Chocolate for the good old days to give us one already then.
Alrighty then.
Oh, no, the singing one.
Like like in the Amen. All righty then.
Yeah, that one. That one.
Alrighty then.
Much better. This is it. Right, this is a live show. We've got 96 people watching, almost 100 people watching. We're giving you renditions of Ace Ventura. Terrible. This is what you paid your 0 dimes for.
When you're looking for people to defend their magical spinning water ball, then this is what you get. I mean, what are we going to do?
In all fairness to them, it is part of their rhetoric. It's measured flat. They can't deny that, else they lose the latitude system, radius. All that stuff goes out the window when they deny those measurements. So they need them.
Yeah, but they are denying them. They're telling us it's not the ground.
Are them denying it? Or I don't hear anything.
They run away. They don't deny it. They can't deny it. If they deny the flat Earth measurement their globe's based on, they're ultimately denying any measurement of what they claim to give them a globe. Well, you're denying the measurement that Aristophanes used? You're all for telling us how it's calculated and extrapolated into sphericity, but when it comes to the actual base measurement that he takes in the first place, I've got to go. I left something in the oven.
Well, the guy last week that said he couldn't get it because it was a curved angle. That's the point.
I'm driving through a tunnel.
Yeah, last week the guy did exactly the same thing, but when it came to us pushing him to accept that he's got a flat Earth being measured with an elevation angle, he's like, he couldn't have measured the world. Like, what, Aristophanes couldn't have measured it? You're the one bringing this up as an example. And when we point out Earth's measured flat, you say, no, he definitely didn't measure an angle, Earth's curved. He couldn't be getting an angle. It's like, okay, way to relinquish your own example. Apparently there were some moans about us after the fact yesterday, so we went to Earth Awakenings. All right? Is that what it's called? Yesterday.
That's correct. Yes, Earth Awakenings.
Very, very accommodating, which was a surprise because I was led to believe, they all hate you there. Oh, okay, well, we'll see. Very accommodating. And then after the fact, I get messages from people going, after you left, everybody moaned. I'm like, I'm sure everybody didn't moan after I left. A couple of people did name specific people who moaned after I'd left. But it's like, no, that is the reasonable thing to do. Behind my back while I'm not there, that's perfectly fine. How it should be.
Do you still think you'll be warmly welcome back when you again?
Yeah, I would think so. It's a server, right? So there's going to be individuals in there that don't like what I do or how I do it. And I kind of, when I going in yesterday, that was my opportunity, or their opportunity to say, actually, no, I strongly object to how you do things. And I get to hear it, right? Because I wasn't there to debate anybody and I didn't attempt to. So, but if once I've gone, they're like, actually, I don't like you. I had to hear that or say, okay, well, I could change and hopefully we'll get on better. But they didn't take that opportunity. They waited till I'd left, which is a shame. Maybe people will come in after the fact if they hear this. Oh, Nathan Edge was slagging him off after he left Earth Awakenings. And then they come in here to say, actually, no, I just don't like this, that, and the other, which is fine. You don't have to like everything.
Where'd you hear that from?
Hold on. Do you think that is because people, small-minded people talk about people? Instead of address, I doubt they address the arguments or the statements of fact made.
Maybe that's true. Yeah, I see where you're going, but when it was sales, when I was flogging stuff, people buy from people. They need something, and they buy from people, don't they? Heard whoever that was from Discord.
Go ahead, Meat. Meat might be hype.
Here's Meep.
There's a few bags in it. We've got post room over the road.
You got post room over the road, have you, Moop?
Yeah, that's
keep it.
Over there with parcel.
Light a fire with it. Don't care. It's post, Meep.
If
So
he,
it'd be
if he
nice
lights
if you could mute yourself. That'd be great. Thanks.
if he lights a fire, we could all plug in.
Why did you call Nate Asmongold? Is it just because he's robbed Asmongold's face? Why would you want Asmongold as your avatar? Like, really grabby. He's not buying.
Hey, Nathan, I'm confused because I thought they said we were welcome there. Now I'm hearing that you heard otherwise after we left.
Yes. That doesn't particularly concern me. It's a fairly big server. So, not immediately, instantly seizing the moment and going, actually, yes, I will take this opportunity to air my grievance about Nathan Oakley 1980 and his panelists and his show. Yes, I will take this opportunity. Well, I've gone. I've been in there 10 minutes, 15, maybe 20 max. Then I've gone, and someone's gone, actually, now he's gone, I actually do have some objections, and I'd just like to air them amongst my own people while he's not here. Again, perfectly reasonable. I mean, you're in a public server, so it's going to make its way back to me. On the other hand, it's like, no, there's going to be people anywhere that dislike what I do. Right? No, I'm sure we'll toddle along to Earth Awakenings. It's nice to know we can.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Well, the main guy, like SEM Montreal, he's one of the main guys there. He was very accommodating, and so was a couple other guys that I recognized their voices, that they were the main guys there. They seemed to be okay with it, so, oh well. And please everyone.
Already said the guy who was asking me questions, that's a SEM Montreal, wanted to know about my position on Antarctica. That was one of the comments I got, and I'm like, he asked me my position on Antarctica, and I told him. I don't know if they were trying to inform me on something that I wasn't aware of because I was there while it was happening. I don't really understand that particular commenter. Another remark about it, but, you know, it's obviously been noteworthy. Several people have just made remarks about the fact that we went into Earth Awakenings. Quantum Eraser himself was very vocal about that fact, was he not?
Yes, he was.
I could understand why they might dislike him and his attitude in that regard. Fortunately.
Why? Because he calls him Landon and Misfit Toys? It didn't sound like Misfits to me yesterday. I have to say, when we first went in, I think they were handling themselves pretty good.
Yeah, right up until some guy started claiming that there's a reflection off a dome explaining the midnight sun in Antarctica, at which point I'm like, just before we get into this, and I can't help myself, I am welcome here, right? That was kind of where I stepped in. I didn't want to get into the wrangle-dangle immediately with a flat earther, which is what would have happened if it had been like the same thing next week, if we're there next week. You know what I mean? Put this as a call to action. So, politics, as you can probably hear, not like people are falling over themselves to debate the stupid numpty flat earther. I mean, it was when I first got here, but that brave soul hasn't piped up again, unless it was the same guy. Either way, I'm sure there's other servers where other people in the audience might frequent and go, actually, it'd be nice if you poddled along, popped by to my server sometime. And it would be nice to do exactly that and maybe spread our wings a little bit. At least for the time being, we've got a couple of regular servers, politics and flat earth debate. And occasionally we'll go into Earth Awakenings in the meantime. But it'd be nice to expand that and have a few. Like several we're welcoming. Feels weird. I could launch into what we've been doing all week, right? Talk about the scientific method. I'm preaching to the converted. Most of the people in the server already are acutely aware of what science is and, more importantly, what it isn't.
I would like to hear it.
The pseudoscience definition is going to go alongside all of these shows about what science and the scientific method is in the most basic of format, like breaking down the steps in the scientific method, observe natural phenomena, formulate a scientific prediction, hypothesis, and then actualize your hypothesis with an experiment. What is pseudoscience? Pseudoscience is a claim of science that has not been through the scientific method. Every time you hear somebody use words involved in the scientific method, like theory, hypothesis, experiment, and they haven't actually gone through that process, those steps. Observe natural phenomena, formulate a scientific prediction, actualize the prediction with experimentation. If they haven't done that, and they're saying this is an experiment, and it's pseudoscience. Important that people are appreciating why we're taking them through the scientific method. When people say, you've never performed a scientific method-based experiment in your life. You're like, why would I? This isn't a science category. It's claimed to be a science category when people make up just so stories about the world. And then to lend credence and validity to their statements, they say, that's science! Or, well, I proved it with experiment. I made a prediction. And so on and so forth. Well, they're doing that to lend credence to their just so story or logical fallacy. They haven't got science. So what do they get categorized as when they do that? Well, pseudoscience. That's what pseudoscience is. Aim of science that has not been through the scientific method. That's it.
And funny enough, that's exactly what that I think her name is Inga or Lehman. That's what she done when she declared that there's a molten iron core. If you read that whole thing, just theorized, no experiment done. I think she used P waves and S waves, came to the conclusion that there's a molten iron core.
I need a flat Earth for those P waves and S waves.
Oh dear, again?
Trust him, bro.
Would you have to trust me when I say stuff? It's fact. P waves and S waves, you'll need a flat Earth to measure them. That's just a fact. Don't have to trust me. There's a lot of that at the moment, though, eh? Trust me, bro.
Did someone just use the globe's greatest argument? Trust me, bro. That's the globe's greatest argument. Trust me, bro. It's a
Trust
globe.
me, bro. I'm in the know. Please don't call me a fake. Yeah, trust me, bro. That's the point, isn't it? Doesn't matter what these guys claiming might be legitimate. I haven't got to the crux of the actual fallacy being used to assert that either Earth isn't flat or Earth is a globe. If you break down those things, then you're a useful flat earther. If you don't break those things down, then it's trust me, bro. Other than in comments, has anybody got into wrangle dangles with people about 24-hour sun proving something? We really haven't got into it with anybody. I've had McToon from Antarctica itself, and then that's it.
Nobody, none of my friends, nobody anywhere has even mentioned it. But maybe that's just my friends.
Yeah, it fizzled out pretty quick, didn't it?
It's crazy. I thought they'd have like a parade or something, like a globe parade. Why is there no globe parade for? But we saw the sun in the sky for a certain amount of time. Yay! Celebrate.
Some flat earthers believe we should welcome them back as heroes.
And again, in 2015, 2016, this would be a newsworthy moment. The news is not picking it up as far as I can tell.
I think that's what they're waiting on, the next news piece to tell them what to respond with.
They're waiting for the news to tell them how they should feel about it.
How'd they find Antarctica? How do they know they went to Antarctica? That's interesting.
Do we know they went? I don't. Can't validate that.
No.
They float on a flat Earth, over flat Earth.
How would you know that's where you're going on Earth?
How'd you know? Well, you navigate to it.
Problem. You navigate.
I had an interesting interaction on one of the other channels, and they were saying to me that the final experiment means I, the flat earther, have to stop talking about flat Earth. But they still can. And I'm like, okay, can you walk me through that? That's amazing.
Could you mute, please?
Oh, sorry.
Bloody Eli, isn't it? Typical. Would have been more angry.
So for some reason or another, inside the globalist worldview, the final experiment means that flat earthers have to stop talking about flat Earth. Only the globalists can talk about flat Earth. And this came up because of yesterday, they did that SpaceX number 6, and it crashed and burned. And the whole time, McDuffie just cried about how much he hates flat earthers. So my thing was like, hey, look, he can't even enjoy the day and watch SpaceX crash and burn again for the 6th time and enjoy it for what it was, just a multi-million-dollar firework. He's got to cry about how much he hates flat earthers.
What's to hate? I get it.
But just being wrong, apparently, or something, you know, like.
Yo, that was a crazy fireworks show, bro.
He hates us because he thinks we're wrong. Okay.
Yeah,
I know he's wrong, but I don't hate him. I know he's a fraud. I don't care. I don't spend any time thinking about the fraud known as Duffy and how wrong he is. I know he's wrong. I know he's a fraud. But I couldn't care less. Inconsequential. But yet, he thinks we're wrong and spends a prolonged period worrying about it and losing sleep over it and moaning and bleating about it. That's messed up, man.
Yeah, well, it's the way they've been trained to look at it. I know it's flat. I know it.
But if we're wrong, why do they spend 10 years?
They don't want us talking about it.
Why do you spend 10 years coming at us, telling us to drink bleach and jump off a bridge? Like, just live your life, dude. Why are they bothering us?
Because I think what John's driving at is that to be whole, they must have a complete consensus view that's in agreement. That's how their reality is based, on consensus. We don't align with their consensus. That messes the whole thing up and causes some people to lose quite a lot of sleep. We need to be in line with our consensus view of what the world is. Not being is bad.
You're missing it. This was supposed to cause a massive exodus from Flat Earth. That was why Jiren was going there. The biggest YouTuber about Flat Earth.
No. Oh, Neil, did you not hear? Nick left.
Yeah, that's right. Besides Nick. That was supposed to cause a chain reaction. Flat Earth is leaving. It didn't. That's why he hates us.
Everyone say hello to Will Duffy. Hey, Will Duffy, we're still here. You affirm the consequent. Well done. Earth still measured flat, like all your participants. Utilise the Earth as. Well done. You affirmed that Earth's measured flat, Duffy. I can see why you'd hate us, given that you've got a religious belief that you need to affirm by going down there and spending, what, 250 grand? Wonderful.
Oh my God. But I just, they hadn't realized that this final experiment is to test the temperature of the people. Are they buying this theory?
Got it.
What? You wouldn't use a thermometer?
When his street talk, testing the temperature. So short, bro. Testing the waters, the government's way of throwing information out there and seeing how people take it. So they're not taking this well, and that's what the result of the experiment is. You got somebody like Jiren who's supposed to sheepdog everyone, and it didn't work this time like it would have worked in 2016. Well, it didn't even work in 2016, so I don't know.
You mean behind the curve? That failed too. They tried then.
You guys know Nick left, right? Nick's gone. He ain't coming back.
You got to explain that, Nathan, because some people might be in the dark.
Okay. He went on Answers in Genesis. They asked him, what's the dealio? Has everyone turned? What's their beliefs? Have you found out their beliefs? What's their beliefs? Is their beliefs changed or what? And Duffy was like, yeah, one Flurf got in touch with me, Nick, said, no more. I'm not a flatty anymore. So, and if you want to get in touch with Duffy to check the list of one, you can do that. He gave his email after telling us that Nick left. You can confirm it. Nick left. And also, no, that's not quite strictly fair. Also, and this is big news, a couple of the participants who went down there might leave Flat Earth. Might. He'll keep us posted. So, pretty much 100% success rate. I mean, so far, one conversion back to Globe Earth cost 250 grand. I mean, just keep spending those 250 grand trips and eventually you might get two Earthers go back to the globe. We'll see. So far, just one. According to him. And he'll keep us posted.
Was that the same interview where he said that we should be spending our money doing better things in life or something?
Yes, that's right. Yes. The reason he went and spent lots of money to convert one person back to the globe Earth was because we should be doing better things with our life that are more productive. Better use of time and money.
I think he meant Christians there. It's focused on the Christians that have bought into this lie.
What lie would that be, Neil? To contextualize it when you say words like that.
Oh, the flat, he considers flat earth to be a lie and a psyop, something put there by Satan himself.
Oh, really?
To deceive Christians.
So when he measured Earth flat and Toon measured Earth flat, they're both Christians. They both leveled their tools to the equatorial plane and measured elevation angles on a flat plane. They're led by Satan, by their own standards then. Duffy and Toon led by Satan to measure a flat Earth in Antarctica. I ask you.
Obviously, by the standard that was just laid down, yes.
Toon, according to Duffy, you've been led by the hand of Satan himself to measure Earth flat in Antarctica. How dare you? Yeah, we're laughing at you. You dickheads who spent so much money to go and look at the sun above the horizon for 24 hours. And then what? What happened next? Did everyone buy into your antipodal assumption and decide that going south meant going down to the bottom of a ball automatically? Nobody here did that. I mean, lots of already globe idiots cope from that. What did you do? You affirm the biases of those who are already on a globe. That's what they achieved, isn't it? Oh, and set the cat amongst the pigeons, because lots of flat earthers got quite irritated with their seeming leaders like Jaron and Dave. And they defended this shit to the nth degree. Amazing. Other than us saying, well, bugger off Jaron, bugger off Dave, bugger off Whitsitt, you're all scammers and shills. Other than that, nothing really changed at all. Nick did change sides. That is a loss that we will have to suffer. Other than Nick, nothing happened. It was $250,000 to convert one man from what Duffy's told us so far on Answers in Genesis. If you want to confirm that one man, you can get his email to confirm that. One guy converted back to Glurf. Yeah, Duffy also said we should be getting on with our lives because we're wasting our time and money doing flurf. Thanks for your opinion. How much did it cost you to go to Antarctica? Give us the conversion rate numbers. We'll work it out on a per head basis of how much it was worthwhile.
I don't know if you could use that. We know for sure and without a doubt that Nick knew the earth was flat, or was Nick just a believer?
That's self-evident. If he knew the earth was flat like we do, you can't walk away. Like the Glurfs who know the earth's measured flat can only run away when it comes to us pointing that out. Example, case in point, right at the beginning of this show. Well, Aristophanes calculated a globe. Earth can't be flat. Oh, really? What did he measure? Well, I don't think that's important. He calculated a globe, didn't he? No, I think it's pretty important what he measured. Well, he measured an obelisk and a shadow. What, like an elevation angle? Yeah, let's define that. No, I don't think I will. I think I'd rather run away than define that, because then we'll all know that Earth's measured flat. It was the very first
Damn,
thing
I
we
thought
do.
British people weren't supposed to be stupid. Fuck.
Why are you swearing at me? I'm not stupid. What are you talking about? I was educated privately.
He's
What are you
already
babbling
gone.
about? I'm not stupid.
It was a squawk and run. He ran it. He squawked and ran.
Right, a coward. I thought Americans were less cowardly. Why would I do that? It's just not needed. You are a coward, sir. You came and ran.
He could only stand us talking about the flat Earth.
Yeah.
For so long. Had to do something.
Can't
and that
bear it.
something was good.
People think you're stupid and I'm going to tell you. You're all stupid. Gotta go. I'm going to leave the oven on.
That's pretty sad. Ow.
No, it's not sad. It's telling. If you had something else, you'd provide that instead of your little ad hom. That was silly, and that just makes your side look incredibly silly.
Well, I can't wait to hear that back, Nathan, because the guy that brought up Aristophanes, he studied about 4 or 5 times in a row. You didn't hold him to it. You didn't bring it to his attention, but I can't wait to hear it. Studied like 3 or 4 times consecutive.
That's because he knows damn well where I'm going when I ask him to define an elevation angle, doesn't he? He knows where that's going. He's going to a flat Earth measurement. He knows it, I know it, and he just doesn't want the people around him to know it. Because if the people around him don't know it, he can believe he has a consensus view that the calculation of a globe is all that matters. He pointing out that Earth must be measured flat to calculate a globe with the flat Earth measurement that he needs isn't really comporting with his need for a consensus. He's only here to make us think differently, so we align with his consensus view. The guy who told us we're stupid. Why are we stupid? Well, because we don't align with his consensus view when we point out how Earth's measured flat. To achieve a globe Earth for him to believe in, to have a consensus view necessitated.
What I get from this, the final so-called experiment, it's more detrimental in my head, because to me, I think, all right, so you've got all this funding, you've got this guy, this Glover, who's got money, funding, and all the resources to do all of this. Couldn't find a way to actually prove the curvature itself. Okay. So what that tells me is that there is no way for that to happen. Obviously, we know that that's never going to happen. But speaking from their side, why would they go waste money to go look at the sun somewhere doing something instead of actually getting actual measurements of the curve they believe in? You spent all that money and all these resources and funding to see the sun and not measure the curve of the Earth. So what that tells me is that will never happen, and it's impossible because the Earth is flat.
I don't know. I think we've had a huge amount of influence on how influential the TFE wasn't. Now, imagine if we never said a word, and every second time Duffy was in front of a camera, he said, "Yeah, you go down to Antarctica, and when we're on the bottom of that Earth that's a ball, we observe a 24-hour sun, actually positionally at the bottom of a ball, rotating around an axis that I automatically assume." If he'd managed to lace every single example with "it could only happen on the bottom of a ball," we assume we're on the bottom of a ball and observe it happen, therefore it happened because we're on the bottom of a ball. So I said we're on the bottom of a ball when we're going to Antarctica to observe this, light in the sky above our head, on the bottom of a ball. They'd done it non-stop. Us, we break down the fallacy 6 months, maybe 8 months before he's even got there. No. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. If I'm on the bottom of a ball, I'll observe a 24-hour sun. I observe a 24-hour sun, therefore I'm on the bottom of a ball, affirming the consequent. Normal logical fallacy. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. Fallacy being one doesn't necessarily follow the other. It's making a random observation. Yeah? If Earth's a unicorn, and when I reach the horn of the unicorn, I'll observe a 24-hour sun. I did observe a 24-hour sun, therefore I must be on the horn of a unicorn. No. It's just affirming the consequent. I could say anything. If Earth is a giant chocolate-covered strawberry, and I'll observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I did observe observe a 24-hour sun. Earth must be a giant chocolate-covered strawberry. No, you just assumed that was going to be the position that you took. Well, how could you possibly say that?
Mate, you are fucking mental. You are fucking mental, mate. You are nuts.
Another guy that's coming in to tell me with lots of swearing. You sound common and stupid. You have a lack of vernacular. Am I correct? I'm pretty sure I'm correct in how stupid you sound. You sound very stupid. Ignorant. Poorly raised. Are you raised in a single mother family? I will assume so. Because you're failing to respond to any of my questions. Have you run away? Like a coward? It sounded like the coward single mother family boy has run away. What a shame.
Keep going, Nathan. This is good.
Well, yeah, but that's all you can get at this point. Now that it's been laid down, there is no argument to be had.
Oh, you mean once everybody acknowledges that Earth is measured flat, it's game over? Are you kidding me? Because somebody just told me Nathan is denying a 24-hour sun in the north and a 24-hour sun in the south.
Why?
What's the relevance of a 24-hour sun?
Don't know. I was just breaking it down, though. If you assume you're on the bottom of a ball, then you could assert that because you're on the bottom of a ball, you saw a 24-hour sun on the bottom of that ball that you assumed in the first instance. That's how TFE broke down. But because we were there to interject and point that fallacy out, Duffy didn't do that while he was on his little road trip. When we now go, okay, what's it prove? Nobody knows! He didn't sell the fallacy along with the trip, did he? Why? Well, because we were pointing it out constantly, and you can be damn sure he was watching. Oh, yeah, I don't get around that. I better not lay it down in that way. I'll just subtly lay it down occasionally. Oh, yeah, well, your audience don't pick up on subtlety, do they, Duffy? They're all thick as shit. You needed to really labour the point. You needed to over-egg that pudding heavily for them to understand that you need to beg the question that you're on the bottom of a ball for this to mean anything. He didn't do it. We stopped that. So it proved nothing because nobody's begging the question of being on the bottom of a ball when they talk about TFE. They need to be led, don't they? The audience. Laboured the point of how it proves something by fallacious reasoning. That needs to be over-egged constantly. Repeated constantly. So when someone says, well, what does this prove, TFE? Well, it proves I'm on the bottom of a ball, doesn't it? So I assume I'm on the bottom of a ball. Nobody's saying that because nobody heard it.
I'm getting an answer. You said you can't explain that on a flat Earth retard.
You don't explain existence. Explain dog, Neil. Just explain dog. Why would I have to? What the hell are you on about?
I don't know. Did you make a claim about it?
It can only happen on a globe.
It can't. The globe inference comes from measuring Earth flat, and the example to suggest that you're on a globe by antipodal assumption involved measuring elevation angles with the sun that they observed on a flat Earth. So no, when they say only possible on a globe, what globe? The globe that's derived from flat Earth measurements. Game over.
And matter of fact,
debate it sometime, Nathan.
They were nice enough to give them. The sun was between 15 degrees with respect to the horizontal plane, and 35 degrees the horizontal plane. 24 hours. So
welcome to flat Earth. Measured Earth flat for elevation angles of the observation of the sun. What's that? Explain the sun. I have no idea. Do you not listen to any of the shows? I have no idea what the sky is, what the sun is, what the moon is. We know that's claimed to be a burning ball of gas 93 million miles away. Where's that figure come from? Oh, a derivation of a flat Earth elevation angle to give you a radial value for Kepler and Huygens, scale the world and give you a 93 million mile sun? That's bollocks. Earth's measured flat for that distance, isn't it? So no, we're not on a sphere moving around the sun in a Keplerian motion. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, Earth was measured flat in every single example that you wanted us to prove that this could only work on a ball. So every single example of that ball will lead back to a flat Earth that's being measured. What you're saying? Oh, well, there's a south and north seeming rotation with stars. Yeah, we're acutely aware of how we map the world. Yes, it would seem that is the case. And we have described that for years with the celestial sphere. 2 mapping systems placed antipodally to describe them conveniently in that sphere is used to project, by Haversine conversion, points that were mapped flat onto a global surface, so that you can then wrap tubes around that globe and then project those points back out onto the tube and then roll it out flat again. That entire convoluted process we have covered so much that I can summarise it in about 30 seconds. Earth's measured flat, produce a ball to project onto flat maps.
You're going to love this, Nathan. And wave dismissal. Jiren gets it. Why don't you follow him?
Yeah, hand wave dismissal. Now I described the projection and production of a globe Earth for you to say that it could only work on. How is that a hand wave? Detailing Aristophanes, Kepler and Huygens. No, that's very much in line with the rhetoric of the globe Earth that you think you are on, that you say it could only work with, and how Earth was measured flat to achieve that belief. You hold. I also got to the point where I said, meanwhile, Earth is measured flat in every single example. Produced the ball he believed in and is telling me that what, I should align with Jiren and his consensus fuckwittery? Absolutely not. Never a straight answer. For you being you, thanks, Nathan. No, I'm so flattered. Our face is all red. Thank you for the super chat.
How does that feel, Jiren? You got people telling us flat earthers follow you. Global. Wow.
Okay. People who were following Jiren are presumably leaving him by the wayside and calling him a shill. Not for the reasons we called him a con artist projecting scammer and showing his scams and the amount of money he charges for the crap that he's actually doing. That's a bit unfair by me. I'll just take that back, right? Jiren charging for his time is perfectly legitimate. I'm just a bit bitter because he's calling me a scammer for absolutely no reason other than I say science proves things. Recently, he's dropped his justification for calling me a scammer and just calls me a scammer. And when it's been put to me, well, look at all these things he's charging for. I'm like, yeah, so? Charge for his time. That doesn't make him a scammer. He's milking the teat of flat Earth. He's milking all the flat earthers for every dime they're worth. Milking people dry. He's not scamming them. He's charging for his time.
Yeah, but Nathan, you can't charge for your time giving marriage counseling out. You're not a freaking psychiatrist or a doctor or anything like that. Psychologist. Who is he to do something like that?
He can do whatever he likes. I don't care.
That's not a fair comparison. Show me where you can get a PhD, flat Earth, and then that would be a fair comparison.
I don't care either. The legitimacy is me as an individual. It's like, trust me, bro. I don't care about that either. You see me as completely unworthy of trust. Oh, okay. I couldn't give a crap. As long as my wife trusts me, I'm good. My kids, they're kind of mandatory. They will trust me because they're my kids. Yeah. So aside from that, generally, goes out in circles of family and friends. You tosser, you don't trust me. Get lost. Earth's measured flat whether you trust me or not. You need trust to know that. I've told it you. You don't have to like it. What, because you don't trust me, you won't accept that? That's something completely different, isn't it? Take your cope however you want it served. Earth is still measured flat, though.
Yeah, but you can't deny that at one time, Jiren was a giant here. Oh, how the mighty have fallen for no reason.
But Witsit did vape down there. I think it is only fair that we should condemn him.
There was reason. He believes that he was told a map or handed down a map, which he then took as a model, which doesn't make sense. But he accepted that as what the world is and decided to teach that. When I say teach, quotes in his words, decided to teach that for 8, 9, 10 years, whatever. And now he realizes it's wrong, even though supposedly he realized already that it was wrong. I don't know how that works, but okay. Yeah, that's why he is where he is.
Was he ever shown this map/model that wasn't flat?
No, they're all flat. That's kind of what I would say if someone says, "Where's your flat Earth map?" My response: all maps are flat.
They don't pull a globe out and they're sailing the These?
No, but they can allude to the fact that the process I described quite concisely earlier, where they have a tube-shaped map cut down the middle and rolled out flat, in the case of the transverse Mercator projection, the familiar map that most people will be aware of when they think of a world map. A square grid map, called the Mercator, is a tube that's been cut down the middle after having its points projected out from a globe surface that was created by taking the points projected from the equatorial plane through the globe to the celestial sphere that was created with flat earth angle measurements off the equatorial plane in the first instance. It's in the centre of the globe that was projected and created from those flat earth angle measurements to those stars, Neil. The maps must be flat or they won't work with the origin measurements of angles to stars, where it all begins. You can allude when you say all maps are flat that, oh no, it's a globe projection. Last but one step was projecting it onto a globe. I mean, forget all the steps that came in terms of measuring Earth flat before that. It's a globe projection, they cried.
But the globe is a flat Earth projection.
That's correct. That's what we point out.
So you're saying the globe is measured flat?
I'm saying the globe is created based on a system of measurements that is flat, and then by conversion, you can cleverly place points onto a spherical surface with angles projected from and through the globe, from the equatorial plane, through the globe to the celestial sphere, as I just described. That's how it actually functions. Now, the surface of the globe has no functional use in that process. What you can then do is take the points that are projected through it, project them onto a flat square grid in the case of the transverse Mercator, cut it down the middle, roll it out flat, and then it kind of works with angles to stars and stuff. I mean, there's lots of distortion, straight lines are curved and curved lines are straight and things like that. You know, what do you know? If you've got to convince people that they're on a globe, you've got to have something that alludes to the idea that you're on a globe, and that convoluted gaggle screw of nonsense projection process.
Yeah, what about the horizon?
This has become a bit unbearable for Fundy. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You're talking to me?
The one that interrupted me while I was talking? Yeah, surprisingly, you. Go ahead.
Yeah, the horizon. If the Earth is flat, there would be no horizon.
Oh.
What's a horizon? Define what a horizon is.
It's like the point where we can no longer see past fucking the Earth. So like,
swearing? That's not a definition.
I don't have an Oxford definition in my brain, but I know what the horizon is, and I'm sure you do too.
I could define it too, because I don't need to be an Oxford anything to be able to look up a definition of what a horizon is. The apparent location where the sky meets the ground.
Right. If the Earth is flat, then there would be no horizon.
Did you hear my response? I just responded to you by defining a horizon. Did you hear me? It seemed like you're even paying a slightest bit of attention to what I say in response to you.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, yeah, case in point. I just defined a horizon. You said it couldn't occur on a flat Earth, then I defined it. You didn't respond to me. It was like you were just waiting for your turn to talk and not actually listening to a single word I say. Yeah, I'm familiar with people like yourself who can't bear to listen to a single word I say. And while I'm talking and they're not listening, they just blurt out something through the top of me. And then when I'm like, go ahead, my friend, they can't believe that it's actually them that's being referred to. Yeah. Then, when listening to what you've said, which is a horizon can't occur on a flat Earth, I ask you to define a horizon, you swear at me, say you're not from Oxford.
I didn't swear at you.
Fail to define it. Now you're interrupting, as I've pointed out now for the second time, that I have defined it for you.
Right,
you
but
didn't listen or respond or acknowledge it in any way, and now you're interrupting.
Asshole, sure.
You are what's known as a wanker. A wanker, a dickhead, a moron, a stupid person. You're stupid. You're not listening, you're yammering. Well, I get to the point, well, I've defined a horizon, you can't because you're not from Oxford. Who gives a shit? You don't need to be from Oxford to define what a horizon is, you fucking retard. I can swear at you too. You're fucking thick. You're thick as all shit, my friend. You don't have to be from Oxford to find what a fucker horizon is. Okay, fuckwit? You want to swear at me again, you little bitch? You're a fucking retard. You can't have a horizon on a globe, you fucking retard. Hope you understand. If you knew what a horizon was defined as, you might understand what that means.
Nathan, chill out.
You're a fucking retard. You can't have a horizon on a globe, you fucking retard. Don't swear at me.
Nathan, chill out.
I won't swear at you. Don't talk through me, and I won't chastise you and berate you for not being what from Oxford. No, that's just your way of saying you are stupid. You don't have to be Oxford educated to not be stupid, but you are stupid. Can't even define what a horizon is by your own confession. So stupid, man, that can't even define what a horizon is because he's thick as all shit. You think you've got the right to swear at me and effing blind at me? No, fuck off. You're a retard and you're not worthy to sit at this table, you fucking retard.
Chill out.
Fuck off, retard. Fuck off. You're a retard.
Chill
You're not
out.
worthy to sit at the table, you fucking globe-believing fuckwit retard. Don't swear at me and I won't swear back at you. And if you can't even define the words you're using, don't sit at this table.
I can't
Stupid
define the
little
word
boy.
that I'm using.
Piss off, little boy.
Chill out.
Your definition was slightly, it wasn't incorrect. It was just wasn't full. You have to. Horizon is where surface level appears to meet the sky, forming a horizontal line.
Not a curved line?
No, not a curved line. All parallels must be with respect to that horizon. Where you get parallel, it's where you get perpendicular, all when referencing Earth with respect to that horizon. Part of the definition. Part of axiomatic principles. To say we can't have one on a flat Earth, really? Most axiomatic principles that you build with are tied to that principle of being parallel with the horizon. But we can't have one on a flat Earth. No, saith the man not from Oxford. Stupid man. Dimwit. A Dumbo.
You're still talking, bro.
The opposite.
Was that a rebuttal? You're still talking, bro? Say it again, I'll repeat myself. Was that a rebuttal? You're still talking, bro. A rebuttal?
Yeah, no one's talking to you, man.
Parallel with the horizon, right? Understand about being parallel with the horizon. Ains, that is. These words mean anything to you? Are you stupid also? Maybe you're not from Cambridge. Hello?
He might be confused because you said Cambridge and not Oxford. He might not know the difference.
That's a good one.
I didn't attend Yale, but I know what a horizon is.
There's been things put on the table. Can't have a horizon on a globe. Meanwhile, planes being parallel with the horizon is an axiomatic principle that would defy his assertion that you can't have a horizon on a flat Earth. I say in response, having overcome his assertion, defeated it, took a big shit on him while he's open mic, making noise while I'm talking, right? That's the guy, presumably, making that noise in Discord while I'm summarising his absolute annihilation. Minus the swearing this time. A nice, concise, unsweary summary of this man and his stupid assertion that you can't have a horizon on a flat Earth when axiomatic principles are tied to the horizon. Planes being parallel with it, for one. But I detailed to overcome shit for brains here. And I said, you can't have a horizon on a globe Earth. I mean, I didn't example why not. Just put it out there as a baseless assertion to see how he responded to it. And I got, as a response, you still talking, bro? Okay, well, so far so good. Excellent rebuttal.
Not really.
And their geometric obstruction claim requires Earth to be flat as well. Oh, I don't know where he's going to go with that.
Give him a chance. Let him explain to us why we can't have a horizon on a flat Earth. I'm waiting for him to explain it to me.
No. I dispense with that, Neil. You should pay attention. What did I just spend 3 times summarising? Thank you. You don't need to waffle through me now pointing out that you're ruining my point. Yeah. No. The fact that axiomatic principles are tied to a flat Earth horizon is me dispensing with it, not me asking him how to address that. There is no rebuttal to that. That's the end of the statement. It's a stupid statement that you can't have a horizon on a flat Earth. It's dispensed with, Neil. And we're not going to ask him to debate that. I put something to him, you can't have a horizon on a globe Earth. That's a fact.
So let him explain that then. I want to hear something from the guy.
He did. He told me I was still talking.
What are we talking about?
You're the same guy.
This hot dog. So this guy, what's his name? Nathan is just saying a whole lot of nothing right now, and it's and he's just getting mad. But let me explain. Because on a flat Earth, there wouldn't be a clear line. You understand?
Wait. Who's talking right now?
Oh, it's me.
Wait. Do you think the Earth is round?
Yes. Do you?
Why?
Why
No. Why? No. Why are you here?
You two dickheads think you're going to take charge of the conversation and have a little chit chat amongst yourselves?
No, I'm saying I don't think it's round.
Relax. It's going to be okay.
Telling me to relax? Are you telling me to relax, Dunny?
I'm telling you to relax. This is an open discussion with everyone.
It's not. I'm running a show here, Danny, you stupid little boy. I'm in charge.
What show?
Do you not get that? My show, yeah. That means I'll tell you what to do, and if you don't like it, you'll just be immediately shut up and kicked out. Take it or leave it.
All right, sorry,
Tell me
Master.
to chill. Don't tell me to calm down. I'll be telling you what to do. Come and paint my house, Danny.
1980.
Come and paint my house. Come on, come and paint my house. Oh, you've been put on server mute, it would seem, Danny. Seems like you're an insignificant dickhead that nobody cares about what you've got to demand of anybody in this server.
Good, bro. Get him out of here.
Well, we haven't
So,
got a line of sight, so the earth can't be flat. That's what I heard from him. Yeah, I'm glad.
Wait, what did he say? What did he say?
We haven't got a straight line of sight, therefore Earth can't be flat. That was his assertion.
Do you have any evidence to back that up?
Danny, I don't know. Danny sounded very stupid. You want to hear from him?
Yeah. I kind of want to. I kind of want to hear what he, because like I don't know. He trying to sound like stupid, so I want to like make fun of him.
Hot dog, you were a glow birther yesterday. What happened?
Bro, they convinced me, bro.
Is this true?
Yes, bro. Why would I be defending them if it wasn't true?
And what's your like proof of reasoning? Why are you?
Danny, I've just explained this earlier. You're talking to me, not the guy who was converted yesterday.
I'm talking to Hot Dog right now.
Having a conversation with. It means that you don't get to talk through me, though. It means that at the end of this, I will be chastising a fundamentalist religious globe believing I called Danny. That's what will happen.
You're controlling. You need to talk to Hot Dog.
No, I'm telling you for the third time, you'll talk to me or no one. Yeah, you're on server mute. That's because you're not complying with what I'm telling you. Yeah, you're going to run. You'll either talk to somebody else who's easier to argue with, the guy who only came to Flat Earth yesterday. You're not going to argue with me because you can't make your baseless assertions. You'll only run like a glurf coward bitch. What a shock. Yeah, I know you want to talk to the guy who only got converted yesterday. Not the guys yammering on all show about how Earth's measured flat and how we take fundamentalist zealotry and turn it into flat Earth measurements. For your very eyes, yeah, you'll have to run, coward. No, you won't be allowed to talk to the easy target. I'm here. Oh, well, we'll be for short period of time because we've been here for well over an hour. Been a good show, though. Always starts quiet in the politics server. It's got a certain pattern. It ramps up towards the end.
Know the secret. Just keep talking negative about the globe and somebody won't be able to take it no more and they got to pipe up.
How did you put it earlier? The globe Earth's measured flat? It's a bit too concise. It's kind of in a roundabout way true. You wouldn't have a globe Earth if it wasn't for Earth being measured flat to achieve those globe Earth ends that a lot of numpties in this server do believe in, Neil. Isn't that correct? Kind of thing you're talking about, Neil?
Yep.
Did the globe believers in this server, we will depart soon, so you can all, talk amongst yourselves about how stupid I am and where I'm not from. Oxford, Cambridge, whatever. Stupid guy called Nathan who spewed nonsense and was just talking word salad, really. Meanwhile, let's talk about how globe earthy it is. Were you globe earthers in this server aware that the globe Earth only exists because Earth is measured flat? Are you all aware that your globe faith is based on physical measurements of a flat Earth to achieve that fantasy religion that you have? Just want to know if you're all aware of that. No? Everyone's piping up, so I'll just tell you. Yeah, your globe Earth that you think, it could only work on a globe Earth. Well, the globe Earth can only exist because we measure Earth flat to make that paradigm happen. It wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the fact that the measurements of Earth were flat. We measure Earth flat, and then with those measurements we create a globe, and then lots of stupid people believe in the Earth being that globe that was made after measuring Earth flat to create it. So if you don't feel stupid, I'm here to make you feel stupid, as globe Earth believers. Your faith in a globe Earth came from an Earth that's measured flat to achieve it. My audience is on screen now. Antipodal equatorial planes, north and south, sandwiched together to project points through a globe Earth that is redundant, not useful in this example, to a celestial sphere with the stars and points on it that were measured in the first place to create this system, and then create a globe from it. after measuring a flat Earth to achieve that. And yeah, you're all living on a flat Earth. Earth is actually flat. If you didn't know that, I'm telling you that. And if you want to believe that you're on a globe, you'll have to accept that Earth is measured flat because that's where that globe came from. One you idiots believe in. If you don't feel stupid because of your Earth belief, feel stupid now. You are stupid if you still believe in it because you'd have to deny the fact that the globe Earth came from flat Earth measurements for you to believe in it, which does kind of make you very stupid if you don't understand that. We, in 10 years, found that most globe Earth believers are generally of the stupid variety. If you believe in a globe, you're a stupid person. And we're here to tell you that your projection that, oh no, it's the flat earthers that are dumb. No, it turns out that it was you numpties all along that were completely idiotic, led by the hand, by somebody that was going to tell you what's what. Because they're, I don't know, fans of deceiving people, maybe. Who cares? You're the stupid ones, and we're the righteous indignation loving people that we are when we tell you Earth's measured flat. So you know.
Oh, that's going to hurt.
You could call it word salad. This guy's just talking word salad. Doesn't know how straight lines of sight and that they to horizon that's undefined moves on a globe and that. So I'm smart and you're not from Oxford and I'm not from Cambridge. So there it is. And jobs are good and I'm off. The oven's been left on and could be burning the house down. So see you later.
No, that's the perfect example of a guy that just hears something, says it. Heard a globus say it's an impossibility to have a horizon on a flat Earth, and he came and repeated it.
10 years ago, but with slightly more complex subjects like Rumpus saying sextants don't work on a flat Earth. You're like, what kind of rhetoric and doublespeak is this? If you've only heard it the first time and you don't know what a sextant is or what it does, you just hear somebody with confidence saying that a sextant can't work on a flat Earth. Now we say sextants can only work on a flat Earth. Because they can only work on a flat Earth. Back in the day, the shills were strong. Dark side of lies and deceit about what a sextant will do.
Yeah, and they also said it can only work on a globe, a sextant.
No, you can't. A sextant can't work on a globe. It's measuring an angle with respect to the surface. Look on screen now, right? You can describe the angle you measure with a sextant through the globe to the equatorial plane. The globe wrapped around you, a glorified protractor, like detail from my live audience, 130 of them.
How come we didn't get that years ago, though? That's what bothers me.
Because it was right before our eyes, like, well, of course we measure it flat, Earth's really big. Yeah, really big, really flat, and those flat Earth measurements you must measure will create a globe with them. Yeah. Yeah, we just didn't know
like the whole time the money bag was right there. It was right there.
Yeah, we just had to pick it up and walk off with it. Yeah, the flat Earth measurements were there the whole time, and anybody even slightly well versed in globe will tell you how Earth's measured flat, like the guy who ran away at the beginning of this live show. Oh yeah, wait, stutter. I kind of stutter. We don't need to define what an elevation angle is. Yeah, he's stutter measuring stuff, but stutter. Let's just focus on the globe calculation, eh? That's measured flat. Hope you all know that. But else want to tell me I'm stupid or swear at me? I mean, we'll be gone soon. It won't be as much fun when I'm not here. Swearing and telling me I'm stupid is much more fun when I'm around. I'm a flat earther. My name's Nathan Oakley. Earth is flat. That makes me a flat earther, right? Surely you feel intellectually superior to me and feel like you can tell me what's what and that. Right? I mean, I've just used word salad when I've used lots of long, complicated words that you want to project your inability to understand onto me as my stupidity. Feel free, I'm here. No, knock yourselves out. Have fun.
I just like to say for the record, I've been up early this morning, like 4 o'clock this morning. Jedi's been here, and it seems like a couple of people come here to talk negatively about Nathan Oakley when he's not around, but when he shows up, those same people seem to be very silent.
Yeah, that was explained to me. You know why? Because they say, Nathan, don't give him a chance to talk.
While we point out how rude they are with their tactics of interrupting people. Yeah.
think ignoring what you say is the primary offence that happens. They make a statement, you make a rebuttal, Nathan makes a rebuttal, they don't address it. Always happens.
Yeah, they're ready to respond like all this morning, Jedi. Morning for me.
Be a bit less apprehensive if we're not live. So some people are a bit apprehensive simply because we've got a live audience and no one wants to mess things up when it's out there immediately and can't be changed. With that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Actually, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you who liked, commented, shared, subscribed, super chat and all that good stuff. And of course, a massive thank you to the Politics Discord server and my G Plus panel for making today's live show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley and I will see you all in the next video.
Yeah.
Question about or have an argument about it. Why would you expect to argue past the point you conceded your argument?
That's a ball. It must be a ball. They're all wrong. The flies, they're all wrong. That's what you just said, John, was word salad. Or a flatty. You need to listen to any of it.
Yeah, he's just talking and talking and talking. He wanted to talk to the other guy. That's what they wanted. They wanted their own little conversation.
Yeah, the guy was talking to him a day previously. Apparently he's converted to flat earth in the meantime. And then he's like, what? You mean you're a flatty now? So you automatically become the enemy and I can start charging you with answers to all this stuff. What's that? No, what, you want to talk to me, Nathan? No, I want to talk to this guy on your live show. He sounds much easier. Get lost. Shout out to Love Morgan. Hello all, it's me, Webster and Oxford et al. I will be here all day if anyone requires a definition of a word. It is me, Webster and Oxford. What a fantastic super chat. It didn't quite make the live show, but that is hilarious. Thank you, Love Morgan.
Well, in the States, we got Yale and Harvard.
Same thing. Top schools, basically.
Is Princeton up there as well? Is your like major Ivy League schools?
I'd like to be known as chocolate saying from Yale now. Thanks.
I remember in Yes Minister,
or Harvard.
I think he's permanent secretary in the episode, and he's worried about the education system in general, and that's what they're debating about. He says, we have to do something. What about the universities? Both of them. As in Oxford and Cambridge. There's only
That's
two.
an insult.
He's just saying there's only two. The rest of them, well, none of them are universities as far as he's concerned.
Sure, like he went to Harvard. The trading places.
Mortimer, we're back.
Those men tried to have sex with me.
That was a great movie, man.
It was on all during Christmas. I loved it. Mortimer, your brother's having a heart attack. I don't want to say the next line.
Oh, just anybody got any bad things to say about Nathan as proof that the Earth is not flat?
You don't let nobody talk. He's retarded.
Yeah, I love that reasoning. Nathan's a mean person, or Nathan's ignorant, therefore Earth's a ball.
My son says it all the time. I said, Jacob, really? Do you really believe what you're saying right now? And you think Huey and Nathan are retards? Really? You believe that?
Yeah, but their intelligence level is irrelevant. Deal with what they said.
Huey does not know what double slit experiment is. He doesn't even know what quantum mechanics is.
Listen, you haven't been to Oxford and I have, so therefore you can't have a flat line on a flat Earth. There you go.
I don't have a dictionary in front of me.
I wonder if Rovers get that. Like, what root word of horizontal is? It's horizon. Like, do you know what a horizontal means? Like, you guys okay? Do you need medication? What's going on?
Well, we give you plenty of time to speak. If you had something to say, you would think you would have, right?
You would think.
Might be being quiet because they know how they measure it. They're just shy. I know. What if we don't bring up measurements and you can just bring up your fallacious arguments?
Let me ask you this. The seismograph, which detects and records the movement of seismic waves, was invented in the 1800s, 1880 to be exact. By the end of that decade, seismic stations were in place all over the world. At the time, geophysicists believed Earth to be made up of liquid core surrounded by a solid mantle, itself surrounded by a crust, all separated by abrupt density changes in the Earth called discontinuities. And then they go on to tell you about this Danish lady who discovered that Earth had a molten iron core. She said she theorized about it, but doesn't say anything about experiment.
Yeah, how do you get to that point from nowhere?
Yo,
I
I
don't
think
know.
Taco had a question for you guys.
Okay.
Just before he does, I would like to answer Neil. When you're measuring with that seismograph, are you measuring with respect to a curve?
You can't. How would you measure? It has to have a flat baseline to get any accurate measurement.
You're measuring caves and holes in water and stuff.
With respect to something, though, you need that reference. What's your reference?
Horizontal plane.
Surface level, right? Put the device on surface level. That's how you measure everything with respect to.
Everything has to have a reference to measure it. Everything has to have a stable reference to measure it. You can't get your weight or anything without having a flat, stationary, stable plane.
Surface level.
All right, Taco, where's your question?
Yeah, go ahead, Taco.
What?
Okay, maybe you forgot your question, Taco. You want us to come back to you?
Or are you awake? Who do you have a question for? Somebody else?
I don't know. He looked dubious.
Taco was going to tell us all about the real ground beef on the flat Earth.
Here's the troubling part. I'm just reading this thing. It says Layman's hypothesis was confirmed in 1970 when more sensitive seismographs detected waves deflecting off their solid core.
Yeah, what if it's not solid? What if it's hollow? What if all the ways down there are halfway hollow, like caves and tunnels and just anything, anywhere, an aquifer, an underground hole, a mole could have dug something and farted right there. Like, who knows what they're reading?
Yeah, it says that it's funny because there's a lot of movement going on.
Yeah, that's what water does.
Lehman theorized that these waves had traveled some distance into the core and bounced off some kind of boundary. Her interpretation of this data was the foundation of a 1936 paper in which he theorized that Earth's center consisted of two parts, a solid inner core surrounded by a liquid outer core. What?
Can we get that demonstrated in reality?
But wait a second. How could liquid be an outer core? Oh, wait, we got water on the ball. That's true.
It could be anything that the Glober says, Neil.
What do you mean, man? Gas could be the container for gas.
Democ, I knew you would like this.
Yeah, it's going to be a metal ball inside the lava. There's a metal ball inside lava.
Not one visually
Oh, is that
observe
so? Like
this.
when you shake up the earth, like it shakes up like a Krylon can.
Yeah, it's got a little BB in it. Yeah.
That's awesome.
The procession gets shown with
Awesome
the
when you're dead.
yeah.
I mean, they don't even have step one. They didn't even observe anything.
They observed a seismograph, Neil. Now, I think certain things work to an extent. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they do have, things where you go see the baby in the belly, and it looks pretty damn good with the detail, but that's like really close and different material, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, depending on the material and the attribute of the machine and how good it's going to like do what through what and send light through what. Hell no. Or the sound. It's got to be able to penetrate. Yeah. And if there's gaps and if there's different material that act different with the sound and disperse it different, that'll throw you off anyway. It'll throw you way off.
But isn't it pre-assuming a sphere anyway, this whole thing, before you even get started? Aren't they pre-assuming that Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, before Columbus even found America, they were pre-assuming a sphere, Neil.
It has to be a sphere. Doesn't matter how big or small. It just has to be a sphere.
Yeah,
Because you got to remember, you're just a BB.
But it could be any other shape or any other thing. It could be any other thing. It is a sphere, they said, they've proven, but it could be any other thing, but not flat. But they've already proven it's a sphere. Do you know how much fucking triple, double, quadruple speak is in that one sentence? I mean,
swear, it's still running the show.
We'll just point out the double, triple speak. That's all the main thing is. They say it can be any shape. Globers will tell you that. Oh, it could be any other shape, just not flat. I'm like, well, if it's already proven to be a ball.
No, I'm talking about pertaining to the molten iron core itself. You have to pre-assume a sphere.
Yeah, center. If you're saying center, that's the trick, right? They'll say, listen, we're going to measure a distance. All right, well, you're going to measure a distance from what? Well, we're going to measure a distance from me right here. So I'm the center point. Now I'm measuring a distance from here. So everything, they trick you with the center. So they're going to say, well, now if we're going to measure equal distance from this position, there must be a center. So there must be a core.
Yeah, there ain't no center to any. They'll be doing good to find the center of a cloud. And they have to have a ball to find the center, or else you can't find a center of weird, odd shapes, can you? Or weird, odd designs of stuff that aren't shapes. What would you call the center of a horizontal line when you don't know the edges yet? You couldn't.
Point.
Pick a center. I'm just saying.
Yeah, point. Yeah.
If we live on a flat plane that goes left and right and forward and back, and we don't know the end, we can't find it. We can't find the center yet. We can't center ourselves yet.
But yeah, Neil, I mean, that's kind of what happened with the final experiment AE projection. I mean, that gives people a center to measure from. So, I mean, that's what it's difficult to imagine. Where are we going to start measuring? We need a point to begin. So you have a point, and then you want to measure all around that point.
Right. Yeah, no, I understand that. We picked a point from there, but I'm just saying in the attribute of a horizontal line and a sphere, the horizontal line where you don't know ends or begins doesn't have a center point per se that you could pick out yet because you haven't got to those ends. Once you get to the ends of a center line, you could go or a horizontal line, you can find the center of it. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have the distance.
Correct. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying that the flat earth doesn't have to have a center per se because we wouldn't know it yet that we know of. Now a globe has to have a center because that's what the radius is. That's all. I mean, it's just that simple. Radius, center.
Yeah, and it has to be 3959. My son tried that on me the other day. It could have been a bigger ball. Problems with that.
And I don't understand how a simple, beyond the seismographing thing, I really don't understand how a simple 15-foot, 10-foot angle, just an L, a big ass a steel L, wouldn't, the vertical part's supposed to go up in elevation, and if you put it on a floating thing on water, the center of the water, and you have it on a floating little dock thing, both of those should rise in elevation at the same rate away from the water, the same fucking rate. The same exact rate. And I don't know why this hasn't been done by a Glober. And this is simple. Because if you put, like we said, if you put an angle on top of spherical water, it's not going to match the water. It's going to go up and away. Right at the beginning, right as soon as you put that corner on there, the whole horizontal is going to be away, 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 just like the vertical. They're both going to rise, go away from it at the same damn rate. It's like touching a corner to a sphere. And your corner L, both of those lines are going away from the sphere. The only thing touching that sphere is that little pivot point in between, the little focal point. So both lines go away from that ball at the same rate, at the same elevation rate. I know you understand what the hell I'm saying, Neil.
That don't happen.
I know. That I know. Welcome to Flat Earth is what I'm saying. Every day, all day. That does not happen. And that's simple and easy to do. Like why wouldn't they have done that? Like why all this dumb sporadic goofy stuff?
Yeah, Neil. Well, listen, Neil, if there's no core, how do you explain magnetic fields and compasses? I mean, what do you got?
With respect to the inertial plane?
How do you explain them?
You have to have a core of a ball to have magnetism?
No, you have to have an inertial plane. Like when you hold a compass, measure the line of flux, you have to hold it level, which is a horizontal plane, to get it to read north.
Are you saying that is the compass restricted to like some sort of vertical depth, or can I just go up and down as high as I want? Is each point in the vertical change a new horizontal plane?
But when you use a compass, you have to have it be level. Whether it changes if you raise, I don't think so. It's just with respect to a horizontal plane.
Well, the compass ain't working on a globe.
It's not referencing a globe.
What's it referencing? The inertial plane is what is just there. It depends on nothing.
The plane is the same plane that the observer is standing on for the elevation angle.
Yeah. So this magnetic field that's required to measure the lines within the inertial plane. So what accounts for the if not a what was it? Some sort of pebble or BB. If not for this BB, how do we get the field?
Excuse me. I think it
was a magnetic core. Yeah, without the core to generate a field, how do we get the inertial plane? Yeah.
Why don't they have this in a lab? Why don't they have a little magnetic, I don't know, some lava or some hot liquid surround or whatever, iron, molten, whatever. Why don't they have that? And then their solid core, and then they're like little makeshift Earth in a lab. Like every step or portion of this Earth should be set because they always separate it from itself, right? So this is only this is only this. So they like show you the core. So they'll show you the core of Earth, then they'll show you the dirt and the stuff like that. And when they go to show you farmland and stuff, that'll all be different than when they show you the core, the stuff going down from the seismograph. So you got separated.
You're asking for a miniaturization, a small scale of what they're telling us is happening on this globe Earth.
And a compass and a 23. Yes, sir. I want the North and South Pole on a little ball. I want to demonstrate it. If they've got the ingredients and they know what it is, let's get the cake baked. Let's bake that molten core cake.
As fast as you can, please.
I don't think it would work that way. Even if it did, if you could create a dynamo, right, a self-perpetuating dynamo, do you know it's creating the magnetic field around Earth?
You don't.
I thought the only thing globe could teach you would be perpetual motion. Everything about whatever their moon, stars, suns, whatever Earth, everything about it's perpetual motion. Gravity never stops. Yeah.
Well, I could give you an answer for that, Mark. They'll probably tell you the same thing like with the mass attracting mass. It's not big enough. You can never do it because you need an Earth-sized ball to do it. Show you that mass attracts mass, even though it's outdated. But I guarantee if I look it up, they'll say you cannot do it on a miniature scale because it's not big enough. I'll go look it up now.
I really want to see a molten iron core surrounded by water and ice and dirt floating in the air in a ball shape.
That'll never happen.
You mean floating in a vacuum?
We're going to need a container for that.
Why are we talking about?
You guys have never seen quantum locking? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I'm going to tell you why. Because yesterday, while they were doing the book, I got into the molten iron core because it's a housekeeping question. And I just looked up where it originated from. This is what I came up with. I'm fascinated to see that there's no experiment. No, I'm not fascinated. I kind of assumed there wouldn't be. But when you read the history on it, it's all fugazi.
Yeah, they use seismographs and calculations. They did measure something. That
Hey, I got something. I got to miniaturize. Let me see. Give me 1 second.
got it miniaturized. Yeah. What's that matter? Even if you could miniaturize it, what? How do you prove that your little device is showing the cause of the magnetic field we experience? Doesn't make sense.
It's all gone very quiet. I'm in the coffee, getting coffee in the next room, and it's all gone quiet. I'll be bidding farewell to Discord.
Talking the whole time, man.
I'm looking up the miniaturization of the molten iron core. I found something here. They're doing it in Japan. So instead of digging, the team from the University of Hoku decided to create a miniature
So I
Earth.
can carry on making coffee. I will.
Plus mantle core and all in the lab. First, they created alloys of iron and nickel and mixed them with silicon and subjected them to huge pressures and temperatures that exist within the core, about 6,000 degrees Celsius. These conditions match the seismic data of the Earth's core, which is information from the seismic waves that emanate from near the center of the Earth. This gave the team sufficient evidence that silicon was probably the missing element. These difficult experiments are really exciting because they can provide a window into what Earth's interior was like soon after it formed 4.5 billion years ago, when the core first started to separate from the rocky parts of Earth. Professor Simon Redfern, professor of mineral physics at the University of Cambridge, told the BBC News. There you have it, guys. Miniature Earth's core.
No. What they did was they put things in layers and applied pressure to them, did they not?
Yeah, I don't see anything about it being a ball. They didn't say anything. You're right about that.
Yeah, that's what they did.
There's no ball there. You're right. I missed that.
Yeah, they poured in layers. That's what they were describing. And then applied pressure to those level, flat layers. You got what they presuppose the center of Earth is. It's stupid. It's so wrong that you would use a flat plane to try to describe the center of the sphere. They're mental.
It culminates by saying this is the final. But scientists and other workers have recently suggested that oxygen might also be important in the core. Knowing what exactly is down there could help scientists determine the conditions that helped form the Earth. It's all just a story. 1.5 billion years ago? Yeah. Science that.
Yeah, they don't have an observed phenomenon. They're not going to make it to science. But what they do have is level planes. And they're describing the pressure that they're applying with respect to that plane, which will be down, up, left, right, whatever. They're not doing this stuff with respect to a curve. Ever.
the funny part is it's like everything else. It's generally well known that the innermost part of Earth is made. See, they're already assuming it's well, but they're saying that it's well known. So you don't need to look any further. This is well known. It's documented. Everybody knows it's a ball. Then they move on from there.
Yeah. That's how they do it.
Well, this is what they say. The Earth's solid core, which lies about 3,000 kilometers below the surface, is thought to have a radius of about 1,200 kilometers. Since it's so deep, it's impossible to directly test it.
Neil, do they have an example of the claimed experiment or the apparatus they were using to get these pressures? They have a depiction or anything like that? Hopefully, a picture of what they were doing.
No, just what's there, just what's written. You have a picture of the Earth with the inner core with like a watermelon cut out of it, like the corner cut out of it, where you could see the molten iron core. So they got like a presupposed spherical Earth, a big chunk taken out, so you could see the inner core. Cartoon.
Yeah, but to correlate that to reality, you would have to take down, and going down be with respect to a sphere. So instead of saying in, you're going down.
Yeah, but it was impossible since the depths are so far. That tells you right there. They can't do anything with it.
So where do they come up with those numbers, like the 1,200 radius or 3,000 miles down? Where do those come from?
Doesn't say. It says it's well known. It's said from the beginning. It's well known. Right?
I think they use seismology to give you those depths.
Neil, that thing you just read out, could you read that last, like maybe 2 sentences again? Or maybe 3? Or paragraph? Or again?
What, the one I just read?
It's not that long.
Yeah, it says Earth's solid core, which lies about 3,000 kilometers below the surface, is thought to have a radius of about 1,200 kilometers. Since it's so deep, it's impossible to directly test it and find out precisely what the core is made of. Comparison, the world's deepest mines only reach a depth of about 4 kilometers.
Above and below and the term depth are all with respect to a horizontal plane of reference.
Oh dear, again? Damn flat earths everywhere.
I just like how they told you what it is and how deep it is, and then told you there's no way to know what it is and how deep it is. Thanks.
I'm saying it's crazy.
Gotta read that fine print, baby.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, when Nathan's book comes out, I can't wait. It's going to be big, man. It is going to be packed with information. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait.
How many pages big you talking?
At least 5, minimum.
And some of them ain't even been colored in.
4 if you minus off the pictures.
Take out the picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even color in most of them, so it's going to be real good. You know what I mean?
As long as my sentence is in there. Listen, I can tell you, these guys are working hard. With QE for 5 straight hours yelling at you. Stop scrolling. Nathan, you can't read for shit.
Can you not destroy the magic of myself and my editorial team, please, Neil? As you're there, doesn't mean you can shatter that illusion for the public. Thank you.
I still say
You let them in a little bit. It's cool. I won't give them no more info. Buy the book.
I
Yo,
think the measure.
if the Earth's a circle, dude, then that requires specific geometric claims, right? Quarter of the circumference is equal to the distance dropped in the radius, right? So it's a 63% relationship. So all they would have to do is travel 1/4 of the circumference and show their drop in the distance with that 63% relationship, but that's never been found.
Absolutely correct. Exactly. That's why pitch data is so useful to speak to that with the official data. You're absolutely correct. It would be easy to show. You'd be negotiating that curved surface. They're not. Pitch data shows they're negotiating a flat surface. There's no two ways about it.
It is drop.
But that's the actual curvature formula there. I know they try to give you other curvature formulas that don't make circles, but circles have a strict requirement of the radius to circumference ratio. This is why we have the thing like pi, but you don't need pi. You could just use 63% as well.
But what is drop specifically? It's got to be from something to something, right?
Check it out. Yeah, what it is. Yeah, so check it out. You take a circle, right? You split it into 4, and now you have 4 radiuses, and now you travel from one point along the circumference down to the other cross point, right? That amount of drop is equal to the radius. That's a 63.66% relationship. So it's the circumference, the quarter of the circumference is 63.66% larger than the radius value. So that's your drop over distance.
We got it. John got it as well. Kudos and props. But
Oh my
saying
God,
what's
he's
the
done
drop
it.
from? He's asked you what's the drops from. He's got a reason behind him asking you that quite specifically in the way it's phrased as well. So he's saying drop from what?
Yeah, from horizontal. Yeah, I hear you.
From surface level.
Yeah, which we see, which seems to be horizontal to us.
Yeah, but the point being that to assert what you've described quite eloquently requires a horizontal plane of reference to describe that drop that you described from. Earth must be a plane for this description also, regardless of the ratios. You're right, but and there's been plenty of people that would argue the toss about 8 inches per mile squared versus pi r squared, and what you can do with a circle and what is asserted to be the circle of the Earth beneath us in spherical terms, and how that's asserted to be the case when you look at things like perspective. Overarching point above all that is what John said. Drop from what? From a flat Earth, that's what.
Furthermore, is radii the plural for radius? It's not radius.
Yeah.
Radii.
My bad.
If it wasn't you that said it, Nathan, it was the guy you talking to.
It's dropped from the horizontal plane to the horizontal plane. That's what they think they're measuring.
Yeah. In Earth curve maths, it's eye level to surface level, or vice versa.
Well, they have huge problems.
Their claim is that surface level is dropping surface level.
Yeah, their surface level that they're inferring after the fact is below the surface level that you measure. Yeah, they're saying surface level drops from surface level. But they don't know. They're saying the surface drops from the surface level. That's correct, yeah.
So the land drops below the land?
In Earth curve maths, the physical geometric sphere edge horizon known as Earth curve is below surface level. Calculable below surface level. Need surface level to calculate your height above surface level and have parallel eye level with surface level to infer that there's a surface level below surface level. That's called Earth curve. Low surface level. You with me?
How can it be Earth curve then?
It's just in the maths, Neil. It doesn't really exist at all, but that's how they do it. Say, as John, well done, John. As John so eloquently put, the surface drops from surface level.
Clip the last 5 minutes, Nathan.
One more time.
Oh, clip the last 5 minutes. This is a great video.
Clipped the last 5 minutes of what?
Oh, you should clip the last 5 minutes of this conversation.
Oh, You're saying the last discussion was funny, therefore clip it and put it out as a separate video. I see what you mean now. Thanks to John. Shout out to Refracted Curvature. Brought us such zingers as you guys need a flat Earth more than we do.
I remember that day so well.
Me too. Hilarious now looking back on it. Our frustrations used to be, well, yeah, of course we measure it flat. It's a really big ball. And when we're, grappling with this and how it's being put out to the public, someone's getting rumpus with a fundy telling him how Earth is going to be measured flat for his ball belief in that. He's like, you need a flat Earth more than we do. So they'll be measuring it. Earth, that is.
I remember it so well. It's because there's that money bag again sitting right there. Everybody just walking right past it. Like,
everyone except John. Refracted Curvature.
Yeah. Oh, that big deal. Come up with one thing and he's going to raid that around forever. Come up with something else, Sean.
Okay, you're only as good as your last catchphrase. Okay.
I didn't come up with it. They did.
That's the humble route.
No, they did. They literally use a flat plane for everything, unless they're talking to us.
Right, we've done our 2 hours in politics. They've been very accommodating as always. It's almost like second nature when we're in politics. I can bugger off and get a cup of coffee, for example, without stressing too much. Thank you very much to the unspoken, unsung heroes of the politics server, moderating team. Thank you very much indeed for having us. As always, we will see you next week if that's all good by you.
Yeah, no problems. Welcome back.
Oh. Did anyone want to say farewell from G Plus to Discord?
Later.
Yeah, indeed. Speak to you later, lads. See you in a week.
See you. Bye.
Now that Nathan's gone, are there any Globers that want to try to prove the globe?
It's going to be really hard considering circles don't exist in reality. That's like if you have a circle with a diameter of 1 and the circumference is an irrational number, how are you going to measure that?
Circles are flat as well.
Yeah, they have the same exact geometry as a sphere, except a volume is the only difference.
You can measure an irrational number as well as a rational number.
Okay, what ruler are you going to use to measure an irrational number?
It's a regular ruler.
How accurate are you going to be?
The same as when you're measuring a rational number. The accuracy doesn't change whether it's irrational or rational.
So what you're saying is there is no accurate measurements of anything?
No, that all measurements include accuracy.
Well, there's a very simple...
Sorry.
Go ahead, brother.
I was going to say elevation angles are very accurate then. How they measure Earth is flat, right?
Oh, no, I just meant that whenever you make a measurement of anything, temperature, elevation angles, or distance, or, use a yardstick or something, you can get a number, but it'll be limited by a certain amount of accuracy. And by the way, where did this 63.66% thing come from? I didn't understand that.
That's the relationship between a quarter of a circumference of a circle and the radius. So if someone gives you the radius of a circle, you don't need pi technically to figure out the circumference. You could also use this 63.66%. It's the same ratio everywhere.
So you add 63%?
No, yeah, exactly. The quarter of the circumference is 63.66% larger than the radius value.
That doesn't sound right. I thought it's more like 1.7. Let me do the math.
No, you should do the math on this because I've done it for many circles and it comes out to the same number, and it's actually the number is 2 divided by pi because you split the circle into 4 radii, whatever that other guy said.
So let's do it for a radius of 1. It's 2 pi r, which is just 2 pi, which is 6.8. Twice a pi. Then you divide that by 4, right?
Yeah, the quarter of the circumference in relationship to the radius, exactly. It's obviously going to be
1.57, so you add 57% to the radius.
No, it's obviously going to be the same number considering we use pi as the ratio between the diameter and the circumference. So you can find an equal ratio as well between your quarter of your circumference and the radius, right? So if you take the radius value divided into the circumference, into a quarter of the circumference, what do you get on that circle?
Oh, 1.57 is what I got. So
that's impossible. The circumference is larger than the radius. How are you getting a 1?
Oh, so let me start over. If I have a circle of radius 1, then I multiply 1 times 2 times pi, and I get 6.28. So it's 6.28 all the way around the circle, right? And that's with radius 1.
Divide by 4.
Divide by 4, I get 1.57.
Okay, and now take the radius, the original radius, and divide in that number.
Okay, 1.57 divided by 1 is still 1.57.
No. What? No, what are you talking about exactly? Are you dividing your circumference by 4? You say you have a radius of 1, right?
Right.
So then 2 times 3.14, whatever, you get your 6.14, blah, blah, blah.
6.28, yes.
6.28. And then you divide that by 4 and you get?
1.57.
1.57. Okay, hold on one second.
Mic check. Hello. Is everybody quiet?
The reciprocal of that is 63.66. Now I see what you're saying, I think.
Yeah, I think you had the numbers in the fraction upside down or something. I'm confused on what you did there.
Okay, so now I think I get what you're saying now. If you measure a distance of 1/4 of the circle, then you multiply that by that 63%, then you get the radius. Okay, I got it.
Yeah. Okay. Now that's interesting to know, right, Matthew Learns? Because it's like, if we have that information, do we still need pi?
Oh, that is pi.
Exactly. Interesting, huh?
It's just a different version of pi. It's like pi put into the formula. So yes, you need pi still.
And that is pi. And that relationship can be described as 2 divided by pi. You agree?
Oh, it sounds right. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, you could put pi in different forms, but you need that ratio in some form.
So any circle, the requirement is if you travel 1/4 the circumference, you should drop in free space the amount of the radius, right?
Right.
Okay, so then why isn't that shown somewhere? Like, why didn't someone measure that on the Earth?
So, yeah, if you fly 1/4 of the circumference of the Earth along the equator, for example, then the amount that you drop from the original airport compare, is 63% of your total distance, which would be 3959, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Why hasn't that been measured?
Well, how would you measure it? What do you mean measured?
I don't know. I feel like there's a few ways you can measure that by like completing the square, considering that the two radii are making a right angle. You could now make another right angle, so you could have someone shooting radar, horizontally, and the other person shooting radar horizontally, and those two paths should intersect perpendicularly.
Right, way up in the sky, though. Yeah, I don't know if you could measure it. You could verify it by leaving somebody at the original airport. You fly a quarter of the way around circumference and land and get out, and then you call up your friend, and you would notice that the sun is at 90 degrees apart in the sky. The elevation angle would be 90 degrees different. So that's one.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm saying like, if what we could do though, we just agreed we could set something in the sky and both ping it and be perpendicular to one another, right?
Yeah, if you don't want to use the sun, you could. You could put a satellite up there.
Well, 93 million miles is not where that object would have to be for that. You see, This is the whole issue. The fact that you are saying the sun makes this observation happen means you can't do geometry to the sun. Because if you did this geometry, you would place the sun not that far off of the top of the earth. Because if you complete this square and you're saying our two lines are intersecting at the sun, and we just say that's where the sun is, that's going to be, you have the hypotenuse of a triangle with 3959 from the center, right? A right angle triangle, 3959 on each side. So now the hypotenuse of that triangle, or the diagonal through the square, that would be the distance you're claiming the sun is above the surface of the earth.
So my verification would imply that the sun is infinite distance, not that it's at a convergence point, that it's far away enough that the angles coming to both places would be the same.
Okay, no worries. And then, and also this another mathematical thing that I find interesting is, do you agree that a circle with an infinite radius is a straight line?
The surface of a circle with an infinite radius would be a straight line, yeah.
Okay, and then what is the radius of the celestial sphere?
The celestial sphere, I don't know if it has radius. It's more like a concept because it's like thinking of different directions from the observer, and so you're not looking at distances. You're just looking at right ascension and declination angles.
Correct. So what they do is this is just a conceptual idea, right? It's just an abstract concept, a mathematical concept, and we assume that all the stars are equidistant from the observer, right? And they form a sphere around, or a circle around that observer. And then they tell you, even though we know the stars are all according to you guys, the stars are all at different heights and distances away from the observer. In order to travel along the earth, we're just going to make the assumption they're all equidistant from the observer. And in that assumption, too, we could just assume they're infinitely far away for all we care.
Right. If you're trying to figure out the apparent locations of the stars. Oh, and Eric posted an image of what I was saying, how you could verify that you're 90 degrees away from, like the left image on the one that he posted.
Yeah, I see that. Thanks. So if you can assume that all those stars are infinitely far away, and then we already know that a circle with an infinite radius would appear as a straight line. However, it appears as a circle. So what are you guys doing?
The ground is a circle. The sky above you is an infinite radius. So if you start at the left little stick, and then you move and you fly 1, 2, 3 over to not the far right one, but almost the far right one. That looks like about 90 degrees. And then
So the sky is planar. You're saying the sky is planar.
No. I'm saying that the distance you can assume the distance to a specific star is infinite. And so the angles that the blue lines make with the ground are 90 degrees different. That's how we could verify that we that we did go 90 degrees around the surface of a sphere.
No, that would not give you that assumption at that point, because you forgot you started off with the assumption of equidistant to the observer, when that's not the case. None of those things are equidistant
They're
to the
close enough.
observer.
Close enough to being infinite that way.
Okay, dude, you just said if they're infinite, then it would appear as a straight line. But that we all agree that when we go outside, the sky appears as a celestial hemisphere.
Right.
Okay, so then you're saying even though it appears that way, it's actually planar, and the ground you're standing on is spherical, and it gives the illusion that the sky is curving.
The celestial sphere appears to be a hemisphere of infinite distance away, because no matter how far you move,
it doesn't appear that way. If it appeared that way, it would appear planar. We just discussed it. A radius of infinite distance would appear planar. It would appear as a straight line.
So a sphere of infinite distance, the surface would appear planar. And sure enough, if you look up in the sky, it appears to be sort of like a flat expanse, right? Even the Bible calls it that, an expanse.
Yeah, which is interesting, because what we notice when we have flat things, and say if the surface of Earth is flat and the stars are also a planar surface, we would be dealing with perspective, which is non-Euclidean, which makes railroad tracks converge, which causes anti-crepuscular and crepuscular rays. So we can now understand that what we are seeing is caused not only by the atmosphere, but the way that the way our eyes work and our binocular vision and our hyperbolic space we're observing the world through.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to respond to that. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, no worries. It's a sleight of hand trick. That's the trick. Just assume you're on a ball, and then we can just assume that we see infinite. We could see forever.
I guess I would say we're not assuming you can see forever, but we're saying that the stars are far away enough that we can use the calculations as if they're an infinite distance. That's why celestial navigation would just assume that all you need is the angle multiplied by 69 miles, 60 nautical miles.
Oh yeah, well, it's going to be pretty hard to convince these empiricists. I'm not myself an empiricist, as you know. I follow the scripture, but the empirical viewpoint doesn't allow for that. You know what I mean? They want to know the distance because you went and touched it. You know what I mean? And how long it took you to get there and all that. So it's weird too, because I'm pretty sure science is based off the empirical method as well.
But yes, I would say that celestial navigation, we can consider that to be accurate, because that's how people have been navigating the oceans for hundreds of years. So I trust that celestial navigation works.
Yeah, correct. And what I'm saying to you is it seems to be that the celestial sphere is observation or observer independent, and it depends on their position on the earth. And that celestial sphere moves along with the observer and tilts depending on which direction they're moving. Because we don't have any measurement of the 63.66% required curvature of the circumference to the radius value. So therefore, I would not make an assumption that the Earth's a ball underneath me. Seems the sky follows me around, which is interesting because the scripture tells me this as well. It even says he stretches out the north over the empty places, which is really interesting, because and he says he's a personal God and that he loves his people, and he created this place for us. So that would mean at this point that he gave us a way to have his heavens be declared to each of us individually, and a majority of the heavens at the same time. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting way of sort of seeing the spiritual in that reality. That's Yeah, I hadn't considered it that way before.
Hey, what's the globe exclamation for why I'm able to see the moon and the sun at the same time?
Because they both appear to go in circles around.
Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Your location.
Could you say that again, Matthew? Sorry.
Because they both appear to go in a circular path around every point on Earth, and they don't go at the same rate. So sometimes they're close to each other. Sometimes they're like a couple days ago they're exactly opposite. So you wouldn't see them in the same sky. That's called a full moon. But now the moon is waning, and so you'll see the moon will still be up at sunrise tomorrow morning.
What's waning?
The lit part of the moon is getting smaller for the next 15 days.
That is waning?
Yes, and when it's growing, that's called waxing.
Ah, okay. Thanks.
Cool, thanks.
You got to tell them something useful though, Matthew. Like, listen, when you want to dispel like people in your life, get rid of them. You do that during a.
Oh, the position of the moon and the stars have nothing to do with life on Earth. The astrology is false.
No. And when you want, to like bring goodness into your life, you want to do it during a what kind of moon?
The position of the moon has nothing to do with your life on Earth.
Are you saying that the stars?
I'm saying that the position of the stars, planets, moon, and sun do not affect your life on Earth. I mean, obviously,
that
the
would be
seasons
strange,
do.
right? You would say so. The sun, moon, stars. They're there for no reason.
They're there for the times of tellings of seasons, right?
So they're not scientific. There's no cause and effect. There's nothing that causes the stars, and there's no effect from the stars.
Well, the position of the sun obviously changes throughout a year, and so it changes your life in the sense that sometimes you have to shovel snow and sometimes you don't, right? But that's just the seasons.
So there is an effect.
So, for example, I'm saying that the things like the fact that the moon came near Mars a couple days ago is irrelevant to your life.
Matthew.
Yeah, I'm just messing with you.
The man got
Matthew, how have you figured out that what you call shadows are shadows?
They look like shadows. I use a telescope and look at a half moon. It looks like looks similar.
It looks like shadows, but you're not sure, right? You have no factual evidence that they are shadows. Nor can you demonstrate that to be true, right?
So I guess I would assume that I'd look at something and if it looks like shadows, I could say that they're shadows until proven otherwise. I mean, I don't have any other explanation. Maybe I'll put it this way: shadows are the best explanation I know of.
Well, it's an explanation, right? But it stays to be an explanation until proven, right? Same with the moon itself. You don't know what the moon is, if it's a physical thing, an optical thing, right?
Yeah, sure.
Well, that's the question at hand, right? So what gives us the authority to make assumptions that are beyond things we can prove? Definitely.
Yeah, I would say maybe we shouldn't say we can prove them for sure. But do you see the picture I posted at 23 past the hour? That white mountain.
Picture, yeah.
Do you think that's snow on top of the mountain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would too. I mean, so I look at that mountain and I say that looks like, basically lots of big rocks with snow on top. But I've never been there. And so how am I going to say, do you think it'd be okay for me to assume that it's snow until proven otherwise?
Of course, because the mountain is on Earth, you have been obviously, I guess, in your life in the mountain area, and you know where it's high elevation, you get colder air, therefore the likeliness of snow appearing is very high.
Yeah.
But I think it's.
By the way,
I understand the analogy, but I wouldn't say that this is something you can apply to the moon, which is a stand-alone light ruling the night. Right?
Yeah, fair enough. The interesting thing about that image, by the way, is that is Gankar Punsum, which is a mountain that has never been climbed by anyone. So no human on Earth has ever been up to the top to verify that that's snow. But you're right; it is. It is probably snow. But I get your point that it is different for looking in the sky, looking at the moon. It's just that if you look at the half moon through a telescope, it kind of looks like mountains and shadows. So I don't know of a better explanation.
Right. See, I would actually be more curious in that regard, or let's say now I would actually furthermore accept that premise if something similar would be found on the Earth's surface, as an example, right? If there would be like a big chunk of Earth, like a surface, maybe with something that is yet to be proven, which are craters, right? Because still we don't know what the moon is, therefore assuming that the craters from asteroids, it's still an assumption. But I'm saying if something similar like would be found on Earth, right? Like big craters and the same texture and color and so forth, then it would be a different story. But unfortunately, as far as I know, there is not really a place on Earth that is like very equal or one-on-one with what the moon's surface, quote unquote, which hasn't been proven to be of surface in the first place. But you get the point, right? Close to.
Right. Yeah. Obviously, we have way less experience with the moon, and we can just look at it. So that's why I'm okay just saying, okay, I'm gonna look at it and come up with my best guess and go with that until I find more information.
Right, but you would also accept that me as an intellectual, I would furthermore be even more critical to refute, or furthermore say, I keep this something that I wouldn't even teach my children because I cannot be sure that it's true in the first place, right? So I keep it in the realm of faith-based. Would you agree that it's intellectually honest to do in that regard?
Calling it faith-based is a little bit odd, but yeah, obviously there are some things we're more sure of than others. So I think it'd be okay to tell your children, hey, it looks like mountains up there, but that's just looking through a telescope. We don't know for sure. But here's a picture of this mountain. We're pretty sure that that's snow up there because, it fits all the other mountains that we know that there's snow. So I would say tell your children there's different levels of knowledge, of scientific understanding, I guess.
Right, but if I would go by, let's say, what the Bible says, right, then I would also tell them that the moon and the sun are the same size as a disk, right? The lunar disk and the solar disk are similar size, correct?
The Bible doesn't talk about the moon and the sun being the same size, but
No. But
it
I'm
talks
saying
about the purpose.
it yeah, the purpose, right? But I'm saying that the creation we live in testifies that the Bible must be true. That is what I'm saying. Like the way it's described is 101 something you will find in reality, right? Even Antarctica. If you look at the description of where the snow is stored, how the broad waves are come to an end, and it's the exact same thing you would find on Earth when you go to Antarctica. You know, the ocean gets very still. There's a lot of snow. Like, I'm just basically saying whatever's written in that book is being reflected upon the very creation that it is describing. And there's not one thing that you don't find being described in there. Apart maybe from a unicorn.
Yeah, I would say that the main point of Genesis 1 is that it was God who did it, and that he did it in an orderly way, and it describes it there. And then scientific progress, we can see how it's called the fine-tuning argument. We can see how everything is very finely tuned, set up just right in order for life to happen. And I think that there's no good explanation for that other than there was an intelligent designer who made it that way.
Of course. I mean, if you think about it logically, the sky is the best timepiece ever created, right? To tell time, seasons, years, and so forth, right? And is the perfect map to navigate this place, right? Even today, almost everything, if not all, grid systems based on longitude, latitude, and meridian lines is using the sky because it's fundamentally derived from it in order to navigate our stationary topographical planar surface Earth. Because that has been done through elevation angles, right?
Yeah, celestial navigation has been used
mapping of the sky. Yeah, so the perfect mapping of the sky and the sky in a sense, right? Or the firmament, however you want to call it, because NASA themselves call it firmament too. The firmament, the sky, whatever, is the perfect clock, right? For all types of things. If it's navigation, if it's time, seasons, or signs, right? We know in the Bible that there's a lot of signs that are being portrayed through the heaven or through the firmament. It's very important, I guess. And I think this is very much reflected in reality. Like, no matter what the heliocentrics want to say, they gotta be intellectually honest and say it's almost a perfect. If not, it's actually the perfect timepiece up there, right? Like, there's no denying that the sky is the essential medium being used for all these purposes that I mentioned. In either worldview. That's what's always mind boggles me, right? Heliocentrists think you have the spinning, wobbling tilted space ball flying from every expanding void of total darkness with insane speeds, hurtling, spinning, twisting, accelerating, deaccelerating. But you have this perfect timepiece above your head. I don't know. That is the very thing I'm saying since the beginning. Since you figured that out, I don't know how this will ever correspond to the supposed motions that are applied to the Earth. For me, heliocentrism just doesn't correspond to this perfect timepiece above my head, no matter what. Just doesn't.
Well, look, I agree that sort of the the sun rises about every 24 hours every day, and we can see the rotation, the nightly rotation of the stars from day to day. And I would say instead of being a perfect timepiece, I'd say something like this. I'd say that those motions are very regular, and we can use those to base our time on. But the sun doesn't rise 24 hours. I mean, solar noon isn't 24 hours after yesterday's solar noon exactly. So it's not exactly 24 hours. It's just on average 24 hours.
Well, yeah, how you're gonna conceptualize it and make time zones out of it is up to the people who create the concepts to furthermore simplify what happens in the sky. I'm just saying that we heavily rely on heavenly rely on the sky. It essentially made traveling possible, also orientation. Up to this point, like GPS grid systems are defined by longitude, latitude, and meridian lines. So fundamentally, GPS, if you want to call it ground positioning system or sky positioning system of stuff falling around the ball that has to be proven in the first place, no matter what you call it doesn't really matter in this case. I'm just saying the premise and the foundation of it is the sky. That's where it's fundamentally mapped from. The mapping of the sky is how you can have GPS in a city, or you can have GPS everywhere because of longitude, latitude, and meridian lines.
Yeah,
that's your GPS code.
The interesting thing about the sun, though, is it's not like solar noon today for me is 12:01, but in 10 days from now it's going to be 12:04. So it's 3 minutes later. So it's not exactly every 24 hours, but we can compensate.
It means your Earth's off.
It's what?
Your Earth is off.
Right. It's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not a perfect timekeeping piece, but we understand the average as well enough.
But they tell you it's never off.
The thing is this, right? Time is a conceptualization, right? Time is not a physical thing. It's not tangible. You can put it in your hand, right? So it's just there to furthermore simplify things for humans. But you don't even need like a watch or a clock. You could always just have we have something in our garden, actually, a sun clock, right? So it just uses the shadow of the sun, and it does when the sun does its circle, you see the time change, right? But if you would like I guess live in the Middle Ages, I think most people don't really thought much about time. It is just the phase of sun coming up. Now it's daytime, then it's nighttime. The moon is there. It's just this the simplicity of it is just what I'm talking about, right? Like, imagine if you're a heliocentrist, right? Which I am not, but imagine you think it's just coincidence, right? You're pond scum and everything is just coincidence, and the Earth was created through many, many coincidences. Then you could have also ended up on the Earth maybe that has always sunlight everywhere, as an example, right? Who knows? Because there's two suns. One, one is two suns facing each other, whatever.
Or if we lived on Mercury, where there's always sunlight on one half.
Yeah, but you get my point, right? If it's just all by I'm gonna say the faith I see with many Globers, and I think you're a creationist, but with the Globers who believe in Darwinism, evolution, and the Big Bang Theory, right? I see they have great faith, because I could never see myself thinking that all this that I see in reality, right? When I go outside, when I look at the sky, when I see creation itself, right? That I would think in my mind, well, this is just all coincidence. Like, all this whole place, like, perfectly matching us and is made for us. I think that's just a coincidence. I could never have this leap of faith. Like, that must require so much faith to just believe you're a coincidence and everything else is just, there's no intelligent design behind it. I could never have such faith. I'm a simple man. That's what I always say. One book. And
I agree. I think there's abundant evidence for intelligent design.
Yeah, definitely. It's good that we can agree on that, because but unfortunately, what is being taught to the children in school, right? Are they being taught that this is all intelligent design and you're made in the image of your creator? Or are they being taught the opposite, right? This is what gets me, right? Because Jesus taught us directly what happens to the people who lead these children astray, right? Just saying, right? He warned us, well, if we do this and that with the little ones, right? Not a good outcome.
At my school here in California, we teach that God created the universe and that the universe came about by intelligent design.
But that's good. At least that's one step. Even though it's still, invoking universe and stuff, that's not really in the Bible, but still, I think that's better than telling children they're just pond scum and that their ancestors are apes. Like, that is just, I think that is already abuse at this point, I would say, because it's inherently evil and a lie.
Hey,
Because
Matthew. Sorry.
No,
I just got a question for Matthew real quick. Dude, that's not a public school, is it? Is it a private school that you are talking about?
It's a private Christian university that I teach at.
Gotcha. I'm just curious because I wouldn't expect a public school to be teaching about intelligent design. That's all.
Right, exactly.
We're not from apes. No school says we're descendants of apes. That is a mischaracterization.
Right.
So what is the official mainstream narrative that is being taught
The
to
apes
children?
and humans have a common ancestor.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a proto ape. So I don't see how it's much better though.
Yeah, it's much better because I'll tell you what.
No, it's not. It's still an ape, dude. Come
Okay,
on.
brother. No, brother. It's okay. It's okay. Calm down. Relax.
That's funny. Like it's even in the name. It says like they call it a proto ape or a proto human or no, I think it was a proto ape.
No, they don't have ape in there at all.
Dude, hold on. Let me fucking look this up, dude. Give me a break.
Colloquial terms, yes, but scientifically, no, absolutely not.
So if a child asks where humans came from in a mainstream education system, the teacher would not, in essence, tell him that he comes from the sea, the water, and it's just pond scum, just millions of years of bacteria making stuff happen, and then crawled out of the water, became some ape-like figure, and then walked on its two legs, and then from ape-like into the Stone Age, and in the Stone Age, the ape monkey fish man became a human. That's not the story, because I was taught that. I must be attending weird mainstream school in Germany.
Yes, you were.
Must be some Nazi school or something.
That was a Nazi school. That was a Nazi school. I was not taught it that way.
That's strange. If I would ask my dad, he would probably say the same thing, same as my mom. And she's
pond scum, ape-like figure.
So the actual name that they use scientifically is a hominoid, right?
Thank you, brother. Thank you very much, brother. I love you.
Here's the definition for a hominoid, though. Are a group of primates that includes apes and humans. So, like, you're still a primate, dude. You're still an ape. You're still a monkey. Come on, man.
No, we're not monkeys.
Again, Robert. Let's play a game, Robert. Let me ask you. I'm a child, right? I would ask you, Robert, where's the beginning of it all? Where did humans started living? Like, where did life of humans started? Can you tell me, Robert?
Sure. Absolutely. So, as you know, that humans are made up of molecules and organic compounds. Right? If you were to look at the human blood cells, is organic compounds. So we were in that form fundamentally before we came into the form that we are today. And there's evidence of this as we look at the prehistoric use of radio dating and carbon dating processes that we can see that humans have evolved over time. Now, it does not eliminate God. It does not eliminate God in any way, shape, or form. All right. So there's definitely a time in which as God set this whole process going, God, of course, intervened and got us to where we are today. That is the common theme from real traditional Christian values and teachings. It does not.
Robert, this is not what they teach in mainstream school. Never ever have I heard God. Nobody told me God had anything to do with the way monkey fishman came to life. Not ever once someone in biology taught me that has anything to do with God. There is no such word in their vocabulary in mainstream school, at least here in Germany. I don't know how it is in America, but we don't have they don't invoke God in any of this.
In America, it's contrary and opposite to Christianity, dude. Like in Christianity, you're taught that death is a consequence, right? But in mainstream science and evolution, you're taught that death is actually what created you. Like there wouldn't be you without death.
Okay, well, you're being philosophical about it, and that's okay. We like to have these ways of saying, okay, what was before, what was after. Here is an idea, and that's good. But the facts are what they are. You cannot change them. All right.
I'm giving you a fact.
Where are you from? Which country?
That Christianity teaches one thing and the world teaches another. That's a fact.
No, Christianity does not teach against evolution, and mainstream does not teach against God.
Yes, it does.
Any way, shape, or form.
It does, man. I was never taught about God in biology. In biology, if I would write God made it on paper, I would get 0 points.
No. You yes, you would. Because why? Because
oh, man.
they are not they do not have the evidence of God. So they're not going to teach God. You need evidence, like evidence.
So they're not teaching God, like I said. Now you're peddling back. Yeah, of course they don't.
Information. It's evidence for the God, or for the God, for the Creator.
Really, yes. Movement of things is also evidence of gravity, brother.
The information it's a proof for the Creator.
Information is not proof of the Creator in any way, shape, or form.
How you can have information without Creator? Can you show me that?
The first law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, of course. Can you tell me now how you can do that? How something can come in existing from nothing? Tell me. First law of thermodynamics. Yes, tell me.
Right.
Yes, right.
Okay, you speak. Okay, just relax. I'm just telling you about mainstream science. So the energy cannot be destroyed; it just changes. So energy is perpetual. So.
What is energy? Who energy? What's that? Who gave you that information for the energy?
Okay, if you look at
who gave you information for the energy, man? Where is the source?
Nobody gave me.
Oh, that means that information, energy came from nothing.
So, dude, you mentioned the first law of thermodynamics.
So right? Nothing. So what he's saying?
You're saying that energy and bird energy and using energy came from nothing.
Okay, so God came from nothing. That's the same thing. Do you understand?
No, it's not the same thing. The Creator creates things. Do you understand that?
Yes, but scientists would always ask you, what was before God? They will always ask
you. What was before God? There is no such a question. What was before God? What was before man? Do you need to understand something?
Yeah, I thought he said that scientists do not teach about God or not God. I thought he said scientists don't teach about the not God.
They don't teach. So what you're doing is waving your hands and just
okay, saying, man. What created nothing?
So scientists will say that God cannot exist. I appreciate your concession, Robert.
So
no, he's asking who made the God. I am asking now, who made nothing?
Oh, are you saying nothing is beyond God?
Oh, nothing is beyond God. Can you define me nothing?
Okay, so you're waving your hands at God.
What is nothing? Can you define that?
Void of energy, void of mass, void of time, void of all of the physical quantities. That's nothing.
Okay, and how it's in that description something can start to exist?
That is the question, brother.
I
Yeah, that's
understand
the
you.
question.
So what you're saying is God supersedes nothing. So they
No,
will always
I'm
ask.
telling you,
So,
I'm telling you, to make the program, computer program, you need the creator. You cannot
computer
have,
program,
you cannot, yeah,
computer.
yeah.
Uh,
To create the computer, you need a man, for example. You
mhm.
cannot have nothing and that computer will come in existence. Do you understand that?
Do you understand that? That's the point I'm trying to make to
Yeah,
you.
I understand that. You need to
No, you don't.
create, you need to
You don't.
create it for the creation. Yeah, I understand that.
All right, right.
Do
So
you
again,
understand that?
what
That
is the
for
evidence?
creation you need
What
creator. Do you
what
understand
is
that?
the evidence of God?
The creation.
Creation is the evidence of God. Great,
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
great. As a Christian, I'm a Christian, brother.
I'm not
And,
telling
and
you the God. I'm telling you
so
the
what I'm trying to
creator.
tell you,
Is
what
that
I'm telling you,
that okay? Is it? Can
what
I call it creator?
what I'm telling you as a Christian, brother, is that yes, because things exist, therefore God. But
Okay.
scientists would say to you that the first law of thermodynamics violates that. Why? Because God would have to have been the one to
Is
create.
it that creator? Is it that something
Okay.
human or something supernatural?
Ah, see, that's where you and I gel on that. But I'm just trying to let you
Is
know.
it the
I'm just
creator human being or is something
right.
supernatural?
But what is the evidence of supernatural?
Supernatural. That means that it made something in. That means that created something what you cannot understand how he created.
No, it just means
Exactly.
that
And
it's
therefore,
outside of this natural world that we know,
exactly.
which
And
would be God.
therefore, you are postulating, you are speculating that God is outside of the
No,
natural world.
no, I'm not
That's what you're
speculating.
doing.
If you
That's
have
what you're doing.
example, no, if you have
No,
Yes,
example that something
brother.
start to be, if you have no man, listen.
God
If
can't
you have an
be a
example that something start to be existing from the nothing, what you describing, it's a void of anything, then I will agree with you. But there is no such example that something can exist without creator.
Thank you.
Any creator.
Exactly. So again, you still do not have you do not have the evidence of the creator. He has never presented himself to you. You don't even know if it's a
Man,
him
can you
or a
have
her or a
creation
it or a
without
thing.
But
creator?
no,
Can you
So
have a creation without creator?
I know, but you have to understand how scientists think. Scientists are
Uh,
studying the
no,
natural world.
scientists does not think
So
like that. Scientists they think like this. That,
no,
I will tell you what.
scientists,
No, man. I will tell you what scientists think. Scientists think like
brother
this. They
Sasha,
observe.
brother Sasha.
Man. Can
You
I
guys
tell
are
you what
definitely yelling.
scientists
You're
this?
definitely yelling together.
Okay, the scientist thinks this. They use the scientific method. If they have some kind of observable phenomena, they then looking for the cause of the effect. That scientists do. They don't think, you know.
Right. So at the level of God, science does not exist. That's what you're telling
Man,
us.
what is science for you?
No, brother. You
Man,
just said it.
brother,
I
what is
agree with you.
science for you?
I
What is
agree with
science
you.
for
I
you?
agree with you with what you
What
just
is
said. Right. Science is the study of the natural world. Right.
okay?
So right. So what brought God into being is not science because he's supernatural. Right. That's what you're speculating here. Right. And that's fine. I mean, as a Christian, I leave it at that. I say to scientists all the time that we cannot disprove God, right? We can we only have evidence that things are here, but we cannot disprove him. And that's where we leave it. But we as Christians have to understand that now that we're in the natural world, right? Everything's at our disposal to study. We should not say a light in the sky, we cannot go there. We cannot say that because now we're saying that light is in the supernatural and it is not. The fact that I see it, it is in the natural world. So, as scientists, we want to go to the moon. We want to go to the sun. Even if it's just a light in the sky, even if that's what you think, it's a natural observed phenomena. And
And what
we would like to
and
see
what
it and test it.
and what it is if it's not a light, it's in the sky. What it is?
Allow us to do that. Allow us to disprove it. Allow us to prove or disprove. That's what we are as scientists. That's all we're trying to
Okay,
do.
okay.
We're not
I
trying to hurt.
see. I see the circular light of the circular light. It looks yellow or maybe it's black. It depends what you use, and it's in the sky. You know, what do you think what that it is? If it's not the light is in the sky.
Okay, so the moon is literally a rock. It's
A
literally
rock.
a rock.
Oh,
It
really?
is.
How the rock how you can see through the rock during the day?
You
Why
cannot
rock
see
is...
through it. You
Oh,
cannot
really?
see through it. Absolutely
Okay,
not.
I will post you a picture where I can see through the rock.
Post a picture. That is
Have
a
you
fraud
not looked
picture.
in the? Have you
It's
not
not.
looked through a telescope in the sky for yourself ever, sir?
I have, I'm a scientist, brother. I have a physics degree. I do that for a
What does
hobby.
that happen? Why do you keep asserting your degree like it means something? Have you used a
It means
telescope
something.
to look for yourself?
It means that I have done
It means
experiments,
nothing
and
in relation to reality.
and
What
I,
we're talking
I
about.
own a telescope.
Bring up your degree
Astronomy.
because it means nothing.
It
We
does.
own telescopes too. I've been
Yeah.
observing the sky for 30 plus years. Because you say it doesn't mean it's law.
No, I know that. I'm just letting you know, as scientists, as physicists, we are more likely to have a telescope than you. Do you
Yeah, so
understand?
you asserted it once again. I just stated that I've been observing the sky for 30 plus years. I posted of a picture of me with the telescope recently, multiple times. These people say things out their mouth, don't have receipts for it. Okay, so you don't see stars through the moon during the day and at nighttime?
No,
Never,
Did
never,
did
never.
I hear? Did I
you
hear
have never.
correctly that?
I
Sorry,
posted your rock.
Did I hear correctly that Robert, you were doing scientific experiments with that telescope to do at the moon? Is that what you said?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, sorry.
So I view the celestial bodies just like you guys. You look at Jupiter. Jupiter is exactly what they show you in the books, but you have to have
And,
a pretty well
and how Earth look like?
How does
Yeah,
Earth look like?
precisely.
Yeah.
Precisely. He's describing the lights in the sky while actively ignoring that we measure the Earth's
Why would you
flat.
say that? Why would you say
Furthermore, as someone like I stated who's been looking at the objects in the sky, the celestial bodies, you don't observe sphericity. You don't observe them turning at all. So I don't know why he keeps asserting the
Oh,
sky
so you
while
didn't. So
actively
you don't have a
ignoring
very
the
good
length of the
telescope.
Earth's flat.
Okay, so what you do,
No, man,
brother,
it's
is
not about the telescope. It's about
Yeah, I don't
you
have a
watching
very
Jupiter, but we want to know how you look the Earth.
okay. So if my telescope records Jupiter over
No,
time.
Jupiter, man. Again, let's leave the Jupiter. How you look the Earth?
Okay, so you want to change the subject here?
Is it this 24/7 flat Jupiter?
No.
What is
Jupiter
this?
turns on its axis.
What is the name of the server?
The server? What
Yeah.
server?
This channel.
This channel is called Flat Earth, I guess, right?
And why we speak about Jupiter?
Because Jupiter is a celestial body that you can see through your
Okay,
telescope.
but can we speak about the Earth?
We were speaking about God earlier.
I didn't.
Yes, we were talking about God earlier.
You were speaking about the God. I was speaking about the Creator. Yeah, but yeah, let's move to the topic of the
Yes, let's
server.
move to the topic now.
Yeah,
Thank
but let's. Yeah, okay. How you look the Earth?
just keeping it honest, brother. Just keeping it honest.
Yeah,
Yeah, it matters not whether or not you have a expensive enough telescope to digitally alter what you would see using your own eyes. So that matters not. The point is, it doesn't dictate the surface of the Earth. Whether or not you measure it flat in reality, yeah, we can continue talking about the sky if you'd like.
Yes. So yeah, we moved on from Jupiter, brother. We're going back to the Earth now.
Okay. What
Let's get
about
back.
Earth?
Earth is a sphere.
Is a sphere. Okay. How you can prove that?
Well, if you look at Eratosthenes' experiment, it tells you that the Earth has a circumference.
Okay. And with Eratosthenes' experiment, what is saying that radius is?
Yes, because circles and
Yeah,
spheres have radius.
good. And what is the final result of that experiment? What is the radius at the end?
The radius of the Earth is 3,959.
Okay, and what is that telling you with your height? How much you can see on the Earth?
When something has radius, that means it's a sphere.
Yeah, and with your height, how much you can see on that sphere?
Right. So if since it's a sphere, since it's established it's a sphere, that means
Yeah,
if you're
I'm asking you on that sphere with your given height, how much you can see on that sphere?
well, I'm 6 foot. So if I'm at sea level,
yeah,
3 miles, 3 to 3.5 miles is my horizon. Yes, sir.
Okay. We have observation in 1 foot observer height. That is 6 times less. Do you understand? Did you get it?
Yeah, why is visibility
No,
right now?
just a second, Flathead. You are 6 foot height. You said you can see 3 miles. We have observation with 1 foot height. That's 6 times less. Is that correct?
Yeah, you have no 1 foot height that looks past 3 miles.
Man,
You have nothing.
can we agree on something? I will come to the point. Is it 1 foot 6 times less than 6 foot?
Yes.
Okay. We have with 1 foot observation, 1 foot height, we see 10 miles.
No, that's fake.
Oh, that's fake. How?
So I have a question.
Okay, fake. What is fake?
Outside of refraction.
No, man, what is fake?
What you just stated is fake.
Can you tell me what is fake? I still didn't show you anything. What is fake?
Anything you're seeing, if you're seeing something 10 miles at 1 foot, it's fraud. You are
that
seeing.
Mean if I see the real physical, right. That means if I see the real physical water, if it's there, that is not real physical water.
Oh yeah, you can see the water. The water has a mile out. Sure.
And what is the water on the earth? Is that the surface of the earth?
It's on the surface of the earth. Yeah.
Yeah, and if I see on 10 miles the surface of the earth water, that means it's a fake, or I see the water on 10 miles.
You will not see 10 miles. Absolutely not.
I will not see the water on 10 miles.
I have a question, Sasha.
No, you will not.
Okay, that means that Black Swan example is fake. That's what we see in reality.
Yes.
Okay, that means that water behind the oil rig is fake.
Yeah, that's fraud. Yeah, all of that is.
No, I'm asking you this: is it the water behind the oil rig fake?
Yeah, all of the whole video is falsified. It's false.
Yeah, it's false. That means the water behind the oil rig is fake. It doesn't exist there.
It's a made up CGI video.
Yeah, that means the water behind the oil rig is fake.
It is CGI, yes, sir.
That means that it's water behind the oil rig is fake. Yes or no?
What he did was put things that were that's not
here. A simple question: is it the water behind the oil rig fake? Yes or no?
Yes, Sasha, he answered you. He said it was fake.
It's fake. That means if we put the guy on the oil rig, and if he jump, because oil rig is in the water, in the ocean, you are saying that will not be splash of the water. He will jump in some void.
If you're looking at him from about maybe 20 feet in the air, 100 feet in the air, yes, you will see that.
Can you tell me, is it oil rig in the water or is it oil rig on the mountain?
The oil rig is in the ocean, yes.
Is in the ocean. That means the ocean it's also behind the oil rig.
Yes, there's ocean behind the oil rig, of course.
Yeah. If I see the ocean behind the oil rig, that means that I don't see the ocean behind the oil rig. Are you saying that?
You will not see the oil rig and you will not see the ocean.
I'm seeing the ocean behind the oil rig.
No, impossible.
Impossible. But there is an ocean behind the oil rig. Is that correct?
Yes, correct, yes.
And that what I'm seeing is not that what I'm seeing.
No, the video is false.
No, I'm saying what I'm seeing, man. Is it that the ocean or something else?
No, if you're seeing it on that video, it's false.
What is that in that video? What is behind the oil rig? Is that ocean or something else?
It was put in there in the video, and it's not supposed to be there.
Okay, what is behind the oil rig?
Ocean.
Ocean. That means it is a water there.
Yes, there's water there. In reality,
that means I see the water there.
Not at 1 foot. No.
Oh my gosh. We are going to come to a lot of questions here, Sasha. I have a line of questioning, please. Robert.
Yeah, can we just hang on this, Sash? Thanks.
Yeah, we're past that. Robert, do you have the weather app on your phone?
No, I don't.
Okay, I do on my phone, and it shows the visibility for Port St. Lucie, Florida is 21 miles. Now, furthermore, I can go to West Palm Beach, where I'm originally from, go to the top of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, and I can see the Bahamas 104 miles away. Is that fake?
Okay, let's get into the math.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, because remember, at 35,000 feet, that horizon is 250 miles out there. So let us get into the math. Okay, so if you're seeing Bahamas, how far is Bahamas from the Ritz-Carlton of West Palm Beach? Go.
104 miles.
104 miles. And what is the height? What altitude are you at? What's your observer height in the Ritz-Carlton? Top floor?
50 feet.
50 feet. Oh no. Okay. But hey, let's say it's 50 feet, right? 140 miles that you're looking at. All right. Let's get into the calculation. Let's bring up my little trusty curvature calculator here, and I'm telling you exactly what you're going to be seeing. Just a second.
Okay.
Did you run it through the curve calc, Ranger?
Robert's doing that, and I'm putting $20 on the R word refraction.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been through like most of the
I'm
observations
putting
with him.
1,000. I'm putting
Hold on,
1,000.
Sasha.
Sorry.
I've been through all of the observations with Robert, right? Explained them all in detail. He's called every single one of them fake. Every single one we showed him. Doesn't even use the refraction word. He just blatantly says they've completely been faked. They've added in the horizon. They've added in a blur. All sorts of different things. Every single one he's just claiming fake. Just exposing himself here. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Hey DJ, I've witnessed you destroy him. That's why I gave him a real world example that I've done in real world in reality. So let's see how he.
The more the better. Yeah, keep going.
It says the horizon is 8 miles. Should be at 8 miles around about. And you were seeing at 104 miles. Oh my god. 8.65 miles.
50 feet.
It's about 10 times further than what the calc is saying you should see. Fantastic.
Indeed. I'm gonna get the photos on a clear day and have them for you guys real soon.
Right. So what's going to be obscured is 6,000 feet, right? Okay.
Yes, about 6,000 feet of curvature, missing curvature.
Right. So you cannot see the Bahamas from 50 feet in the air. It's impossible.
So I didn't see the Bahamas.
No, you did not. Absolutely not.
You see.
What did I see?
Are you calling him? Are you saying he's a liar?
South Florida.
Right. No. I'm not calling him a liar.
What did I see?
I'm not calling him a liar. What I'm telling him is he's not at 50 feet. That's what I'm telling him.
He must be on 1,000 feet for sure.
How high would I have to be, Robert?
1,000.
1,000 feet. That's a pretty tall hotel, man.
Yeah, I think you're actually 1,000 feet.
Yeah, I wasn't even on the roof, bro. Like I gave him 50.
You're not seeing Bahamas. No, sir. Do not, brother. Do not lie on this stage. Okay.
Don't lie.
Are you calling me a liar?
No, you are not. You are not seeing Bahamas.
Are you calling me a liar? Yes or no?
No.
All right, cool. No, there's nothing else that needs to be said on the subject.
Right.
If you don't know, if you can't refute it, if you can't come to West Palm Beach and we can do this together, and you not see it, if you can't do that, I will buy you a ticket. If you're not willing to do that, then there's no need to talk about it further. You don't have to interrupt me with your high pitched tone, sir. It's very rude.
Okay, brother. Yeah. You would have to be at least 10,000 feet to start seeing Bahamas.
10,000 feet? That's crazy. Yep. Wow.
100 miles. Yes,
wow.
brother.
Well, I have a disposable income. Would you like to come see it for yourself, sir?
I want to come and see it myself. Thank you, sir.
You would?
Yes, sir. I would.
From the
Well,
Ritz Carlton,
DM
50
me.
feet in the air, you see the
DM me.
Bahamas.
DM me.
I will. This is incredible.
Can I come too?
Hey,
No, just one.
Ah, shit. Okay, no problem.
hey, Robert.
I
Right?
want him to bring
Can you
his
see the side
degree.
chat?
I can bring his
Sorry.
degree on the plaque. Bring that.
This is good proposal, Robert. Now you can go there and you can do it together, and now you can see if it's fake or not. You know.
Oh
And
yeah,
then
yeah. I've tried to see Key West. Try to see Cuba from Key West. That's 90 miles.
no, it's all right now in the story.
What were the
Yeah.
atmo conditions, Robert? Was it a clear day? Was the did you check
Oh,
the weather app
I go
and
to
the
Key West regularly,
visibility?
brother.
I
I'm
can't
from
complete
Jamaica, you
my
know.
sentence. How are you listening if I can't complete my sentence? That's
Well,
all.
you cut me off.
Was it a clear day? Yeah. What were the atmo conditions?
Atmosphere conditions were clear and all that kind of stuff. So, and I've been to Key West many times. I go to the tip of Key West. I go to the very
Yeah,
edge of
cool
the
story.
United
I
States.
live in West Palm Beach and I can see the Bahamas 104 miles away,
No,
sir. So,
not from 50 feet.
yeah.
No.
Okay, just send me a direct message.
Yeah, man, I will in the back channel. So, and I'm from the islands. So we watch ships go over that
Full
horizon
beans,
on
sir.
a regular basis. On a
You
regular,
can keep
we
telling
see.
me stories, or you can just come on down,
You're telling me a story about you, and
or you
everybody on the
can
stage,
come on down to
everybody,
Robert,
Antarctica.
I have an observation to present to you. I'd like to
everybody on the
see
stage,
if you will also
everybody.
call this one fake.
Right.
Go over it with you quickly. We'll do the math.
Yeah, yes. Hold on, let me just get this all real quick.
No. Feelings aside, focus on what he's saying right
Oh,
now.
I'm not feeling any way. I'm telling you that right now. I'm from Jamaica, brother.
Okay, now focus
We
on
watch
what he's saying right
cruise
now.
ship.
My
If you
youth,
go,
my
James,
lord, my lord,
my God,
my
you go Bob
lord.
Marley,
Please,
Beach.
my youth. Focus
Go
on
Bob
what he's
Marley
saying
Beach,
right
brother.
now. My youth. Focus. Okay?
Bob Marley Beach, brother. I will buy your ticket to go
Robert.
to Bob Marley Beach.
Yeah.
Cause
Okay,
those ships
Robert.
feel straight out, dog.
Focus, my friend. Okay, can we move on to this observation now?
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Thank you. Can you see the GIF I posted in the side chat? I'm also going to add the video in a moment that this is taken out of. Once again, in this video, you can see the entire observation, start to finish. You can see him arriving, setting up the camera. He shows the entire process. He shows you the weather conditions. He shows you the camera he uses, and he shows you the Google Map location, which I've also verified myself. Okay, so what you can see in this observation, we're at Canada at a nice still lake. Okay, so we have him dropping the camera down to approximately 3 inches height above the water, zooming in, and when he zooms in, you'll see 2 peninsulas on the right-hand side. Okay, so the second rock peninsula that you can see on the right-hand side when he zooms in is 13.8 miles away. Okay, so if we do the math, from a 3-inch observer height, geometric horizon should be at roughly 0.6 miles. Okay, and we clearly see the small rock peninsula that goes out into the water at 13.8 miles away. It should be obstructed by over 120 foot. Okay. I'm just going to post the full video.
Yeah, post full video because there's a partner.
Yeah, just a moment. Yeah, so you can also go to this location on Google Earth, and you can basically stand like on Google Earth where he is, and you can see the peninsula, right? If you go across the lake, right, on Google Earth, you can see the exact shot that we're seeing basically in this video. So we have over 2,200% further than we should be able to see, just to the second peninsula.
Okay, so hold on. So what's his observer height, you said?
He's holding the camera down as close as he can to the water, which is approximately 3 inches.
And he's looking at
That would
something
make
13 miles away. That's what he's looking at.
13.8 miles away is that little second peninsula that you can see on the right-hand side.
Right. Second peninsula.
You can see on the thumbnail of the YouTube video that I just posted, that's where he's standing, and you can see the line going across, and that's that second peninsula. And he also checks all of the distances on Google Maps and kind of thing. I also did that myself just to check.
Right. Yeah. So that second peninsula. Yeah, and he's looking at distance. All right, measurement should be 13.8 miles. 3-inch observer height. Distance. So what is he trying to? Okay, he's just trying to look as far as he can. That's what I guess he's trying to do, right? It's
another real world example of something that someone shouldn't be seeing because it should be obscured by the Earth curve.
I see what you're trying to do here. Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, again, so this is another forgery, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why.
Is he hand waving every real world example being presented to him?
Every single one.
First of all, a video is not a real world example because you were not there, right? So we need to analyze.
Well, I am in West Palm Beach seeing the Bahamas 104 104 miles away.
Yeah.
You are hand waving everything presented to you.
I will bet you. I'm going to bet you money.
Being recorded.
When I DM you, brother, I am going to bet you money, brother. I'm going to be rich.
No. You don't have to make up a story. I already offered to pay for you to come to West Palm Beach. Nothing.
No. Hold on. I'm going to put money on it.
No more stories to be made up. None of that.
West Palm Beach. Yeah. No problem, brother.
You already owe people money here, so I wouldn't be making more bets.
What? I don't owe nobody. People owe me money here. What are you talking about? So let's see. Right. So as you can see, guys, when he zooms out, he is not. And I repeat, he is not 13.8 miles away from there. Absolutely not. Right. So whatever.
What you're saying?
Because
if you aren't there like you used for your standard earlier, you aren't there to validate it. So what?
Then this is a mute point.
So let me jump in, Robert. Okay, so in these zooms, like you actually said that for one of the other observations that I showed you. So in the video, you see him zoom in, and then you see him zoom back out.
Yes, right.
Validating that he didn't. These aren't forgeries, right? And it's a shame that Matthew has left the chat. I don't know if we can tag him and get him back in.
Here.
But the one. Oh, Matthew. Oh, hey, Matthew. How's it going, man? Okay, so Matthew, he's claiming that the Black Swan images videos that we've been showing him are just complete forgeries.
No, I've been there myself.
That you were here. Yeah, he's claiming that everything that we show him is a forgery in relation to these long distance observations. So yeah, I was hoping that you were here so you could explain that you went there.
Yeah, when I went there, there wasn't sort of strong. The weather conditions were such that I couldn't see the bottom of the oil rigs, but I understand that sometimes you can. But I haven't seen it.
Because of refraction. Yeah, that's okay.
No. When Matthew went there, right? I'm going to post 2 pictures of Matthew's.
You have to make these observations a lot. That's as scientists, we don't do it one time. When I did my Cavendish experiment, I did it several times. Come on, no?
Yeah, yes. Right. So with these observations, they were done several times. Okay. So that was done from 1 foot height on a particular day. Then it was done from 8 foot height at a different time of another day. And then he's also done it from up higher. He's actually got a whole range of observations from this particular location. So it has been repeated many, many, many times, right? We have countless amounts of these long distance observations, and for you to claim them all forgeries is really ridiculous. I mean, I've done this myself over 18 kilometers at Lake Macquarie in Australia. I lived on the lake, right? And I had a boat, so I was able to go out and do it regularly. And I could zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake every single time I did it. I mean, you can actually go and do these yourself. And that's what we encourage.
Yeah, no. Listen, like where I come from, guys, it's very mountainous. So as you're approaching sea level, you're seeing large distances. But as you get down to sea level, you don't see those things anymore. Why? You understand me? So the Earth is not flat. That's what it tells you. 100%. Like if you're at 35,000 feet and you're seeing flipping like 200 miles of horizon, and then you get down on the runway and you're like, hey, wait, oh come, I'm only seeing 4 or 5 miles. What's going on?
So like when you get to West Palm Beach, I buy you this ticket to fly out here, we can also go to Lake Okeechobee, right? And you can see 32 miles across that lake at 8 feet observer height in relation to sea level. So once you see these things, I want to see how you scramble for another excuse, because that seems to be all you have done since you've been here, sir. Lake Okeechobee, South Florida. 32 miles, I think, is the farthest distance across.
To be fair, we Globers think we have other reasons for thinking that the Earth is spherical, and so any observations that you present us with, we're going to find some excuse to describe how it can still be a ball.
Yeah, most likely refraction.
Yeah, specifically refraction that causes the path of light to bend 0.007 degrees per mile instead of 0.00.
Yeah, bending solid objects up to eye level, indeed.
No, just the path of light. Just the path of light has to bend 0.007 degrees per mile.
Oh, that's possible.
Making these objects appear to be horizontal. Oh, I see.
That's possible. Yes,
let me address that. That's not always what happens, right? Refraction doesn't always do what you're claiming it does, right? There are all types of different effects that we can have.
Right.
Due to the vertical temperature gradients on any given day. It can change by the hour. You could have a different vertical temperature gradient at 5 miles, 7 miles, and 10 miles. Right? It changes consistently. Right? And we see that when we look at time-lapse footage. So yeah, you can try to claim refraction for these, but that's why we have countless amounts of them. Okay, so
that's why I agree. That's why
this is what you guys. No, I agree with the way that you describe it, Matthew, is perfectly fine with that. But okay, so this is what the GlobeSite is actually claiming, right? They're claiming that there has to be a geometric horizon there, and there is a geometric horizon there at 1.22 miles, right? Let me finish. From the 1 foot observer height, there has to be a geometric physical horizon line there from a 1 foot observer height. And they're claiming that everything behind it isn't really there. It's just perfectly refracting up, right? And making it look like it's flat. And then somehow there's another apparent horizon behind the oil platforms. Okay, so when you start stacking up all of these different observations in different locations, it's saying that the same effect is happening in every single one of them.
It's a dead
You have
giveaway.
different weather conditions. Just let me finish. Almost done. Okay, so you have different weather conditions in basically every single one of these observations in different places, right? All over the world. Claim that exact thing is happening in every single one of these is beyond a stretch of the imagination. It's crazy.
Some of them are refraction and some of them are forgeries. That's just like the big gas
put
part
on your curve calculator really fast and send me a private message so you can stop rinsing, repeating your same claims over and over again.
What guys? It's just facts. By the way, Lake Okeechobee, yes, you can see the other side because that's only a 0.5 feet of obstruction. So yes, you can see something on the other side of Lake Okeechobee. I just put it in
What's the length of the lake? Yeah, what's the length of the lake?
Yeah, so he said
the farthest distance is like 32 miles.
32 miles, 8 foot in the air, boom. You'll be able to see obscure of 0.7. So you'll see things up on that beach, 100%.
Do you know You've got the math wrong. What's the length of the lake?
30 miles. Just use 30 miles and put it into the curve calculator.
Yeah. All right. Let's go over this. Okay, so we're going to put in 30 miles and what? 8-foot observer height.
8 feet.
Yeah. Okay. So you've got 469 foot of obstruction.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh boy. No, you have only 1 foot of obstruction. You're 8 foot in the air.
Wow. What
32.
curve calculator are you using right now?
Robert, the formula, right, to use for this is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the calculation that you would use for this. And the answer that you're going to get is around 469 feet. You can put that into any Earth curve calculator. You can even double check it with ChatGPT. It's going to give you the exact same answer.
So on top of the hand waves, he's using.
That's right. No, you're right. It's
So you're using the wrong calculator on top of the hand wave dismissal.
No. You're right. It's 469 feet. Correct. You're absolutely right. Yeah. On Lake Okeechobee, no, you're not seeing anything on that side of the beach unless there's a 400 feet or a 200 foot elevation over there. Yes.
Boom. Except you are at an 8 feet observation height. Yes. Wow.
8 foot. You're not seeing across that.
Yeah. So I'm not seeing what I'm actually seeing.
No, you're not.
Wow.
100%.
You don't. What's wrong with this guy?
The lake, the Pic Gaspard observation is repeated at a certain time every year. In the June, he repeats it. That's a true scientist. So you go there, you see it for 2 days.
Okay.
But then the rest of the year, the whole rest of the year, you don't see it. Why? Because the refraction index is just not there. These are real world things.
Conditions are different. Is that what you're saying?
There's no such word as.
You can see it, but
first of all,
only sometimes. Is that your rebuttal?
Yeah. The point is, brother, you guys have to repeat these observations. So me and you are going to repeat your Ritz-Carlton observation, right? We are going to do that. And I'm going to show you that you are wrong. You are not seeing anything 104 miles away, 50 foot in the air. Absolutely not.
Yeah, so the good thing is that these are testable, repeatable. Look, we could just keep showing you observation after observation, right? Then we could start pulling out the laser tests. Same thing happens. What they do is they just set up the laser just off the surface of the water, and then they set up a target on the other side of the body of water, or they'll have a person over there, have a look at the laser, filming right across the body of water, and they're able to shoot the laser all the way across the lake and hit the target, or for the laser to be seen, right? And some of these are 20, 30, even I think 40 miles they've been done, right? Some of these have been done by teams of field engineers using a $30,000 laser. Some have been done by PhDs in the field, in this particular field, and there's countless amounts of these laser tests as well, right, on top of the long-distance observations. These are all documented. Some of them have big, giant PDFs, right, that go along with the observations to show you all the variables that you would know about. And this is all testable, repeatable stuff. I mean, a lot of the best long-distance observations, right? I mean, you can call them fake if you want, but most of them have been done by people that aren't flat earthers, right? Like the world record photography shots. Okay, so, you're able to see things in the distance that should be like half a mile below the curvature of the Earth, right? But you can see the top of the mountain way above horizon.
Yeah, I have
with infrared. Yeah.
Oh, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So, earlier I heard about ice walls, and I know this is a little bit off topic, But I just want to know, how are those formed and what are beyond the ice walls?
Okay, so we don't claim an ice wall, right? If you're talking about an ice wall, government claims that the shoreline of Antarctica is like an ice wall. It's like a wall of ice, right? Because Antarctica is the highest continent on Earth, apparently, right? They say it's on average 8,200 foot above sea level, and most of the shoreline of Antarctica is basically a giant wall of ice, right? So in the government documents, right, they call it an ice wall. There have been certain flat earthers over the years that claim that big ice wall, right, surrounds like an AE map projection, but that's not what we're claiming, right, in these channels from our servers. Like, we're not making baseless claims like that. We don't claim an ice wall. So yeah, that's where that
Okay,
comes from.
because some guys earlier yesterday were saying that there was like a huge ice wall, and I was like confused.
That wouldn't have been in this channel though, right?
It was yesterday. There was some flat earthers talking about some ice wall. It was this channel.
Nobody thinks about ice wall. That's wrong, and that's lying. It's maybe spoke about it, but nobody's about flat earth said we know about the ice wall or something like that.
Your mic is very hard to hear.
This is the top 20 proofs Earth is not a spinning globe.
Yes, it is a spinning sphere. Yeah.
Okay, but if the Earth is flat, how come that planes move in the curved motion?
I don't know. Watch the video.
Oh, really?
So the video,
The planes are counting on curvature.
Yeah.
And why pitch data that doesn't show that?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Why pitch data does not show that what is in the black box?
I'm not talking about pitch data right now.
Yeah, that is the airplane showing that that's not happening.
Where?
In an airplane.
Are you talking about a video? Like, I'm confused. I'm talking about how does a plane not just fly out of the atmosphere? If it was going in a straight line, it would just fly out of the atmosphere. Obviously, the Earth is curved, so it goes around the center point.
Do you not understand what he just said in real time about pitch data in relation to the plane flying horizontally in real time? In real life,
curves.
Why pitch data is showing in the aeroplane?
Okay, I know an aerospace engineer. He works for the government. He's a globe earther, but yeah, he says all the calculations done for designing the planes that he helps design, they assume a flat stationary Earth. If you look at the training manuals and speak to pilots, right, they are trained to treat the Earth as flat and stationary, right? The plane goes up to a particular altitude. The plane flies across the plane, over the plane to its destination, and then it decreases in altitude. Right? That's what he's talking about with the pitch data. When you check the pitch data from the black box, you can see the plane doesn't have to pitch down, right? It doesn't have to change the pitch. Black box, like it's actually from data from when an aircraft actually crashed. And then the black box data was released.
Okay.
What the black box is.
Yeah, I'm
and
aware.
It showed the pitch data, and it shows that there was no change in pitch from the plane, right? So basically the plane, I think it was over 5 hours or 500 kilometers or something like that. Yeah, it didn't change, right? It just flew in a straight line. That's what planes do. There's tons of pilots that are flat earthers, right? They talk about Earth being flat, and in the locker rooms, right? A lot of them do talk about it, but they're not allowed to. Many of them aren't allowed to publicly talk about it because they can risk their jobs, right? So there was one KLM pilot who came out, and she did like a little seminar on flat Earth, right? And she got grounded by her airline company. So yeah, they work their whole, they train for many years to get that job. They can't just risk it. But yeah, there are many interviews with military pilots, commercial pilots, all talking about a flat Earth.
Okay, so I understand that. I respect your opinion. But visibly, like from outer space, like if we look at the Earth from a bird's eye view, how come it appears as a ball and not the disc or flat.
You would have to be like basically trusting NASA at that point, right? If you actually look into how those images of Earth are created, you'll find it's not just a photo of the Earth from space.
So what is
stitched together? Just they stitch together, right? They take a whole bunch of low altitude photos of the Earth. Not even photos, right? It's done with a radio telescope, but don't worry about that. It's just
so you're saying
like
all photos from space are fake?
This is how NASA, right? This is Robert Simmons from NASA. This is how he says that he made the blue marble image, right? The one that everyone had on their iPhone. Okay, so they basically take a bunch of images of the Earth. None of them show any curvature, by the way. I have all the original images that they use. And then they stitch the images together into a big map, a flat map, and they wrap it around a ball, right, in CGI software.
So you're saying photos of the Earth from space are CGI?
And NASA admits that all of the photos of the Earth from space are CGI. The only one they claim to be real was a shot they say came from one of the Apollo missions in 1972. Right? And if you look into the Apollo missions, there's just countless amounts of evidence that they completely faked moon landing. Not sure if you've looked into that. But yeah, all of the ones after that, they admit they're just composites, right? They're just CGI. Like,
I highly doubt.
You'll see.
I highly doubt that ever happened. Because
no, that's how NASA.
We have satellites.
Yeah, but if you look at the satellite, right, so that's what they say they used, right? They said they used 3 months worth of satellite images of the Earth to make that.
But that's just the blue marble one, so not the other one.
Yeah, so if you, the only one that they claim, Matthew, is the 1972. Blue marble.
That is this.
Well, plus the one that they took yesterday and posted on their website, right?
Which one's that?
The one I posted at 33 past the hour.
The same one you post every time that you...
No, I post a new one every time because they post new pictures every few hours.
Cool. It looks just... Yeah, is that the oblate spheroid?
Is it South America half of the, almost all entire sphere?
What?
So, look how big is South America on that sphere.
So you're saying South America is half of the sphere?
It's not half; it's entire that diameter. Yeah, almost.
No.
No? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let's look again.
When you zoom in on these images, right, the blue marble images, you'll see all the copy-pasted clouds, right? I'm posting images of this in the side chat. You can even watch the interview with Robert Simmons explaining exactly what I said, right? How he stitches it together. He says it is photoshopped because it has to be. Right, so if you look at the
why would NASA
blue
lie?
marble, they're not lying. They're just telling you that they stitched them together. They're telling you how they make the most. That is it.
It is still the Earth.
It's just okay. So all of the images that they used to stitch that together show zero curvature whatsoever.
I'm pretty sure curvature. If you just look up a photo of the Earth, this shows curvature.
Yeah, but they're not photos of the Earth, right? And you can't. At the end of the day, you can't validate them. If you want to have faith in NASA, right? Look, if you spent like a good week looking into NASA fakery, you probably won't trust everything they say the least.
He ran away.
When they tell you that, he's gone.
I mean, you think the Earth is flat, so I respect your opinion, but this is just ridiculous the way you're explaining.
No. Okay, so with flat Earth, right? We're not claiming a disk in space. We're not claiming like the flat disk, flat Earth that you might have seen in some memes or some propaganda, right? Nobody's claiming that from the flat Earth side. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We've actually gone out and tested the globe model to see if it matches reality. So you would have to have curvature over distance if the Earth's a globe, right? So you would test that over water, right? So if the Earth is a globe, you would have to have 66 foot of drop over 10 miles, 6,666 foot of drop over 100 miles, and so on. Right? You can.
I mean, there's airplane routes, there's gravity, there's time zones. Like, what more do you think? What more evidence is like?
So time zones are just a man-made. Look, all of those have perfectly valid answers, my friend. It's not. It's
no.
I
just
think throwing out a whole bunch of different things.
No. We have satellites. We have airplane routes. There's all the there's curvature in everything that I've just said. There's curvature in everything that I just said.
That's why we have to go through it slowly, dude. Right? Okay. So if you throw out like 10 different things, I can't answer all of them at once.
I'm not asking for answers. I'm just saying, man. Like you're just saying a whole lot of nothing.
Okay. So.
Well, you're the flat earther, the guy with the dog profile picture.
Sorry?
What?
Oh, sorry, I thought that was a dog. The guy with is it like a detective thing? Oh, Paul. I'll just call you Paul. Paul's a flat earther, right?
I'm not a flat earther. I'm Paul.
Oh, he's not? Who's the flat earther?
Are you listening? Just about everyone.
Everyone but me. It's like 1v30 in here.
Oh, I can't.
No. It's actually just one person talking to you at the moment, right?
Astronaut, I'm kind of curious. Astronaut, the astronaut person. I kind of just had a question. This is something I'm curious about.
Hold on. Man, you just interrupted the conversation.
Yeah, but it sounds like it wasn't going anywhere.
Well, you just need to mute and just listen and wait your turn.
You still need to wait, bro. You can ask a question in a second. I just wanted to ask the other guy.
Fine, whatever.
Oh, yeah. Just wait a second, bro. Hey, Paul, have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth yourself?
Photos and there's solid, solid evidence.
Right. Okay, so without appealing to something that you see on a screen, right?
Have you seen the curvature of the Earth yourself from outer space? Like, that's a ridiculous question, dude.
No.
This is an amazing conversation.
Cartesian, you need to shut up, bro.
Oh, look, man, it's a very simple question. Have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth with your own eyes, or would you admit that you experience the Earth as flat?
I mean, I've seen zoomed in photos of the horizon and things
we're not talking
falling
about
past the horizon.
Photos.
Are we talking about photos?
I'm talking about your own experience in life.
I've seen things, fade away from the distance, into the horizon. Yes, I have seen that.
I asked an extremely specific question.
That answers your question, man.
You saw a flat horizon or a curved horizon?
It was, if it's on the ocean, you can see from the left point of my eyes to the right. In my peripheral vision, you can kind of see a little, probably the slightest curve possible.
You sure about that?
I'm certain.
Sure. You're certain that you saw the curvature of the Earth?
You're asking what I saw. You're asking what I saw.
Yeah, I'm asking you to be honest and just tell me what you think you saw. I want you to be honest, though, right?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
So you think that you can see the curvature of the Earth from standing at the beach, standing at ground level?
I think probably a little elevated would make more sense. On a dock or something.
So you said you saw it. Did you see it, or did you maybe didn't see it?
I did see it.
So
I did see it.
You can see it.
Why would I lie about it?
You don't sound that confident about it, right? And according to your globe model, you wouldn't be able to see it, right? Even if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't be able to see any curvature from, right? Even from a plane, you wouldn't be able to see any curvature.
Have you gone skydiving before? Have you gone into a plane? Have you gone into the air?
Okay, but I've seen. Ask you if you've seen it.
You've been in an airplane? Oh my god, is this CB?
Have you gone to higher altitude than?
Okay, this is my field. This is my field. Yes, I jump out of planes often. Thank you. No curve of the horizon is the answer.
Yes, there is. Because if you just look on YouTube, on any video source.
Hold on, wait. Whoa, Linda, calm down. You asked, I answered. Have you jumped out of a plane?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and you're claiming you see curve.
Yeah, I've seen the curve. I jumped out of a plane before.
I want to see the photo of the curve from your jump. I'm going to post one right now. 10,000 feet at least. Check this out. Yeah, show me your photo of your curve. Yeah.
Who's taking photos
of you jumping? I want you and your boys jumping, and show me a photo of your fucking curved horizon.
I can't take
your bullshit claim. That's what he's asking for.
A receipt?
Yeah, see, I just posted a fucking receipt, bitch. Show me yours.
Hey, relax, flat man. I'm just trying to tell you that when I went skydiving,
freaking out.
Look, so hold on a second.
flat man. When I went skydiving, I didn't see a curve. I saw a curve. I'm sorry, I saw a curve in the horizon when I was in a higher altitude. And what you're saying is you didn't see one?
Do you not?
Never do, no matter what altitude I go to. Never see a curve on the horizon.
Were you wearing glasses? Were you wearing your glasses?
Stop lying.
Were you wearing your glasses when you jumped out of that plane?
Okay, I'm done with this. The Joker. Fuck off, man.
I'm not joking.
I'm happy to talk to you if it's not going well with him. I'll say, like, I'm going to do this. I'm just going to grant I've never seen the curvature with my own eyes. Then I'm kind of curious, where do you go from there?
Okay, so you would have to actually go out and test the Earth. Right, so if it's a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, go to a large body of water, if you had one near you, or to the beach, and you should be able to have a specific, you would have to have a specific amount of drop over distance.
Yeah.
Okay, so you could do different types of tests, try to find the curvature, right?
Okay, because I think, like, just from what I'm looking at, right, I think my opposite, so what you were saying, like, well, you experience the Earth as flat. I don't think that's true either. I think, like, what I see is kind of, like, equally expected on, like, a range of, like, shapes or geometries that the Earth might have.
Okay, but
observations
on a globe,
would you agree with that?
No, well, no. Okay,
so what is it about my day-to-day, like what I see on a day-to-day, what is it about that that's more expected on, like, the flat Earth hypothesis?
Okay, so this is where I'm getting with this. Okay, so on a globe, right, they tell us the exact size of it. That means that you would have to have a particular rate of curvature, right? What I was getting at with, do you experience it?
Did you hear my question?
Yes.
Can you tell me what my question was, just so I can make sure you...
You already answered it yourself. You experience it as flat.
No, so you're not listening. I explicitly said I don't think that's true.
You don't think that's true. So you saw the curvature of the Earth. You said you hadn't.
No. I don't think I've seen the curvature, but I'm saying I don't think it follows from the fact that I've never seen the curvature that I experienced the Earth as flat.
He said that from what he sees, he can determine it's a multi-shape Earth. That's what he said.
No. I'm saying my day-to-day experience, right? It seems to me just as expected if, like, the Earth was like let's say the Earth was like a triangular prism, I might expect to have the same ordinary experience. I'm saying is that, like, my ordinary experience doesn't favor the Earth being, like, flat or the Earth being round.
Okay. So the answer to the question is, and we can move on after it, right? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. You experience the Earth as flat and stationary.
I don't think I experienced the Earth as flat. No.
Okay, so you saw the curve. You saw some curvature somewhere.
I've already said okay, let me just be very clear. I have never seen the curvature. I am denying that it follows from that I experienced the Earth as flat.
Okay, so you haven't seen any curvature.
Sure.
Okay, so you experience the Earth as flat and stationary.
No, that's what I'm denying. No.
Okay, you don't. Okay, so you saw some curvature.
No, you're not. No, you're confused. It's fine. I'll educate you.
No, I'm not.
My interpretation. Hold on. You're too scared. Hold on.
No, my friend. No, you need to stop.
I've answered your questions. You want me to say something or not?
Look, don't make me mute you, man. Well, let's have a polite conversation.
Okay, go ahead. Finish your point.
Okay, so if something isn't curved, right, it's flat. Surface isn't curved.
No, I don't think that.
What it is then?
I just don't see I don't know if that's entailed.
What could be?
I just don't see the logical entailment from not curved to flat.
Not curved, it's opposite of that is spiraling, is it?
Okay, fine. Let's just grant it. Let's just grant not curved entails flat. Let's just grant that for the sake of the argument.
What is flat?
No, I'm happy to grant it for the sake of the argument, but let's just say that's true, right? I think just because I haven't seen the curvature, it doesn't follow from that the Earth isn't curved. It just means that I haven't seen it with my own eyes, right?
Yeah, but because you experience the horizon in your life. Do you experience the horizon in your life?
I experienced the horizon, sure.
Okay, can you have a horizon on the sphere?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, can you find the definition of the horizon? You will find out that you cannot have the horizon of the sphere because it's how is my English is bad. It's a slope not of zero.
There's absolutely no issue of having a horizon on the surface of a sphere.
Oh,
right, because a horizon is just going to be like, it's kind of like a line where your perception kind of fades off, like it's kind of the extent to your perception. Right,
okay,
there's no issue with having that on a spherical shape.
Okay, is it possible that horizon is flat?
A horizon could be flat, yeah.
Is it more possible that horizon is flat than curved?
I don't see any reason to think that, no.
Okay, because horizon is coming from which word?
I'm not sure what the origin is, like lexigraphically.
Is it coming from the Greek word curvus, or is it meaning something with the horizontal?
I don't know about the etymology, but the etymology is just irrelevant here.
Can we use another language for that and see maybe another language is
the etymology of the word is irrelevant to whether or not it's more. Hold on. I'm being interrupted. The etymology. Hold on.
I'm interrupting you because you're not hearing him. He's
I'm
giving
hearing
you
him. I'm responding to
origins for the etymology, and you're not hearing
that.
to pick one of the origins.
Let's just grant. Let's grant for the sake of the argument.
It sounds like you're ready to respond. Shut up a second.
Yeah, listen. Is the word coming from curve or from horizontal? Which is the origin?
Let's just say the word comes from horizontal.
There you go. What does horizontal mean? Go, Sasha.
Yeah, so I think
it's not. Let's just say, because that's not a human reasoning. I cannot say. Let's just say that horizontal. It's horizontal. That's ridiculous.
We can just say, let's just grant for the sake of the argument it's horizontal. Now, my claim is that the etymology of the word is just not relevant at all to whether you having or there being a horizon of some kind.
Okay,
is
let's
more
use
expected
another
on there being a flat Earth than a round Earth.
Let's use another
horizon on a round Earth.
What he's trying to tell you is that on a globe there cannot be horizontal lines, because horizontal line will have a change rate of slope of 0, and a curve will be a change rate of slope of non-zero.
Yeah, you're just saying something trivial about like which lines can exist on like a curved plane or something.
No, because
but the point is that the etymology.
You're missing the point, though. You just gotta try to think about what a horizon means.
I'm being interrupted here. So, I agree
but the thing is, you're missing the point because you're not listening.
Hold on. Don't make me talk over you.
You want to change over. You want to change into something else.
The etymology of the word.
This point.
The etymology of the word horizon.
It's not the etymology, it's the meaning of it, the usage of it. Horizontal lines have a change rate slope of 0, not curving, and then the curve will be the opposite to that. It will be the change rate slope of non-zero. So when you observe a surface that is not curving, it is curving.
Now, one thing you could be saying is that the word horizon just literally means the sort of thing that's like incompatible with you having a round Earth. If that's the case, I'm just going to deny that there's a horizon, if that's what you mean by horizon. Right, so obviously this like sort of analytic move is not going to do anything. Right, so here are the two options. If you define horizon in a trivial way, where it's incompatible with round Earth, I'm just going to deny that I've ever seen a horizon before. And if you use what I take the ordinary understanding,
you're going to be a denier of reality.
And if you use what I take to be the ordinary understanding of horizon, then I'll agree that there is one, but it's just going to be perfectly compatible and kind of empirically underdetermined between a flat Earth and a round Earth.
Remember on the globe Earth, the horizon will be the leading edge. Remember the guy earlier said the boat is going behind the horizon, is disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth? Remember that guy?
Sure.
That the horizon on a globe, on a sphere, will be dropping away from you. It will be a geometry based thing.
What's the what?
What?
So what?
What if it's not?
So what?
Look,
That will
anyway,
be that will be the horizon on the sphere. But in reality, what we observe is that that's not. In reality, that is not the case. That is not happening.
Anyway, I said what I had to say about the analytic point, but like I said, my ordinary observations, right? So I agree, I've never seen curvature before. I'll just grant that. But my ordinary observations, I think they're kind of underdetermined with regards to flat, round, maybe potentially other shapes like cube. Like I don't think my ordinary observations even roll out the Earth being a cube of some kind.
Flat and round are not shapes, though.
Whatever you want to call them whatever you want. Now,
no, because you're saying flat and round. You know, you can have a flat and round table.
Call it whatever you want. Call it whatever you want. Now, one more thing I wanted to get to.
A cube will be a shape.
One more thing I wanted to get to is like, do you agree that like the vast majority of scientists agree that the Earth is round? Do you accept that?
That will be a category error. Science doesn't deal with shapes. The scientific method will be to determine the cause and effect relationship. A how is question.
Can you repeat my question?
A shape. Hello. A shape is a what is by measurement.
Do you know what I was asking you?
You're asking if all of the scientists that you never met in your life, all of the scientists that don't deal with shapes, do they agree? Yeah, they believe. Let's say whatever scientists you believe that they believe that the Earth has a certain shape, but you don't know all the scientists, and you're gonna surprise yourself that many people that call themselves scientists, right? They also believe that the Earth is not a globe.
Okay, so we agree that this is a kind of like vast, like very clear scientific consensus of some kind.
This is a fallacy, though.
Hold on. So we agree that there's a very clear scientific consensus here. Now, another question I have for you is like in other cases.
This is a category error. This is the shape of the Earth. This is about the shape. The scientists don't deal with shape.
I have to be able to get a sentence out here, right?
Do you know that you cannot make it
you're trying to gauge Gallop into a different.
Listen, I have for you.
Listen, you have to come to a concrete conclusion before you keep jumping from point to point. You still haven't figured. You still don't know. Listen. You still from the first conversation, you still don't know what a horizon is, and now you're claiming that science is claiming the shape of the Earth.
Good job. Now, do you believe that are there cases where you believe something because the vast majority of experts kind of also support that position? Is there a case?
This is not about beliefs. This is you're talking about something different. Belief. This is
for example,
you're talking about something subjective. We're talking about something objective.
About your belief. I'm just asking about your belief. So, for example,
I'm not holding any beliefs on this position.
You believe that certain medicines are healthy for you because, like, the experts have kind of verified that.
This has nothing to do with the topic. This is something else.
I'm just asking about your epistemology. Like, you'd agree that you believe that.
But this is not the topic, though. The topic was horizon or.
Let me say how it's relevant. The relevance to the broader flat Earth topic is that, like, for example, people are going to have different ways.
Do you have, like, diarrhea of the mouth or something?
They have different ways they're going to go about forming beliefs, and I'm trying to figure out how you went about forming your beliefs here.
I'm not listening to you,
so, for example, presumably there are cases where
did you hear what Jamesy said when you were speaking? Because he was answering to you.
He's not listening.
He's not listening.
So stick on with one thing at a time, because this is not like are you trying to psychoanalyze people in here? The topic in here is not people and how they think or what they believe. The topic here is the actual observations and the actual test that has been done across the Earth. That's the topic.
Yeah, that's fine. So
this is not about people. Hey, listen, this is not the how those flat earthers think. Ask them questions about how they think or they believe. This is not that channel.
I'm not interested holistically. I'm not in a holistic way about how you think. I'm specifically concerned about
this is not psychology channel. This is not you asking psychology questions to people.
I'm not interested holistically about your psychology.
That's what you're asking. So let's stick to the topic.
I'm not interested holistically about your psychology.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm not interested holistically in your psychology. I'm not interested holistically in your psychology. I'm
So, listen, you're sitting on a table with people and you just want to put your boots on the table.
Oh crap! I can't listen to this. Stop cutting each other off. Jesus.
Yeah, so this is how it's gonna go. Just ask a question or listen to someone's reply, and then you reply to that. Stick to that point. Don't be gish galloping into something else.
Cartesian, why these people Cartesian does not believe that Earth is the globe? What is the main reason? Do you know that?
The main reasons I'm not aware. I don't even know if there is one single main reason.
It's a one good main reason. How you will find out that reason?
My suspicion is that they're just like uneducated, largely uneducated people who are victims of conspiracy.
Your suspicion, but how you will find out what is the reason these people does not believe in the globe? How you will find out that?
It seems like the best way, like holistically, would be some sort of like empirical study.
Is it the best way to ask these people why they are not believing in the globe?
No, because these people, that's a horrible empirical methodology for figuring out why most flat earthers hold their beliefs.
Flat earther. There will be a reason why I'm flat earther.
If you're asking about you specifically, yeah, I can just ask you. But I thought you were asking about like all flat earthers. The words you used were the words you said were like, why do flat earthers hold their beliefs, right?
No, listen this carefully. I know for sure in this server now, in this moment, for them there is a one main reason that why they are flat earthers. For all of us.
Yeah, I mean,
that is not.
Okay.
Do you want to know what is that? Do you want to know what is that?
Sure, just go ahead. Sure.
You don't know.
Let's just say I don't know.
Okay, there is no measurable curvature in reality. Let's say that Earth is a size of the basketball, okay? And there is the size of the basketball. Now, the basketball, if you put the finger on the top of the basketball, and if you move your finger 10 centimeters away from the basketball, there will be a drop from that point. Is that correct?
Sure.
It's the same thing with the Earth. Only thing is this, now we are dealing with the big Earth. It's not anymore basketball. This is now you on the top of that Earth. And Earth is saying, with that height, your height, let's say 6 foot height, you can see only 3 miles. And that's the measurement of this ball. You cannot see now 50 miles, or you can or you can see less if it depends on atmospheric condition, doesn't matter. But that is saying to you, you cannot see more because that's the size, that's the basketball. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, great. That means with your height, 6 foot height, you can see 3 miles. That what you can type it. That it's written everywhere in every link. You know, the kids studying that. It's Earth size.
Do you think most scientists believe that the Earth has measurable curvature?
Not the point of okay, great. You believe in that. That's great.
Now, I'm asking you. Do you think most scientists believe that the Earth has measurable curvature?
I don't know. You need to ask scientists.
You don't know if most scientists believe that. Okay.
Did you speak with any scientist?
Oh no, I didn't speak with any of them.
I don't know. Also, I told you I don't know what scientists think.
Do you think you need to speak? Do you think you need to speak with scientists to know like most of them believe something?
No, I want to tell you something about
For example, I've never spoken about.
Do you know what
we know that most scientists believe in evolution, but we've never like spoken to them, right?
Okay, great. Do you believe that Earth is a sphere?
Yeah.
Do you believe that Earth? Then you believe that Earth has the size?
Well, actually, sphere. Like I prefer the term oblate spheroid, but sure.
Okay. Can you do like this? This is not flat earthers doing something. That's Google research because there is everything heliocentric. Can you type like this with 6 foot height? How much I can see on the Earth?
Just tell me what it is.
3 miles.
Okay, what's the relevance of this?
That is the size of the Earth. They are saying with 6 foot height you can see 3 miles. Okay, good. But I have to add something to that. When we go to reality, and we put the camera on 1 foot height, that's the 6 times lower. Is that correct?
1 foot height, that's 6 times lower. Yeah, that's 6 times lower than 6 feet.
Okay, we see 10 miles.
A camera, as in like with what a camera can pick up?
Yeah, 10 miles.
Do you think a camera? Do you think it's possible? Like, let's just say, do you think it's even possible that a camera could pick up something that the human eye might not, or is that not possible too?
Yeah, the camera can zoom it, what human eye cannot. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Just wondering.
Yeah.
Okay.
With 1 foot observer height, the camera bringing the surface of the Earth 10 miles.
Okay, so
And
like
even
if
more.
you think a camera can pick up on things that humans can't see, what's the problem?
What's the problem?
Yeah.
If you see on the camera the surface of the Earth, what's the problem?
No, I'm saying you think that like you can take a so basically you're saying like the range of the camera is longer at 1 foot than you would expect the human's vision to be at 1 foot or something
No,
like
I'm
that.
telling you what is heliocentric model saying on internet. The heliocentric model saying this: with a 6 foot height, you can see 3 miles. But in reality, when you take the camera and put on 1 foot height, you can see the surface on more than 10 miles.
So what does this show?
It is show that there is a more surface there. There is not true that you cannot see more than with the
How does it show that? How does it show that?
How does that show that?
Yeah.
The video camera is showing you the surface in a distance.
How does that show that the human is able to see that distance?
What?
So basically, dude, if the Earth's a globe with a circumference of 24,000 or 25,000 miles, then
a 6 foot human.
I'm just trying to explain.
Okay, go ahead.
So you can see further. We can see further with high zoom cameras than the geometric limitations of a globe.
Okay.
So we've actually debunked the globe Earth radius because we can see much further with zoom cameras than what the globe.
Okay. Please stop talking. So what I've heard is that somebody who has a height of 6 feet can see a range of 3,000 miles. That's what I've heard. And that a camera is able to take photos.
No, 3,000 miles.
Did he say 3,000 miles?
Sorry, I meant 3 miles. And a camera is able at 1 foot, 1 foot height, whatever, is able to take pictures of things beyond that.
Who the fuck is talking in the background?
It's able to take pictures of things beyond that distance. Is that correct? That's all I've heard so far. Is that so far correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, and then you're saying because of that, it somehow follows that a human is able to see beyond the distance of 3 miles at 6 feet. Is that correct?
Are you humans? When humans using the video camera,
can you see if what I said was correct, or is what I said correct?
3 miles is about the limit. Yeah, 3 miles is about the limit of the human eye. It seems.
Okay. So I'm not under so I don't see like why you would. So it seems to me that like, okay, well, cameras can take pictures. Maybe a human using a camera could through the camera see further. I don't know why that would tell you anything about the human's vision ability without the camera. Seems like almost like a confusion to me.
Let me explain it quickly. Right, you don't need to worry about the 6 foot height. Okay, just worry about the 1 foot observer height. Okay, just scratch out that 6 foot height. Okay, so from a 1 foot observer height on a globe, you would have to have a horizon at 1.22 miles. Right, you do the math. That's where it should be. So everything that is beyond 1.225 miles would start to be obstructed behind the horizon.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the math you're talking about. I'd have to look at it. I have to look at the
you can check it. I can send you a link to an Earth curve calculator.
Just post me. Just post me where the arguments are in a. Like in premise for this conclusion form.
Side chat.
I'm not. No, like, which link has the argument?
Did the embeds not work?
I'm seeing pictures. I'm not.
No,
where's your?
embeds don't work if you don't have the perms.
Yeah, I do. I'm a modding. Hey, right. Look, let me explain it to you, man. Right. So, if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,000,
I just want to see the argument first, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you the argument. You don't want to seem to hear it.
Do you have premises? I can write it down. Do you have premises and a conclusion?
Yes, if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah, write it down. Write it down.
I'm writing it down. Well, yeah, if the Earth is a globe with radius, blah, blah, blah.
Yep, then you would have to have a geometric horizon at 1.225 miles.
Somebody posted it. Fine. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of this, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than... Okay. So, yeah, okay, I look at this argument. I mean, of course, I'm not convinced of any of the... I'm not convinced of any of the premises. Well...
You're hand waving, dismissing it without even analyzing it or thinking about it.
I just said I'm not convinced of the premises.
This is not like an agree or disagree general. This is geometry. Are you disagreeing with geometry?
I don't accept the two premises. I don't know what it means to disagree with geometry. That doesn't make sense.
This is modus tollens.
Geometry to be I know what modus tollens is. I take geometry to be a field of study. I'm not sure what it means to disagree with that. Yeah, so here's what I'm going to do. Because I don't think right now. I'll look at this argument and I'll come back and talk about it later. But I want to say more about... So
you're just going to hand wave it? No, but just stay on this one and bring it to a logical conclusion so you can say something else.
What do you want me to do? Like, I just said I'm not...
The other guy was trying to present it, and then you just wanted to hand wave dismiss it.
He posted. I said somebody posted in the chat. He doesn't need to say anything.
Okay, and he's going through it with you, but you still haven't come to the conclusion.
Okay, you want to convince me. Okay, yeah, just give me...
I'm trying to show you a practical demonstration. Hold on a second, my friend. Hold on. I'm trying to show you a practical demonstration where we can see much further than you would be able to see on a globe.
No, I have the argument. What's the argument for P1 and P2? Just
I started explaining it to you, and you wanted to write it down, and then you.
No.
Okay, still Manny for us. Still present the argument. Present it instead of since you already know how it works. Present it to us. Still man it to us.
I don't know what. I'm just gonna read what was sent to me here.
Okay, go ahead, read it. Still man it.
Why? What's the benefit of me reading it exactly? I'm sorry. Why do you want me to read it?
To see if you can actually get it instead of just dismissing it.
Well, how is me reading it going to show that I get it? I don't understand.
Okay, so why you're not letting the other guy that was presenting it to read it?
I'm interrupting him because he's confused about the conversation. You weren't giving me a supporting argument for the premises. You were giving me the original argument, but then somebody...
This is an observation. It's support. This is an actual...
Hold on.
This is the observation. He's presenting an observation.
Sure. Then somebody in the chat posted the argument. So I said, okay, now we have the original argument, and now I'm looking for the argument for the premises. Okay? So that's what I'm looking for right now.
Tijin, stop talking, dude. I've had enough. Okay, look, if you don't want to see our evidence, then you have to present evidence for the globe, right? So do you have any evidence of the globe that you would like to present here?
Yeah, I can present evidence, but to be clear, I do want to see your argument. I was asking you to give it. But yeah, I can present evidence, yeah.
Okay, so I was trying to give it, and you kept talking over me, so you go ahead.
No, because you were confused. Because you were confused about the... Yeah, I'll present it. Yeah, so
about anything.
The vast majority of scientists believe that the Earth is round. The relevant experts.
Okay, so that's just a fallacy. Okay, that's called an appeal to majority fallacy. That's not evidence of a globe. That's just you using fallacious logic. Okay, so do you have any actual evidence?
First of all, that is evidence. First of all, appeal to majority. That's not fallacious. Especially if you're appealing to experts who are relevant in the field. It's not always fallacious. Even appealing to the majority of people, even appealing to the majority of people is not always fallacious. If it's a case where the majority of people holding the belief is like expected on the, or more expected on the hypothesis and its negation, and I just take evidence to be that switch is more expected on the hypothesis with negation.
Okay, who in authority? Which one you appeal? Can you point it out? Who measured the curvature of the Earth? Point in authority. You don't need to do that.
Those scientists that you're talking about, all of those scientists, can you post the methods that they use to establish the curve? I'm gonna have okay. So those scientists that you're talking about that you believe, right?
I can just grant.
Can you post the names and the method that they use to measure directly the curvature of the Earth?
I could just say no to this. So what?
So you just believing for believing?
No, because I think they're reliable. Like, for example, I can't post like the people when I take a drug, right?
Who is reliable? Who is reliable? You are saying they are reliable. Who is reliable? Can you say the name? Who is reliable?
I already said I don't have the names, but like when I take a drug,
you don't know what you are talking about. You are
and I find that drug to be like.
Man, listen how your fallacy. There is a good football team, the best 11 players, and you ask me which one of them, and I said there are 11 players. I don't know the names, but they are reliable. Do you understand? Reliable.
Don't worry about that guy. That guy's a clown. All right, Paul guy. If you wanted to continue talking.
I actually can.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay,
or anyone, or someone else.
So
hold on a second, Paul. Someone else. Who was that? Hot Dog. Your Paul's friend.
That's Hot Dog.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just curious about like you know a lunar eclipse, right? Like when the Earth's shadow gets casted onto the moon, and you can see the shape of the Earth. So I was just wondering like what your opinion on that is.
See the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, so you know a lunar eclipse, right?
Yes, I know a lunar eclipse. You don't see the shape of the Earth. You're seeing something happen in relation to the moon.
You see the shadow.
And then you're making assumptions. You're just making assumptions.
That's you pre-assuming that's the shadow of the Earth casting that on the surface of the moon. That's you believing that.
What else would it be?
You know why you believe that? Because you saw a cartoon of the Earth getting between the sun and the moon, and you're thinking that since the sun is illuminating the moon and the Earth is getting in the way as a sphere, you think that casted cartoon version of a shadow is what you're actually looking at when you look at the actual phenomena with your eyes.
I've seen it. I've seen it with my eyes.
Is there a mod in here? Is there like an actual mod, not like one of the room mods in here, by any chance?
Just speak to the most in the mod rooms. Go ahead. Just mute yourself.
Okay, Daddy.
Okay.
But anyway, I've seen a lunar eclipse, so I'm just wondering.
I've seen lunar eclipses. Have you seen the lunar eclipses? Depending on the location that you're at, you're gonna see the sun and the moon above the horizon.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the horizon. I'm just saying like the shadow. If you see the shadow.
No. You're missing the point. Remember, your claim is that the Earth is getting between the sun and the moon, right? And since the Earth is blocking the light, you're seeing a shadow on top of the moon. Is that what the lunar eclipse is, right?
Yeah, that's the Earth's casting.
Exactly. So when you see the sun above the horizon, the Earth below it, and then the moon above the horizon, how can you determine that the Earth is casting the shadow? And also the shadow is coming from the top of the moon, from above.
The shadow doesn't come from the moon.
No, oh God, the shadow that you claiming is being casted by the Earth, right? The Earth is below, and the moon and the sun are above the sky, above the horizon.
No, the moon's on the other side.
Yes, the sun is at one side of the sky, right? The sun is at one side of the sky. You look to the left, you see the sun, right? Now you're standing on the ground. The thing that you're saying is casting the shadow. Then you look to the right and you see the moon also above the horizon, and the shadow is coming from the top of the moon.
I think you're thinking about a lunar eclipse.
That's what you're talking about, the lunar eclipse.
I mean solar eclipse. You're thinking of solar.
Oh my God, bro! Just okay. Look at the selenium eclipse. Selenium eclipse.
No, but I'm talking about lunar.
This is a lunar eclipse, dude.
So look up a picture.
It's like you're not listening to what is being said.
I am.
No, you're not, because I'm talking about lunar eclipse, and you're saying you're talking about solar eclipse. Are you talking about something else? I'm talking about the lunar eclipse.
You wouldn't be able to see the sun and the moon next to each other on a lunar eclipse.
Nobody said next. You said above the horizon, above it. Nobody said next to each other.
My bad. I thought you said next to it.
Yeah, you're imagining something else, but you're not getting what is actually being said. That's the problem.
So where's the shadow from then?
Okay. Your claim is that when you see a lunar eclipse, the Earth is casting a shadow because it's blocking the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you observe the selenium eclipse, the body that is shining the light, the sun, is above the Earth, and the moon is also above the Earth. And the shadow that you're seeing, the lunar eclipse, look at the lunar eclipse, but I see a shadow on the moon. It's coming from the top of the moon, and the Earth is below.
Can you type that eclipse? I don't know how to spell that. I want to look it up. It's like posted in the side chat or something.
It's on the side chat already.
My bad. Let me check. But like, how would the moon cast a shadow of itself?
That's a good question. How? The heavens above and those mechanisms are maybe for God to give you revelation and tell you how it actually works. It could be polarization. We could speculate about it.
So you think the shadow is from the moon itself?
No. I don't think the observed phenomenon. You and I can be next to each other observing this phenomena, and I could make a story about, it's three-toed gnomes with pixie dust casting the shadow. I could make that story, and then you can make another story. No, it's this cartoon right here where the Earth is a sphere, right? Even though it's not curving, and it's spinning and moving between the sun that is another sphere 93 million miles away. You could make that story up, right? And I could make a different story, but you and I both are wrong. We're speculating about the actual mechanisms of the heavens above.
So I'm just kind of confused what you think the shadow is. I still don't really...
It's an observed phenomena. You and I can see the phenomena happening, and what's happening. Actually, now that you say it's a shadow, have you looked the lunar eclipse? What is actually happening? It turns red.
Yeah,
it turns red. The shadow is reddish, and then you see like a dark, and then you see red, and then it goes away.
Yeah.
Yeah. So our shadow's red.
Yeah, but that happens at the peak of it. It's because it only lets the red light through.
Okay, so you're saying this light phenomena that is not the sun, is not the Earth, or this belief that you had before that the Earth is getting in the way, because you have the sun above the horizon and the moon above the horizon. So it's not the Earth between those two, because you're standing on the Earth and you're looking up to the sun and the moon.
And the shadow's coming from the top down.
And the shadow, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the shadow's coming from the top. So the cartoon that you saw, remember you believe this because you saw a cartoon.
He didn't see a cartoon.
Remember, no. The belief. Okay, there's the difference is that when you observe the phenomena, you and I, we are actually observing the phenomena, and that's what's actually happening, right? Well, that's what we're observing. That's the observation. But then the explanation that you think is happening, you got it from a cartoon.
No, I used logic.
logic. I can use logic and make a story as well.
No, because it makes sense if the sun is in one spot and the Earth goes in
It
between.
doesn't make sense. I just told you that the sun is above the horizon, the moon is above the horizon, and
the
the
whole
shadow is
sun
coming
isn't
from the
above
top.
the horizon, though.
That is not the cartoon doesn't make sense. You know what makes sense? That you actually observing with your vision, your senses, right? You're making this observation and you're observing this happening. That makes sense. But the cartoon that you believe is explaining what's happening, that cartoon doesn't make sense.
How?
Hot dog.
Because in the cartoon, you have the Earth blocking the light when you actually observing something else.
Dempsey, you fucking retard. Can you stop talking?
Who?
You can have the sun and the moon above the horizon on the heliocentric model. That's not a problem.
Okay, but how would it cast like? Wouldn't it cast like an odd shape shadow due to the flat Earth, quote unquote flat Earth? Explain that.
What?
Wouldn't it show a flat, like a line, if it was a flat Earth and not a round shadow?
We're talking about the luminaries, not.
We're talking about the shadow casting and the moon phases and everything in between, like all the above. Answer that question that I just threw at you.
What is the question?
What type of shadow would it cast if a flat Earth went, or the flat moon, or the flat Earth?
I will answer to you. Look at this. If it's flat Earth, it will be flat surface.
No, just stay on the other guy. Ignore the troll.
I'm not a troll.
If Earth is flat, then you will have the flat surface, and then you have whatever moon can change the colors. It can explode. It can move one day left to right. Do you understand? It will not change that what you can observe the surface of the Earth. That means you have the flat surface, and now you're observing what things doing in the sky. That's how it's working on the flat Earth. If you don't have a flat, if you don't have a flat surface, then you have curved surface, and then everything is working on that curved surface. Do you understand?
No, I didn't quite catch that.
No, for example, when you watch, when you observe the lunar eclipses, did you ever consider to watch down and to look how in this moment when I watch the eclipses, how the surface behave? Is it surface curving or is it surface flat?
Why would the surface be changing?
That means
you're saying you can't prove in. Hang on, Sashi. You're saying you can't prove anything by the. You can't prove what the ground is by looking at the sky. Okay, it's begging the question fallacy.
No, but you
so
can.
Saying, if the Earth is a globe, we'll see a shadow on the moon. We see a shadow on the moon, therefore Earth is a globe. No, it's begging the question fallacy. But the other thing is that your impossible eclipse doesn't even support the globe because you've got the sun and the moon in the sky, and you're seeing a shadow coming the wrong way.
It's not coming.
So that totally debunks. So it totally debunks the Earth's got nothing to do. Earth shadow's got nothing to do with eclipses at all.
It does.
No, it doesn't. That debunks it. The impossible eclipse. It shows that it's got nothing to do with the Earth.
If it does, that means that Earth is curving. Is that correct?
Are you jumping to lunar? Well, yeah. So lunar
is
eclipse.
So well, let's go. Lunar eclipse proves the globe. Does the lunar eclipse proves the globe?
Yeah.
That means that Earth is curving.
Yeah.
That means that Earth is curving 8 inches per mile square.
What?
That means that Earth is curving 8 inches per mile square.
Okay, I'm just saying. I just think that shows that it's curved. I don't know the actual like.
Yeah, that is the size. That means with 1 foot observer height, the geometrical horizon will be every time on 1.22 miles. Is that correct?
I don't know. I don't know the exact measurements.
You don't know what you believe.
I don't know the measurements. I know what I believe.
Do you believe in Earth with 3,959 miles radius?
I believe that it's curved.
Do you believe in the Earth with 3,959 miles radius?
I just said that I believe that it's round.
Yeah. Do you believe that it's round like with any size, or it has the precise size?
Well, yeah, obviously it has an exact size. I don't know the exact size.
You don't
He's
know
telling you
which
out of
size you
his
believe.
mouth. He hasn't looked into it right now.
Okay, you are not looking. Good. And if you look into it, do you know that it's saying that with 1 foot observer height geometrical, the Earth starting to curve, it's 1.22 miles.
What was that?
That means that on 1 mile should be 8-inch that drop, you know. With 10 miles, it's a 66 foot of drop.
Why would it be a drop, though?
Do you know what is sphere?
Yeah.
Is it curving with the distance?
Yeah, but it's not dropping. It's just going around.
If you take your finger on the top of the basketball, does your finger drop if you go away from that finger?
What do you mean by that?
Take 2 fingers on the ball, leave one finger on the ball, and move other finger from that point, from that finger. Is it your finger dropping away from that finger?
I wouldn't say it's dropping, just moving along the surface.
Like a flat, or it's dropping down?
It's just moving across the circumference. It's not like dropping.
But dropping from your vision, though. Yeah?
Right.
I mean, I guess, but like it's just moving across the surface.
Your vision. But from where you are, it's dropping from where you can see. It's going behind the curve and dropping down behind where you can see.
I wouldn't call it dropping.
Down under the basketball. You can't envision that?
I can envision that. I just don't think it's dropping. I'm curious, what does this like prove to the flat Earth?
What you're saying is that you need to you're claiming the Earth curve is the reason why we're seeing the curve in the moon, but you need to prove Earth curve first. You don't have any evidence of Earth curve to begin with to go on and then claim that it's causing curves on the moon, shadowy curves on the moon, curvy shadows on the moon.
I'll make a different claim.
Getting ahead of yourself.
So I'll make a different claim about the Earth curvature. How come flights take less time if they're a curved path than a straight path?
So planes,
do they do that?
fly horizontal.
Yeah, look, man, planes. If planes sometimes take a path right, so they can basically take advantage of particular jet streams. Right,
Why are
so
men and women so divided in
taking a
2025?
particular path and taking advantage of a jet stream might be more efficient and faster.
Yeah,
than
but
just going from point A
You
to
guys
point
think it's
B.
because of the feminist movement and the Me Too movement?
Who is this guy?
You're in the wrong channel, bro.
Oh, I'm only allowed to talk about conspiracies here?
Or just flat Earth.
Yeah, you
flat Earth explode, dude.
You got to go because it's for interrupting. Hot dog, look, what we were trying to explain to you is that if the Earth's a globe, it has to have a specific amount of curvature over distance, right? Let's not call it drop, right? Just for argument's sake. It's curvature over distance, right? So over 10 miles, you would have to have 66 foot of curvature if the Earth's a globe, right? So what we have are practical demonstrations where we've gone out and done long distance observations and laser tests, right? And tried to find this curvature that has to be there on a globe. Right? What goes along with the curvature is a horizon at a specific distance. Right? So depending on the height of the observer, you should have a horizon at a certain distance if the Earth's a globe. Right? They teach us at school, if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the beach and you're looking out at the horizon, you have to have a horizon at 3 miles. Right? So that's what the math works out to. When we go out and we try to find this horizon, try to find this curvature, we can see huge distances further than you would be able to see on a globe. Right? We've got tons and tons of evidence, like actual empirical evidence that we can show you if you want to see it.
Interesting. I also have another I'm not too sure about like what it has to do, but I saw an interesting argument about the Burj Khalifa and Ramadan and the sun setting. Does anyone know anything about that?
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to. Is it something to do with if you go higher, you'll see the sun setting again?
Yeah, it was. At the Burj Khalifa, when it's during Ramadan, when you can't eat until sundown, on each different floor they have to eat later and later at a different time because the sun is setting at a different time.
Yeah, sure. Like you're going to find certain things that can be explained on a flat Earth or explained on a globe, right? So that's one of them, right? So even on a flat Earth, right, you go up higher, you're going to be able to see further because you're increasing your angle of view the higher you go, right? And then it's explained, like you said, on a globe Earth, right? The sun would go over the horizon, and you would go higher, and you would be able to resolve it again. So it's not something that would necessarily be specific to a globe.
But if it was a flat Earth, wouldn't it all just be setting at the same time?
No, because basically the higher you go, the greater angle of view that you have into the distance. Right, so when you look out into the distance, due to your perspective, everything converges into what's called a vanishing point. And if you go higher, you'll be able to see further because that vanishing point will be further away due to the angle of view based on your perspective. That makes sense?
Yeah, I get that, but I just think if it was flat, I think the sun would go down at the same time, no matter how far you can see.
No, because you have a different angle of view, right? You have a much lower angle of view, a much shorter angle of view when you're closer to the surface, right? You could do that even just on a hallway, right? If you get down as low as the floor of the hallway, right, on a really long hallway, you can't see as far as when you stand back up again, right? You can see further down the hallway because you've increased that angle of view.
Yeah, but I don't really see how the angle correlates to the sun. I don't know.
Yeah, it goes. You have to learn a bit about perspective, right? As things go out of your range of perspective, right? They go beyond.
Yeah, no, I get that part.
Hmm?
I get the part that you're saying where, like, if the further up you go, the more you can see.
Yeah.
I just don't
look at video games as an example, right? The same thing happens in video games like Grand Theft Auto and whatnot, right? They're all created on a flat map, right? But if you go higher, you can see further.
Yeah,
so it increases your angle of view. You still have a horizon, right, on these flat maps because a horizon is a product of perspective as well. Even though the entire game is done on a flat surface, the same thing happens as what you're talking about. You go higher, you can see further.
Right,
it's not. These games aren't constructed on a surface.
In that theory of the video games, in Minecraft, if you go up, the sun still sets at the same time as if you're on the ground.
Yeah, I don't know. Minecraft, I've never played myself.
Yeah, but you said
it seems like it got kind of crappy graphics in that.
Yeah, but it's a well-made game. I'm saying it's made on a flat thing, like you said. So if you go higher up, the sun is still setting at the same time as if you're on the ground.
Yeah, well, the sun still sets on that flat map as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, but
I haven't tested
at the same time.
The Minecraft out.
Yeah, no. In Minecraft, it's just a flat 2D image, which it's just a skybox.
Yeah, but it sets at the same time.
Yeah, of course.
If you go up higher, you can't see further in Minecraft.
No, you can, but
But Santa Barbara and Oil Rigs, that's not a video game.
What was that?
Yeah, I can show you, man. I can show you a real life. Sasha was just saying we have some amazing observations, right, that were taken in Santa Barbara, California. We can show you that we can see way too far for the Earth to be a globe. Do you want to see the evidence?
not Minecraft, the real reality.
Well, I was just saying Minecraft because he was talking about like video games and like the higher you go.
All I was saying is that on a flat surface, right? Go up higher, you can see further.
Okay. What do you guys think about the edge of the Earth? What happens if you go to the edge? Like, what is there?
We don't claim a disk in space. We don't claim a flat disk in space. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Right? I don't know if you've seen some memes on the internet or something where it shows like a big flat disk in space, something like that. None of us are claiming that. That's like a propaganda type thing.
So what's the claim?
Okay, so the claim is that the Earth can't be a sphere because we can't find any curvature. Right? We can't measure any movement of Earth. You can't have gas pressure without a container. But maybe best to just stick to the curvature problem to begin with.
So
if the Earth is a sphere, right, it has to have curvature and it has to have a geometric horizon at a particular distance. When we go out in reality, we can debunk that with long distance observations and laser tests.
So why would every other planet in our solar system be a sphere if we're not?
You're still trying to incorporate the flat Earth inside the globe model, right? Inside the heliocentric model of the universe. We're not claiming that. It's not compatible.
Which one is sphere?
We're not talking.
What was that?
Sir, did you?
Which one?
Sasha, did you say something?
Yeah, which one is sphere? He said all things in the sky are spheres.
Yeah, the planets are spheres.
Did you see any sphere in the sky?
Yeah, you can observe planets from telescopes, and you can see that they're round.
And they're round or spherical?
Spherical, because it's a 3D ball.
Really? Oh, really? Spherical? Can you prove that? Really?
Yeah, you look in a telescope.
And how many spherical things we have on in the sky?
The planets, the sun.
Okay, how many is that?
You can look at stars, and there's millions of stars.
Okay, are there stars spherical?
Yeah, they're also spherical.
Oh, really? Can you show me one telescope showing the star is spherical?
It's like these people haven't looked for themselves at all. It's just like they make baseless claims because everyone else agrees. Like they haven't.
Man, I will tell you one thing. There is 8 things are circular in the sky. They are not spherical. And stars, all of them, they are changing the colors and the shape every second.
I mean, yeah, but it's a ball, though.
No, man, they are changing the shape every second. If you show me, okay, can you show me one star, the ball? Show me which one photo of the. I said to you, there is 8 circular things, sun, moon, if you call it Jupiter, you call that planet, 8 plus moon, and let's say 10, okay? Now, the stars, how many stars we have?
A lot.
A lot. Are they spherical?
Yeah, I would say they're spherical.
Can you show me one spherical star?
Okay, stars
Can
are.
you show me a photo of one spherical star? Please.
Stars are just suns. Our sun is a star.
Yeah, can you show me the photo of the spherical star?
I don't have photo permissions.
Okay, but you have the photo of the spherical star.
I can just search one up, and they're there. You look up in the sky. You look in a telescope. It's a sphere.
It's a sphere. Okay, post it that we see that spheres. I want to see that picture of the sphere.
I can't. I don't have photo perms.
Of the star, not planet, circular planet. Star, any star. You can choose Sirius. You can choose whatever star you want in the sky.
I don't have photo permissions, so no.
You can send to me. I will post it.
Well, I mean, you can just look outside during the night and you can see these stars. They're circular.
Okay, but
so do you have the image or not? You said you had the image 10 times. Sasha says, send it to me, I'll post it, and then you don't have the image all of a sudden.
I'll look one up. Like, you can go on Google and just look up, like,
you said now look in the sky. When I look in the sky, I see a light and changing the colors, and they are not spherical.
They are.
Maybe
Google's a
they are
great
not,
place.
and everybody can
Google-
confirm they are not still watching the sky. They are only light and they are not spherical. You can see with your, use that now. Look at with your eyes.
There's still
They're
like there's still a ball.
Maybe
Google's a
you know
great
that.
place to look for proof.
What was that?
Google's a great source for true evidence and true, information, accurate information. You might as well, what's that called? Wikipedia it. Go. Why don't you do that?
Wait, so, like, what do you do for your information? Do you not Google it?
No,
No,
I
we
didn't
measure
go to
it.
Google for any of the information I sourced for Flat Earth. I took 9 months of researching information everywhere but from fucking Google.
Google doesn't give you information; it's just a search engine. It searches like databases.
Yeah, and if you were to search Flat Earth, it would give you shit.
No, it would just give you like if you
Yeah,
search
it
evidence for
senses flat Earth. Hey, look, Hot Dog, let me just explain something quickly about the stars, right? Like, and lights, any light in the distance looks round, right? You can see a train coming off in the distance, and that train will have 5 or 6 different lights on the front of the train, and it just looks like a big round light coming at you until it gets close enough to resolve the separate lights. Same with like a tube light or a car light, right? With 2 headlights, it will just look like one singular round light until it gets close enough to resolve, right? What's actually going on. So when you're looking up at stars, it's very hard to tell because all we see is a bright light in the sky when the stars. And look, the point is with the planets and stuff like that, right? Just because they look round, that doesn't necessarily mean that the Earth is also one of those things in the sky, right? That's like almost saying like the light, just because you have like round light bulbs on your ceiling, right? Therefore, your floor is also curved, right? It's just like bad logic.
Yeah, but
Right? So we all see the same thing when we look. Go ahead.
Why would we be the like? I don't get why the Earth would be the only non-spherical thing in space.
Why would Earth
Well,
only
you've been
have
told.
the water?
Hold on a second, Stasha. You've been told a story about what you're looking at in the sky when it comes to the planets and stuff like that. You've been told that they're big, giant balls of gas and whatnot, right? In a space vacuum. We're going against the mainstream version of outer space, right? It's not something that you've been able to validate. Okay, so it's something that you've just been taught, right? This is how it is. This is how big this planet is. This is how far away it is. It's in a vacuum, all that sort of thing, right? But in reality, right, we can't test that. And you look up at the sky, we see the same thing, right? We see all of the bodies in the sky moving in particular paths, east to west, right? All the stars rotate around the North Star, right? That's what we can observe. And the planets go in their own paths, right? They all rise in the east and set in the west. That's as far as we can validate, right? So flat earthers try not to make speculations and facts about speculations, right? Like when it comes to the sky. We're trying to stick to what we can actually validate empirically here on Earth, right? Like actually going out and physically testing the Earth, see if it has that curvature that has to be there.
That's the
if that makes sense.
Yeah, no. I get it.
Yeah, so that's why like using like things in the sky to prove the shape of the ground, it's something, it's like you'll have to choose to believe the globe model or not. It's not something that you can test yourself empirically.
Well, I'm curious why. So, why would like say NASA or anyone? Why would they be lying about the space? So the shape of the Earth, like, what would the point be to lie about it?
It's not possible for us to prove to you why someone would lie like that. I think most people aren't lying. Teachers, professors, most scientists.
How do you prove a lie? That doesn't make any sense.
Most people, yeah, exactly. Like we can't prove that someone's lying, but we can show you evidence, right, of the lie. So I think.
No,
like,
I'm saying your answer is stupid.
Okay, because we can't prove why someone that's been proven to be lying lies. Right? What their motive is.
I'm not saying to prove that they're lying.
Okay, why would they lie? Can I ask you for this? Why would Earth lie?
What?
Why would the Earth, the surface of the Earth, why would the surface of the Earth lie?
I'm not asking about the surface. I'm asking about NASA.
Yeah, but they are lying. We don't know the motivation. Let's find out if they are lying or not. If surface is curving, they are not lying. If surface does not curve, They're lying.
I'm just saying, why would they be lying? Like,
NASA,
Can you
most
ask
people
the
in
liar?
NASA, they just believe it.
If you ask the liar, why you lie? You expect that liar will tell you the truth?
Bro, they believe it as well, just like you.
Believe what?
Like, you said, why NASA lies? NASA doesn't have lips or a brain. NASA is an agency.
They have
People lie. Some people may lie. Some people may lie. But not everybody. Most people, the guy that works at NASA at the gate and he opens and closes the gate, the security guy, he's not lying. The guy that cleans the place.
Yeah, but I'm generalizing.
He's not lying. The guy looking at the monitor, and looking at the ones and zeros and dots and connecting the dots, and that guy is not lying.
I just said I'm generalizing.
That guy believes it. He believes it just like you.
I'm generalizing NASA. Like, I'm not just saying like one person at NASA.
Yeah, but those people that work at NASA, they're not lying. So you're saying, why are these people lying? They're not. They believe it.
Believe what?
Hey, real quick, I just want to jump in here. I wanted to make a point of clarity, Jimsy, to an earlier statement. The earlier statement that was made on explanation for drop over distance. I want to direct it to Sasha. I think a great way to kind of make sure that they understand the point, Sasha, is when you were using your finger example, the Glober uses the example of a tangential line. So a tangential line would be something akin to a sight over distance, right? So a line of sight, a tangential line is drawn on a curved surface in the kind of like a diagram view. So the drop over distance could be represented as two fingers on a curved surface, but the gentleman didn't understand because he was trying to say that it's just a curved path, 2 points on the surface that's curving. The idea that the drop over distance is exemplified is using a tangential line. So you put a ruler on a basketball. Same example. Ruler on a basketball, you have a tangential line on a curved surface, and the Earth's surface is dropping away from that tangential line, which exemplifies the idea of drop over distance. When you're using two fingers, he was correct in saying that it's a curved line that's just following the surface of the Earth. But when you put a tangential line, it actually draws a line on top of a sphere, which means that now he's going to have to demonstrate how he knows the Earth is dropping away from that tangential line or line of sight, like it was mentioned. Because I think it was anti-globalist that was trying to help you out with that point. But I think that the tangential line, so just adding that to your argument would have just made it even better, because the tangential line is what the Earth is dropping away from. It's not just 2 points. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? It's not just 2 points on the surface. It's the tangential line. I just wanted to make sure that, because it's essentially a horizontal plane on a curved surface. Do you get what I'm saying, Sasha?
Yeah. The only thing, when you have a sphere, you can measure it. You understand?
Yeah, I know. You can measure it being a sphere.
Then you don't assume the sphere. When you have the real physical sphere, then you can measure it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just a bit of like, I guess it's not a correction. It's just an addendum to what you were saying. So it's an addendum. So when instead of just saying two fingers on a basketball, you have to point out the fact that the tangential line is sitting on top of the curved surface, which would be the Earth. The tangential line is what the Earth is dropping away from. Do you get that point? I want to make sure this point is understood, because you had a great point, but it would have landed when the guy understood that what the Earth is dropping away from. And it's dropping away from the tangential line, which of course they say means that the sun is going under the horizon. That's what they mean. It's going under that tangential line. Do you get now what I'm saying? Like, that's the reason why they would say that's happening, when that's not the case, but that's the Glober, right? And so the guy didn't understand what you meant, because he's like, no, it's just like your two fingers that you're talking about is on a curved surface. Anyway, I just don't want to belabor the point. I just want to... Okay. Sorry, I let you guys go back to the anti-globalist or whatever. You can take it.
You were still talking about why would they lie? Is that correct, Hot Dog?
Yeah, I was just kind of like asking why would NASA lie about these pictures that they're posting in the Earth?
Yeah, look, we don't know exactly like why someone would lie. We could give you great speculations, right, about that all day long. But at the end of the day, we can't prove it to you. Right? This was something that was ingrained into the mainstream education system over 500 years ago. Right? Most people, like teachers and whatnot, professors, right, they're just regurgitating information and telling it to people, right? Like a parrot, basically. Right, which isn't a bad thing, right? That's how they get those positions, right? By memorizing the textbooks, regurgitating them in exams, getting good grades, right? And then they're able to memorize, regurgitate, and repeat that information. Their professor before them did the same thing. Right? So most people aren't lying, right? Surely some people would have to be lying, but most people aren't lying. We do know for a fact that the government lies. I think everyone can agree with that. NASA is .gov, right? It basically is the government, right? And what we do know for a fact is that the government, the military, the government, the NASA, right? It's all compartmentalized, right? So everyone has like a little section of work to do on a need-to-know basis. That makes sense, right? So they don't know what the people in the room next to them are doing, right? They usually have an NDA and a particular job that they're doing. Right, so most people probably aren't lying. But what we do have is evidence that the Earth isn't a globe. So yeah, it doesn't really matter. Like, why would someone lie? Like, if you have all the evidence that they did lie, right, then you can go ask them why they lied and see if they tell the truth for once. But
you're implying that they're lying by saying that because they say it's round and you say it's flat, so it's implying that they're lying.
Yeah, so exactly. Yeah, exactly. And when we're not saying they're lying, we're saying that most of them are just wrong. Right? They think that the Earth's a globe, that they've never tested the Earth. Right? And if they came in here right now, we'd say, are you able to provide some type of empirical evidence so we can validate that the Earth is a globe? Right? And what we find is when people like that do come in here, they're not able to present anything other than like look into the sky, basically, and have faith in this things that you can't actually validate. But what we have, right? We have empirical evidence. We have countless amounts of long distance observations, right? Professionally done laser tests, countless amounts of them. Right? This is something that you don't have to believe in. You can actually go and do these yourself. You can repeat these. Not expensive. It's not hard. Yeah, that's kind of where it's at. Like, you can test what we're saying. You can back up what we're saying.
Haven't a bunch of flat Earth people done these tests, and then the tests failed to show that the Earth was flat?
No, we can show you the tests, right? What you might be talking about is something that you might have seen on Netflix or something like that, which is just a propaganda piece.
Not on Netflix, on YouTube, from flat Earth people.
Yeah, so I think I know what he's talking about.
Huh? Go ahead.
I think I know what he's talking about. It was like a thing, they had like a cutout of a styrofoam thing, and they lifted up a light above their head, and they said if it was flat, you don't see the light.
Yeah. Let me explain that. Okay, look, that's a Netflix hit piece against flat Earth.
Still not on Netflix. Okay,
so
still on YouTube.
Even the guy Craig, he has a YouTube channel debunking flat Earth. Right? He spends his whole life debunking flat Earth. His name's Fight the Flat Earth. Literally, even he admits that was dishonest the way that they presented that. Okay, so what happened? They didn't even use a laser. Right, they were meant to use a laser for that test, and the collimator on the laser broke. So instead, right, they had it all set up, and then instead they pulled out a flashlight. They tried to do it with a flashlight. It was a terrible test, right? Apparently everyone on the set walked away from that saying, well, that was a big waste of time, right? The globe earthers and the flat earthers, they said that didn't prove anything. And then apparently the Netflix team, the production team edited
it. Not watch this on Netflix.
Anyway, what we do have
on YouTube.
We do have is countless amounts of actual laser tests. We've had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser and perform different laser tests over huge bodies of water. Right? We have countless amounts of video evidence.
Every test I've seen claiming to do this has failed. Like, I haven't seen any of these like glorious tests that you are describing. Every test that I've seen being conducted has failed.
All right, we'll see right now.
Yeah. More than happy.
That would be an appeal to ignorance.
Is that Peter? Is that Peter using a voice changer?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Peter using a voice changer.
No. Who the fuck is?
That's
Okay,
you.
anyway.
You're Peter.
No.
Yes, dude.
No.
That's you.
No.
He's using the voice changer, guys. It's great. That's nice.
No.
Yeah, you're just the same old.
I don't know who you're talking about.
That's
Anyway.
you, bro.
Oh my god, it is! It's Peter!
That's Peter using the voice. Dude, you're using the free version of a voice changer. Come on, bro.
No.
Yes, it's you. Yeah, back me up, brother.
No. I mean, if
Hi,
that's,
Peter.
if that's your way of like countering any kind of argument from me,
It is.
Cadence. You can hear the cadence.
It's the cadence, yeah.
It's the cadence, bro. It
Yeah, I
gave it
did.
away.
I figured out. I did once we said it. You take your headset off, so you really can't hear what he's saying. The cadence match is perfect.
I mean,
dude, you know that I've been. You know that I'm good. You know that I'm good at doing this, Peter. Pete, you know that I'm good at doing this, bro.
No,
you know that I can spot a fake, dude. That's
I've
you.
been in here before, probably together with this imaginary Peter guy. What? They've probably been in here at the same time as the guy that you're talking about. Like, hello?
Oh, it's Pete again.
Anyway.
Okay, one second.
No,
let's say, hello. Let's say you're not Peter, but at least take your. No, you're not. Listen, hello. Hello. I'm speaking. So you're not Peter. Just take the voice changer off. Just take it off.
Using a voice changer. My voice is just fucked up.
That's him, dude.
You're not Peter. Just take the voice changer
I'm
off.
not using a voice changer. If I was using a voice changer, I wouldn't choose to sound like this. You fucking moron.
Oh my god.
Relax, Pete. You're all right, man.
Dumpster baby.
That's not Peter. That's not Peter. It's someone
Dumpster
else.
baby, hold on a second. Dumpster baby. If you're not Peter, no problem. So that's fine. Bro, you're not Peter. Great, no problem. So just because you haven't seen certain things on Netflix or YouTube or whatever, that's an appeal to ignorance fallacy. I don't care what you have or have not seen. The earth is measured.
No. I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm just saying that it's curious to me that every time I've tried to look this up, since you have this abundance of proof, I'm surprised that I haven't encountered it.
Okay, no worries, bro. You're a bad researcher. I get it. Look harder.
Dumpster, are you Swedish?
Yes.
Can you say something in Swedish?
Ja, det kan jag. Vad vill du att jag säger?
Ah, okay. Yeah, he's Swedish.
Yeah.
Cool.
Great.
Let's get back to it, man.
Anyway, I'm curious about another thing.
Are you gonna concede that documentary that you brought up?
I haven't even seen the documentary, bro.
So
I don't know what documentary you're talking about.
But you brought it up.
I brought up YouTube videos, not the Netflix documentary that I haven't seen. You brought up the Netflix documentary that I haven't seen.
Okay, so what was the example that you brought up? Which one? What example?
I don't have specific examples. Whenever I've watched YouTube videos of people discussing this, every experiment that has been shown
Which
in these YouTube
experiment?
videos.
Can you be more specific? Can you say which experiment are you talking about?
Laser over water shit.
Lasers over water. Which one?
I don't have specific ones on hand.
So you haven't looked at it. You just saying.
Okay, whatever. I'm over it. If you want, yeah, sure. I concede. You win. If you're happy, you can go jerk off. Great. Move on to next point. I'm curious about another thing.
You concede. Okay.
Good. Yeah. Now go jerk off to that. Perfect. I'm curious about another thing.
Wow.
Dumpster baby, just shush down for a second, man, because you just came in and interrupted Hot Dog.
Yeah.
I saw that Paul guy won. Was asking to be unmuted. I was just curious to see if he had something to say.
Paul guy 1, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Oh, I was just server muted, so I was just like trying to jump in the conversation a few times, but I couldn't. You guys can continue your conversation. I'll jump in, and when I hear something that I want to add to, I don't think it was fair for me to be muted.
All right. I want to ask you guys, what do you think the evidence of the Earth being flat is? Like, do you have anything to put out?
Yeah, man. We've got countless amounts of long distance observations where we can see 10, 20, 30 times further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth was a globe. And then on top of that,
specifics, can you give me one of those specific experiments so I can look at it? Since you guys like specific examples.
Yeah,
I'd like
be
to see
happy
one.
to present one and go over it. Side chat, if you want to have a look at the side chat.
Is there not also numerous studies for the opposing side too?
Yeah, right. We want to know who actually went out and empirically measured the Earth curvature, right? Who actually found the geometric horizon, right? Which must exist on a globe. When we look into it, we can't find anything empirical. We can't find any practical demonstrations. What we do find is calculations based off assumptions, right? Like Eratosthenes, for example. Yeah, so that's what we can't find, right? That's what happens, right? Once you see this evidence, it's like, okay, this is interesting. Let's look back through history and find out who actually validated radius of the Earth. And we can't find anything, right? So that's why we're always asking for validation of the radius value, right? So that's the core variable in the math behind the model. It's what they need basically for the entire model to work.
Yeah.
So yeah, when we go out in reality, when we test for it, we can't find it, and instead we can see magnitudes further than what you would be able to see. And yeah, we have the receipts, we have the evidence. Happy to present.
I understand.
What about what's your stance on ships disappearing over the horizon?
Yeah, so that doesn't always happen, right? I grew up on the east coast of Australia, boating, fishing, surfing my whole life. And I don't know, due to the weather conditions we have there, you'll see big, because we have a lot of cruisers there, and fishing boats. So when you see them sail out into the horizon there, right, I never saw that happen once, right? What happens there, they get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then they just kind of fade into the atmosphere.
I mean, I would say they
disappear, but you can get particular situations where you have certain weather conditions where you can have particular effects like sinking. Right? Sinking is a well-known effect of the weather, right? It's where it's literally defined as something that should be visible on the horizon appears like it's sunk beneath the horizon. Right, so that's called sinking, right? And then you can have looming, right? You've probably seen those pictures where it looks like there's a ship that's higher than it should be. Right? There's all sorts of different effects in the atmosphere that can do different things, right? And it can easily explain. And on top of that, we've got ocean swells, right? So you can have a small object in the foreground block large object in the background. Right? That's something that's also very common. So you could mistake that as a boat being over the curve as well. List goes on, right? And the thing is, we can actually replicate this happening on small scales, right? On small flat surfaces, right? Like ponds or hallways and things like that. So yeah, it can be due to humidity in the air, temperature changes, right? But with the sinking, right? With the sinking, what happens is when you have a warmer air, right? A layer of warmer air closer to the surface of the water, and then you've got a layer of cooler air above it. Okay, so what happens is something called sinking, right? And I'm going to read out the actual definition for you right now, right? A refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Right? And once you look into that, you'll find that it usually happens on clearer days. Usually happens in the morning or the afternoon. Yeah, it happens sometimes, right? Sometimes it'll look like a big battleship or something. It looks like it's kind of half hidden by the horizon. We actually have footage, right, where they've done a time lapse of one of these ships throughout the day. It looks like it's sunk behind the horizon, and then a few hours later you can see the whole ship again, even though the ship didn't move, showing that it was just an atmospheric effect taking place, right? So yeah, a lot of things like that can happen. So all I'm saying, right, is that it's not proof of a globe, right, or a geometric horizon when you effect.
So do you think it's a globe or do you think it's flat?
Flat.
He thinks it's flat.
Oh, okay.
Topographical plane, right? But if you take measurements over huge bodies of water, you'll won't be able to find any curvature.
What about like constellations?
Yeah, once again, I mean, we were all taught like a big story about the lights in the sky or the stars, the celestial bodies, whatever you want to call them. We can't validate exactly what's going on up there. It's something that we try not to make claims about because we can't go and test exactly what is going on in the sky. You know, we all observe the same thing, right? It's like the sky's like a big, amazing, giant clock. So all the stars revolve around the North Star, east to west, resetting back into similar positions, basically, each year. And the planets, right, which the ancients used to call the wandering stars, they do the same thing, except they take their own unique paths. Yeah, and then we got the sun and the moon.
If the Earth was flat, then everyone would see the constellations no matter what the latitude was. No.
Why?
Because we have perspective, right? So you have that point of convergence. I think we were talking about that before. Right, let me give you an example, right? Say you're standing in a huge hallway. It's a straight hallway and it's really long. You will be able to see the end of the hallway because of perspective convergence, right? So it'll look like everything's meeting at a point, right? It'll look like the floor and the ceiling ramping down and ramping up and meeting at a point, right? Everything kind of comes in. And once that point gets below 0.02 degrees, you can't really resolve what's beyond it. The human eye can only resolve something that's 0.02 degrees or bigger, right? So what you can do is you can take out like a zoom lens or something and zoom further down the hallway. You'll be able to see further down the hallway because you'll have a new vanishing point. Okay, so the same thing happened. Yep, go ahead. Does that make sense?
You continue. I was just saying that, I don't know if a hallway, the scale really.
Yeah, it's just to give. Look, this is just to give you an idea of how perspective works, right? So the way that we see the stars in the sky, the same thing with perspective, right? Just like if you see a plane, right? You see a plane appears like it rises up from the horizon from one side, and then it goes up over your head, and then it rises down on the other horizon, right? It makes a big arc over your head. Really, that plane was just going straight, right? Parallel to the ground, right? The whole way over your head. Because of your perspective, it made it look like it was making a big arc over your head. So as soon as that plane gets out of your field of view, basically due to perspective, you can't see it anymore. The same thing happens with the stars, right? So as you can see, just say you're in the north and you can see the North Star. As you move further away, it gets lower and lower in the sky, the perspective. And once you get past the equator area, you can't see it anymore because it's like the plane, it's gone out of your field of view.
Actually, about planes yesterday, this is kind of something else, but yesterday they were making a big talk about flight pitch data of a black box and how it doesn't show the curvature. I was just like, I didn't really think that made any sense.
We're talking about the pitch data?
Yeah, they were talking about flight pitch data not showing the plane pitching up and down to, I don't know. It didn't really make much sense.
Yeah, basically it's just data showing that the plane was just moving in a straight line. It didn't deviate, right? Because if it was on a globe, a plane has to change in altitude. Like, just say a plane takes off and flies in a straight line on a globe, right? It would have to keep lowering its elevation to maintain altitude, the curved Earth. right? So it shows that it didn't do that. It was just like it was flying across the top of a plane, right? The plane was flying over a plane in a straight line. Because it would have to change altitude. It would have to adjust its pitch to maintain altitude if the Earth was a globe.
I don't think the flight pitch data is really intended to show, if there's curvature to the Earth or not. I think it's more focused on the orientation of the plane.
Yeah, the pitch data is already confirming what you're already experiencing. It's gonna show you that the plane is going up to an altitude and then across the plane and then down, or whatever adjustments to altitude is doing. You're gonna see the baseline. You're gonna see is a non-curving frame of reference. So the pitch data is already confirming what the builders of the plane build it for, to fly over a plane non-rotating. Because when the builders, the makers of the plane actually want this aircraft to function in reality and need to be safe for themselves, their family, right? And people that they're going to be flying in the airplane, they have to be according to reality, not curving, ground, motionless.
I think the scale...
working?
No, it's not working. Just get a new one. You need a new mic.
As I say, I think the scale really plays a factor in this. I think a plane compared to the Earth, I think that kind of explains why it doesn't really need a pitch that much.
Yeah, but that's just an explanation, and when they don't even take it into account, that's just you're adding that into the actual basics of aviation.
Yeah,
so
but I mean,
it said that airplanes follow great circle routes.
Yeah.
And in this case, we have an airplane that is presumably flying a great circle route and is at cruising altitude and cruising speed. So it's going 500 miles per hour in this highlighted section. And that's for a duration of 2 hours. 2 hours is 1,000 miles. And 1,000 miles around the arc of a ball is about 14.5 degrees of a tilt, of a change, of a change of pitch. So for safety reasons, if Earth is a globe, 15 degrees about is not negligible over 2 hours. That could mean the difference between life and death. And for black boxes to record all the telemetry data, all the avionics data for insurance indemnification purposes, for quality improvement purposes, with the airline or with the airframe developer, the avionics equipment developers and everybody involved, and also for the government. Because this black box data was retrieved by the National Transportation Safety Board and posted to their website along with accompanying reports. For them to not include curvature in this or in any other report that we can look at on the whole server is just quite telling to us.
It's not intended to, though.
You guys actually having this discussion to make an argument, or is this more of a creative expression thing?
Listen, what we're adding here, besides you're trying to explain that it's not there, but somehow it has to be. Remember, the aircraft engineers, the one that build the airplane, build it to work in reality, not curving, motionless. Then the pilot that operates it never takes into account no movement of the ground or curvature of the ground. You see, the observer in the airplane never sees curvature or movement of the ground, right? What? And then the guy on the ground. Listen. The guy on the ground in a war situation, trying to shoot down the airplane, never takes into account any curvature or movement of the ground to shoot down the airplane, okay? And then the telemetry data or the black box data, or all the data that the airplane is showing you, it's confirming what you already know even before you got in the airplane. The ground is motionless and there's no curvature across the world. So all of these confirmations
you do have to factor in movement of airspeed. You have to factor in the movement of the airspeed when you're flying.
Is that movement of air with
the air is not stationary around the planet? There's air movement with the weather patterns around the globe, depending upon the way the air could be heading east, the air could be heading west, it could be heading northern, it could be northeastern, southeastern.
In the middle of my sentence and
No, I'm just saying there's wind. There's wind. You're moving through a medium, and the air is moving around the Earth because the weather patterns, the clouds, you'll see the clouds move. The air is constantly moving in some direction. It's almost never completely stationary.
Yeah, it's one of the many reasons you can't use an airplane to quote unquote measure curvature to get accurate distances itself.
And so if the wind is blowing at 5 miles an hour, it's a much smaller correction than if the wind is blowing 100 miles an hour. And the wind actually goes faster the higher up you go. So as you go up thousands of feet, the wind actually speeds up.
Yeah, explain that on a globe.
Yeah, explain the winds on the globe.
It's just what happens. It's just what happens.
Pressure.
And that's why when you fly east to west, it takes a different amount of time than when you fly west to east. Because you have to go through the wind. The wind is moving against you or with you.
You see, you say you can't have pressure on a globe?
Just joking. No. I mean, so if you got wind that is exceeding, 100, 200, 300 miles per hour relative to ground speed, right? It means that it's increasing in speed and altitude as the further you get away from Earth's surface, which means that the wind is rotating faster than the Earth is spinning in the same direction and continues to do so the higher you go. By what laws of physics is this possible?
Because there's less resistance the further you get away from the ground.
Yeah, there's less,
So where's the work coming from? Where's all that extra energy coming from?
Honestly, I can't tell you where the wind comes from. I don't know exactly what generates.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
I mean, wind is from pressure, so there's less resistance as you get higher in the altitude.
Yeah, and it's colder.
Yeah. What's the point of the colder?
I'd like to know where all that energy is coming from. I mean, we got 300 miles per hour winds at extremely high altitudes with the direction of the Earth and exceeding the edge velocity of Earth. It just seems completely fantastic.
I think it's due to the lack of resistance as you get high. That's what I think. I think it comes from the lack of resistance.
There's also a lack of air.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lack of air resistance. It's easier for high speeds.
Yeah. So what's causing it though? How's it possible?
The lack of air resistance.
I get that part, but what's causing it?
That's what I think is causing it.
Well, that's a modifier. I'm talking about the cause.
Yeah, the same cause as wind. I'm not a wind expert, but the same cause as wind. It's faster because of the lack of resistance.
According to the Energy Information Administration, because there's uneven heating of the Earth's surface. Some places are hotter than colder. As the heat causes air to rise, it pushes out cold air. So it's going from hot to cold. A colder zone is getting pushed away by the hotter zone. Or high pressure is dominating low pressure.
Did you say air pressure, gas pressure? You can't have that without a container.
To jump in.
The atmosphere is a container.
Air formed into a ball with gravity.
The atmos is the air. You're saying the air is containing the air?
Yep.
Well, have you ever seen a barometer?
Bro,
it requires a container to measure pressure.
Sure, I mean, but how many millimeters of mercury a barometer is depends upon the air pressure, and you can have a low pressure or high pressure. Like when it's raining, it's low pressure, and when it's high pressure and it's all sunny outside, it's higher pressure. You know what I'm talking about? Or no, you don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I understand.
Wait a minute. So, you're saying it has to have a container. How would a flat Earth mean there would be a container?
Well, how can you have gas that's pressurized without any containment?
Well, how
like
would
gas that is pressurized and adjacent to an expanding vacuum, which is what the globe cosmology claims.
But how would a flat Earth have a container being different? Like, what is the container on a flat Earth?
Well, container is the means by which it pressurizes. Like, how did air pressurize on a globe?
How did it pressurize on flat Earth?
Well, I mean, we live in a contained environment. Is it not a closed system, at least?
Yeah, so it would be the same thing on a globe.
Oh, the globe is a closed system. Excellent. Containment.
Yeah, so how does the flat Earth make a difference in the containment?
Hey, if the globe is a closed system, how did the astronauts went to the moon?
Yeah, that means there's a physical barrier that is holding the pressurized air back from a vacuum on a globe.
Uh-oh.
I didn't say I didn't say it was closed. You can go through the atmosphere.
So it's not. So the globe is not closed. Open. So there is no container.
Okay, so what's the container on a flat Earth?
Is the antecedent to the gas pressure?
So what is a container on a flat Earth? No one can answer this question.
An antecedent.
I don't know. Yeah, it is an antecedent consequent relationship, but I don't know what the nature of it is. Just like I know that you had a mom and a dad at one point. I've never seen them, so I don't know what color hair they had or what eyes they had. But I know as a consequence of you talking to me today that you must have necessarily, by deductive logic, have had a mom and a dad to parent you. Same with gas pressure and requiring a containment in order to pressurize and form a gradient. I don't know what the containment mechanism is or what it looks like, but I know it's necessary.
So you don't have data.
There's a consequence of that containment of the pressure, because pressure means pressing.
So
a physical barrier must be in existence somewhere.
So you can't make the opposite argument on the globe then if you don't even have any data yourself for the flat one.
Actually, NASA has X-rays, and they talk about the firmament being observed with X-rays. So you're gonna have to ask NASA about that.
What do you mean an X-ray?
I mean X-rays. NASA doing X-rays of the sky and calling it the firmament. That's kind of wild, NASA for you.
I mean, X-ray is to like see through things. So I don't know what you're really trying to get at.
That exactly.
This is what. Look, here's. Oh, sorry, James.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, what we have on our side is practical demonstrations, gas laws, definitions. Right? We can demonstrate our claim that gas needs a container.
So what's the container on?
Yeah. We don't know exactly, but what we do know is that gas pressure. Right. So
why would there not be able to have?
What we know is that we can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container in the real world, right? If you want to have gas pressure, you need a container, and the definition for gas pressure says gas pressure is the name given to the force exerted by gas particles colliding with the walls of their container. That's the definition of gas pressure, right? So we can't have gas pressure without a container, as far as we can practically demonstrate.
So why would they not be able to have
that leads us to the
space.
That leads us to the like obvious logic that to have gas pressure you would need a container, because that's all we're able to prove. We're able to validate.
Why would there not be able to have a container on a spherical Earth?
Because they claim that the deep space is a vacuum, right? It's like a 10 to the negative 17 tall vacuum. That we have a gas pressure gradient here on Earth adjacent to that vacuum without a container, right? So you can't have a gas pressure system. You can't have a high pressure system next to a vacuum, because what would happen, right, is the high pressure would instantly fill the available space, right? High pressure goes to low pressure. Right, and when we set up a practical demonstration where we have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum, soon as the valve is released, that separates the two systems. High pressure instantly equalizes with the low pressure.
So then, how do you explain wind?
Wind is caused by temperature gradients, right? Different temperatures. If you look it up, right, that's okay. So that's doesn't require a globe, right? It's just due to temperature differentials that cause that to happen. Like the other guy was reading off the official website that he was reading it off. So that's not related, really.
Right, for the globe to be true, in this manner, you'd have to deny entropy laws. Because you'd have to say that gas is reversing the natural course of entropy of gases to disperse through a vacuum. And that's never been tested. It's not part of kinetic molecular theory or anything like that. It's astrophysics, it's cosmology, it's theoretical physics, and has absolutely no bearing in applied physics in reality.
Can I ask a question? What about magnetic confinement?
Yeah.
That's still containment, though. That is not only containment, but you require a vacuum chamber with a barrier in order to produce it. And what happens if you turn off the vacuum pump?
Next to pressure.
What happens if you turn off the vacuum pump?
Well, no, it's the magnetic fields that's containing it.
So you're claiming the magnetic field containers the atmosphere and not gravity?
No, but I'm just saying it just has to be some sort of force.
Sure, and are you also saying this is analogous? Like a big plasma field is analogous to Earth? Good luck NASA getting away and going to the moon.
Well, in the same way that it's a magnetic field, it's a gravitational field.
No, that's not the same thing at all.
Why not?
Plasma fields are not gravitational fields.
No, but it's still a force that's applied to some pressurized system.
Gravity is not a force, and it's not a factor in gas laws. Like, I can point to every gas law and look for gravity, and it's not there. I can look for gravity in kinetic molecular theory of gases, and I can't find gravity in there either. It's negative entropy on gases, and Newton even realized this back in his day, because he talked about matter being of two kinds: one that condenses into solids and liquids, and another that disperses in an anti-gravitic fashion. He didn't have any discussion at all about gases and gravity interacting because he knew better. But suddenly today with astrophysics, they're like, shit, there has to be gravity in gases. Well, we'll put that in the theoretical physics column and not the applied physics column.
Well, again, let me ask you this. What is a physical container?
I would say a thermodynamic boundary layer, of which gravity's not.
Well, okay, but at the end of the day, when a molecule bounces into a barrier, it is affected by force.
No kidding. Welcome to flat Earth.
Well, again, I mean, the gravitational force can also be a barrier in that way. I mean, it's
not a physical barrier. James Clerk Maxwell was very clear when he talked about this.
Why is it not a physical barrier, though?
There's nothing physical about gravity. It's bending and warping space-time conceptually. It's a coordinate reference system that people play with and contract and expand in order to account for perceived timing differences with electrons in transit.
You don't have to use general relativity to analyze the Earth.
No shit. Welcome to flat Earth. Got another one?
You could just use a gravitational field theory.
Well, you can, except it doesn't describe anything about the molecular behavior of gases. There's no molecular gravity theory or gas molecular theory. There's no model that can demonstrate gravity's effect on gas either and be predictable.
Well, I agree. It's two different domains, but they can still be combined. Of course, there's no theory that's. It's not relevant to discuss gravity when talking about microscopic systems, which is the whole point of thermodynamics, right?
Yeah. So, what point does it scale up? For you to provide evidence that validates the claim that gravity is holding the atmosphere down.
Yeah, when masses become sufficiently large.
Yeah, when is that? I mean, at what point, at what scale is that in order to validate the claim that gravity is even pulling gas down on Earth's atmosphere?
Well, okay. The truth is, we know that gravity is an extremely weak force, right?
Well, no, I would say it's not a force. That idea is about 120 years out of date.
Yeah, okay. But again, you don't need to use general relativity. You don't need to.
I know. Welcome to flat Earth. Got any more?
No, but I'm saying it's
you don't exactly you don't have to use you don't have to use something that you cannot use. You're correct.
Yeah, so you can't use relativity and you can't use Newton's theory either. So where are you left? Where are you left if you can't invoke Newton? Because Newton's gravity had no effect on gases. You have to have a surface and a radius of two objects for Newton's gravity to work. And gas molecules don't have a surface. You also have the problem of Newton describing what gas behavior is like. You can't use Newton's gravity and you can't use relativity because it's not a force. So what are you left with? Are you bringing your own gravity to lunch?
You can have a macroscopic volume of gas, and that is still affected by Newton's laws, no?
Not gravity.
Really?
Yeah, like I just said. You want me to repeat myself?
Okay, let me ask you this then. If I go and I grab like a pressurized gas chain, like I take a bunch of pressurized gas and I bring it up to a mountain. And then
wait. Did you use a container to grab the pressurized gas, or are you using gravity to bring it up to the mountain?
No, I put it in a container, yes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right, so with that aside, are you also conflating pressure with weight? Because they're not the same. Kinetic molecular theory explains this too, that the mass of gases is independent of kinetic molecular behavior. It's all about thermal energy, because you can take Maxwell's equation of the velocity of a gas molecule equals 1 over the square root of mass and plug it in to the equation where the average thermal energy of a system with gas is equivalent to 0.5 times mass times volume squared. You replace, or not volume, velocity squared. You replace velocity with Maxwell-Boltzmann's equation, and you get a grand equation that cancels out mass altogether and leaves you with energy equals 0.5 is a dangling coefficient. And this proves that gas molecule behavior is mass independent. And this is reflected not only in the Boltzmann distribution, but also it's proven by Avogadro's law. Strangely enough, you get 3 containers, 3 different atomic weights of gas. And by the way, atomic weights are a different concept here. And you keep those boxes at the same temperature with the same number of moles, and it's the same pressure all the way across, whether you got hydrogen or, radon. Isn't that amazing? Gases are freaking weird. Gases ignore gravity. They just fuck off, dude.
Wait, so what happens if you bring a high density of gas up on a mountain? What happens to the gas?
Gases are anti-gravity devices.
Yeah.
No, but
weird.
What happens if you bring a bunch of gas up to a mountain?
What happens?
What do you think about what he just said to you?
What?
The important thing was Avogadro's law. So if you have a fixed volume, say a cubic meter of container, then you have a fixed pressure. Doesn't matter what gas is inside there. If you count the number of molecules, it's going to be the same in every container, no matter what the atomic size of the molecule is. So if it's oxygen, hydrogen, helium, neon, don't matter. You counted all the molecules in there, they're all going to be identical. It's going to be the identical number.
So this means
that means that the mass, right? Yeah, it means that the atomic weight don't mean a fucking thing.
No, but okay, but
this is why. Hold on a second. If I can just say one thing to pull this home, you can see this evident in the ratio of gases at the surface all the way up to the mountaintop. It's the same ratio of molecules. You don't have pools of higher mass gases at the bottom that you're choking on, and somewhere it's like breathable halfway up the mountain, and then you get like helium at the top of the mountain and you sound like a freaking chipmunk. It doesn't happen. Gravity would predict this, but it doesn't.
No, there are reasons for that. That's because there's way more wind and stuff that mixes everything up. Like it's the same idea with like if you have a mixture in water, it's still gonna mix. It's not gonna distribute in layers. Usually.
Wind is another debunk of the globe. You say wind, you debunk the globe again.
Why? Why is wind not possible on the globe? Anyways, if you bring a high density of gas on top of a mountain and you release that gas, isn't it gonna drop? Or no?
Depends on its temperature.
Well, isn't it okay? But I mean, if it's at the same temperature as the surrounding air.
Oh, it would diffuse. They would all diffuse together.
Yeah, but on a macro scale, it would drop.
Not on a macro scale. No, it would just diffuse together. They'll just mix.
Yeah, and I asked you, like, at what point does it transition? Like, do the laws of physics change between scales?
Well, okay, it doesn't at all.
It doesn't change, right?
No. But
did you hear dude last night saying he's going into the quantum realm, dude?
Yeah.
No, but
quantum leap, dude.
You realize that all models in physics are simplifications, right? So of course you're always going to ignore some factors, like gravity in molecular in gas theory and stuff.
Right.
Because it's just not.
You know what also lets you ignore it? It not being there.
There's no scientific model for gravity.
What do you mean? Why not?
Well, because a scientific model requires experimentation and, like repeated experimentation. So where is the experiment for gravity?
Where's even the scientific hypothesis that would precede said experiment?
Well, what about the Cavendish? Is that that's not an experiment?
No. What was the naturally observed phenomena for Cavendish?
That mass attracts mass.
Okay, when do we observe that in nature?
Well, I mean, you're kind of saying, okay, we observe it every day. I mean, it depends on how you view it, right? We observe it by the Earth attracting us.
Is the Earth an object with mass?
Yeah.
Okay, what is the mass of the object of the Earth, and what is the shape of said object?
Well, it's a sphere. And it has like.
Okay. Can you give me the measurements of the sphere, please? This is always going to go back to this.
No.
Give me the measurements of the sphere and how you attain them.
Discussing gravity. I don't want to discuss all sorts of.
Well, it's all tied together, friend. You just claimed mass attracting mass. You're begging the question that the Earth is a mass attracting another mass. So I need to know the mass of said object and how you gained the radius of the sphere that you're claiming. Where'd you get this measurement from?
You can measure it. Well, for one, you could just take a satellite and measure it.
I don't want to know what I could do. I want to know what was done, how the data was gathered.
Yeah.
How they get the satellite there without knowing the size of Earth, like Kerbal Space Program?
Well, you just keep sending them up until something happens.
Wouldn't you need to know?
I'd like to see the evidence of all the wreckage.
Yeah.
So, dude, you're like, you understand that Cavendish saying mass attracts mass? What's mass? What even is that?
It's resistance to acceleration. It's in Newton's second law.
Okay, so resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
I thought that was Einstein's.
It is. Newton thought it was a quantity of matter, but that's not important. I'll accept that because it makes it even more ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous?
Oh, do I need to say it again? Resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
Yeah, I mean it's point. Well, it's points in
So
space.
a property causes things.
Quantum level.
You could call it points in space that have certain properties. Yeah.
That's like saying the frickin' hood ornament caused the accident.
No.
So the hood ornament is the property of the car, but it ain't the car, right? So the property of something can't be the cause of something.
Why not?
Because it doesn't logically follow.
Yeah, an attribute is usually an expression of, right?
Yeah, okay, but I could just say it's a point in space that has this property, and that we observe that these points in space, which resist acceleration, generate what do you call it? Gravitational fields.
You could say that, but then you would need an experiment to like demonstrate that.
Yeah, and
so the main problem with Cavendish is that it's not consistently repeatable.
I mean, you're right. It's a very sensitive experiment because gravity is an extremely weak force. So yeah.
Well, I mean, do you really want to,
it's just very
sometimes.
hard to well, yeah, I mean that's the same with all experiments, though.
What do you mean get right? What is get right?
Well, it means that you've properly sort of isolated all the variables and.
You mean when you confirm your bias?
No.
Is that what you mean when you confirm? Oh, like how would you know that you? How would you know that you didn't do it right?
Yeah, I mean you could. I mean by repeating it a lot of times.
Okay, has anybody done that? Do we got like a p-value for Cavendish to see if if the effect is better than chance?
I mean, I'm sure it's been done a lot of times. I don't know if anybody has done like a study of studies or whatever. But yeah.
Well, I mean, what you'd have to do, right? You'd have to actually set up the contraption, break it down, set it up, break it down, set it up, break it down, set it up, because you're trying to figure out the human element.
Yeah,
because that's what you want to test. How is this a user error that's making this happen, or is it a natural phenomenon? So you have to figure out. You have to quantify the human error.
But okay, but I will say it has been done a lot of times, and you get a value very close to G.
Yeah, great, dude, but that's just confirmation bias, and that's just like all the data that I don't like, I ignore.
No, but you must admit that's pretty remarkable, no?
No.
Really?
No, so it's not remarkable.
You get some value that makes the math work perfectly.
They could literally add any freaking coefficient, and it would work perfectly. Everything's anti-gravity.
The value you're measuring is the coefficient.
G. Liquid is a coefficient, dude.
Yeah, exactly. So why do you measure a value that perfectly matches all sorts of predictions?
Which prediction?
Well, the movements of all the stars and the planets.
Well, they would just change the masses. If the coefficient was different. See, they got the masses from the coefficient. You understand?
I'm not sure.
They didn't have a priori knowledge of what the mass of, say, Jupiter was. They got the coefficient and said for an orbit that's this far away around the sun, it must have a mass of this with this coefficient. If they had a different coefficient, they would just say it's a different mass.
I'm pretty sure there are other ways of also getting the mass, but I'm not very knowledgeable on it, to be honest. But
I mean, I don't know how that would be. So so the whole gravity thing is an exercise in circular logic. That's the problem with it.
Okay, I'm not sure that's true, but for example, I know for stars, you can by their luminescence you can estimate how much mass they have, right?
By their luminescence.
Yeah.
By their brightness.
Yeah.
Well, how did they get that?
Get what?
The mass from the brightness.
Well, you have known processes like fusion, and they produce a certain amount of energy per mass or something like that.
No, we don't know that. You think they're like doing fusion in the lab somewhere?
We can
By that logic, by that logic, by that logic, you should know the mass of an UFO because you see the light flying across the sky. So you know what a UFO is then.
Actually,
by the
I
lumen.
think you might be able to tell some of its composition, sure, if you had sensitive enough instrumentation.
Are you like Ambo's little brother or twin brother or something?
Who's that? I don't know who that is.
Oh, no, never mind.
Are you trolling, dude?
He sounds more like Bacon.
Oh yeah, Bacon.
Are you I think you actually believe what you're saying, man.
Huh?
I think you actually believe the shit you're saying. That's the scary part. So you can weigh a star by looking at its light and how bright it is. That's what you think.
Yeah, why not?
No, you tell us why. Do you think that?
Because there are very very well studied regularities in how things produce energy.
Okay, can you give us like some examples of how this applies to stars?
Experiments.
Just making a general claim about what human beings know about energy doesn't do it for me. You're going to need to tell me how it applies to this scenario with specificity.
Yeah, okay, but all of atomic physics has to do with these atomic reactions that produce very specific energies.
You're going to outrun gravity. But you would need a priori knowledge of the contents, dude.
A what?
Okay.
A knowledge of the
You make an observation, you look at a star. You have an angular size of the star. You don't know how far away it is. You just have the angular size. You don't know how big it is. Then you have your brightness. You can measure, okay, how bright's the star? It's magnitude frickin', -1 or something. Okay, so that's all you know. You got your brightness, you got the angular size. Now, how do you get to, there's this much of this element in there, there's this much of that element in there, this is the fusion process. We know how bright it is, so it must have this much mass. All that shit is theoretical nonsense.
Well, again, each element would have a specific spectral line. So that,
it's not that. Don't try to oversimplify it. It's not that simple.
Why is it not? Well,
because there's effects there's confounding variables.
Like what?
Doppler shift, Doppler line broadening.
Yeah, but again, it's such a specific fingerprint that you can easily.
No, it's not, dude. It's not. Okay, you just been listening to freaking retards or something. It's not that simple.
Wait, it varies or what? Like the energy levels vary?
Dude, there's confounding variables. So you get your data, right? You get your spectrograph, you look at it, but the lines aren't, sometimes they're wider than so there's the ideal of what it should be, but then you get line broadening, right? So it's all smeared out. So you have to reconstruct what it was from your data. It's not just like, hey, we just look at it and it's just straightforward.
No,
then you have absorption. You have intervening freaking gases, right? That'll absorb some of the light. So you don't know the exact rate, like how bright it is in that particular spectrum. Because if you have an absorptive fucking gas in between here and there, it's going to absorb some of the light. So it's not as simple as you're trying to make it. It's actually super complex and theory laden.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's true. Of course. I am simplifying it. But I don't see what's
like
so
ridiculously simplifying it. Like we looked at a rainbow and fucking we know what the star's made out of. Like that's crazy, dude.
Look, I'll put it also like this: like there are so many people studying this field. You think they're all just bullshitting or what?
They're talking their book,
and they don't have any critical thinking.
No, they're talking their book, dude. Dude, listen. Are you gonna take it? First of all, it's hard to get in astronomy programs because they're small. They're not exactly well funded. Okay, so people get into these programs. You think they're gonna go through the whole ordeal to get into an astronomy, which is basically a fucking useless goddamn job. Go through the whole 8 years to get into some observatory. Then you're gonna start going there and start shitting on everybody, saying what they're doing is bullshit. You're not even gonna get that far unless you're on your knees the whole time, because it's so easy to get dumped out of these programs, or not to get your PhD or any number of things. Tons of roadblocks. I mean, you can just go on YouTube and listen to like testimonials of people, like how hard it was to get their PhD in astronomy. It is literally an effort in gatekeeping.
I still feel like there would be a lot of people that would question the data if it wasn't sound.
I mean, how many professional astronomers do you think there are in the world?
I have no idea.
Also, Indio,
10,000? If it was 10,000, I'd be shocked.
I think that 10,000. I think so.
But they're all looking at data from observatories and their interpretations. They're saying, "Oh, I see this light in the sky. Therefore, it's trillions of miles away, and these are exoplanets." If you don't go according to those type of conclusions, you're not gonna make it.
And we have real world examples of this. So we have Halton Arp, right? He was Edwin Hubble's PhD student. He taught at the University of California, Berkeley, and he made something called the Atlas of Unusual Galaxies and Quasars, and he showed that the theory of redshift, that things are farther away based upon how redshifted they are. He falsified that in the 70s. Want to know what they did to him? Oh, you can't use a telescope no more, motherfucker. It's literally what they did to him.
Damn.
Gravity is anti-gravity. There's a whole New York Times article about it. That when he died, of course, they're like, oh, yeah, we kind of fucked this guy over. But we're going to still keep our freaking redshift nonsense. And we're going to pretend, we're just going to apologize for freaking, taking away, basically sidelining this guy. Now, this guy was a PhD student of Hubble, okay? Hubble is the one that came up with the entire inflationary theory of cosmology. He said if Edwin Hubble saw the data I saw, he would have retracted his theory. Okay? But, you can't go against the paradigm. You guys act like seriously, you act like the scientists are like, they have no human attributes. They're just a bunch of fucking Leonard Nimoy Spocks running around, and it's just blindly applying logic and rationality to all their endeavors. No, they're fucking human beings, and they have the same motivations that any other human beings do. They want money, they want women, they want song, right? They want all the things everybody else wants. And they're going to do the things, what's necessary to get it, depending on their degree of morality. Some will do more unsavory things than others. But just like any human group of people, and this has been around for thousands of years, you protect your trade craft.
Haven't you seen Revenge of the...
Oh, sorry, Theo. Go ahead.
I said, haven't you seen Revenge of the Nerds, everyone?
Oh, yeah. Nerds.
Hey, guy talking to Indio, do you know of any government agency or any group that in history that are the arbiters of truth, the ones that told you all of the truth and knew everything? Do you know any?
NASA.
Anybody like that?
NASA.
My mom.
She knew the truth.
What about
That's
NASA? Are we forgetting about NASA here?
My mama said something wrong with your medulla oblongata, Colonel Sanders.
Is that what you call NASA? Your mom, guy that's saying NASA?
Yeah, NASA.
NASA is your mom?
No.
She knows the truth?
NASA's my daddy.
Oh. So NASA is the arbiter of truth. They know
NASA's
all of
outdated
it.
cigarettes. I didn't know NASA smoked. What's the over/under time on how long it takes this dude to get banned?
Where's that Bacon little brother guy that was talking to you, Indio? Did he leave?
Yeah, you're talking to me now. I own this channel.
Oh, paradism. I mean, let's just cut to the nonsense. The only reason you guys freaking try to pimp gravity is because you think gravity forms balls. So let's just I'll grant you all that shit. All the fucking gravity nonsense. What's the ultimately, if you're going to say gravity forms things into balls, you're going to need to actually back that up with an observation or with an experiment, which you don't have. Even if it was your physics prediction of a model. Say you had a model, physics model, and that was your prediction. You actually have to go out and do the observation or the experiment that shows gravity forms things into balls. Nobody has ever observed that happening. Saying, well, it takes too long, or we see balls now, but that's how they were formed. We just know it. That's not evidence that it actually happened. I could say, no, those balls were formed from, three-toed fucking magic gnomes.
Is Indio growing up? You believe in gravity now?
Oh, dude.
That's cute.
If you didn't eat breakfast this morning, would you be hungry? Or how would you feel?
Gravity?
If you didn't eat breakfast this morning, how would you feel, dude?
Yeah, I'd be pretty hungry.
Okay, cool. You can do hypotheticals. So what I said was a hypothetical. It's called an internal critique, dude.
So you don't believe in gravity?
Heads. Is it a belief? Is gravity a belief, dude?
I muted Fiddlebone. We've got Let's Ask the Scrub. He's really wanting to tell you about gravity.
Oh, hey guys, I think I've been unmuted. So I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I had my sound off. But you want to talk about gravity?
I guess.
Well, someone was disputing if you sit in a chair that whether you have gravity or whether gravity is real. Perhaps I don't want to put words.
Well, what do you mean by gravity, dude? This is always the rub.
Yeah, no, I mean,
is gravity the cause of the effect?
It's a very strange thing because everyday objects are way too small to have observable gravity, but big objects have gravity.
Okay, you got any evidence for that?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm sitting in my chair right now, and if I were to clench my abs, and I have no gravity, I would start floating.
Okay, that would be the effect, or is that the cause? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, I'm just saying, if I was in a zone that had no gravity, any motion away from the surface.
So you're making all these predictions and claims, but I don't see any evidence. You said there's no gravity among small objects. I asked for the evidence, and you said sitting in a chair.
Okay, so if I were to hover my hand over an apple, it will not pull into my palm, will it?
Dude, if you knew that happened, right? If you know that if there was no gravity and you clenched your abs sitting in your chair, you'd start floating away from your chair, right? You know that, right? How do you know that?
Well, I mean, people have done gravity or floating experiments with planes that are descending. I mean, it's not. They're not
floating. They're falling. They're not floating. They're not floating. They're falling.
Yeah, but if
they're inside of a plane, the plane is falling. They're falling. If the plane was transparent, you would see that they're both falling at the same rate.
If you accelerate towards the Earth at a fast enough speed, you will feel weightless.
Because you're falling.
Yes. You neutralize the effect of gravity. Gravity is a form of acceleration.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
I'm making this as easy as I can. It's simple.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay. When you fall out of it, when you're
are you telling me you haven't experienced gravity in your life?
Okay, you're conflating two different ideas. So there's little g and big G, right? One is the acceleration of gravity on Earth, little g, and the other is big G, mass attracts mass. How do you get from one to the other?
Well, the Earth is massively bigger than you and I. So
Okay,
I mean, we don't really.
How do you
we
get
don't have a
from
real
one
measurable
theory
gravity.
to the other one? How do you connect the observation?
Well, I suppose if you were to go on the surface of the moon, which is smaller,
oh God, dude.
you will
No, we're
observe
talking about
a lower
your.
amount of
Don't
gravity.
try to go into your space fantasy, dude. No one cares about that. Okay.
Well, I mean,
How do
other
you
than
get
that,
mass
the other thing
attracts
you can
mass
see.
How do you get to mass attracts mass to why things fall? Logically, connect it for us.
Logically. So
Yeah,
if I hold
logically.
something out
Connect
at
it,
arm's
make the
length and let
connection.
it go, what happens to it?
Yeah, false. Now, demonstrate the cause of that as mass attracting mass. Go. Give us the experiment.
Give us an experiment.
Yeah, an experiment.
Well, I just gave you an experiment, so I don't know. When I tell you an experiment and then you say no, give me an experiment. Now I'm lost. I don't.
No, hold on. Your experiment, that was the effect, right? That was the observed phenomenon. Let go, apple falls. That's the
gravity
observed
is an
phenomenon.
observable event.
Now we want, now we want to know what caused that to happen.
We're standing on a planet.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not a cause.
Yeah, it is.
What natural phenomenon caused that to happen?
Okay.
You think it's mass attracting mass?
But an agglomeration of rock came together.
Yeah, dude, I don't want a story.
Created a large amount of mass in one place.
I don't want a story. I don't want a story. I want an experiment.
I don't know what else to tell you.
I want an experiment.
Do you want to cut the Earth in half and see if there's less mass?
No. So the scientific method, if you want to know the cause of a natural phenomenon, you do an experiment. Right? So you have an independent variable, which according to you is mass attracting mass, and then your dependent variable, which is your effect, the falling apple. Okay? So we have a falling apple. That's our effect. We want to know what causes that. You think it's mass attracting mass. Okay, give us the experiment that shows mass attracting mass causes an apple to fall. Yeah, nobody can do that. Nobody can do that experiment. Dude, you're nervous. Laugh. It's hilarious. Dude,
no, I'm not even nervous. I mean, I suppose when you're trying to go beyond that, I mean, you're going to need some really high end machinery. I think. I mean, it's.
No, we can do that experiment.
This is like asking whether the sun is bright. I mean, it's like how can you prove that the sun is bright?
Experiment.
I don't know. I mean, I guess.
No, we can. We can do that experiment, bro. We can do that experiment. Because we can take a bowling ball, right? And we can take a frickin' a bus, and we can both throw them both off a cliff. So we manipulated our independent variable, mass.
Okay.
Do they fall at a different rate?
I guess they would, depending upon wind resistance.
Oh, gee. No, we're not talking about wind resistance. We're going to do it in a vacuum chamber.
Okay.
Okay. Do they fall at a different rate?
Well, in a vacuum chamber, they've proven that a bowling ball and a feather fall at the same speed.
No, okay, cool. That's actually not true, but whatever.
No, it is.
Let's say it is true.
You want a video?
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Yeah, you didn't watch it close enough.
I'm telling you, in a vacuum.
No, you didn't watch the video. You didn't watch the video close. You didn't watch the video close enough.
This has been repeated hundreds of times.
Hundreds of times in the NASA vacuum chamber.
Hundreds of times.
You're making shit up.
I'm not making this up. I don't care. I mean, I am not in the bowling ball feather measuring business. I don't make any money off of doing this experiment. I am not financially tied to this.
Yeah,
I have no.
Yeah, but you're making. Then why are you lying, dude? It hasn't been done hundreds of times.
Why do you think I'm lying to you?
Because it hasn't been done hundreds of times.
I'm lying to you.
Because there isn't vacuum chambers running around everywhere, dude.
People make vacuum chambers in research institutions and
that are multiple.
All the time.
Yeah, there are multiple stories tall.
People make vacuum chambers for
that are multiple stories tall. Yeah, that they're not multiple stories tall. You can drop a bowling ball and a feather in them. Are they?
It's been repeated over and over again. They love to show this to the physics students.